Chapter 1. Is this the corpse of that giant, Oz, whom the master spoke of? Sanji exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the colossal figure of Oz. How terrifying! It seems to be twice the height of a giant. Can we truly prevail? Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out in fear. Meet! Oz suddenly bellowed, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that nearly toppled everyone. This can't be. That fool Luffy has been defeated. The tone of that giant clearly indicates it's Luffy. He must have disregarded the master's intel and was vanquished by that negative spirit. We should have accompanied him. I shuddered to think how powerful this behemoth could become with Luffy's shadow. Sanji speculated. This idiot. What do we do now? We are certainly no match for this zombie. Zoro grumbled, scratching his head in frustration. I think we should regroup with the master and devise a plan to retrieve Luffy, Usopp suggested, trembling with fear. That seems to be our only option. The group concurred after a moment of contemplation. Are you looking for me? Liu Xuan's voice suddenly rang out, bringing joy to the group. Master, you finally arrived. Usopp exclaimed with delight as he spotted Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan had followed Nandi for quite some time before finally reaching the castle. Master, that fool Luffy's shadow has been stolen. What should we do now? Sanji approached with concern. Oh, I knew that fool Luffy would ignore the battle plan system. Check the attributes of Zombie Luffy. Race, Demon Zombie. Name, Zombie Luffy. Ability, Unknown. Combat Power, 31. Strength Level, Junior Admiral. Affiliated Force, mightiest Demon Zombies. To think he possesses combat power at the Admiral level. Clearly, none of you are his match at the moment. We must return to the ship to strategize. I suspect Luffy has already been sent back. Liu Xuan pondered aloud. Master, with your prowess, why not personally deal with the zombie? Usopp interjected suddenly. Liu Xuan stepped forward and gazed at him seriously. If I intervened, I could easily defeat that giant, however. I cannot do so, for you cannot remain under my protection forever. This is your trial. Only through adversity will you grow stronger. Do you understand? Usopp? Yes. Master, we will become stronger. The group declared resolutely, inspired by Liu Xuan's words. All right, let's return. Liu Xuan nodded affirmatively. Master, Luffy is truly on the ship. Upon returning to the Sunny, Usopp spotted Luffy lying there. From the looks of it, we need to wait a while given Luffy's current strength. He should awaken soon, Liu Xuan remarked, taking a seat as he observed Luffy. There's nothing we can do but wait. The others settled down on the deck. He'll go prepare a meal when Luffy wakes. He will surely shout that he's hungry. Everyone needs to eat well to have the strength to fight, Sanji declared, heading into the kitchen. Half an hour later, Sanji had prepared an extravagant feast, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the ship. Meat! Luffy suddenly sprang up, darting towards the dining table. Luffy is just as he always is, no matter how deep his slumber. The scent of food rouses him, Usopp remarked, his mouth twitching at the sight of Luffy devouring the feast. Hey, what's everyone doing here? Luffy asked, puzzled by the gathering. How dare you ask? You idiot! I entrusted you with defeating Moria, yet you allowed your shadow to be taken. Usopp scolded, giving Luffy a light smack on the head. After I found Moria, who could have known he would ambush me from behind? A pink-haired woman unleashed several white ghosts, and I was defeated. That vile Moria, I will surely flatten him later. I knew he would be defeated by that negative spirit. He never listens to the battle plan and often falls prey to his own overconfidence, Sanji remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Forget it's in the past. We should focus on how to deal with zombie Luffy, Zoro suggested, rising to his feet. Indeed, the giant zombie is enormous and will be challenging to handle. We must devise a solid plan, Usopp added, earning nods of agreement from the others. Since that giant zombie was resurrected using Luffy's shadow, his intelligence must be quite low. We can exploit this weakness. Exactly, Nami. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Hey. Hearing them discuss his low intelligence, Luffy waved his hands. I'm right here. Could you not say that in front of me? However, the group paid him no mind. All right, let's eat first, otherwise soon all the food will be consumed by Luffy alone. Once we're full, we can all head out to defeat Moria, Sanji urged, noticing that much of the food had already been devoured. Hey Luffy, I haven't eaten yet. Leave some for me. Usopp rushed over, grabbing utensils and competing with Luffy for food, followed by the others joining the fray. I'm full. Let's set off, the group declared a few minutes later, having finished their meal. Chapter 84. Luffy's Gear Forth. Look, Oz is still there. Approaching Moria's castle, they could see Oz rampaging from a distance. Impressive. Is that my zombie? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of Oz. Are you proud of that? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused everyone? The others rushed forward to give Luffy a good thrashing. I'm sorry, Luffy said, his head bandaged with lumps. Upon hearing Luffy's apology, The group let him be. Luffy, that Oz is yours to handle, Usopp. You take on that Perona, her negative spirits won't affect you. The rest of us will deal with those pesky little zombies before we combine forces to assist Luffy against us, understood? Understood. The group shouted in unison, dispersing to find their opponents. Green Algae Head, that transparent lion is mine. I will ensure he understands the consequences of destroying my dreams. Flames erupted from Sanji's back. Fine, they'll take on the zombie made from Brook's shadow. I hear his body belongs to a famous swordsman from Wano. Ryuma, I want to have a word with that swordsman, Zoro agreed. Chopper, the bad doctor is your responsibility, while clean up the rest of the zombies, Frankie instructed Chopper. Yes, that kind of person doesn't deserve to be a doctor. I will defeat him. All right, the enemies are assigned. Let's move out. Liu Xuan announced, waving his right hand. Hey, big guy, come fight me. Luffy shouted, startling everyone. Luffy, you fool. You're acting on your own again. The group yelled. Ha ha ha. Battles are meant to be faced heated. Luffy laughed heartily. Just as they were about to respond, the sky darkened, and they looked up to see Oz leaping toward them, blocking the sun, prompting everyone to scatter. Boom! Oz crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust that buried nearby trees and buildings, his body half embedded in the ground, unable to extricate itself, causing the group's mouths to twitch. Indeed, a zombie, just like Luffy, equally foolish. Ha ha! This fool can't even get out. Everyone, attack him now. Usopp laughed. No, he's mine. You all hurry to find your targets. Luffy insisted, stopping the others from attacking. Hey, big guy, get out already, it's time. Luffy, do you even realize what you're saying? He can't get out, why not just take him down? Usopp shouted in disbelief. Usopp, trust me, Luffy said, his eyes brimming with confidence. All right, just be careful, Usopp replied before leaving. Leave it to me, Luffy declared, then turned his gaze to Oz. Big guy, it's time to begin. Oz finally pulled himself from the hole. Oh, will it work? I wonder if it can succeed. If it does, Luffy should ascend to Admiral level. Go for it. Luffy, my reward hinges on your success. Liu Xuan thought to himself, watching Luffy. This is my first time using this ability. I'm unsure if it will succeed. No matter, he'll give it a try. Armament Haki. Luffy exclaimed, covering his left hand with Armament Haki. Hee what'll you do, Straw Hat? Moria chuckled at the sight of Luffy's Haki-covered arm. Even if I transform into Gear 2nd or Gear 3rd, I cannot be your match, so I must become even stronger with that. Luffy tossed aside his shoes and inhaled deeply, blowing into his left arm, covered in Haki. Muscle balloon. As Luffy's body gradually expanded, it became enveloped in a layer of hardened Haki, and strange patterns appeared on his chest. 4th gear. Bow man. Seeing Luffy jumping incessantly in place, Moria burst into laughter. Hee, I thought you had some secret technique, but you're just here to entertain us. Shut your mouth. I will render you powerless to fight back. Monkey King Gun. In an instant, Luffy appeared before Oz and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Oz was sent flying by Luffy's strike, crashing through several castles before finally coming to a halt. What was that? Usopp, witnessing Luffy's impressive feat, gasped in astonishment. When did Luffy learn that move? It's absolutely astounding. Sanji, having defeated the Transparent Man, looked on in awe at Luffy's battle. It seems our captain is on the verge of victory. I must hasten my own efforts. Two-sword style. Diable jam. Slash. Swish. The sound of a blade cutting through the air echoed as Ryuma's zombie was vanquished. It's been ages since I've encountered such a formidable swordsman here. Take this sword. Shusui, I believe it will be quite pleased with you. Ryuma's zombie tossed the sword to Zoro before gradually fading from existence. I will cherish and wield it with honor, Zoro vowed solemnly as he gazed at the spot where Ryuma had disappeared. Oh, has it succeeded? Let's check Luffy's stats. Chapter 85, Moria's Defeat. How impressive. Liu Xuan, when did Luffy learn that technique? Nami, curious, inquired of Liu Xuan. I once spoke with him about the stretching capabilities of the gum fruit. This is his first time using it, and he cannot maintain it for long. However, I believe with time, Luffy will master the power of 4th gear. Truly remarkable. The power of 4th gear is extraordinary. Indeed, Luffy has now reached the level of a junior admiral. I believe that in due time, he will attain the strength of a mid-level admiral. You all must strive to improve as well. Liu Xuan urged earnestly. Yes, we will certainly endeavor to train harder in the future. At that moment, Luffy commenced his second attack, floating in the air, his feet propelling him like a jet as he soared towards the recently risen Oz. Gum Rhino Cannonball. Boom! Just as Oz regained his footing, he was knocked down once more as the ground beneath him collapsed into a massive circular pit hundreds of meters wide and several meters deep, with shockwaves sending weaker zombies flying. Help! Is that creature even human? It's terrifying how he treats Oz like a mere mortal. Could it be that Lord Moria is about to be defeated? As they watched Luffy mercilessly assault Oz, Moria's minions exchanged worried glances. My hockey is nearly depleted. It seems I must conclude this quickly. Gum. Great Ape King gun. Luffy's final strike landed directly on Ounce's head, shattering his spine with a thunderous crash. Oz fell to the ground and could not rise again. Luffy, too, reverted to his original form, collapsing from exhaustion. Fantastic. We won. Victory is ours. Usopp shouted in jubilation upon seeing Oz incapacitated. Usopp, don't celebrate too soon. Luffy has merely defeated Oz. Moria has yet to be vanquished. Zoro cautioned from the sidelines. Right, we still have to deal with Moria. Realizing the situation, the group recalled Moria's looming presence. He. You insolent fools dare to beat up my Oz like this? I will crush you all. Shadow gathering. Moria emerged from Ounce's abdomen, shrieking maniacally as shadows spread from underfoot, connecting to all the zombies. This is what Master spoke of Moria's ultimate technique, shadow gathering. Look, those shadows are being drawn into his body. Usopp pointed at Moria, who was absorbing shadows. This is dire. Moria has absorbed so many shadows, and Luffy has exhausted his strength. Wait, we still have what Master gave us. Although there's only one Senza bean left, it should be enough to restore Luffy's energy. Quick, give it to him. Nami produced a single Senza bean and handed it to Usopp. Really? Wonderful. I'll shoot it into Luffy's mouth with my slingshot. Usopp snatched the bean, placed it in his slingshot, and aimed at Luffy's mouth. Luffy, open wide. Oh, Usopp. Hearing Usopp's voice, Luffy opened his mouth wide. All right, Senza bean, launch. Usopp released the bean into Luffy's mouth, and success. Gulp. Luffy swallowed the Senza bean and immediately regained all his energy, standing tall once more. Huh, what just happened? He was out of strength, so how is he suddenly back? Could it be due to that thing he just ate? Moria pondered as he watched Luffy regain his vigor, then addressed him. Brat, what was it you just ate? Oh, that was a Senza bean. Just one can instantly heal any injury, restoring one to peak condition. Luffy, ever honest, replied. Such a remarkable item exists. Listen, kid, if you hand that over to me, they'll let you leave here unharmed. What do you say? Moria, filled with excitement at the prospect of acquiring enough Senza beans to become immortal like Kaido, trembled with anticipation. That's the last one. There's no way I'm giving it to you. Besides, even if you let us go, do you think I would? You, scoundrel, have taken my friend's shadow. I will definitely beat you down and reclaim it. Fourth gear. With that, Luffy transformed into his fourth gear form. You think defeating Oz makes you impressive? I now possess 1,000 shadows within me, making me invincible. Having absorbed 1,000 shadows, Moria's form not only grew larger, but his strength multiplied several times over. Then I will concentrate all my power into this one strike to defeat you. Gum, Super Line Bazooka. With that, Luffy charged toward Moria. Bring it on. Let's see how you defeat me. Shadow Horn Gun. Moria also lunged at Luffy. Boom. When their attacks collided, the entire island shook violently, as if it would shatter into pieces. An earthquake. Usopp cried out in terror. Be quiet. Zoro punched Usopp on the head. Straw Hat Brat, just admit defeat. I will never surrender. Summoning every ounce of strength, Luffy finally shattered Moria's Shadow Horn Gun, delivering a direct blow to Moria's body. What? Impossible. This was the last utterance of Moria before his unconsciousness, after which all shadows departed from him, returning to their respective masters. Chapter 86. Victory. How splendid, Luffy. The crowd erupted in cheers. Who could have imagined that Moria would also fall before you? Just as the celebration unfolded, a voice suddenly startled everyone. Who goes there? The crowd quickly assumed a defensive stance. From behind the castle wall emerged a tall figure, adorned with spectacles and clutching a book. You are Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords. Upon recognizing the approaching figure as an intelligence officer, Robin immediately identified him. One of the 7 warlords. We have only just managed to defeat one, and now another appears. The crowd was taken aback by Robin's revelation. Furthermore, Bartholomew Kuma ranked among the more formidable of the 7 warlords, far surpassing the likes of Gecko Moria. What shall we do, master? Usopp exclaimed in distress. Fear not, for I am here, Liu Xuan reassured them. It is not yet time for you to confront him. Allow me to engage him first. With that, Liu Xuan swiftly positioned himself beside Kuma. You are the Demon King, Liu Xuan. What brings you here? A rare expression of surprise graced Liu Xuanxiong's face. Why can't I come here? Tyrant Bear, you are meddling far too much. What brings you here? Liu Xuan inquired, gazing at the bear. The government does not permit a second warlord of the sea to be defeated, especially after Crocodile was bested by the Straw Hat Brat. Thus, I have been tasked with eliminating those in the know and preventing the leakage of information. Do you intend to stop me, Captain Liu Xuan? Indeed. Luffy is now my disciple, and I cannot allow you to take his life. Moreover, I am quite eager to test the prowess of Tyrant Bear. What do you say to a duel? Forget it. I have no desire to provoke you Dragon Ball pirates. As long as you keep this matter to yourselves, I shall act as though I have never been here. Observing Liu Xuan's eager demeanor, Xiong helplessly remarked, how dull. In that case, we shall take our leave. In a flash, Liu Xuan rejoined Nami. What is the matter, master? Usopp inquired as he approached Liu Xuan upon his return. It's all settled. Let us take Luffy and depart from this place. Really, master? Indeed. That's wonderful. I've longed to leave for quite some time. Usopp exclaimed with joy. Nami, let us go. Liu Xuan called to Nami as they made their way towards the sunny. All right, brother Liu Xuan, Nami responded, grasping Liu Xuan's arm. Hey, wait for me. Upon observing that the two individuals were ignoring him, Usopp hastily pursued them. After a span of several minutes, everyone reconvened aboard the Thousand Sunny. Well done, Luffy. That last move of yours was truly remarkable. Usopp exclaimed. You defeated Moria in an instant. How could you be so unkind as to keep such a powerful technique to yourself? Master, did you secretly train Luffy? Sanji interjected, intrigued by Usopp's words. In truth, it was Luffy's first time employing that technique. He had merely mentioned it in passing before, never expecting it to yield such success. All right, enough chatter. Now that everyone is present, we must set sail. But before we do, Brook, we warmly welcome you to the Straw Hat Pirates. With that, Luffy approached Brook and extended his right hand. Yo-ho-ho. I am immensely grateful to everyone for allowing me to join. It feels wonderful to be alive. Brook exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Excellent. To celebrate Brook's addition to our crew, let us feast. Oh, a banquet. A banquet. Hey, Brook, aren't you a musician? Please sing us a song to lift our spirits. Perhaps that pirate tune, Bink Sake, would be splendid. Observing the lively atmosphere, Liu Xuan addressed Brook. All right, I shall now take the stage. Upon Brook SQ, the music commenced. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, Bink Sake, delivered to your side, riding the winds and waves, I roam freely, the surging tides, the sun setting. The birds' melodies, piercing the vast sky. This sensation is quite delightful. Seated beside Liu Xuan, Nami handed him a cup of wine, remarking, indeed. It is quite enjoyable. However, every feast must come to an end, and I believe my departure is imminent. After sipping his drink, Liu Xuan sighed. Are you leaving? Liu Xuan? Nami grasped his arm, inquiring. Well, I have my own crew. Leaving is merely a matter of time. Do not be disheartened. For I am not departing just yet. Stop worrying, Nami. Let us dance and enjoy ourselves, Liu Xuan declared, taking Nami by the hand as they made their way to the festivities. Thus, a night of revelry concluded. As dawn broke, the guests awoke and tidied their belongings. Then gathered on the deck to deliberate their forthcoming endeavors. Next, we shall venture into the new world. Let us discuss our destination. Is there any doubt? First, we must go to the Sabaody archipelago to coat the ship, then proceed through Fishman Island to enter the new world. Very well. Then let us set sail for the Sabaody archipelago, Luffy proclaimed with a grand gesture. Hey, aren't you being a tad hasty? Were we not supposed to discuss this together? How can you decide unilaterally? Enough, Usopp. Once Luffy makes a decision, it remains unchanged. Let us follow his lead, Zoro interjected. Zoro, how can you agree with him? Stop talking, Usopp. This time, Luffy's decision is indeed the right one. Let us proceed as he suggests. Liu Xuan's words silenced Usopp. Chapter 87. Saving Little Ape Master. Look, it's the Red Line. How magnificent. After several days of sailing, the Sunny finally reached the Red Line. It truly is awe-inspiring. Gazing at the red Earth continent shrouded by clouds, the crowd expressed their sentiments. Nami. Let us hasten to the Sabaody archipelago. I can hardly contain my excitement to visit Fishman Island, exclaimed Luffy eagerly. All right, we shall set sail for the Sabaody archipelago, Nami replied, somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, as the Thousand Sunny was about to pivot towards the Sabaody archipelago, a colossal rabbit-like sea king emerged from the depths. Its wide mouth aimed directly at the ship. A sea king. How splendid. Just when our provisions have run low, we shall feast on this sea rabbit for lunch, Luffy declared, launching himself into action with a rubbery punch. In an unexpected turn, two voices plummeted from the sky. One belonged to a starfish adorned with a hat, who executed a somersault and landed deftly on the ground. The other, however, fell squarely onto Sanji. Once the group discerned its true form, they gasped, a mermaid. It's truly a mermaid. This is my first encounter with one. Brook approached the mermaid, laughing heartily. May I have a glimpse of your undergarments? Yet, before he could finish, Nami had already knocked him to the ground. By the way, do mermaids defecate? Luffy interjected. Oh, about that. Kemi began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Sanji. Enough of this nonsense, everyone. We must be on our way. Pray tell, who are you? Nami inquired of the two newcomers. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kemi, a mermaid. I owe you all my life. I have often been devoured by sea kings, approximately 20 times, in fact, she exclaimed. Fool, how could you not notice that enormous sea king just moments ago? The orange starfish retorted, then turned to greet the others. Greetings. I am Papagu, a starfish. Wow, A starfish that can talk? As Luffy marveled at the amusing starfish, Paypag regained his composure and inquired about their destination. Oh, we are headed to the Sabaody archipelago to undergo some modifications, Nami informed Kami and Paypag. I see. By the way, Xiaoba's shop is located there. Allow me to treat you to some takoyaki. Kami exclaimed joyfully. Really? That sounds wonderful. Just as Kami was about to speak further, her phone rang. Moshi Moshi, is that you, Xiaoba? Kami asked as she answered the snail phone. Haha. I'm not that octopus. I am Marco, your old friend from the embarrassing Marco's crew. Oops, I accidentally revealed that, Marco replied. It seems you are in quite a predicament. Robin observed from the side. Why do you have Xiaoba's snail phone? Kami quickly inquired. Isn't it obvious? We took down that rascal Xiaoba, Marco stated. That's a lie. How could Xiaoba lose to someone like you? Kami retorted skeptically. Indeed, under normal circumstances, we would not stand a chance against him, but this time, we have allied with the Flying Fish Riders. How could this happen? Do not worry, Kami. We will assist you in rescuing your friends. Kami nodded in agreement upon hearing Luffy's words. All right, everyone, let's set out with the objective of rescuing Kami's friends. Look, there's Xiaoba. Hey, is that Xiaoba, the octopus from the Dragon Pirate crew? As the Thousand Sunny approached, the group finally discerned Xiaoba's true identity. Could it be that you and Xiaoba are friends, Luffy? Upon encountering the spirited crew of Luffy, they were introduced to a friend named Kami, who happened to be a ghost. Zoro immediately exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a friend of yours? Kami, wearing a look of disappointment, replied. Aren't you going to help us rescue him? Nami shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Kami, we never anticipated that the person you sought to save was that individual. Kami resigned, decided not to press them further, declaring, forget it, we shall rescue him ourselves. I never imagined you would be so heartless. With that, the two of them leaped off the ship. Hey, you two are being captured far too quickly. As they witnessed Kimi and Papago being captured immediately after their leap, Usopp screamed in alarm. Let us take action. That fellow Shachi isn't a bad person, and this way, we won't violate our agreement with Kimi, Nami declared. Moved by Shachi's loyalty. Is that alright, Nami? Luffy inquired earnestly, though the octopus balls in his eyes and the drool at the corner of his mouth betrayed his intentions. The Flying Fish Riders could hardly match the current Straw Hat Pirates, being easily defeated in mere moments. However, upon seeing their leader, everyone was taken aback. Haha. He resembles this bounty poster remarkably. Luffy and the others laughed heartily on the deck. You rascals, cease your laughter, Sanji exclaimed, nearly driven to the brink of madness. But ultimately, he managed to pull himself together, transforming his anger into admiration. Chapter 88. Departure from the Straw Hat Pirates. At long last, they had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Gazing at the familiar island, Liu Xuan sighed, recalling that his last visit here was 5 years ago. An event that had caused quite a stir. All right, everyone, let's head to the island. You wish to apply a coating, don't you? I know an exceptionally skilled coating master. Allow me to guide you to him. As the boat docked, Xiaoba addressed the group. Is that true? How wonderful. Let us hurry, Luffy exclaimed, seizing Xiaoba's arm with enthusiasm. Please, try to contain your excitement. I will lead you all. Stay close and do not lag behind, Xiaoba replied, setting off ahead. Hey, Luffy. Just as they were about to depart, Liu Xuan suddenly called out. What is it, master? Upon hearing Liu Xuan call his name, Luffy, filled with curiosity, inquired. Liu Xuan, are you leaving? Yes, I must depart, Liu Xuan replied. Where are you going, Liu Xuan? Nami stepped forward to ask. After sailing together for such an extended period, bonds had formed among them, and the sudden news of Liu Xian's departure filled everyone with reluctance as they gazed at him. Though I have found joy here, I must return to my own crew. I have instructed them to wait for me, so I must go in search of them. Fear not, for this is not a farewell. We shall meet again in due time. Besides, I came aboard your ship to enhance your capabilities. And now that you have all grown stronger, I can leave with peace of mind, Liu Xuan expressed, looking at everyone with a heavy heart. Liu Xuan. Nami began to speak, but Luffy pressed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Nami, refrain from speaking. Our master has his own path to follow, and we must not hinder him. All right, Liu Xuan, you must visit us often. Nami's face flushed a deep crimson, realizing her words. Cursed master, how could you take my Nami away? Sanji lamented, seeking solace from Robin. Observing Nami's expression, he dramatically threw himself toward Robin, only to collide with a tree instead. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Liu Xuan declared, waving goodbye to the group as he departed. Let us set sail as well. I believe we shall reunite soon, Luffy affirmed. As Nami gazed longingly, Luffy comforted her, saying, well, let us depart. Nami nodded in response to Luffy's words. After leaving the Straw Hat Pirates, Liu Xuan took out a transponder snail to contact Goku and the others. In a restaurant on Sabaody archipelago, 8 individuals clad in black cloaks indulged in a lavish feast, while adjacent tables overflowed with empty plates. Hey, Goku, it's been quite a while. Why is there still no news? A diminutive figure inquired. Another individual, his mouth stuffed with food, exclaimed. Hey, Goku, could you swallow your food before speaking? Gulp. How am I supposed to know? No one has informed me, he replied. This group was indeed Goku and his companions. Ever since their arrival at Sabaody Archipelago, their days had been consumed with eating, shopping, and sleeping, nearly driving them to the brink of restlessness. Just as Krillin was about to continue his conversation, the transponder snail nestled in Goku's arms suddenly rang. It's the captain calling, Goku announced as he retrieved the transponder snail. Then hurry up and answer it, Krillin urged impatiently. There's no need to rush, Goku replied before connecting the call. Hello. Is this the captain? On the other end, Liu Xuan recognized Goku's familiar voice. Goku, where are you? I've just arrived at Sabaody Archipelago and will come to find you. The captain has arrived at Sabaody Archipelago and says he will come to see us, Goku informed the group. Really? That's wonderful. I've been cooped up here so long. I feel like I'm rusting, Krillin exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Hey, Krillin, keep it down, Piccolo admonished, tugging at Krillin's sleeve. As Krillin, covering his head, chuckled softly and took a seat, he noticed the gazes of the other patrons in the restaurant upon him. Where are we exactly? The captain inquired. But I seem to have forgotten. Do you know? Yukong continued. You fool, isn't it obvious? Though, I seem to be at a loss as well, Krillin admitted, somewhat embarrassed. These fools, we are at the restaurant on Island 24. At a crucial moment, it was still Krillin who proved reliable. All right, I understand now. You all wait for me there. I shall be with you shortly, Liu Xuan declared before hanging up the communicator. The captain mentioned that he would arrive shortly and instructed us to wait. Tucking the communicator into his pocket, Yukong addressed everyone. Very well, in that case. Let us wait here for the captain. All right then, boss, another serving please, Yukong requested for another dish. Are you still eating? The group shouted at him. Where are we? Never mind, I should find someone to ask. After hanging up the phone, Liu Xuan wandered for quite some time without locating Island 24, and reluctantly decided to seek assistance. Hey, sir, up ahead, wait a moment. Upon noticing a bearded man clad in tattered garments walking ahead, Liu Xuan hastily called out to him. Hearing himself being addressed as uncle, the man turned around, furiously retorting, Who are you calling uncle? I'm only 21, you rascal. Astonished by the man's claim of youth, Liu Xuan exclaimed, Really? You hardly appear to be 21. The man shot back, You cheeky brat. I merely possess a mature appearance. Indeed, you possess quite the way with words, uncle. I am Liu Xuan, here to inquire about directions. Liu Xuan extended his right hand in greeting. Chapter 89, Reunion. Greetings, I am Hank, he replied, shaking Liu Xuan's hand, only to suddenly recoil, slapping Liu Xuan's hand away and shouting, Was that a compliment? You impertinent fool. And I shall repeat, do not call me uncle. I have a name, Hank, remember it. Very well, Uncle Hank. Liu Xuan's response nearly sent Hank into a fit. Are you looking for a fight? I am the wielder of the goat fruit, a goat man. With that declaration, Hank transformed into a towering goat man, standing over 3 meters tall, and bellowed as he charged towards Liu Xuan. Is that so? Liu Xuan looked up at him. Moments later. Haha. I did not expect you to be the illustrious demon king Liu Xuan, one of the infamous 4 emperors. My apologies, I have long admired you. Hank, now with a swollen head, flanked Liu Xuan, attempting to ingratiate himself. Enough of your flattery, lead me swiftly. I must find Goku and the others. Liu Xuan interrupted Hank's flattery with a hint of exasperation. Yes, Liu Xuan, this way please. 24 Island is just a few kilometers ahead. Hank hurriedly replied. Excellent. Let us proceed. Liu Xuan gestured for Hank to lead the way as they ventured towards 24 Island. By the way, what brings you to Sabaody Archipelago? Liu Xuan inquired, seeking to alleviate the monotony of their journey. I am Hank, formerly the captain of the Goat Pirates. I once harbored a grand ambition to become Pirate King. But I later realized how naive that dream was. Hank reminisced about his days as a pirate. And then what happened? Liu Xuan could not resist asking. Until that fateful day when we arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, we encountered the celestial dragons. Because we refused to kneel, we were obliterated by their minions. I watched my comrades perish before my eyes, and I despised my own powerlessness to protect them. Tears streamed down Hank's face as he recounted his tragic past. I had no idea your experience was so harrowing. But wait, how did you escape? Celestial dragons are not known for their mercy. Indeed. I was shot in the heart by one of the celestial dragons, and I thought I was doomed. However, I discovered that my heart is located on the right side. Thus I narrowly escaped death. As he recalled the near-fatal moment, a cold sweat broke out on Hank's brow. Did you never contemplate revenge? Revenge? How could I? They are celestial dragons. Vengeance is an impossibility. Hank replied, astonished by Liu Xuan's words. What are the celestial dragons? They are merely the highest form of refuse. One day, I shall eradicate them from this world, Liu Xuan asserted, locking eyes with Hank. Is that so? If you truly intend to challenge the celestial dragons, I would gladly pledge my service to you. Hank suddenly knelt before Liu Xuan, declaring fervently, You, enough of this. Your strength is far too lacking. Liu Xuan regarded him with disdain. Please, do not dismiss me so. I was once worth an 80 million berries bounty. Hank protested, unwilling to relent. Very well. Should you manage to raise your bounty to 300 million berries, I shall permit you to join our Dragon Ball pirates. Rest assured, Liu Xuan, I shall meet your expectations. With that, Hank joyfully resumed his position at the front, leading the way. After walking for several minutes, Hank pointed ahead, exclaiming, Liu Xuan, ahead lies 24 Island. And the restaurant you seek is not far from here. Indeed, proceed ahead. Take this. If you find yourself gravely wounded, consuming this should save your life. Consider it a token of gratitude for your guidance. Liu Xuan tossed a senzu bean to Hank. This, guiding you is my honor. How could I accept such a gift? Hank protested, attempting to return the bean. Having given it to you, I shall not take it back. Do you wish to insult me? I would not dare. Thank you, Liu Xuan. Hank carefully tucked the bean away. Much better. Now, if we meet again and you have met my requirements, I may allow you to join our Dragon Ball pirates. Thank you. I will strive to achieve this. Hank exclaimed before departing. Now, let us go inside and meet Goku and the others, Liu Xuan murmured as he pushed open the door to the restaurant. Upon entering, Liu Xuan spotted a table piled high with empty plates, and recognizing the scene, he hurried over. Wow, why are you all dressed like this? Are you filming a movie? Upon reaching the table, Liu Xuan noticed 8 individuals cloaked in black, their forms obscured. Captain, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for ages. One person lifted his hood, revealing a bald head. It was Krillin. Nothing much. I just encountered a minor setback. Liu Xuan offered a vague excuse. Forget about that. Let us discuss what has transpired with you, Krillin urged. But Captain, you instructed us to remain low-key to avoid being recognized. This way, we should not attract attention. Goku interjected. True, it was my oversight for not clarifying. But does this not draw even more attention? Liu Xuan rubbed his temples in frustration. Is that so? Goku glanced around at the others. Indeed. The group chorused in unison. Chapter 90. The auction house, Captain. Are we not able to leave this place? Staying here has rendered us rusty. Krillin's words resonated with the others. Yes, Captain. Let us set sail. They clamored excitedly. Silence. You shall soon have tasks at hand. So be patient. For now, eat and rest. There is an auction tomorrow, and we shall attend. Understood, Captain. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the crowd responded in unison and continued their meal. The following day, as Liu Xuan opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of 8 individuals standing at his doorstep, gazing at him. What are you all doing at my door? Liu Xuan asked. A frown etched upon his forehead. We just wanted to remind you, Captain, that it is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If we don't hurry to the auction house, the auction will soon conclude, said Klin, scratching his head sheepishly. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? It can't be over already, Liu Xuan exclaimed, closing the door behind him to freshen up. Let us go, Liu Xuan declared as he emerged after his preparations. The auction house is just ahead, Captain. Having lingered in the vicinity for a while, Klin and the others had memorized several locations, and they swiftly reached their destination. Let's proceed inside, Liu Xuan instructed, walking toward the entrance with the others trailing behind him. Stop. Who are you lot, dressed like that? What do you intend to do? Upon their arrival at the auction house, Liu Xuan and his companions were halted by the guard. Is access to the auction house contingent upon a personal assessment? Liu Xuan inquired, eyeing the guard. Of course. Just looking at your baby face tells me you are no good. Hurry and leave. This is the territory of Lord Don Quixote da Flamingo, and not just anyone can cause a ruckus here, the guard replied with an air of arrogance. Baby face? You scoundrel. How dare you insult our captain? Klin retorted, ready to confront the guard. Liu Xuan swiftly restrained Klin and then addressed the guard. Do not presume that your remark about my looks will deter me from entering. Do you truly consider that a compliment? Klin stared at Liu Xuan, bewildered. Captain, has your mind gone awry? Do not speak nonsense, Klin. There is nothing wrong with the captain's mind. He merely misunderstood. Peter interjected. Step aside quickly. While I may have found your compliment amusing, should I not be allowed entry, I will still have to deal with you, Liu Xuan continued. Who is complimenting you? You fool. The guard shouted back. Fool? Are you referring to me? Liu Xuan replied darkly. Just as the guard was about to retort, Liu Xuan delivered a punch that sent him soaring into the sky, transforming him into a shooting star. Deservedly so, for daring to insult me, Liu Xuan remarked, watching the guard's metamorphosis before turning to the other guard. Do you wish to obstruct us as well? No. The second guard, terrified under Liu Xian's gaze, fell to the ground, shaking his head vigorously. You are wise to comply. Let us proceed. Liu Xuan nodded in approval. There was quite a crowd present. What could they be doing? Upon entering the auction house, they found it teeming with people. On the auction stage, there was a glass tank containing a mermaid shedding tears, none other than the mermaid, Cammy, whom they had encountered days prior. Seated in the front row below the stage were 3 individuals wearing glass domes atop their heads. It was evident they were celestial dragons. The auctioneer was counting down. Isn't that Nami and the others? What are they doing here? Klin suddenly pointed at a seat to the right. Let us go take a look, Liu Xuan said as he led the way. Nami, what is happening? Wasn't she with you? How did she end up here? Liu Xuan inquired as he approached Nami from behind. Brother Liu Xuan, what brings you here? Cammy exclaimed, her spirits lifted amidst despair as she recognized Liu Xuan. Oh, I came to find you. I heard there was an auction, so I decided to take a look. Liu Xuan gestured to his companions behind him. Long time no see. Nami, the others greeted her warmly. Hello, everyone. Ah, this isn't the time for greetings. Cammy is still in their grasp. Liu Xuan, do you have any money? We need to rescue Cammy first. There is no need to rush. Nami, we will save Cammy. Liu Xuan reassured her, striding confidently to the auction stage. Hey, bring me the key, he called to the auctioneer. What key? As Liu Xuan, the auctioneer, ascended the stage, he was momentarily taken aback by a question. Of course. It is the key to the mermaid. Liu Xuan retorted with disdain. Dear sir, if you wish to claim this mermaid, might I suggest you place your bid first? Spare us the trivialities and swiftly hand over the key. He interrupted, inciting the ire of the man, who was accustomed to the authority of Doflamingo and had never experienced such indignation. Hey, you lowly individual, do you not realize that this mermaid is already my pet? You should vacate the premises at once. At that moment, a celestial dragon in the audience stood up, asserting his presence. Lowly individual? Are you referring to me? You gluttonous pig? Liu Xuan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the sniveling celestial dragon below. What did you say, you wretched creature? I shall capture you and make you my slave, subjecting you to relentless torment. Guards, seize him at once, commanded the celestial dragon, prompting several of his guards to charge at Liu Xuan. However, before they could reach him, they were swiftly rendered unconscious by Kellen, collapsing to the ground in utter stillness. Chapter 91, Sending the Celestial Dragon Flying. Hey, you ruffians, what are you doing? Get up and apprehend him immediately. Observing several guards sprawled on the ground, weeping, the celestial dragon bellowed, Do not call out anymore, you fat pig. They have already fainted. Slowly approaching the celestial dragon, Liu Xuan regarded him with disdain, akin to gazing upon a fool. You imbecile, what kind of gaze is that? Do you even know who I am? I am a celestial dragon. If you dare to harm me, a general will rush over immediately, and you shall meet your doom. I will ensure you are captured. Your limbs shattered and fed to my pet dog. Ha ha. The celestial dragon, mistaking Liu Xuan's silence for fear, grew increasingly arrogant, oblivious to the darkening expression on Liu Xuan's face. I can no longer endure this. Liu Xuan finally snapped, delivering a powerful punch to the celestial dragon's head. With a resounding crash, the celestial dragon soared through the ceiling, disappearing into the vastness of space. The celestial dragon has been struck. Run for your lives. Chaos ensued. Indeed. It is no wonder the demon king Liu Xuan managed to send a celestial dragon flying. Recognition dawned upon some. The general is on his way. Everyone flee. You bastard. How dare you send my brother flying? You shall pay for this. A female celestial dragon fired several shots at Liu Xuan, all of which he effortlessly caught with his hand. Just then, the ceiling was breached, and a figure descended, none other than Luffy, who landed directly atop the heads of the two fainted celestial dragons, rendering them unconscious. Ah, finally safe and sound. Who are they? Luffy stood and brushed off the dust from his clothes, suddenly noticing the two unconscious celestial dragons. Luffy, where have you been? Upon witnessing Luffy's fall, Nami swiftly grasped his ear and exclaimed, I apologize, but let us prioritize rescuing Cammy. Cammy has already been saved by brother Liu Xuan. Nami indicated towards Liu Xuan on the stage. Master, you are here as well. Liu Xuan, observing Luffy's expression of delight, remarked, Luffy, you have been exceedingly careless. How could Cammy be captured by human traffickers while in your company? Upon hearing this, Luffy replied softly. I'm sorry, Liu Xuan then suggested. Well, let us first remove the chains from Cammy. As he spoke, he reached for the chains around Cammy's neck. Wait, master, that chain will, Luffy began. But before he could finish, he noticed that Liu Xuan had already freed Cammy from her restraints. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the auction house. Master. Upon witnessing the explosion of the chains, a cry of concern echoed through the air. Fear not, this level of power cannot harm me. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Liu Xuan and Kaimi emerged unscathed. Incredible! How did you manage that? Luffy approached Liu Xuan, inquiring eagerly. It's nothing extraordinary. I merely enveloped Kaimi and myself in a protective aura and then shattered the chains, Liu Xuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Hey, what transpired here? Suddenly, a weathered voice resonated from behind, prompting the crowd to turn and gaze in that direction. A man with long, flowing hair, a prominent beard, and silver strands adorning his features, donned glasses, with a distinct scar running vertically across his right eye, stepped forth, accompanied by a multitude of individuals. Ah, it's Rayleigh. It has been quite some time. Upon seeing the newcomer, Liu Xuan, a greeting was exchanged. Ah, you are Liu Xuan. What brings you here? Upon seeing Liu Xuan, Rayleigh expressed his astonishment, recalling that he had seen Liu Xuan in the film Insect a while back. Despite the passage of 5 years and the considerable change in Liu Xuan's appearance, Rayleigh recognized him. Liu Xuan's actions back then had left a profound impression on him. Am I not allowed to be here? Liu Xuan teased in response to Raylaigh's remark. No, I am merely surprised. Rayleigh quickly waved his hand in dismissal. I presume you are already aware of that matter? Suddenly, Liu Xuan spoke earnestly to Rayleigh. You are aware of it as well. Rayleigh replied with a grave expression. Of course, this is a matter of global significance. How could I possibly be uninformed? What matter are you discussing? Luffy interjected, approaching. What will you do about it, Rayleigh? Ignoring Luffy, Liu Xuan continued his inquiry. I am but a recluse. Such affairs are beyond my jurisdiction. Lely stated as he took a sip from his bottle. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. We should leave this place, Liu Xuan suggested, surveying the chaotic scene around them. Very well, let us depart, Lely agreed. Suddenly, a pirate who had just run outside rushed back in, exclaiming, the area has been surrounded by the Navy. The voice of the Navy echoed outside, threatening, listen up, you have been encircled. Hand over the celestial dragon immediately. Let us go outside and assess the situation. Liu Xuan led the way. Ha ha ha, let me witness the strength of the four emperors. Everyone, hold your fire for now, declared Kid, one of the supernovas with a bounty of 315 million, who had also recognized Liu Xuan's identity. Captain, is that person really one of the four emperors? A subordinate questioned. Enough chatter. See for yourself, Kid replied, following Liu Xuan out. Report, Major, it seems several individuals are emerging from inside. A soldier informed the commanding naval officer outside, where the auction was tightly surrounded. Halt. Who are you? Upon seeing Liu Xuan and Lely emerge, the colonel inquired loudly. Chapter 92. Who are we? We are all pirates. As for our purpose for being here, do I need to articulate it? We have come to the auction house to procure goods. Liu Xuan stepped forward and declared. Halt. Do not advance any further. You scoundrels. Pirates. Surrender the celestial dragons at once. Surrender? Are you jesting? With your meager numbers, you presume to compel us to yield? Even Sengoku would not dare utter such words. And who do you think you are? Liu Xuan's words resonated with increasing intensity, causing the surrounding structures to tremble and shatter under the pressure. The naval officers found themselves pinned to the ground, immobilized. What is happening? I am paralyzed with fear, as if confronted by a colossal sea king. Is this individual a monster? The colonel thought in shock as he sat on the ground. Very well, everyone disperse. Observing the Navy soldiers collapsing around him, Liu Xuan nodded with satisfaction and addressed the crowd. Oh. The onlookers promptly dispersed in every direction. Luffy, you should hasten your escape as well. We shall liberate those enslaved and reunite shortly, Liu Xuan declared, remaining steadfast in his position as he spoke to Luffy. As they observed Luffy and his companions departing, the renowned Rayleigh turned to Liu Xuan and inquired whether he had just employed the Conqueror's haki, noting that none of those individuals had lost consciousness. That was merely the aura of a formidable warrior. It is not the Conqueror's haki. We all possess such abilities within our pirate crew, Liu Xuan replied, shaking his head. It is a unique power. Nevertheless, I must take my leave now. Do take care of yourself. With that, Rayleigh exited the scene. Very well. Let us cause some mayhem as well. It is said that at the pinnacle of the Red Line, in Mariehua, the celestial dragons have imprisoned many slaves. We shall liberate them, and should anyone obstruct our path, we shall send them flying. Let us soar directly over there. It will be much swifter, Liu Xuan declared, leading the charge towards the residence of the celestial dragons. Is that truly the abode of the celestial dragons? It appears to be heavily fortified. Captain, what shall we do? Liu Xuan and his companions swiftly located the stronghold of the celestial dragons in the sky. What shall we do? Why, we shall assault it head-on. That is where the excitement lies. Liu Xuan exclaimed. These celestial dragons certainly know how to indulge themselves. Their residence is extravagantly constructed. Do they truly consider themselves deities in this pirate world? Allow me to wreak some havoc, Kamehameha. With that, Liu Xuan unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating a grand palace and reducing it to rubble. What has transpired, Fort Ross? The palace of Saint has vanished. Quickly ascertain the status of Fort Ross. If he is harmed, we are all doomed. A guard captain shouted. Yes, Captain, we shall investigate immediately. Several guards rushed towards Fort Ross's palace to assess the situation. Let us descend, Liu Xuan commanded, and the others followed closely behind him. What has happened here? The entire palace has vanished, and Fort Ross is also gone. We are finished. At that moment, a few guards arrived, exclaiming at the sight of the vanished palace. Captain, look over there. It seems there are people. Nonsense. This is Mariehua, the dwelling of the celestial dragons. It is impossible for anyone to breach this place. The captain scolded the guard. But upon spotting Liu Xuan and his companions, he gasped in shock. Indeed, there are people. Who are you lot? Did you perpetrate this outrage? Do you even comprehend the significance of this place? This is merely the palace of the celestial dragons, and we are fully aware of that. Otherwise, we would not have come here, Liu Xuan retorted. Hey, you, yes, you. Stop staring. Observing the guard captain, who was glancing around nervously at his pointed finger, Liu Xuan addressed him. What is it that you intend to do? Are you aware of where the gluttonous pig has imprisoned the slaves? Should you divulge this information? I shall spare you. Upon hearing the response from the captain of the guards, Liu Xuan continued. You fool. Who do you think you are? You dare to let me go? This is the residential area of the celestial dragons, heavily guarded. If I shout, hundreds of guards will come rushing back. You should surrender quietly. Liu Xuan's words left the captain of the guards exasperated as he said, It seems the negotiation has failed. We will have to resort to force. Clin, do not kill him. Leave him alive. Understood, Captain. I will exercise restraint, Clin replied before approaching several guards. Charge. Yes, Captain. The captain commanded his subordinates, and immediately Several rushed forward. Ah, help! Captain, save me! Don't come any closer. Within moments, Clint had knocked out several of the guards. What do you want from us? The captain stammered, terrified as he fell to the ground. I have already told you where the slaves are held. I do not wish to repeat myself. Liu Xuan said as he stepped closer. I will tell you. Very well, lead the way, but remember, do not attempt any tricks, or you will not want to know the consequences. Why, yes. The captain hastily replied, moving to the front to guide them. After passing through a garden, Liu Xuan and his companions arrived at the entrance of a basement. This is the place where the slaves are kept. But I do not have the key to let you in. Chapter 93. Rescuing the slaves. That simple, Clint. Understood, Captain. Clint replied before stepping to the door and preparing himself. With a single punch, he struck, and with a loud crash, the heavy steel door was sent flying. That door is made of tempered steel. How could a single punch do that? Is he even human? The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Enter, Liu Xuan commanded, stepping inside first. Who dares to intrude upon the slave grounds of the celestial dragons? Seize them. A figure resembling a leader, seated and sipping tea, was startled as the door flew toward him. He quickly rolled out of the way and stood up to see Liu Xuan and his group enter, shouting, "What is happening? Captain? Someone has entered. Quickly capture them." The captain of the slave grounds pointed at Liu Xuan and his companions. Yes. The guards quickly surrounded Liu Xuan and his group. One of them demanding, "Who are you? Don't move." There's no need to waste words with them. Knock them out and find the keys to release all the slaves. Liu Xuan ignored the guards, turning to Wukong and the others, saying, "Such audacity to cause trouble here. Open fire." Upon hearing Liu Xuan's command, the leader shouted. And gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets ricocheted, striking Liu Xuan and his companions, creating sparks, yet after the gunfire ceased, they remained unharmed. How is this possible? The bullets have no effect on them. Could they be devil fruit users? Quickly, use sea stone bullets. The captain, seeing Liu Xuan and his companions unscathed, urgently directed his men to switch ammunition. As the guards prepared their new bullets, Wukong and the others swiftly vanished, reappearing behind Liu Xuan in an instant. What happened? The captain, held by Clint, looked around in confusion. A series of thuds echoed as all the guards fell unconscious to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. Stop playing around. As he gazed upon the fallen forms of his subordinates, the captain of the guards stammered in despair. Do not shout any longer. Your men are gone. Quickly surrender the key, and perhaps you shall endure less suffering. Liu Xuan approached the captain slowly, fixing his gaze upon him. Even if you do not slay me, the celestial dragons will not spare me. You might as well end my life. Very well then. I entrust you with Kellen, Liu Xuan declared, turning to Kellen. Captain, why must I always be the one to handle such matters? Kellen replied reluctantly upon hearing Liu Xuan's request. Kellen, who else do you propose to take on this task? Liu Xuan asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. Kellen surveyed the group before him, dismissing Goku and Vegeta as options. Realizing with a sense of resignation that he was perhaps the only one suited for this grim duty, he stood up and approached the captain of the guard, delivering a decisive blow that knocked him unconscious, retrieving the key, and tossing it to the enslaved individuals within. Esteemed captives, we are the Dragon Ball Pirates. Our presence here is to challenge the celestial dragons and to liberate you, the oppressed. Take the keys and free yourselves from your shackles. Step forth into a new life. Liu Xuan proclaimed, noticing the lack of movement among the crowd, his heart sinking at the thought that his words had fallen on deaf ears. What is amiss? Do you not yearn for a life of freedom? Do you not long to reunite with your loved ones? One of the slaves murmured, even if we unshackle ourselves, can we truly leave this place? This is Mariehua, the domain of the celestial dragons. Rest assured. For we have come here with the intent to protect everyone and ensure your safe departure, Liu Xuan assured them, responding to the slaves' concerns. Is that truly the case? What guarantees do you offer for our safety? Indeed, if you are unwilling to fight, you shall remain here, enduring this wretched existence. Yet, if you dare to take a stand, there remains a chance to reunite with your loved ones. Why not seize that opportunity? Observing a sense of departure among some, Liu Xuan hastily intensified his efforts. Very well, I shall contend with you all. One of the towering figures, a man standing 3 meters tall, with a physique of pure muscle, rose to his feet and grasped the key to unlock the shackles that bound him. I too shall join the fray. Count me in. And I shall participate as well. Upon witnessing someone take the initiative, everyone began to shout in unison. All right, open all the prison doors and set us free. Let us escape together. As the crowd eagerly participated, Liu Xuan nodded and addressed them. Before long, everyone had freed themselves from their shackles and stepped out of the prison. What shall we do next? You are their captain, after all. From now on, we shall heed your commands. Please, instruct us, said the man who had first taken the key, approaching Liu Xuan. Indeed, I am Liu Xuan, the captain of the Dragon Pearl Pirates. For now, you need only run ahead. We shall handle the guards, Liu Xuan replied. Very well, let us depart, he declared with a sweeping gesture. Onward, charge my brothers. The crowd erupted as they surged forth from the confines of the slave-holding area. Chapter 94, We are finally free. A slave knelt on the ground, exulting loudly. Do not rejoice too soon. We must hasten our departure from this place. Another slave tugged at him, urging urgency. Wukong, how many can your instant transmission take with us at once? Observing the throng of captives, Liu Xuan inquired of Wukong. Perhaps we can transport about 30 individuals at a time. Given my current predicament, I can only utilize the instant transmission technique a mere dozen times in a single day, which equates to approximately 400 or 500 souls. Reflecting upon his own circumstances, Wukong conveyed his thoughts to Liu Xuan. There are over 600 individuals here. First, take those women and children, the ones with lesser abilities, and then the remaining individuals can join us in our escape. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Liu Xuan made a resolute decision. Everyone, please quiet down. As Liu Xuan's voice resonated, the clamorous captives gradually hushed. Once silence enveloped the group, Liu Xuan continued, now, all children, women, and the injured, as well as those of weaker capabilities, gather to the right. A murmur of discontent spread among the crowd. What is the meaning of this? Are we to be abandoned while only the stronger among us are taken to safety? The captives voiced their concerns, reluctant to move to the right. Wukong then interjected, surely. You can sense the strengths of these individuals. Please assist in selecting them. Upon witnessing the individuals standing motionless, Liu Xuan addressed Wukong and the others behind him. Yes, Captain. Wukong replied, moving to the side to organize the people. After a few minutes, he had divided them into 2 groups. Please, do not abandon us. I can be your servant. Just take me with you. Implored the individuals on the right, clamoring to escape their predicament. Stop. Cease your commotion. No one has suggested leaving you here, Liu Xuan declared, allowing Wukong to proceed. His words silenced the cries of the captives, who turned their gaze toward him in quiet anticipation. Yes, Captain, Wukong affirmed, approaching the captives. Now, hold hands and grasp my shoulders. I shall lead you away from this place. However, only 30 individuals may accompany me at a time. Is it true? Will this truly allow us to leave? The crowd questioned, their disbelief palpable. Rest assured, Wukong assured them with confidence. Very well, they responded, a flicker of hope igniting within them. As they gazed into Wukong's eyes, everyone placed their hands upon him. Very well, let us depart. As the crowd observed, Wukong placed his right hand upon his forehead and, with a swift motion, vanished before their eyes. Mere moments later, he reappeared with a flourish. Such a rapid return left the onlookers astonished, as those individuals had seemingly disappeared. Rest assured, everyone, he proclaimed. Wukong possesses the abilities of a spatial fruit user, granting him the power to traverse dimensions. The individuals you saw have already reached a place of safety. Now, I kindly ask that you divide into groups of 30. Wukong will escort you to your next destination. Upon witnessing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Liu Xuan realized that he was indeed a capable individual. What splendid news! We can finally depart from this place. A few minutes later, most of the crowd had dispersed, and Wukong's instant transmission abilities were nearly exhausted. How are you holding up, Wukong? Once we send them off, you need not return, Liu Xuan inquired, gazing at Wukong. Understood. Captain, please take care, Wukong replied before vanishing from sight. Now that those of lesser strength have been safely escorted away, it is time for us to leave as well. Everyone, listen closely, shortly, just run ahead, and we shall hold back the pursuers, Liu Xuan announced, turning to address the group after Wukong's departure. By the way, what is your name? Liu Xuan asked the individual who had first taken the key. My name is Bieber, and I am the Zoan-type ancient Triceratops fruit user. Bieber responded as he stepped forward. A Triceratops, a commendable ability indeed. You shall lead them to safety while we provide cover from behind, Liu Xuan instructed. Yes, everyone. Follow my lead, Bieber affirmed and turned to shout at the crowd before charging towards the main entrance. Oh, the crowd cheered and followed Bieber in a rush. At the entrance of the Celestial Dragon Palace, Captain, care for a smoke? One of the guards offered a cigarette to the captain, who accepted it and struck a match to light it. Not bad, kid, the captain remarked after taking a puff. Thank you, Captain. I must say, our job is rather pleasant. We merely stand guard at the gates for the celestial dragons, and the nobles treat us with utmost respect. It's quite satisfying, the guard replied. Indeed, the celestial dragons are the aristocrats of the world. No other nobility can compare, the captain nodded in agreement. By the way, Captain, do you think our job is dangerous? One of the guards inquired. Dangerous? Who would dare cause trouble on the celestial dragon's territory? They'd be seeking their own demise. The captain boasted. Yes, Captain. Have you heard any unusual sounds? The guard asked, attempting to curry favor. Sounds? What sounds? The captain responded, puzzled. It seems like a multitude is shouting something, and it's growing closer, the guard noted. Enough. If it's that loud, I can hear it too. Quickly. Get out of the way, the captain exclaimed, shoving the guard aside. Boom. The massive doors flew open as if struck by a freight train, crashing to the ground. Chapter 95. What is happening? Where did this Triceratops come from? And how have all these slaves managed to escape? Upon witnessing the charging Triceratops and the enslaved individuals, the guards exclaimed in astonishment, You fool! Why are you still dawdling? Sound the alarm at once. Seeing his subordinates in a daze, the captain of the guard shouted at them. Ah, yes. The guard swiftly pressed the alarm button, and immediately, the blaring sirens filled the air. Oh no! That scoundrel triggered the alarm. The Celestial Dragon's guard forces are on their way. The transformation of Bieber back from a Triceratops into human form upon hearing the alarm was one of shock. Forget about these people. You all must hurry to Island No. 3. Our pirate ship awaits there, and someone is on watch. We will hold off the guards. Noticing that everyone had paused, Clint urged them onward. Clint, you take them. We only need a few of us here, Gohan said to Clint. But why? I haven't had a chance to stretch my legs in quite some time. Perhaps you should go instead, Gohan. Clint reluctantly replied upon hearing Gohan's words. Fine, I shall go. You fellows have all turned into battle maniacs upon arriving here. Piccolo remarked with exasperation as both sought to engage in the fight. Then thank you, Piccolo. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Clint and Gohan replied in unison. All right, everyone, follow me. Piccolo shouted, leading the group away towards the dragon god. Hey, you lot, do you not realize this is the domain of the celestial dragons? If you take these slaves away, those celestial dragons will start nagging me again. A languid voice echoed, piquing the interest of Vegeta and the others. Oh. You possess considerable strength. What is your name? As the newcomer approached, Vegeta spoke up. Uncle Vegeta, there is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle this. Gohan stepped forward, addressing Vegeta. Gohan, you are quite cunning, Krillin interjected. Do not be hasty, Krillin. The elite of the Dragon Clan cannot possibly be limited to just one or two individuals. We must wait and see. Observing the two individuals, Liu Xuan shook his head in resignation. It was peculiar how, in the Dragon Ball universe, they were not particularly fond of combat. Yet here they had transformed into fervent warriors. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as a throng of guards rushed to the scene. What is happening here? Lord Jinx, what brings you to this place? A man clad in attire stepped forward, astonished upon seeing the nonchalant figure. JIS, your guards are utterly incompetent. How could they not notice the presence of a slave for such an extended period? If it weren't for the alarm, I dare say you would still be slumbering. Jinx remarked with an air of disdain. My apologies, Lord Jinx. It is our failure. JIS quickly knelt, trembling as he spoke. You shall be reprimanded later. For now, seize these intruders who dared to invade the Celestial Dragon's estate and deliver them to the dragon for judgment. Yes, Lord Jinx. Surround them. JIS exhaled in relief as he rose to command his subordinates to encircle Liu Xuan and his companions. Quickly, surrender. There is no escape for you now. Observing the few individuals encircled by himself and his companions, Jis triumphantly shouted, Hey, Gohan, is this person foolish enough to believe that such a small number can compel our surrender? Krillin, glancing at the smug Jis, discreetly remarked to Gohan. Though his words were audible to all, You scoundrel, open fire. Jis, hearing Krillin's exclamation, shouted in exasperation. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant gunfire erupted, with countless bullets raining upon Liu Xuan and his companions. Kiki. Krillin chuckled softly, his body darting around. It was only when the gunfire ceased that he came to a halt. Those fellows must be dead by now. Ha ha ha, being struck by so many bullets. They would either be dead or severely injured. Indeed, they deserve it for daring to oppose the celestial dragons. A bunch of fools. Do you really think firearms can be effective against them? Jinx, witnessing Krillin's agility, realized the caliber of the individuals involved and exclaimed in frustration. Is that even possible? Lord Jinx must be jesting. The guards voiced their disbelief. Hey, look. As the smoke cleared, the unharmed group emerged. Kiki, here are your bullets back, Krillin chuckled, spreading his arms wide, causing a cascade of bullets to clatter onto the ground. Is this person even human? How could he catch so many bullets? A monster? Haha. It seems you are all formidable. No wonder you dared to confront the celestial dragons. You should leave. This place is beyond your capacity to handle. Jinx approached, stating clearly. Lord Jinx, someone interjected, but she cut Jis off. No need to say more. You all should depart. These individuals will be dealt with by our celestial dragon's direct forces. Yes, everyone follow me to pursue the fleeing slaves, Jis commanded as he led his group away. Let us move. Jinx instructed those behind her. Is it finally time to begin, Captain? At Jinx's words, 3 individuals clad in black uniforms emerged from the rear. Chapter 96. The Secret Forces of the Celestial Dragons. Captain, how formidable are these individuals? Observing a few individuals, Clint inquired of Liu Xuan. Do not fret, Clint. Allow me to take a look, Liu Xuan replied, subsequently consulting the system. Race, human name, Jinx ability, natural system. Electric fruit user armament hockey, 15 observation hockey, 15 marine 6 styles, 16 combat power, 56 strength level, mid-admiral affiliated force, celestial dragon secret guard captain race, human name. Jack's ability, Zoan system. Ancient species, pterosaur fruit user armament hockey, 14 observation hockey, 14 marine 6 styles, 15 combat power, 26 strength level, senior vice admiral affiliated force. Celestial dragon secret guard member. The other 2 individuals possess similar strength to Jack's. One named James, a paramecia type hard fruit user, and the other named Lake, a paramecia type speed fruit user. 1 mid-admiral and 3 senior vice admirals. Their power is commendable. You may allocate them as you see fit, Liu Xuan remarked to Clin and the others after reviewing their attributes. Given this, I shall take on the one named Jinx. Clin asserted, stepping forward. Why should that be, Uncle Clin? You are being rather cunning. Allow me to handle Jinx, Gohan interjected, grasping Clin. Enough of your bickering. Let us decide this with rock, paper, scissors, the turtle hermit suggested to the two. Agreed, they both replied simultaneously. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The game commenced. Captain, do these fellows hold us in such disdain? Allow me to confront them first. Jax exclaimed in frustration as he witnessed the two engaged in their game. Indeed, Captain. Their arrogance is intolerable. James concurred. Do not act impulsively. Their strength is formidable, and we must remain vigilant. Jax, you shall test their capabilities first, Jinx advised. Having observed Clin's prowess. Understood, Captain. Jax responded, advancing towards Clin and the others. Hey, why do you all hide away? Are you too ugly to show yourselves? Jax mocked as he approached them. Scoundrel, who are you calling ugly? Have you looked in the mirror? How dare you criticize others? Clin retorted, infuriated by Jax's words. Given your attire, do you fear what others might say? Am I correct in my observation, causing you to become flustered? If you have the courage, come and strike me. Jax continued to taunt Clin, unfazed by the latter's anger. Very well, I shall come and pummel you now, Clin declared, abandoning the game with Gohan and charging directly at Jax. Humph, iron block, steel. As Clin approached, Jax scoffed disdainfully, intending to counter Clin's punch with a block of iron. How dare this insufferable wretch underestimate me? Prepare to meet your demise. Upon encountering the disdainful gaze of Jax, Clin's fury ignited, channeling his utmost strength. He launched a formidable punch aimed at Jax's chest. You fool, I have already warned you against hubris. Why do you not evade swiftly? Jinx, sensing the latent power in Clin's fist, attempted to alert Jax, but it was already too late. Clin's fist collided violently with Jax's chest, resonating with a thunderous crack that echoed the sound of splintering bones. How could such force be possible? It was as if Jax had been struck by a colossal sea creature, sending him hurtling backwards, his entire skeletal structure shattered. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through several palatial structures before collapsing to the ground, unconscious and teetering on the brink of life and death. Humph, with such feeble strength, you dare provoke me? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Clin scoffed disdainfully. Jax, what has happened? Rise quickly, cease your charade. It was merely a punch. James exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of the fallen Jax. Captain, what is the meaning of this? Speak, please. Lek, drenched in sweat, implored Jinx. I cannot believe I misjudged. This fellow possesses strength at least on par with a general, so it is understandable that Jax was defeated in a single blow. Jinx interrupted Lek, elucidating the situation. A general? Impossible. Our entire security force has but one general, Captain Jinx. Who exactly is our adversary? Captain, what shall we do? We are already down one member, and we remain uncertain of the enemy's capabilities. If this continues, we may face defeat. Silence. We are the secret guardians of the celestial dragons. How can we cower before our foes? Even if we cannot best them, we must fight with every ounce of strength. Jinx declared earnestly, gazing intently at her two subordinates. Yes, Captain. Clin, having dispatched one enemy, was advised by Gohan to take a moment's respite. Curse it, what a blunder. I should not have succumbed to his provocation. Chapter 97. The appearance of Kizaru. Haha. Clin, do not dwell on regrets. Take this time to rest. Seeing the dejected Clin, Liu Xuan approached him and offered words of comfort. Well, since it has come to this, why not we take our leave? Let us entrust this place to them. Perhaps there are skilled individuals elsewhere. Upon seeing Clin, Liu Xuan expressed his discontent once more. Is that so? Then let us depart swiftly, Captain. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing Liu Xian's words, Clin sprang to his feet and exclaimed. As he watched Krillin dash ahead, Liu Xuan shook his head in exasperation and turned to Vegeta, Gohan, and Master Roshi, urging them to conclude their battle swiftly. Hasten your efforts, for we must ascertain the situation with Luffy. Once you have finished, do join us. Understood, Captain. We shall expedite our confrontation, Vegeta replied. Very well, let us proceed, Krillin. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, a band of pirates was desperately fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, a military ship in the distance unleashed cannon fire upon the shore, accompanied by a peculiar figure clad in yellow stripes, draped in a white cloak, and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, a most unsavory-looking man, none other than Admiral Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped Kizaru, and he appeared at the center of the crowd just as the cannonball exploded behind him. This is Admiral Kizaru. The surrounding pirates gasped in terror, collapsing to the ground. Run, Kizaru is here, they cried, scattering in all directions. Moses, Moses, how strange, a pirate muttered. Moses, can you hear me? Suddenly, a bullet pierced through his head, striking the wall beside him. Kizaru glanced back and, in a flash, intercepted 2 fleeing individuals. Hey, I am searching for a man named Sabo. He is one of my subordinates. The 2 promptly turned tail and fled. Honestly, I was merely inquiring. With that, Kizaru executed a dazzling kick, sending the two pirates crashing into a distant giant tree. With a resounding crash, the tree split in two, and the pirates, paralyzed with fear, fell to the ground, too terrified to move. Admiral Kizaru is utterly reckless, they exclaimed, astonished by the destruction wrought by his kick. Observing the actions of Admiral Kizaru, the Navy on the warship sighed in resignation. Ah, so that is Admiral Kizaru? What a reckless display. One of the supernovas on the rooftop, Apu, remarked as he watched Kizaru. Mr. Apu, we are in danger, we must flee, he urged. What a fool. Sneaking away is futile. It's far more exhilarating to provoke the enemy before retreating, Apu retorted, embracing his subordinate. What are you planning? Ha. Apu chuckled at Kizaru, his thoughts unknown. Excuse me, do you know where Bartolomeo is? Kizaru inquired of Basil Hawkins, who was seated calmly beside a fountain. Captain, stop with the divination and let's get moving, Hawkins' crew member implored. Seeing Hawkins' serene demeanor. No need to panic. I have no death omen today, Hawkins replied indifferently before turning to Kizaru and stating, I do not know him. Seek elsewhere. That won't do. A pirate stands right before me. As a Navy officer, how can I pretend not to see? Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? With that, Kizaru raised his leg and sent Hawkins flying. Boom. Hawkins crashed through a building, coming to a halt. As the dust settled, Hawkins stood unharmed. A broken scarecrow falling from him. Bang. Suddenly, a shadow fell from an unknown source. You are one of the supernovas, the monstrous Monkurki. Yet you have been reduced to this state. Seeing the arrival, Hawkins exclaimed in astonishment. Boom. A colossal figure followed closely behind. How could one of the 7 warlords be here? Truly formidable. Urge lamented as he lay on the ground. There is an even stronger presence, Hawkins remarked, gesturing towards the yellow monkey behind Urge. What? You are the Admiral of the Navy, Yellow Monkey. Upon hearing this, Urge turned to behold the yellow monkey standing there, flanked by the 7 warlords in front and the Admiral behind. Is this truly the end? Boom. Just as the pacifist intended to strike Hawkins, he was sent flying. Another has arrived, but who could it be? That is one of the supernovas, Drake. Why is he here? Admiral Yellow Monkey stepped forward to declare. Oh no. I never anticipated encountering Admiral Yellow Monkey, Drake exclaimed upon realizing someone had called his name. At that moment, the bizarre monkey had shouted, his body suddenly swelling several times in size. Though I have been thoroughly beaten, I must ascertain whether there is still hope. With that, Urge delivered several punches, toppling the pacifist to the ground. Whoosh. Just as Urge turned, a laser pierced through his shoulder, revealing the pacifist emerging unscathed. With the strength of Bartholomew Kuma and the laser of Admiral Yellow Monkey, the pacifist's abilities have been elevated to such an extent, Drake marveled, aware of the circumstances. So, how do you feel, knowing the truth? Surely, you must feel despair. Care for a match with him? Yellow Monkey teased from the sidelines. Humph. As the approaching pacifist Drake transformed into an ancient dinosaur, he clamped down on his head. However, after being struck by his laser, he swiftly leaped away, reverting to his original form. Chapter 98. The arrival of Liu Xuan to think you too bleed crimson. It is truly astonishing, Drake murmured, pressing his wound. What a rare sight to behold. Just as Ulki finished speaking, the voice of the yellow ape echoed, followed by a blinding kick that sent him crashing through 3 buildings, leaving him incapacitated. Did I not mention that I am also present here? Observing the Urki being sent flying, the yellow monkey maintained an expressionless demeanor. Suddenly, Hawkins unleashed his devil fruit power, transforming into a towering scarecrow, approximately 5 to 6 meters tall, to launch an assault on the yellow monkey. You individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million are all monstrous. How terrifying, he exclaimed. Despite uttering such words of dread, the yellow monkey's expression remained unchanged, merely toying with his adversary. Manifestation of demon suppression, Hawkins declared, charging at the yellow monkey, yet all his attacks were effortlessly evaded. Before he could reorient himself, the yellow monkey had vanished without a trace. In an instant, the yellow monkey reappeared, pointing 2 fingers at Hawkins' eyes, which suddenly glimmered, blinding him momentarily, followed by several laser beams striking him. Although I know not your abilities, it seems you are not of the natural type, the yellow monkey remarked amidst his assault. Captain's body is nearing its limit, a subordinate shouted nearby. Let's eliminate one. It's truly been a long and arduous journey to arrive here. With that, the yellow monkey unleashed a laser from his foot, aimed to finish off Hawkins. Just then, a sudden burst of music halted him as he looked up, bewildered by the source of the disturbance. It was Puwu, one of the supernovas, utilizing his devil fruit power, transforming his body into an instrument. He struck his head, severing the yellow monkey's arm, then delivered a mighty blow to his chest, resulting in an explosion that split the yellow monkey in 2, causing him to collapse to the ground. Aha! I vanquished him. However, a Marine Admiral cannot be so easily dispatched, having encountered such fascinating phenomena. I must take my leave, Apu declared before making his escape. How outrageous. The yellow monkey muttered from the ground, his form dissolving into particles of light, reverting to his original state. That startled me, he remarked, then turned to regard the fleeing Apu. With a swift motion, the yellow monkey embraced a circular stance. Golden light emanating from his hands, conjuring a golden path to pursue Puwu. In the blink of an eye, the yellow monkey appeared before him. How is this possible? Puwu gasped in shock, only to be struck by a powerful kick that sent him crashing through a building, leaving him motionless on the ground. After defeating Puwu, the yellow monkey swiftly turned and kicked Drake away, while a laser pierced through Hawkins' body. Approaching him, he extended a finger to unleash another laser. Wow, Captain, there are indeed formidable experts here. You really mustn't underestimate them. Just then, a voice interrupted, causing the yellow monkey to pause his assault and direct his gaze toward the source. There stood a figure cloaked in black, observing him intently. Another arrival. The surrounding pirates murmured in astonishment. Who are you? Your appearance is quite fearsome. The yellow monkey remained impassive. Fear not, Krillin. I am no battle maniac like you. I shall not compete with you, came a voice from behind the cloaked figure as a handsome young man emerged. These two were Liu Xuan and Krillin, who had rushed over upon hearing the sounds of conflict. Liu Xuan, with a sigh, had no choice but to follow. You are Liu Xuan. How did you come to be here? Upon sighting Liu Xuan, Kizaru immediately recognized his identity, and his expression turned far from tranquil. Could it be that Liu Xuan is the emperor reigning over the New World, one of the 4 emperors, the Demon King? Some pirates recalled Liu Xuan's name, their voices trembling in terror. The 4 emperors. How could they possibly be here in the New World? This seems to present a glimmer of hope, thought Hawkins as he listened to the crowd. Admiral Kizaru, a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Liu Xuan stated as he approached Kizaru. Pray tell. As a sovereign of the seas, what brings you to Sabaody Archipelago? Kizaru inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon Liu Xuan. And what about you, Admiral Kizaru? What brings you here? Liu Xuan countered with a question of his own. There has been an attack on the celestial dragons. I am merely here to apprehend the criminals. Since Captain Liu Xuan has business here, I shall take my leave and not intrude further, Kizaru replied, intending to depart. He had no desire to provoke Liu Xuan and experience the wrath of a Kaido firsthand. Is it appropriate for you to leave when the criminal is right before you? Liu Xuan remarked, observing Kizaru's intent to exit. Oh, the criminal is where? Kizaru asked, his expression one of confusion. Right in front of you. It is I who struck down the celestial dragon, Liu Xuan stated calmly, as if swatting away an ant. What? So it was. He summoned Kizaru here. This fellow is utterly despicable. Shoo, keep your voice down, or you'll be courting death. He is Liu Xuan, one of the 4 emperors. If he hears your words, even 10 lies would not suffice, someone cautioned, but Liu Xuan paid no heed to the warning and continued conversing with Kizaru. I am utterly terrified. Just a glance from Liu Xuan, and I am left trembling. A pirate who had spoken earlier fell to the ground, drenched in sweat. Chapter 99. Oh dear. This is quite troublesome. Kizaru, with a helpless scratch of his head, remarked, beep beep, Demon King Liu Xuan, bounty of 15 billion berries, priority arrest. Suddenly, a pacifist acted, unleashing a laser aimed at Liu Xuan. Do you think to strike at the captain without consulting me? As the pacifist launched an attack on Liu Xuan, Klin swiftly appeared by his side, pushing aside the hand that was firing a laser with his left hand. With a powerful right fist, he struck the pacifist on the head, resulting in a deafening explosion as the foe was obliterated in a single blow. The adversary, who had previously posed a challenge for us mere moments ago, was effortlessly defeated with one punch. Is this the strength of the crew of the 4 emperors? Hawkins exclaimed in astonishment at Klin's power. Wow, the captain is a robot. Klin remarked, taken aback by the explosion of the pacifist. It seems a battle is inevitable. Klin, entertain Kizaru for a while, he said, disregarding Kizaru as he made his way towards the supernova, Puwu. Having assessed Kizaru's attributes earlier, he felt no concern for Klin's safety. Race, human name, Kizaru ability, Logia type light fruit user armament hockey, level 15 observation hockey, level 15 naval 6 styles, level 15 combat power, 65 strength level, admiral class affiliated force, navy at last. A worthy opponent has emerged. Come forth, Kizaru. Klin ripped off his cloak, revealing his identity. Ah, so it's the bald fellow Klin. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. It is quite terrifying, Kizaru remarked with his characteristic smug expression. With Klin's power being comparable to his own, Kizaru remained unfazed. Had he faced Vegeta instead, he would have fled in terror. Bald-headed Klin, with a bounty of 800 million berries, is a prominent combatant of the Dragon Ball pirates. On par with an admiral in strength, it is surprising to encounter him here. Indeed, battles between 2 individuals of admiral-level strength are exceedingly rare, and it will greatly aid in our growth. Hey, you lot, vacate this area quickly. It is far too dangerous to linger. Hawkins shouted, urging his reluctant crew to depart. Why, Captain? This is a rare showdown of masters. One of Hawkins' crew members queried, bewildered. Boom. As discussions ensued, the battle between Klin and Kizaru commenced, unleashing a torrent of lasers and shockwaves wherever they went. Some unfortunate pirates were struck by the force of their blows and instantly met their demise. Help! Run! These 2 monsters are terrifying. Upon witnessing those unfortunate souls, a wave of panic swept through the crowd as they scattered in every direction. Do you see? This is the consequence of being too close. The clash of the formidable is not a spectacle easily witnessed. One must possess a certain level of strength to partake. You must leave this place at once. Hawkins observed the chaos around him and earnestly addressed his subordinates. Captain, your warning comes too late. Brothers, we must flee. The crew immediately took flight. During the fierce battle between Kreen and Yellow Ape, Liu Xuan approached Apu and remarked, "You are the notorious supernova Apu, are you not? Would you care to join my pirate crew?" "What? The esteemed Captain Liu Xuan personally extends an invitation? Is that fellow truly formidable?" "Indeed, despite his pitiful state. Why would the Lord of Demons personally seek to recruit him into the Dragon Ball Pirates? If I were to receive such an invitation, I would surely be unable to sleep with joy. Have you considered your own modest strength? You should be yearning for the Lord of Demons to invite me instead." "What did you say? How dare you?" A cacophony erupted among the surrounding pirates as they witnessed Liu Xuan's invitation to Apu. "Surely, you must regard my strength with disdain." Apu questioned Liu Xuan. "Your strength is indeed lacking, yet even a pig, under my tutelage, could become formidable. Therefore, my criteria for companionship lies not in strength, but in compatibility with my taste," Liu Xuan articulated with deliberate clarity. "Then I must thank the Lord of Demons for his esteemed consideration. I shall join your ranks." Apu pondered momentarily before deciding to align himself with Liu Xuan's pirate crew. The prospect of safely departing this place and rapidly enhancing his own abilities under Liu Xuan's guidance was too enticing to resist. "Splendid. Now my crew shall have a musician. This will truly enhance our festivities." Upon hearing Apu's acceptance, Liu Xuan exclaimed joyfully, prompting the onlookers to facepalm in realization that his motive for recruiting Apu was merely for entertainment purposes. Apu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having initially believed his character was being appreciated, only to discover he was sought for his musical talents. Meanwhile, the battle between Kreen and Yellow Ape was nearing its conclusion, with the latter clearly at a disadvantage. "Kreen, let us hasten. Soon, Gohan and the others shall return, and we too must depart." As Liu Xuan observed the fierce battle between Krillin and the Yellow Ape, he called out loudly to Krillin. Chapter 100. Understood, Captain. Krillin responded. "This is bad. I must find a way to escape. Otherwise, when Vegeta and the others arrive, I shall be in grave danger." The Yellow Ape, having heard Liu Xuan's words, contemplated for a moment before addressing Krillin. "Ah, it appears I must unleash my full power. You'd best be cautious." Upon finishing his statement, he radiated a dazzling golden light that rendered onlookers momentarily blinded. Oh, is he about to reveal his ultimate move? As an admiral of the Navy, he must possess some hidden trump cards. Liu Xuan observed the Yellow Ape, glowing brilliantly, and his expression revealed intrigue. "Come on." Krillin gathered energy throughout his body, prepared to confront the Yellow Ape's grand attack. "Prepare to receive it." Flash. The Yellow Ape proclaimed before suddenly leaping upwards, transforming into a beam of light as he swiftly retreated into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Krillin and Liu Xuan were left in a state of disbelief. What happened to the ultimate move? What about the dignity of an admiral? He fled too quickly. Liu Xuan, recovering from his stupor, sighed in resignation. "Well, that cunning fellow, the Yellow Ape, is far too swift for us to pursue. Let us not concern ourselves with him any longer." After a brief moment, as the Yellow Ape departed, the crowd regained their senses and erupted in cheers. After all, it was astonishing that a dignified admiral had fled in such a manner. Truly, he is the emperor of the New World. Even the admiral, who nearly annihilated us, was frightened into retreat. Demon King. Demon King. The crowd chanted Liu Xuan's title. Unexpectedly, this yielded an additional opportunity for garnering prestige. Amidst the cheers, Liu Xuan heard the system congratulating him for acquiring reputation, which filled him with joy. "Captain, we are here." A loud shout interrupted Liu Xuan's thoughts. He looked up to see Gohan and the others arriving. "Gohan, have you defeated those foes so swiftly?" Krillin greeted Gohan as he approached. "Indeed. Uncle Vegeta swiftly dispatched the strongest captain, leaving only 2 weaklings, which is rather uneventful." Gohan replied with a look of discontent directed at Vegeta. "Ahem. I was merely observing the 2 of you, assisting in resolving your enemies. Please refrain from looking at me like that." Upon observing Gohan's expression, Vegeta remarked, "Enough of this discussion. Let us return to the ship. A grand battle awaits, and you shall have your chance to fight." Liu Xuan noted their incessant debate regarding their opponents. "Is this true, Captain?" exclaimed Krillin and Gohan, eagerly leaping before Liu Xuan, with even Vegeta displaying a keen interest. "Indeed. There will be an abundance of skilled fighters. You may choose your adversaries at will," Liu Xuan responded, brushing off Krillin and Gohan's grip on him. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart, Captain." The group exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Let us not be hasty. The battle is still several days away. Patience is a virtue. First, we should check on Luffy and his crew," Liu Xuan stated, utilizing his abilities to locate Luffy's position before heading in that direction. "Shall we accompany you?" Vegeta and the others followed Liu Xuan. "By the way, Apis, do hasten to catch up. The captain has already invited you to join our pirate crew," Krillin said, tossing a senzu bean into Apis's hand, who was lying nearby. "Consume this and join us." Gazing at the beans in his hand, Apis felt a wave of confusion wash over him, yet he promptly consumed one. The formidable four emperors would surely not resort to killing him as one might squish an ant, for they would disdain the use of poison. How could this be? After swallowing the celestial bean, Apis was astounded by the transformation that coursed through his body. In an instant, all his injuries were miraculously healed. This was nothing short of a divine elixir. Hey, Apis, shouldn't you be making haste? Seeing Aper still in a daze, Clint shouted loudly, "Ah, here they come." Aper came to his senses and hurriedly responded as he rushed over. "What shall we do? They have all left. What are we to do now?" As Liu Xuan and the others departed, Drake turned to Erky and inquired, "What do you propose we do?" Erky, speaking in a deep voice, responded, "Having witnessed the unparalleled combat prowess of the world's elite, do you truly believe we can navigate the new world with ease? There are but two paths available to us. One is to eliminate the four emperors and ascend to power ourselves, and the other is to join one of their pirate crews. Do you think we stand a chance against such formidable adversaries?" Drake reflected, "Indeed. It seems our only option is to align ourselves with one of the four emperors. But which one shall we choose?" Hawkins interjected, "Surely we should join the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is renowned as the strongest man in the world." Erky exclaimed, "Have you not been following the news? The captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Port Gas d'Ace, has been captured by the Navy and is soon to face execution. The Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly attempt to rescue Ace, which will inevitably lead to a great conflict. Do you honestly believe they can escape unscathed from the encirclement of the Navy headquarters?" Observing in silence, Urquhart suggested, "Why not seek out the Big Mom pirates?" However, a sense of foreboding swept over the group as they recalled tales of Big Mom's ruthless nature, who spared neither her kin nor foes. "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 101 unfolded with Hawkins stepping forward, asserting, "The red-haired pirates have the least power among the four emperors. Our only remaining option is the Demon King Liu Xuan. Perhaps we should join his crew. It would provide us some protection." Drake continued to analyze the situation for his companions. "Then let us hasten our pursuit. He cannot be far," Urquhart urged, prompting the trio to nod in agreement as they led their subordinates onward. "Wait a moment, Lord Demon King." Liu Xuan, walking ahead, suddenly halted upon hearing someone call out from behind. Turning around, he saw Drake and his companions hastening toward him. "What brings you three here?" Liu Xuan inquired, puzzled. "We beseech you, Lord Demon King, accept us. We wish to join the Dragon Ball pirates." The three knelt on one knee before Liu Xuan, expressing their desire. "Not just anyone can join the Dragon Ball pirates," Liu Xuan replied. "However, I can offer you an opportunity. Have you heard of the Undersea Great Prison?" Although Liu Xuan was inclined to welcome them, he did not wish to give the impression that joining his crew was an effortless endeavor. Thus he resolved to assign them a task, the completion of which would earn their place among his ranks. Is that the infamous Impel Down, said to be impenetrable, from which no one has ever escaped? Drake, formerly a rear admiral, had extensive knowledge. Indeed, it is. Impel Down. Yet, there have been exceptions. The Golden Lion Shiki managed to escape 2 decades ago, albeit at the cost of his own legs. Recently, he was reportedly defeated by Luffy and his crew. Liu Xuan explained. "How can that be? The Golden Lion was a rival to the pirate King Roger. How could he be bested by someone with a bounty of merely 300 million berries?" The trio exclaimed in disbelief. "Nothing is impossible. Facts remain, regardless of disbelief." Liu Xuan stated matter-of-factly. "What task does Lord Liu Xuan have for us?" After a prolonged silence, Drake broke the stillness, voicing the group's curiosity. "You are aware of Port Asti, Ace, correct? He is Luffy's sworn brother and is currently imprisoned in Impel Down. Luffy will undoubtedly attempt to rescue him. And as his mentor, I cannot stand idly by. Therefore, I wish for you to accompany him to Impel Down. Simply follow his lead when the time comes." Liu Xuan instructed the three. "But with our current strength, we may not be of much assistance," one of them questioned, puzzled. "Do not fret. I shall impart the technique to awaken Haki to you. Your strength will surely see a significant enhancement. I have other matters to attend to, otherwise I would handle it myself," Liu Xuan remarked, tossing them the foundational manual of chi cultivation. "This is the method to awaken Haki." Kay looked at the manual in excitement. "What is it, Drake? Is it merely a book to elicit such enthusiasm?" The two approached Drake, observing his exhilaration. "You two truly know nothing. This is the method to awaken Haki, a treasure of immense value. Are you not aware of Haki?" Drake responded, incredulous. "Haki? What is that?" "Haki is a form of power. Possessing it allows one to become formidable even without a devil fruit," Drake elaborated, detailing the 3 types of Haki to them. "So, had we possessed armament Haki at that time, we need not have feared Kazoo," Urquhart remarked, recalling Drake's words. "Do not speak foolishly. Merely possessing Haki does not guarantee victory over an admiral. One must cultivate it to a profound level to contend with them. Even Navy majors wield Haki. Yet they remain majors, not admirals. Do you understand why? It is because their mastery of Haki is not yet sufficient," Drake retorted, exasperated. "Indeed. I am merely providing you with the means to acquire power. How much you gain depends solely on your efforts." Liu Xuan nodded in agreement. "Captain, I see Luffy and the others. They seem to be engaged in battle." Just then, Kay remarked, approaching Liu Xuan. "Ah, is that Kizaru? Let us investigate," Liu Xuan suggested. glancing in the direction K indicated. Sure enough, they spotted Luffy and his companions facing none other than Kizaru, who had just departed. "Hey, Luffy," Liu Xuan called out as he approached closer, raising his voice. "Master, they have arrived," Usopp shouted, spotting Liu Xuan and the others. "What?" Kizaru, caught off guard by the arrival of Liu Xian's group, thought to himself, "This Demon King truly is tenacious. He has followed us here. I must escape. Sentomaru, prepare for a retreat," Kizaru commanded, snapping back to reality. "What is it, Kizaru?" Sentomaru asked, bewildered by the urgency in Kizaru's voice. "No time for explanations. We must leave now." Without further ado, Kizaru seized Sentomaru and leaped into the air, fleeing swiftly. "This yellow monkey escapes with remarkable speed," one of them noted. Observing the yellow ape's retreat, Liu Xuan remarked, "In the world of pirates, aside from Bruno, the fastest escape artist is undoubtedly the yellow ape." Chapter 102. Liu Xuan, brother, what brings you here? Nami joyfully leaped in front of Liu Xuan. "I have matters to discuss with you all." "Luffy, gather everyone around," Liu Xuan instructed, summoning Luffy and his companions to his side. "What is it, master?" Luffy inquired. Having reverted from his Gear 4th form to his regular state, Liu Xian's training had significantly strengthened the Straw Hat Pirates, far surpassing their original prowess. In the original narrative, Luffy and his crew had nearly been annihilated by the yellow ape, yet now, merely 3 of them could contend with him evenly. "Luffy, your abilities have developed remarkably. It appears that during my absence, you have not been idle." Observing the conversation among Luffy and his companions, Liu Xuan nodded and remarked, "Of course, master, we have been diligently training." Luffy, with an air of arrogance, interjected, "Stop lying." Simultaneously shouted Zoro and Sanji. "Haha, don't take it so seriously." Luffy chuckled foolishly. "All right, let us return to the matter at hand." Liu Xuan interrupted their bickering and continued, "Luffy, I have something important to tell you. Your sworn brother, Portgas D. Ace, was recently defeated by Blackbeard and handed over to the Marines. He is now imprisoned in Impel Down and is soon to be executed." "Ace, how could this be?" Luffy exclaimed in shock. Having been apart for only a few months, he never expected to hear such dire news about Ace. It was impossible for Luffy and his friends not to be astonished. "Is this true, master?" Sanji inquired from the side. "Indeed. The Marines intend to use Ace to lure the Whitebeard pirates to Marine headquarters, setting a trap to annihilate them all." Liu Xuan divulged the Marines' plan to Luffy and the others. "Those scoundrels are always so detestable. Whatever you decide, Luffy, we will support you," Zoro declared. "Thank you, everyone. I have made up my mind. I will go to Impel Down and rescue Ace," Luffy asserted, showcasing his natural leadership qualities. "In that case, you over there, step forward." With Luffy's determination, Liu Xuan was ready to assist him. "Captain Liu Xuan, it's been a long time. Greetings." A massive man emerged from behind a great tree. "You are Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant of the 7 warlords. What brings you here?" Upon witnessing the man, Luffy and his companions expressed their astonishment. "Bartholomew Kuma, next. You shall escort them to Impel Down." Liu Xuan approached him and stated. How could he possibly agree? He is a member of the Navy. Usopp retorted upon hearing Liu Xuan's words. "No problem." To their surprise, Kuma consented. Usopp exclaimed at Kuma's response. "Who wishes to go? Gather around. Kuma will transport you." After Liu Xuan spoke, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji stepped forward. "Nami, you all should follow Master and the others for now. Impel Down is far too perilous." Luffy instructed Nami and the rest. "All right, be careful, the 3 of you," Nami replied with concern. "Drake, you 3 should accompany them as well." Liu Xuan called over Drake and his companions. "I, Captain Liu Xuan." "Master, who are they?" Luffy inquired, noticing Drake and his group. "They are fellow supernovas who debuted around the same time as you. They have recently joined our Dragon Ball pirates. I have asked them to accompany you to Impel Down, both to assist you and to hone their newly acquired haki." Liu Xuan elaborated on Drake and the others. "I see. I shall rely on you." Liu Xuan extended his hand toward them. "Hello." The 3 shook hands with Luffy. "You should depart quickly. Kuma is waiting for you," Liu Xuan said, stepping back a few paces. "No problem." Kuma removed his gloves and approached Luffy and the others, saying, "It is about to begin. Are you prepared? Let us proceed." With a series of popping sounds, Luffy and his companions vanished from sight. "Let us depart as well, everyone." Upon witnessing that Luffy and his companions had departed, Liu Xuan addressed the group, expressing his exhilaration about the impending dawn of a new era. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the completion of his mission, he could hardly contain his anticipation of attaining the formidable strength of a Yonko. "Now, where shall we head next?" Liu Xuan pondered as he sat aboard his ship. "Captain, should we wait here for Goku? If he misses this battle, I wonder if he will be upset," Krillin inquired as he approached Liu Xuan. "Do not fret. I believe Goku will utilize his instant transmission and find us as soon as he regains his strength," Liu Xuan reassured him. I almost forgot about Goku's instant transmission," Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. "Then, where shall we go now? Perhaps we should proceed to Marineford and await the forthcoming battle? There is no need to rush. We are merely half a day's journey from Marineford. Instead, Let us seek out Rayleigh to coat the ship and learn from Whitebeard's method of reaching the Navy headquarters directly from the seabed, Liu Xuan suggested, recalling Whitebeard's pirate crew's ingenious approach. Captain, that is indeed a splendid idea. In that case, let us hasten to find Uncle Rayleigh. As I imagine the coating will take some time, one of the crew members responded. Excellent. Let us set sail for Rayleigh, Liu Xuan commanded, gesturing grandly as the Shenlong set its course toward the Kurizumi bar. Chapter 103. A week later in a foreboding chamber, several bubbles suddenly emerged, bursting to reveal the silhouettes of those who had infiltrated Impelled Down to rescue Ace, Luffy, and his companions. Is this Impelled Down? Zoro stood up, surveying the eerie surroundings. What a sinister place. I wonder which level this is, Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette. Should we devise a plan? Hawkins, known for his strategic mindset, proposed before battle. No need, let us charge straight in. After all, Luffy wouldn't adhere to any plan, Zoro declared, drawing his sword. What are you two discussing? We cannot proceed without a plan. This is a high-security prison, heavily guarded with formidable foes. Drake countered, opposing Zoro's reckless approach. Hey, how long are you two going to argue? The Straw Hat Kid has already moved on, Urki interjected as tensions rose. What? Drake turned to discover Luffy's absence. Why didn't you stop him? We haven't even strategized our actions. I told you, Luffy never listens to plans. He always acts impulsively. I'm going to, Zoro stated, stepping toward the door. Let us go. Their departure has already revealed our presence. Forget the plan, we'll charge in. Urki, a combat-oriented individual, echoed Zoro's sentiment. Honestly, everyone here is so brawny yet simple-minded. Drake and Hawkins sighed in resignation as they followed suit. Alert! Alert! Level 1. The Red Lotus Hell has detected intruders. Please send personnel to apprehend them. As they stepped out, the alarm blared, and Drake lamented, these fools were discovered so quickly. I almost regret following them here. Well, since we've come this far, we might as well accept our fate. Hawkins consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Luffy was sprinting alongside a blue-haired figure clad in prison garb, sporting a large red nose. None other than the clown Buggy. Hey, Buggy, do you truly know where Ace is? Luffy called out as they ran. Yahaha. Of course, Straw Hat. Just give me that bracelet, and I'll lead you to Ace, Buggy replied, fully aware that he had no knowledge of Ace's whereabouts and merely desired the bracelet on Luffy's arm. However, Luffy's Nav-Vet prevented him from perceiving Buggy's deception, and he readily complied. Well then, here's the bracelet for you, Luffy declared, tossing the bracelet to Buggy. You fool, you believe me so easily. It truly pains my heart. Now, I must think of a way to escape, Buggy mused inwardly. Over there, capture them, shouted a suddenly appearing guard. As the blue gorilla rushed toward Luffy and Buggy. Curse be these guys. Be careful, they are quite strong, Luffy warned, but soon the chaos ensued. Ah, they're all taken care of. Truly, you've worked hard. As the approaching blue gorillas drew near, Buggy urged Luffy to exercise caution. To his astonishment, when he turned around, he found that all the blue gorillas had already been vanquished by Luffy. Hurry, take me to find Ace, Luffy exclaimed, gazing at the stunned Buggy. You seem to have grown significantly stronger, Buggy remarked. Of course, my master's training is quite rigorous. Now, enough chatter, let us hasten our departure. With that, Luffy seized Buggy and dashed off. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others were searching for Luffy. That fool keeps causing trouble for everyone. What are we supposed to do now? Sanji said, puffing on a cigarette. We should go find him. Who knows what kind of chaos he will stir up next? But where can we search? Impelled Down is enormous. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated in the distance, prompting Sanji and Zoro to exchange glances and simultaneously declare, we now know where to find him. Hey, could you be a bit more cautious? You might attract Magellan. Just moments before, Luffy had leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch that sent the beastly merman Finks crashing down to the third level of the Hungry Hell, where Luffy and Buggy subsequently fell as well. My apologies. I used too much force. But isn't it fortuitous that we've reached the third level? Luffy said, feigning regret without a hint of guilt. You imbecile. I didn't want to come here. Buggy shouted. Neither did I. For someone with the candle fruit, this place is unbearable, he added, recalling how they had rescued numerous pirates from the second level of the Beast Hell. It's so hot here. Is this a desert? Without further ado, the trio proceeded to the location of the cells. What on earth has happened to these fellows? As Luffy gazed at the prisoner in the cell, now unrecognizable as a human being, he inquired with a perplexed expression. Chapter 104. In the depths of the third layer, these individuals were once notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. The scorching heat rising from the inferno below, combined with the lack of water and food, had rendered them utterly unrecognizable. This is the third layer of the Hunger Hell, he elucidated. By the way, the sand beneath our feet is composed of the remnants of these wretches. Then, he uttered a chilling statement that startled the two companions. This is terrifying. We must leave this accursed place. Upon hearing his words, the two hastily moved forward, eager to escape this dreadful location. 10 minutes later, they found themselves back in the same spot. as the three individuals shouted in alarm at the sight of the person resembling a lion sprawled on the ground. Distant prison guards began to spring into action. A massive net ensnared both the trio and the lion-like figure. How infuriating. A trap indeed. Do not struggle. Escape is futile. At that moment, a diminutive man emerged from the side, wielding a trident and adorned with a hat featuring two horn-like protrusions. He was accompanied by numerous blue gorillas and prison guards, revealing himself to be Salutes, the overseer and chief warden of the blue gorillas. Who are you? Such a small stature? Observing the emergence of Saradise, Luffy inquired with curiosity. I am the chief warden Saradise. You would do well to surrender. However, Luffy replied in bewilderment. But you don't resemble a monkey at all. Saradise retorted loudly. I am Saradise, not a monkey. Then, he added, Hey, Straw Hat Kid. This is no time for jest. It is imperative that we devise a means of escape post-haste. As the two engaged in conversation, a frustrated voice erupted from the side. Luffy, you troublesome fellow. You never cease to worry us. At that moment, a voice resonated. Zoro, how splendid. Hurry, let us out. Upon hearing the voice, Luffy turned to see Zoro and the others had arrived, and he promptly called out for Zoro to free them. What a bothersome captain, Zoro remarked. And with a swift flash of his sword, Luffy and his companions tumbled down from the net. Thank you, Zoro. Luffy exclaimed as he stood and brushed off the sand. No need for thanks. Luffy, why are you alone? We've been searching for quite some time. Sanji reproached as he stepped forward. More of them are coming. Blue gorillas. Charge at them. Saldus shouted, directing the blue gorillas to rush toward the group. So many blue gorillas. Straw Hat, we should flee. Upon witnessing a multitude of blue gorillas charging towards him and his companions, Buggy shouted, Humph, you insignificant minions, be gone. Rubber machine gun. Bang, bang. In an instant, all the blue gorillas were dispatched by Luffy. Impressive, truly formidable. Upon witnessing Luffy vanquish the remaining blue gorillas, several individuals exclaimed, We must depart swiftly. Zoro, Sanji. After Luffy finished speaking, he dashed off in another direction, with Zoro and Sanji promptly in tow. Let us also take our leave. Hawkins and his companions followed suit, departing the scene together. Damn it, where could the entrance to the fourth level possibly be? Why has it taken so long to locate it? The group traversed the earlier path for over an hour, yet remained unsuccessful in their search for the entrance to the fourth level. Just as they were becoming increasingly frustrated in their quest, an individual sprinted towards Luffy, joyously exclaiming, It truly is you, Straw Hat. I am absolutely delighted to see you. You are. Xiaofeng. What a pleasure it is to encounter you. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luffy joyfully rushed forward and embraced him, exclaiming, Ever since I was captured by the Navy, I have been imprisoned here. When I heard from Sanji earlier that you ventured into Impel Down to rescue your brother, I hurried over to see you. By the way, I truly appreciate your help last time. You assisted us in evading the Navy's pursuit. Sanji, Zoro, come quickly and see who has arrived. After Luffy finished speaking, he beckoned Sanji and Zoro over. Xiaofeng, it has been a long time. They greeted one another warmly. By the way, Xiaofeng, do you know the way to the fourth level? At that moment, Luffy recalled the urgent matter and quickly inquired. Look over there, that massive wall. Let us climb up and take a look, Feng said, pointing towards the formidable wall before nimbly leaping upwards. Below us lies the fourth level. The scorching hell. As he witnessed the crowd leaping up, Feng and Kai continued to point below, exclaiming, How sweltering. This truly is the blazing inferno. It is indeed astonishing. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the scene before them. Help. Suddenly, the voices of Bucky and Three echoed from a distance, drawing ever closer. As everyone turned to look, they beheld Bucky and Three being pursued by a towering beast, a minotaur, a creature that treated humans as mere refuse. We must flee. Feng and Clay, aware of the minotaur's formidable nature, urged everyone to escape. No need. This creature does not seem particularly formidable. I shall handle it. Sanji stepped forward, declaring his intent. Hey, do not underestimate this monster. It is truly terrifying. Upon witnessing Sanji's movements, Feng and Clay hurriedly intervened. Do not fret, little Feng. Sanji is indeed formidable, Luffy remarked while restraining Feng. Chapter 105. Is this fellow a bull? He certainly appears ill-suited for culinary pursuits. Sanji's words incited the wrath of Minotaurus, who swiftly redirected his assault towards Sanji. Demonic wind kick, beef kick. As the Minotaur charged forward, Sanji's right leg transformed into a vivid crimson hue, delivering a powerful kick to its chest. The Minotaur was sent hurtling back at several times its original speed, crashing into the thick wall with a resounding impact, rendering it unconscious. Impressive, exclaimed Buggy and his companions, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sanji, you've grown stronger, Luffy praised. Indeed, these individuals are formidable. It is no wonder Captain Liu Xuan chose them as his disciples. Hawkins and the others murmured to themselves, contemplating Sanji's prowess. How do we get down? Should we just jump? Gazing at the flames that envelop the surroundings, Zoro remarked, Jump down, and you will surely meet your demise. One misstep could plunge you into the molten lava, reducing you to ashes. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Ulki exclaimed, Fear not. Sanji has mastered the moonwalk technique and can traverse the air. He will guide us down. Under Liu Xuan's rigorous training, Sanji had indeed acquired the skill of aerial movement ahead of schedule. I cannot believe how much stronger you all have become during our brief separation. Feng and Klai expressed their astonishment at the rapid growth of Luffy's crew. All right, Luffy, let us make haste. We still need to reach Ace, Sanji interjected, urging everyone to gather around him. Very well, Sanji, we entrust this task to you. Sanji's efficiency was commendable. Within minutes, he had safely transported everyone to the fourth layer of the scorching hell, including the reluctant Buggy and 3 others. You have all worked hard. Now, please proceed to the 5th layer of the frigid hell to rest. As the group prepared to advance to the 5th layer, a tall man clad in a black uniform, adorned with 2 black wings and crowned with 2 imposing horns, emerged from a passageway, flanked by 2 squads of prison guards. Magellan. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Feng, Klai, and Baki were so frightened that they fell to the ground. What's wrong, little Feng? Do you know him? Luffy inquired, his face a picture of confusion. He is the strongest man in this prison, Magellan. He is also the warden and possesses the powers of the poison fruit. His entire being is toxic, and you must not engage him in close combat. Encountering him spells doom. Feng and Klai divulged all the information they had. Is he the one that Master spoke of? The one who suffers from frequent bouts of illness? Master mentioned his formidable strength. We are no match for him. What should we do? Should we escape? Sanji interjected from the side. Really? When did Master say that? How come I don't know? Luffy remained perplexed. You fool, when did Master ever mention that? Sanji exclaimed, landing a punch on Luffy's head. Oh, is that so? Luffy tilted his head, bewildered. Never mind, let's fight first. I'm going in. You're second, jet pistol. As he declared this, steam emanated from his body, and he launched a punch toward Magellan. Bang. Luffy's fist was intercepted by Sanji. You idiot. You can't make contact with Magellan. You'll be poisoned. If I can't touch him, how do I fight? Luffy shouted defiantly. So we must escape then. Don't even think about fleeing from me, Poison Dragon. At that moment, Magellan struck, unleashing his signature move, the Poison Dragon, which took the form of a massive dragon made of purple venom, charging toward the group. Dodge. They all shouted, immediately scrambling to the sides. Boom. The toxic liquid splattered, corroding the ground and creating gaping holes. That was close. We almost got splashed. After narrowly avoiding the toxic spray, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Sanji, Zoro. You go ahead. I'll hold him off. I'll catch up with you shortly, Luffy proclaimed. Luffy, can you manage? Zoro asked, eyeing him critically. Have faith. Luffy's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Let us go, Zoro instructed the others. But, the Straw Hat is still here. Trust Luffy. He will surely catch up with us. Sanji asserted before sprinting down the corridor to the 5th level, with everyone hastily following suit. Damn it, little Straw Hat, you must catch up. Feng and Klai exclaimed as they joined the retreat. Do you think I would merely watch you escape? Poison Dragon. Armament Hockey. Jet Pistol. Boom. Magellan's Poison Dragon was shattered. Your opponent is me. Gazing at Magellan, Luffy spoke earnestly. If that's the case, then I'll deal with you first. With that, Magellan opened his mouth and unleashed a vast cloud of poisonous gas, which took the form of a monstrous entity, enveloping the entirety of the 4th level of the prison. What is this abhorrent thing? Armament Color Rubber Rocket. Luffy dashed forward, employing his haki to strike Magellan squarely in the chest. Magellan was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several walls before collapsing to the ground. Cough. So it is Armament Haki. I never expected a rookie pirate to wield haki with such proficiency. I was careless earlier. Now I shall exert my full strength to ensure you remain here. Rising to his feet, Magellan spoke with an icy tone, his fury palpable. Chapter 106. The Hellish Judgment of the Poison Giant. As Magellan's venom gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, it coalesced behind him, manifesting as a colossal hellish demon warrior. In that case, Gear 4th, Boundman. Upon witnessing the might of Magellan, Luffy unleashed his ultimate technique, Gear 4th. Are you jesting? Observing Luffy's unsteady stance and erratic movements, Magellan exclaimed in anger, Humph, do not underestimate my Gear 4th, or you shall face dire consequences. Snake Sledge. What? As the fist approached, Magellan swiftly evaded, only to hear a thunderous crash as several walls were pierced by the force of the blow, creating a passage several dozen meters wide. What tremendous power! It seems this move is indeed not mere bravado. Hell Judgment. With that, the colossal soldier behind Magellan extended his arm to strike at Luffy. Rubber Elasticity Flight. Luffy leaped into the air, using his feet to propel himself upward, narrowly dodging Magellan's attack. That detestable foe, flying through the air in such a manner. I must strike him. With that thought, he continued to swing at Luffy. But each attempt was deftly evaded. What a terrifying venom. It can even spread through stone. Yet I will not concede defeat. I am determined to rescue Ace. Great Ape Gun. As the deep crimson venom swiftly stained the ground and walls, Luffy unleashed his most powerful move, determined to end the battle swiftly. You scum of the sea shall not escape this deep-sea prison. Judgment of the Giant. Magellan declared as he charged toward Luffy. Boom. As Magellan was sent flying, Luffy found himself splattered with venom. What's going on, an earthquake? Luffy wondered, as their fierce clash caused the entire impelled down to tremble, leading the prisoners to believe they were experiencing seismic activity. These two are indeed monsters. The shockwaves from their battle are causing such immense tremors. Have they both reached the strength of an admiral? Drake exclaimed in astonishment. Under the perverse training of our master, it is impossible not to grow stronger. Sanji remarked while running. You all will become increasingly powerful after joining the master's pirate crew. We haven't formally joined the Dragon Ball pirates yet. Our entry into the city is merely part of Captain Liu Xuan's mission. Whether we can join depends on our performance, one of them replied. In truth, regardless of their performance, Liu Xuan would allow them to join. He simply didn't want anyone to think that anyone could join the Dragon Ball pirates without merit. Meanwhile, Luffy shook off the venom and stood up, exclaiming, ouch. I didn't expect Magellan's venom to be so potent. My haki nearly failed to defend against it. I must find a way to get out of here. What incredible power. I never imagined that a mere rookie pirate with a bounty of 3 million would possess such formidable haki. Magellan spat blood, rising to his feet. Seemingly intent on continuing the fight. Straw Hat Kid, I never expected you to possess such strength at such a young age. Now I must keep you here. Surrender and come with me to serve your time in level 6 of hell. I will never surrender to you. I must rescue Ace and leave him impelled down with him. Luffy shouted defiantly. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being merciless. Hell Judgment. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Lion Bazooka. Boom. Magellan was once again sent flying, causing the walls and floor of level 4 to shatter, nearly collapsing. Puff. Luffy's haki was exhausted, deflating like a punctured balloon. Damn it. My haki has run out. Luffy, struggling to stand, spoke with frustration. Cough. Cough. Straw Hat Kid, your haki is depleted now. Can you withstand my poison dragon? Magellan had also regained his composure, evidently affected by Luffy's attack. I must rescue Ace, even if it costs me my life. Gum Gum Gatling, Luffy declared as he charged forward. Poison Dragon. Magellan unleashed a venomous dragon towards Luffy as he rushed in. Ah, it hurts. Luffy cried out as he staggered and fell to the ground. Call for someone to take him to the 5th level of extreme cold hell. Magellan sighed in relief as he instructed several guards. Yes, Director. The guards saluted and led Luffy away. Just then, a din-din mushy on Magellan's body began to ring. Hello, this is Impel Down. I'm Magellan. What is it? He answered, curious about who could be calling him. Magellan. This is Sengoku. The execution time for Port Asti. Ace has been set for noon the day after tomorrow. I have dispatched someone to Impel Down. You just need to hand Ace over to them. The voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku echoed through the receiver. Is that so? Understood. Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 107. Did that rascal Luffy actually get defeated? At that moment, Zoro held Luffy's life paper, watching it gradually shrink, filling him with unease. What should we do? Let us hurry back and save him. Fong cried anxiously. Do not panic, Fong. We will definitely go to rescue Luffy. But none of us can match Magellan, so we must devise a plan first, Sanji replied. Indeed, if the Straw Hat Kid has been defeated, he would likely be imprisoned in the 5th level of extreme cold hell. We just need to find a way to reach him, Drake, a naval major, stated, earning the group's agreement. Thus, they continued towards the 5th level of extreme cold hell. We need to obtain an antidote first. Without it, even if we rescue Luffy, it would be futile. How about this? You all go rescue him, and I'll transform into the deputy director to fetch the antidote. We'll meet at the 5th level, Fong suggested. You're right, just be careful. We'll rendezvous at extreme cold hell, Sanji conceded after considering Fong's words. All right, I'll go now. With that, Fong stealthily slipped away. Let us continue towards extreme cold hell. As Sanji watched Fong and Clyde apart, he addressed the group. Look over there. That is the entrance to the 5th layer. There are guards stationed outside. We shall approach, incapacitate them, and procure the key to gain entry. After running for several minutes, the group finally arrived at the entrance to the frigid hell. Allow me, Sanji declared, his skill in the art of stealth evident. In a flash, he positioned himself behind the 2 guards and, before they could react, rendered them unconscious. We got it. Hey, let us hurry inside, Sanji announced, brandishing the key he had retrieved from the guards. It's so cold. Is this truly the frigid hell? Upon entering the 5th layer, a fierce chill enveloped them. In such an expansive place, where shall we search for Luffy? Gazing upon the vast expanse of white, Sanji clutched his head and spoke. Do not fret. There exists a multitude of military wolves here. We can tame one to guide us in search of the Straw Hat Boy, Drake asserted, taking a step forward. Suddenly, the military wolves appeared as if summoned by the mere mention of them. If we can just tame one, we shall be fine, he added. The group stared at the pack of wolves, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The wolves, sensing the scrutiny, trembled and emitted whimpers, appearing as if they might flee. They seemed poised to escape. Hurry, do not let them get away, Sanji exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by their demeanor. Charge, capture them, he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the others unleashed their abilities and rushed towards the military wolves. Startled, the pack turned tail and fled, prompting the group to pursue them, creating an unusual spectacle in the frigid abyss. Am I mistaken, or are there indeed people chasing after the military wolves? A prisoner in the nearby jail remarked, bewildered. It appears that someone is indeed pursuing the pack. How remarkable that they have managed to frighten such ferocious beasts into a frenzy. Another prisoner chimed in, equally astonished. Stop right there, you ruffians. Come to a halt. Sanji bellowed as he ran. Curse it. They are too swift. You must think of a way to stop them. Or else we shall attract Magellan's attention. Urki, burdened by his size, struggled to keep pace. Shave, meat grinder kick. Sanji suddenly leapt into the throng of wolves, delivering a flurry of kicks that sent them scattering. One sword style, lion's song. Although Liu Xuan lacked proficiency in swordsmanship, Zoro's mastery of haki had significantly elevated his combat prowess. A single slash unleashed a wave of energy that resulted in considerable devastation amongst the wolves. Under the relentless assault of these two, only one wolf remained, surrounded and trembling, its paws shielding its head in fear. Come here, good dog, swiftly lead us to Luffy, Zoro said with a smile, presenting Luffy's before the wolf's nose. The wolf, upon realizing the hostile expressions surrounding it, lowered its head and covered its eyes with its paws. Let me teach this rascal a lesson, Zoro declared, seizing the wolf by the head and brandishing the Sandai Kitetsu against it, threatening, lead us now, or you shall regret it. Foolish green algae head. Do you think it can understand you? Sanji mocked, eyeing Zoro with disdain. The wolf, however, startled Sanji by nodding in response, seemingly comprehending the situation, and then took off in the distance. It actually understood. Are animals today so intelligent? Sanji remarked in disbelief as he watched the wolf dash away. Stop daydreaming. It has already run far. Hurry and pursue it, Zoro urged, sprinting after the wolf. Who are you calling a daydreamer, you green algae head? Sanji retorted angrily, chasing after him. The two, ever the rivals, continued their banter as the rest of the group followed suit. Chapter 108. Ace. I shall rescue you. At this moment, Luffy lay in a cell, his body coated in venom, growling incessantly. In such a state, you think you can save anyone? You are on the brink of death yourself. I despise your kind. A frost-laden prisoner scoffed from his corner. Zoro and the others will undoubtedly come to my rescue, Luffy replied defiantly. Dream on. You think anyone would come to save you in the depths of the deep-sea prison? Stop living in a fantasy. No one will come for you, the prisoner retorted angrily. They will come. Just wait and see, Luffy insisted. The prisoner fell silent. At that moment, a military wolf approached, sniffing around the cell before howling back towards the pack. What is happening? Why is that wolf acting so strangely? The other prisoners questioned in confusion. Perhaps it is hungry and intends to devour us. Who knows? Another prisoner laughed, prompting a chorus of chuckles from the others. Found you, good dog, came a voice from the distance. What is this? Did I just hear someone speaking outside? Am I imagining things? How could there be anyone out there? As a group approached, it became clear that it was Zoro and his companions. Indeed, there are people. The prisoners cried out. Who could it be that commands the military wolves? We have never seen them before. Are they new guards? Upon observing that Zoro and the others were not clad in prison garb, the crowd began to speculate. Zoro, you all arrived rather late, exclaimed Luffy, lifting his gaze to see Zoro and his companions, a smile gracing his face. You truly are in quite a predicament, Luffy, Zoro replied before unsheathing his sword, Inma, and declaring, one sword style, lion's song. With a resounding clash, a brilliant flash of sword light cut through the air, causing the iron bars of the cage to rain down. Such a formidable strike could only be executed by a master swordsman at the pinnacle of their craft. Yet, one cannot help but marvel at the youth of this individual. Upon witnessing Zoro's formidable strike, a prisoner murmured, hasten and take Luffy away. We must proceed to the entrance, for we are now in dire need of his antidote. Sanji, unbeknownst of where he procured it, swiftly brought forth a stretcher, placing Luffy upon it. Together with Zoro, they carried Luffy along the path they had traversed toward the exit. Truly, these individuals possess remarkable prowess. They are destined to become renowned figures across the seas. As the crowd dispersed, the swordsmen sighed. Meanwhile, Fong and Cray, having failed to procure the antidote, lamented the potency of the poison coursing through Luffy's veins. The prison of Impel Down had yet to develop an antidote for such a venom. Is this how it ends for the Straw Hat? Wait, there is still that person, Fong exclaimed, determination igniting within him. Straw Hat, hold on. I will take you to him. Suddenly, he recalled the revolutionary Ivankov, imprisoned within the depths of Impel Down. Where is Xiao Feng? It has been over 2 hours. He hasn't been captured, has he? Zoro, waiting at the entrance of the 5th level, expressed his concern. Straw Hat, I have arrived. Feng's voice echoed just as Sanji spoke. Xiao Feng is here. How is Straw Hat? Feng approached Zoro, inquiring urgently. Have you found the antidote? Luffy has already lost consciousness. He cannot hold on much longer, Zoro pressed, gripping him anxiously. I'm sorry. The poison is too potent. Impel Down has yet to produce an antidote. Feng's words plunged the group into despair. How can this be? What will happen to Luffy? Zoro's emotions began to spiral out of control. Despite Luffy's carefree nature, he always stood firm in critical moments, and the thought of his demise was unbearable for Zoro. Calm down, Zoro. Sanji intervened, then turned to Fong and Cray. Is there no other way to save Luffy? Our only hope lies in finding the miraculous Ivankov. He has saved an entire nation before, Feng replied with fervor. Do you know where he is? It is said he is confined in the freezing hell of the 5th level. We must hurry, Feng urged. All right, everyone, our primary objective is clear. Find Ivankov and save Luffy. Let's move. But wait, what about Luffy? Leave him to me. I will ensure his safety, Feng declared resolutely. Very well. Luffy is in your hands. Observing Feng and Kai's gaze, Sanji resolved to entrust Luffy to their care, subsequently addressing the group. Let us split up and take action. All right, responded the others, dashing in various directions. Little Straw Hat, I shall ensure your safety. In the tranquil forest, a sudden low growl disrupted the peace, followed by the crescendo of more howls. This is bad. A pack of military wolves is approaching. I must hasten to take Little Straw Hat away from this place. Upon hearing the sound, Feng and Kai instantly recognized its source, swiftly grabbing a stretcher to carry Luffy away. Aru. Chapter 109 Aru. Just as Feng and Kai were about to depart, the military wolves had already surrounded them, encircling Luffy. Damn it, is there no escape? Feng and Kai assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, a military wolf lunged at Luffy. Do not lay a paw on Little Straw Hat. Feng and Kai kicked the wolf away. But more wolves charged at them, overwhelming Feng and Kai, who quickly found themselves covered in bites. You fiends! At that moment, Luffy staggered to his feet. The military wolves hesitated, seemingly intimidated by him, gradually retreating. Do not bully Little Feng. An overwhelming aura emanated from Luffy, engulfing the surrounding military wolves. If Liu Xuan were present, he would observe that Luffy's Conqueror's Haki had reached level 12, allowing him to wield it autonomously. The sound of thuds echoed as the military wolves collapsed as if afflicted by a contagion. Exhausted, Luffy fell to the ground. Little Straw Hat. What are you? Before Feng and Kai could finish their sentence, they too succumbed to unconsciousness, dimly perceiving a figure before them before losing consciousness. Where am I? When Feng awoke, he found himself surrounded by people. Grabbing an individual, he inquired, Is that you? Feng boy, you've awakened. This is splendid news. A tall figure with an enormous face, extraordinarily large, deep purple hair that could conceal a person, long and thick eyelashes, pale blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss. Dressed in an eccentric manner, grid-patterned stockings, a cloak, and a revealing bodysuit that showcased a large skull tattoo on their abdomen, stepped forward, exclaiming, Could you be the queen of the transvestites, Ivankov? Staring at the person before him, Feng and Kai exclaimed in astonishment. How can you address the esteemed one by name? He is a newcomer, the illustrious Lady Ivankov. Upon hearing Feng and Kai utter Ivankov's name, those nearby expressed their displeasure. It matters not. A name is merely a label. You may even call me excrement if you wish, Ivankov waved dismissively, then suddenly shouted, But I certainly refuse to be called that. Such a distasteful notion. Ah, the crowd gasped. By the way, where is the Straw Hat? Where could he be? Suddenly recalling that Luffy was still poisoned, Feng and Kai anxiously inquired. Do not fret, shortly. I shall take you to him, and his companions are there as well. Really? That is splendid news. Upon hearing Ivankov's words, Feng and Kai wept tears of joy. Before long, they arrived at an iron gate, where Zoro awaited. Ah, little Feng has arrived. We have all heard about your valiant efforts to protect Luffy, truly commendable. Zoro praised, a rare occurrence for him to offer such compliments. How is the Straw Hat faring? Zoro asked. We do not yet know. Ivankov has already treated him. But whether he can endure remains to be seen. A look of sorrow crossed Zoro's face at the mention of Luffy. Rest assured, Luffy will surely pull through. He has triumphed over numerous crises before, Sanji reassured from the side. Straw Hat, you can do it. Feng and Kai suddenly shouted with fervor. Hey, we cannot fall behind him. Let's cheer him on. Feng and Kai's voices ignited the crowd, and a chorus of encouragement erupted. Ah, suddenly a loud cry erupted, and a torrent of black blood poured forth from within the gate. Had they failed? Upon witnessing the situation, Ivankov exclaimed in disbelief, It cannot be. Straw Hat, respond quickly. Food. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the door. It was none other than Luffy. A miracle had occurred. Such remarkable vitality. Ivankov marveled at the sound of Luffy's voice. Wonderful, he exclaimed. Shortly after, Feng, having spoken, collapsed to the ground, having only just begun to recover from his injuries. Quickly, bring in the food. Ivankov did not forget the matter at hand and promptly called for sustenance. An hour later, Luffy ceased his feast, leaving the area outside strewn with empty plates and remnants of bones. This guy can eat an astonishing amount. That was our food supply for an entire month. With a sigh of satisfaction, Luffy emerged from the room. Is this peculiar creature truly human? Observing Luffy's appearance, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Huh, Luffy exclaimed, reverting to his original form and stepping forward. Luffy, you're so slow, Zoro remarked, though a smile graced his face, revealing his evident delight. Welcome back, Luffy. Just promise us you won't take such reckless risks again, Sanji interjected. Thank you, Sanji, Zoro, and Little Feng, for your concern, Luffy responded. By the way, where's Little Feng? Over there, Sanji pointed towards Feng, who lay exhausted from fervently cheering for Luffy and had now succumbed to fatigue. Well, since you have recovered, let us hurry and rescue Ace. Luffy, having just regained his strength, was about to rush to Ace's aid when he suddenly collapsed onto the ground. You fool. How could you possibly have the strength to save Ace right after recovering? You should rest a bit before proceeding. Lying on the ground, Luffy helplessly exclaimed. But Ace is about to be executed. I must hurry to save him. In chapter 110, Ivankov approached, saying, I have a way to help you recover immediately. But time will only exacerbate the fatigue. That's wonderful. Hurry, little Ivankov. Luffy eagerly grasped Ivankov's arm, his excitement palpable. Calm down. You must consider the consequences before proceeding. Ivankov cautioned, gripping Luffy's shoulders firmly. Never mind. If you have a solution, just use it. Luffy, resolute and unyielding, would not be dissuaded. Zoro, well aware of Luffy's stubborn nature, did not oppose his decision. I truly admire your tenacity, you exuberant hormone. Ivankov, unable to resist Luffy's fervor, ultimately administered the stimulant. Power surges within me. After receiving the injection, Luffy's eyes sparkled as he stood tall. Let us go. Zoro, Sanji. Luffy suddenly turned to Ivankov. Would you like to join us in our escape? Forget it. We must await the orders of my revolutionary comrade, Dragon, so we cannot leave. Ivankov declined. That's my father. Luffy replied, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Indeed, while your father commands the army, I shall return to the surface and immerse myself in the tides of the world once more. Even if we were to escape blindly now, we would only be hunted outside, Ivankov stated, then abruptly froze. Your father? Dragon is your father? Don't speak such nonsense. Does Dragon have a son? Oh, is that not supposed to be mentioned? Luffy pondered. Regardless, my grandfather has mentioned it before, although I have never met him. As Luffy gazed at the astonished faces surrounding him, he remarked, not knowing is even more akin to. After pondering these thoughts, Ivankov inquired. Where do you hail from? The East, Blue, Luffy replied. Ivankov confirmed further, you are indeed the son of Dragon. Lightning, quickly ascertain Ace's location. We must rescue him together. Ivankov commanded, turning to Lightning. Goodness, Ivankov, this is all so sudden. The crowd exclaimed. Such events are always abrupt. Now is the perfect moment for a jailbreak, Ivankov asserted resolutely. What a blunder. I never anticipated that Dragon had a son. If Ace is Luffy's brother, then he must also be the son of Dragon. He should certainly take action, Ivankov mused, though he was currently in high spirits. Really? You are going to help me rescue Ace? That is wonderful, Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. It seems we have gained numerous reliable allies. Zoro concurred from the side. In that case, let us set forth, Luffy declared with enthusiasm. Do you know where Ace is? Ivankov responded, momentarily speechless at Luffy's inquiry. Luffy is notoriously devoid of plans, merely charging ahead, Zoro remarked, poking Luffy's forehead with his finger. By the way, I have Ace's Viver card. Luffy suddenly recalled, producing the card from his hat and holding it in his palm. It seems to be pointing downward. Wait, where exactly are we? After all this conversation, he still did not know their location. Below us lies the 6th level of hell, Ivankov explained. There is a 6th level? I thought we were on the 5th. Luffy exclaimed in confusion. Of course there is. We are currently on the 5 level. Now that we know Ace's whereabouts, let us hasten our departure. Upon hearing Ace's location, Luffy insisted eagerly. Understood. Everyone, let us set out. Witnessing Luffy's impatience, Ivankov resignedly announced, immediately. The crowd set forth towards the 6th level of the infinite hell. Meanwhile, within the depths of this torment, Ace received the grim tidings from the Navy headquarters. Execution was scheduled for noon. Come with me, Magellan declared as he approached Ace's cell. At last, the time has come. Ace remarked with a hint of self-mockery. By the way, you know the Straw Hat Kid, right? Magellan suddenly inquired. Aren't you aware of him? Ace asked, astonished. Indeed. I know him well. That rascal stormed into Impel Down yesterday, claiming he was there to rescue his brother. The brother he spoke of is you, isn't it? Fire Fist Ace. Luffy, where is he? Ace's anxiety surged at the mention of his brother's intrusion into Impel Down. Naturally, I have captured him, and he is currently imprisoned in the extreme cold hell. Remarkably, he is quite formidable. Had it not been for his exhausted haki, I would have been the one vanquished. Initially, I intended to confine him in the infinite hell, but he has already succumbed to my most potent poison. There is no antidote even within Impel Down. So I doubt he will survive much longer. Thus, I placed him in the 5th level, the extreme cold hell. Magellan recounted Luffy's predicament to Ace. Luffy, why did you come here? Ace lamented sorrowfully. Ace, my brother, is the Straw Hat Kid the sibling you frequently mention? Inquired a figure with wild eyebrows and sideburns. Sporting a topknot and a short, thick beard, marked by a lightning-shaped scar at the corner of his left eye. His robust physique bore 2 prominent teeth, and the emblem of the Sun Pirates adorned his chest, often clad in intricately embroidered robes. Indeed, that is him. I can't believe he ventured here. What a fool. Tears streamed down Ace's face. Enough. It is time to go, Fire Fist Ace. Open the cell door and escort Ace away. Magellan interrupted their exchange. Let us proceed. Observing the prison guards escort Ace out, Magellan remarked, Ace, my dear brother, must we indeed confront the Navy with such fervor? Gazing at Ace's silhouette, Jinbei let out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew were making their swift approach towards the 6th level. Just ahead lay the staircase leading to the 6th floor, accompanied by Lightning and a key. Upon Ivankov's command, Lightning utilized his fruit abilities to unlock the door. Surveillance awaited them ahead. Let them come, Luffy declared resolutely as he dashed inside. Suspicious individuals detected. In the control room of Impel Down, several guards caught sight of Luffy's group. In the corridor leading to the 6th level, a group of shadows was observed. Among them stood the large figure of Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army. How had he survived this long, and what of the Straw Hat crew who had invaded yesterday? Hadn't Director Magellan already poisoned them? Furthermore, this individual was none other than the long-missing prisoner, Lightning from the South Blue. What was happening? They were making a beeline for the 6th level. Realizing the trail of Luffy's group, chaos erupted in the control room. Remain calm. Activate the traps in the passageway immediately. Prepare the 6th floor guard room for combat. And ensure they hold out until Suddy and the Beast Guards arrive. Report this to Director Magellan at once. Deputy Director Hannibal stepped forward to take command. Yes. The guards responded promptly, initiating their actions. Is this truly the Deputy Director? Why is he acting so strangely today? A nearby guard remarked in astonishment. Only to feel reassured by Hannibal's next words. How could I allow my head to be relocated as well? On the other side, Luffy and his companions were still racing towards the 6th level. We must hurry. Ace is waiting. They sent the obstructing guards flying. Let us grab someone to guide us. Ivankov declared, seizing a guard and hoisting him onto his shoulder as they made their way to the 6th level. Is this truly the infinite hell? Zoro mused, resting his sword on his shoulder. Hey, hurry up and tell us where Ace is being held. Ivankov tossed the guard to the ground. There's no way I'll divulge that information. The guard retorted defiantly. Oh really? Be honest with yourself. Ivankov leaned in closer. What do you intend to do, Embryo? Female hormones. With that, Ivankov plunged his hands into the guard's waist, and gradually, the guard transformed into a woman. Where is Ace? Luffy queried immediately. Over there. Follow me. The guard replied, leading Luffy and his crew to his cell. Is this the place? Why is there no one here? Observing the absence of Ace within the confines of the cell, Luffy addressed the guard. Straw Hat, could it be that he is the brother of Ace? G-Bay, standing beside him, noted Luffy's astonishment and then informed him, Ace has already been taken away. You have arrived too late. Who are you? Is what you just said true? Luffy hurriedly approached the cell, speaking to Jinbei. Another significant figure, indeed. Seeing Jinbei's surprise, Ivankov inquired about the timing of Ace's departure. Luffy, indifferent to Jinbei's identity, was solely concerned about Ace's whereabouts. An hour prior, Ace had been taken away by Magellan and was now likely at the Navy headquarters. Jinbei lamented. That I shall head to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace, Luffy declared resolutely, for he would not easily relinquish what he had set his mind to. Then please take me along. Having received such care from Ace for so long, I wish to contribute in any way I can, even if it costs me my life. I implore you. Ivankov, release him. Gazing into Jinbei's eyes, Luffy discerned his genuine desire to rescue Ace, thus he did not hesitate to allow Ivankov to release him. In that case, I shall join as well. It has been a long time, Straw Hat. At that moment, a figure rose from another cell and spoke. You are that troublemaker from the kingdom of Weecap, Crocodile. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing him. Crocodile, we shall not free you, Sanji declared vehemently. Harboring a profound disdain for those who mistreat women, and he was resolute in preventing Crocodile's escape. Those are matters of the past. Let us not dwell on them. I merely seek to venture forth and claim the head of Whitebeard, Crocodile retorted. Release him. After all, an additional ally only strengthens our cause, and he remains under my control. He wouldn't dare act recklessly, would you, Crocodile? Ivankov remarked, casting a glance at Crocodile. You scoundrel. Crocodile grumbled, visibly irked by the insinuation. Very well, if that is the case, let him be freed. Luffy acquiesced to Ivankov's suggestion. Chapter 112 All right. Since we are prepared, let us set forth. Our destination, the Navy headquarters. Once ready, Luffy shouted, and the group charged towards the 5th level. Hey, let us all escape together. I too seek vengeance against Whitebeard. I will claim his head. Upon witnessing Luffy and his companions liberate Crocodile and G-Bay, the prisoners of Impel Down erupted into chaos. Silence, you ruffians. A formidable aura emanated from Luffy, causing a multitude of inmates to faint, leaving only a scant few standing. Straw Hat Boy, when did you awaken such power? Ivankov inquired. Are you referring to the Conqueror's Haki? It has been awakened for quite some time. I merely gained the ability to control its release a few days ago. Is there an issue? Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Luffy curiously inquired, the king's attributes. The Conqueror's Haki, truly remarkable for the son of Dragon. What astonishing potential he possesses. Humph, as the future pirate king, it is only natural to have such prowess. Zoro and Sanji chuckled in agreement. Hey, who is that little brat unleashing Conqueror's Haki here? Just as the crowd was about to disperse, an arrogant voice, accompanied by a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki, surged forth. What an intimidating display of Haki. Who could it be? The onlookers were taken aback by the overwhelming presence. Such an impressive individual. Let us investigate. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed toward the source. Here you go again, Luffy. You're so reckless. Zoro and Sanji sighed in exasperation. It seems we are in the presence of another significant figure, as not everyone possesses Conqueror's haki, Ivankov remarked, following suit. Well, let us go take a look. Aren't you all intrigued by such formidable power? Crocodile added, joining the throng. With that, everyone except those rendered unconscious by the haki moved toward the source. So many people. What brings you here? Upon reaching the confines from which the haki emanated, they beheld an elderly man, shackled by several thick iron chains. You are the solitary Redfield. Upon seeing the man, Ivankov was so startled that he fell to the ground. Redfield, who is he? Do you know him? Luffy inquired with a hint of curiosity. It is not surprising that you do not recognize him, for he has been imprisoned here for quite some time. The solitary raider, also known as the Red Count, once stood alongside the likes of Whitebeard and Roger, having defeated the former Marine Admiral, Steelbone Kong, all by himself. Ultimately, he was confined here due to extreme exhaustion. I had thought he had long since perished, yet here he is. Ivankov conveyed the information about Redfield to the others. To be able to stand equal to Whitebeard and Roger alone is quite remarkable. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha. I did not expect someone would recognize me. Was it you who just recklessly unleashed your haki? Redfield chuckled before turning to Luffy. Indeed, uncle, you are quite formidable. Luffy admitted to his earlier actions. You possess considerable strength, young one, to have escaped from impelled down. Since that fellow Shiki broke out, no one has managed to leave this place. Redfield praised Luffy, sensing his prowess. Thank you for the compliment, uncle, but I am not here to escape. I have come to rescue my brother, Ace. Unfortunately, he has already been taken away, and we are now heading to the Marine headquarters to save him, Luffy stated with a grin. With just a few of you, you think you can rescue someone from the Marine headquarters? Do not be absurd, Redfield responded skeptically. Who said it's just us? Ace is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Uncle Whitebeard will come as well, along with my master and the others, Luffy retorted angrily. Whitebeard, with his frail body, he won't be able to save anyone, Redfield remarked, unaware that Whitebeard had regained his youth. Uncle Whitebeard has restored his youth with the Dragon Balls, and his strength has surpassed its peak, so our chances are quite favorable, Sanji interjected. Restored youth? Dragon Balls? What are those? Redfield asked, puzzled. The Dragon Balls are 7 orbs created by my master. Gathering all 7 allows one to summon the eternal dragon and have their wishes granted. One person even revived his wife. Luffy explained eagerly. Such a remarkable treasure exists? How splendid. Redfield thought to himself and then said to Luffy, I would also like to reunite with old friends. Why don't you release me? I could be of assistance to you. Really? Uncle? If you are as strong as you claim, your help would certainly be welcome, Luffy replied, excitement in his voice. Just as Sanji was about to offer a reminder, he was interrupted by Luffy. Little Crab, unlock the uncle's shackles. Luffy commanded Lightning, placing his hand atop his hat. I trust in the uncle's character. Haha, what an interesting little brat. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word, Redfield laughed heartily. Understood, Lightning replied, proceeding to unlock the prison door and free Redfield from his chains. Haha, it has been so long since I felt this light. Now, let the Marines receive my gratitude. Upon saying this, a powerful aura emanated from Redfield, causing the others to squint against the intensity. What an incredibly strong individual. Is this the power that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger? How terrifying. I want to go home. The overwhelming force of Redfield was felt throughout Impelled Down, inciting fear in some and excitement in others. All right, uncle, let us depart quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape, Luffy urged. Observing the chaotic display of power by Redfield, Luffy couldn't help but interject. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I just emerged to stretch my limbs, pay it no mind. With that, Redfield tempered his aura and approached Luffy, saying, shall we proceed? Very well, everyone. Prepare for a full throttle sprint upwards. With Redfield's inclusion, the prospect of escape grew considerably brighter, prompting joyous cheers as the group surged towards the 5th level. The strength of this assembly far surpassed that depicted in the original narrative, allowing them to swiftly reach the scorching depths of the 4th level. While pirates, halt. You shall not pass here. At that moment, Hannibal arrived, accompanied by Chief Warden Suddy and 4 beastly guards. These nuisances are back again. How tiresome. Gear 2nd. Luffy activated his 2nd gear and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the onslaught of skilled fighters, Hannibal and several guards were swiftly overwhelmed. Haha, so many of them. G-Bay, Crocodile, and Revolutionary Ivankov. What a grand assembly. As they battled the guards, a coarse voice echoed, followed by the emergence of a rugged, middle-aged man, missing several teeth. His skin bore a brown hue, his hair was thick and black, and he wore a headscarf, adorned with 2 necklaces around his neck, bracelets on his wrists, and various rings on his fingers. He carried 3 flintlock pistols at his left hip and a bottle of potent rum at his right. Clad in a white shirt beneath a loosely draped black coat, he left his chest exposed, presenting an unsavory sight. What brings you here, Marshal Teach? Or should I say Blackbeard? Upon seeing this individual, Jinbei coldly remarked, Blackbeard. The person Ace is searching for is you. Luffy, filled with rage, confronted Blackbeard directly, exclaiming, you scoundrel. Ha ha ha, you truly are fortunate. I was originally intending to capture you. However, I did not anticipate that you were Ace's brother. He could have escaped. But out of loyalty to his brother and the honor of Whitebeard, he chose to stay behind. Ha ha. Blackbeard's words only fueled Luffy's anger further. Second gear, armament hockey. Jet Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy suddenly launched an attack, catching Blackbeard off guard, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing through several walls before finally landing on the ground. That hurts. You bastard. Armament hockey. How infuriating. Blackbeard rolled on the ground, taking a considerable time to regain his footing. Ha. You insufferable straw hat brat. Dark water. Blackbeard suddenly extended his right hand, revealing swirling black mist emanating from his palm. Instantly, Luffy felt an overwhelming gravitational pull drawing him towards Blackbeard. What is happening? I can't move. Gripped firmly by Blackbeard, Luffy felt as if he were submerged in the ocean. What's wrong? Don't you understand what is happening? Ace had the same expression back then. With a hearty laugh, Blackbeard hurled Luffy towards the ground. Armament. Luffy hastily activated his armament hockey to shield his upper body. Boom. Luffy crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Cough cough. Though he had protected himself with armament hockey, Luffy still sustained injuries and quickly retreated from Blackbeard. Luffy, you fool, you surely didn't heed your master's warnings. Blackbeard is a user of the dark fruit, capable of absorbing the powers of other devil fruits. He's the nemesis of all devil fruit users. You stand no chance against him, Sanji remarked as he approached Luffy. Who is your master that knows about my dark fruit abilities? Blackbeard inquired, astonished by Sanji's words. He had only learned about the dark fruit by mere chance and was curious about who possessed such knowledge. The captain of the Dragon Ball pirates, Liu Xuan, is our master. Chapter 114. Liu Xuan. I never expected it to be him. However, this is not the time to confront him. Let us leave, ha. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's name, Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback before deciding to depart. He had no desire to provoke another formidable foe at that moment. Luffy, let us go. Now is not the time to battle Blackbeard. Rescuing Ace is our priority, Jinbei stated as he approached Luffy. Indeed, Luffy. We must swiftly escape Impel Down and proceed to save Ace, Sanji added, urging him. Rest assured, I know what must be done. With that, Luffy turned to the group and declared, everyone, let us continue our ascent. The crowd cheered as they rushed towards the third level. Meanwhile, Magellan, in pursuit, encountered Blackbeard. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a venomous dragon, obliterating Blackbeard entirely as he continued his chase after Luffy and the others. Straw Hat Brat, Magellan shouted, startling Luffy's group. Magellan is catching up. Run. You cannot escape. Venomous dragon, Magellan declared, launching his attack. Armament hockey, Gum Gum machine gun. As the venomous dragon approached, Luffy stepped forward to obstruct its path and declared to the others, you all go ahead. I shall follow shortly. Kid, do you need my assistance in dealing with him? Latefield stepped forward to address Luffy. Count Red, Latefield. I never anticipated that even you would manage to escape. Would it not be more prudent to enjoy a peaceful retirement in your cell? Upon seeing Latefield, Magellan's expression darkened significantly. This individual was certainly no match for him. No need for that, uncle. My strength has notably increased, and I can handle him without assistance. Luffy waved off Radefield's offer. You insufferable straw hat. Do you belittle me? Venomous giant. Judgment from hell. Magellan unleashed his full power. Not this move again. Gear fourth. Bound man. Luffy countered, recalling how he had previously succumbed to Magellan after exhausting his haki. This time, he vowed not to repeat that mistake. For he could not allow Magellan's venomous giant to overwhelm him. I never imagined you would survive such potent poison last time. You truly are fortunate. I advise you to surrender quickly and comply with my orders to face punishment in prison, or this time you shall certainly perish. I refuse to die. I will escape from Impel Down. They are waiting for me. Luffy declared resolutely. Surrender is not an option. Those words do not exist in my lexicon. Then do not blame me for what ensues. Magellan retorted, growing impatient with the banter and preparing to strike. Just in time, Serpent Cannon. Luffy charged forward to meet him. Meanwhile, Ivankov and the others were liberating all the prisoners on the fourth floor. We must escape, and we are in need of manpower. Will you lend me your assistance? Crocodile tossed a key to one of the prisoners. If it's you, I shall accompany you. I find myself rather bored, the prisoner replied as he rose. Who would have thought I would encounter you here? Zoro exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Roronoa Zoro. It has been quite some time. You appear to have grown stronger. Zoro, equally astonished, acknowledged the significant strength he had gained. What do you say? Shall we give it a try? He proposed. Hey, you two, stop fooling around. We are comrades in this escape. We should be focusing all our efforts on fleeing, interjected Frankie, who stepped in to separate the two. Frankie is right. Green Algae Head, refrain from your antics. Our primary objective now is to seize the warship. We cannot allow Luffy to stall Magellan for too long, added Sanji. Who are you calling Green Algae Head? curly brow. I know precisely what to do. Zoro shouted back at Sanji. You scoundrel. Are you looking for a fight? Come at me, curly brow. Why are you two at it again? Luffy is still battling Magellan. You ought to consider him. Jinbei's words silenced them. And they all surged forward toward the first layer. Onto the second layer. Hurry up. There seems to be someone ahead. Who could it be? So many skilled fighters. The group swiftly arrived at the second layer, the beast hell. Captain Buggy, there's someone approaching. What? Is it Magellan? What should we do? Buggy, upon hearing the approach, panicked and began to scatter. Isn't that Buggy? And there's also three. You all are quite swift. Zoro remarked, causing Buggy to halt. Roronoa Zoro, it's you. Ha. We've released all the prisoners on the second layer and we're just about to rescue you. Not expecting you to ascend so quickly. Upon noticing the individuals behind Zoro, Buggy commenced a serious yet nonsensical discourse, proclaiming that with so many skilled fighters, the odds of escaping impelled down would undoubtedly increase significantly. Buggy, do you truly believe we would place our trust in you? We are not as foolish as that imbecile Luffy. Zoro's words pierced through Buggy's facade, rendering him momentarily embarrassed. Chapter 115. Alas, Captain Buggy, the beast wardens have arrived. Suddenly, a lackey shouted. Buggy hastily turned around, inquiring, where? He then beheld the lackey pointing towards four incapacitated beast wardens lying on the ground. Crocodile, Jinbei, Ivankov, what an extraordinary combination. Upon witnessing the three individuals standing before the beastly jailer, Buggy exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness. I never anticipated that the Straw Hat Brat would unleash such formidable figures. This time, we shall surely escape. Just then, he recognized the red-nosed imp from Roger's crew. While Buggy wore a rather lewd expression, a voice erupted, igniting his fury. Which scoundrel dares call me red-nosed? Red Count, Barorik, Letfield. What brings you here? As Buggy was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the identity of the speaker nearly caused him to lose control. This was a person who stood shoulder to shoulder with his captain, Roger. They had crossed paths during their time aboard Roger's ship, and Buggy had not forgotten the formidable presence he exuded. Oh, you still remember me, little brat? It seems it has been over 20 years since we last met, Letfield mused, a hint of resignation in his tone, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed and how he had aged. Indeed. It has been far too long, Buggy sycophantically replied to Letfield. Captain Buggy, who is he? And when he mentioned Roger, was he referring to the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger? Queried Buggy's inexperienced subordinates. Oh, it appears they are oblivious. I didn't expect you to remain so discreet and not misuse Roger's name, Letfield remarked with some surprise. Recalling the fear Buggy had instilled in him during their first encounter, now realizing that Buggy possessed some principles after all. Is it true? I can hardly believe that Captain Buggy was once a member of the Pirate King's crew, a living legend. The prisoners erupted in cheers. Buggy, Zoro scoffed. I never would have guessed that Buggy was part of the Pirate King Roger's crew. He seems so weak. He added, it seems that ship had its share of blemishes. The others nodded in agreement. Enough of this chatter. Ahead lies the entrance to impel down. Securing the warship is our utmost priority, Sanji interjected, gesturing toward the immense wooden door before them. This is it. I shall never return here. We are finally escaping. Some prisoners recognized the location and wept tears of joy. With a collective effort, the great door slowly creaked open. What is happening? Where have all the warships gone? Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Is this where our efforts culminate in futility? A prisoner despaired, kneeling upon the ground. I refuse to return to that hell. Silence. In the distance, the silhouette of a warship can still be discerned. Leave the matter of commandeering the vessel to me. With that, Jinbei strode towards the gate and, with great force, yanked it down with both hands. Remarkably, he brought down the massive door that had required the strength of so many to budge moments earlier. Such formidable strength, truly, Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, lives up to his reputation. The surrounding individuals were taken aback by Jinbei's might, and praise erupted around them. Whoever wishes to join, feel free to leap aboard, Jinbei declared before leaping into the sea. In that case, I shall accompany you, Crocodile proclaimed, leaping onto the door panel and following suit. I shall join in the revelry as well. After so many years in Impel Down, my body has grown rusty. A bit of movement will do me good. Redfield also leaped onto the panel. Haha, I shall accompany you on this journey. Buggy laughed heartily as he joined them, thinking to himself how foolish the prisoners on the shore were, fretting over Magellan's approach, when it would be far safer to be among such skilled individuals. Then we shall remain here to guard, Zoro and a few others decided, opting to wait on the shore for Luffy's arrival. Steady yourselves, we set forth, Jinbei shouted. And in an instant, the door panel shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling swiftly towards the warship. What incredible speed! It's akin to that of a flying fish. As he gazed at the retreating Jinbei, the onlookers on the shore gasped in astonishment. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. Oh no, they have spotted us. The sheer volume of cannonballs terrified Buggy, who cried out in horror. Sandstorm, Crocodile waved his hand, unleashing a tempest of sand that shielded most of the incoming projectiles, while the remaining ones were dealt with by his companion. Where has Jinbei gone? Buggy lowered his head. Realizing that Jinbei had vanished, he immediately exclaimed in distress. Hasn't he fled, has he? Meanwhile, Jinbei was submerged in the ocean, his hands seemingly grasping a swirling vortex of water, which he forcefully hurled upwards, sending a torrent crashing down. Instantly, a column of water shot skyward, propelling a door onto the deck of a naval ship. Major, they are advancing. What should we do? A terrified sailor exclaimed, observing the four figures descending from above. Chapter 116. Fools, is there any need to ask? The enemy is upon us. Hurry and take action. The major bellowed in frustration upon hearing his subordinate's words. Yes, Major. The subordinate responded, hastily descending to relay his orders. As the Major General gazed at the departing figures of his subordinates, a look of helplessness adorned his face. Truly a fool. Crocodile, surrender quickly, or we shall be compelled to fire. A lieutenant colonel shouted, directing his words towards the group. Noticing an unfamiliar face among them, he assumed the two others were merely children with bounties and the tens of millions of berries, leading him to mistakenly believe that Crocodile was the one in charge. What are you that you dare demand my surrender? Moreover, even if I were to capitulate, the esteemed Lord Radenfield may not acquiesce to it. Isn't that so? Count Red? Crocodile first derided the lieutenant colonel before turning his attention to Lord Radenfield. Of course, no one can compel me to surrender. Blood slash. With that, Radenfield swung his bat umbrella, and in an instant, a slender crimson slash hurtled towards a nearby warship. To think such a feeble strike dares to make an appearance. It truly knows no bounds. Upon witnessing the delicate slash, the naval commander burst into hearty laughter. The Red Count could not possibly possess such feeble power. One must simply wait and observe. Bucky, who had witnessed the might of Riderfield, would not be deceived into thinking that the Red Count's strike was so trivial. As the blood blade soared forth, it expanded in magnitude, ultimately transforming into a slash extending over 1,000 meters, cleaving the ocean in two. All vessels in its path were severed in half, gradually succumbing to the depths below. Age had rendered him weaker, even his strength waning. Observing his own strike, Radefield expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Isn't this terrifying enough? How can you still be unsatisfied? What are we to make of this? The crew, including Crocodile, were rendered speechless by his words. It's utterly frightful. Can we truly apprehend them? The overwhelming might of a single slash had sunk 3 warships, driving the Navy to the brink of psychological collapse. Silence. Justice will undoubtedly triumph over evil. All ships. Open fire. The naval rear admiral, incensed by the murmurs of his subordinates, barked his orders with fervor. Yes, sir. Immediately, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted. You fools. To dare attack after witnessing Lord Raid's power is a death wish. Bucky shouted exuberantly from the side. Utterly foolish. Moments later, Raid unleashed several more blood-red blades, dispatching the remaining warships, leaving only the last one beneath him. Monsters. Our ships have been decimated by the admiral. What shall we do now? The remaining Navy personnel had lost their earlier bravado. The Red Count is truly formidable. No wonder he is my idol. Bucky shamelessly continued to flatter. It seems we have little to do with this, Crocodile remarked, bemused. Jinbei, floating on the water and observing Radefield, felt a sense of helplessness. Just as he attempted to make his presence known, he discovered the battle had already concluded, leaving him with a frustrating sense of unfulfillment. Hey, you Navy fellows. Are you going to jump in yourselves, or shall we assist you? Bucky sauntered over to the naval rear admiral, boasting. Damn it. If it weren't for headquarters recalling all personnel above the rank of captain, how could you so easily dismantle our fleet? The rear admiral glared at Bucky, struggling to contain his fury. So what? With the Red Count here, even if the admiral were present, we would not fear. Enough, Bucky. Do not waste time with him. Let us engage directly. Only the Count has acted thus far. We cannot merely stand by. We shall handle the remaining Navy ourselves while the Count rests nearby. Crocodile interjected, interrupting Bucky's tirade. Damn it, listen to my orders. All sailors, abandon your ships. I shall bear all responsibility. The naval rear admiral suddenly announced a command to all sailors. Admiral, how can you do this? Execute the command. The aide's protest was cut short by the admiral's assertive tone. Yes, sir. The aide had no choice but to comply. It seems we need not intervene after all. Observing all the Navy personnel leaping into the sea, Crocodile remarked languidly, phew. Suddenly, Jinbei sprang onto the deck, his colossal frame causing the platform to tremble violently. Has the mission been completed already? That was remarkably swift. Truly worthy of a man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard. Jinbei had witnessed the recent battle and, aside from Whitebeard, had never encountered someone of such formidable strength. Now that we have seized the warship, let us return to fetch them, said Radefield, seeing everyone had gathered. No problem. I shall take the helm. Jinbei approached the ship's wheel, steering towards the gates of Impel Down. Look, Captain Buggy and the others are back, shouted a prisoner, pointing towards the sea as the group deliberated whether to assist Luffy against Magellan. Chapter 117. It seems we've secured the warship. Now we await Luffy's return. As Zoro finished speaking, the floor of the first level quaked violently. What is happening? An earthquake? A fallen prisoner exclaimed in fear. Boom. The floor suddenly ruptured, and a massive figure, enveloped in steam, emerged, landing with a metallic clang. He then expelled a vast amount of gas from his mouth, gradually shrinking to a normal human size as he landed. Phew, my haki is nearly depleted. Luffy, you finally made it. The newcomer was indeed Luffy, who had just battled Magellan. Sensing his haki was almost exhausted, he had burst through the floors of the second and first levels to escape. Luffy, where is Magellan now? Sanji inquired, placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. Still in the third level, the hungry hell. He might be heading for the elevator now. We must hurry, Luffy urged, rising to his feet. By the way, did we manage to seize the warship? Jinbe and the others have secured it and are approaching here swiftly, Zoro responded. Excellent. Ace. Wait for me. We shall rescue you soon. You won't be going anywhere, for you shall all perish here. Poison Dragon Judgment. Magellan's sudden appearance instilled terror among the group. Blood puncture. At that moment, Whitebeard confronted Magellan, thrusting his bat-shaped umbrella, inflicting severe injury upon him. Curse you, Whitebeard, you will eventually be apprehended by the Navy headquarters. Do not celebrate too soon, Magellan retorted before collapsing unconscious. Whitebeard had spared his life. Magellan has fallen. We can leave this place. Long live the Red Count. Huzzah! The cheers of the crowd reverberated throughout Impel Down. Everyone listen. Board the warship, destination, Navy headquarters. At that moment, the Navy headquarters was in disarray. What did you say? Magellan has been defeated? The Count, Baroque Works, and Whitebeard are escaping from Impel Down and heading towards the headquarters. Warring States exclaimed, drenched in sweat. The Red Count was no ordinary figure. He was the man who had triumphed over the entire fleet commander, Steelbone Kong, possessing immense power. With Whitebeard's support, the Navy's defeat was inevitable. This matter must be reported to the Admiral immediately. Someone, come here. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan and his companions remained on Sabaody Archipelago. Captain, our ship isn't coated yet? Fire Fist Ace's execution is about to commence. At this rate, we will miss it. Clint complained to Liu Xuan. How should I know it takes so long to coat? I will urge Rayleigh to hasten the process. Liu Xuan replied helplessly. It's fine. We still have Goku, right? If we're late, he can just teleport us there. Bulma suggested. Indeed. How could I forget about Goku? By the way, has his teleportation recovered? Clint, quickly call him. Liu Xuan exclaimed, realizing the solution. All right, I will connect to him now, Clint responded, pulling out the Den Den Mushi. Brew, 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 brew. Hello. Who is this? Goku's voice came from the other end. Goku, it's Clint. The captain wants to know if your teleportation has recovered. Clint hurriedly inquired upon hearing Goku's familiar voice. It's recovered a bit. I can probably use it 3 times now. Captain, Goku says his teleportation has recovered for 3 uses, Clint relayed to Liu Xuan. Then let us get him here quickly. Observing that Kellen was still in a daze, Liu Xuan remarked with exasperation. Oh, all right. Kellen, regaining his composure, quickly informed Wukong. The captain wants you to come over. Just as Kellen finished speaking, Wukong materialized behind him. Kellen, Wukong said, patting Kellen's shoulder. You are remarkably swift. The telephone bug here hasn't even hung up, and you've already arrived. The captain summoned me, so I had to be quick, Wukong replied. Well, Wukong, the reason I called you here is that the membrane for the Dragon God has not been coated yet, and we would like you to take us there directly via instant transmission. Liu Xuan, noticing Wukong's presence, stepped forward and addressed him. All right, then come here and hold on to my shoulder. Wukong extended his right hand to his forehead, preparing to utilize instant transmission. Captain Liu Xuan, the membrane for your ship has been completed. We can set sail. At that moment, Rayleigh rushed over, shouting. A series of thuds echoed as several individuals fell to the ground. What happened to you all? Rayleigh inquired, his expression one of confusion. What do you mean? It's all because of you. The crowd exclaimed in unison. What did I do? All right, since the Dragon God has completed its membrane, let's proceed with the Dragon God. Wukong's instant transmission should be reserved for critical moments. Wukong's instant transmission could save us a journey, after all. Indeed. Chapter 118, Naval Headquarters Conference Room. Ladies and gentlemen, this war pertains to the survival of our Navy, so it must be approached with utmost seriousness. There can be no laxity whatsoever. An elderly man seated at the head of the table proclaimed. He was a robust figure, with a broad chest, tawny skin, and white hair, resembling a jagged mountain peak. A stitched scar lay beneath his left eye. Clad in a sleeveless black shirt adorned with medals, revealing muscular arms, a deep green armband, and a light yellow scarf around his neck, he wore a white coat draped over his shoulders. He was none other than Admiral Steelbone Kong, the supreme commander of both the Navy and Army. Admiral Kong is correct. The Red Count is the greatest variable in this war. Some of you may not have heard of him. His name is Baroque Whitebeard. He was once renowned alongside Whitebeard and Roger, possessing terrifying strength. Those below the rank of Admiral should not engage him in battle, lest they be swiftly eliminated, continued Sengoku, who sat beside Kong. To contend with Whitebeard and Roger with mere strength alone is indeed a formidable feat, a young major exclaimed in astonishment. Humph. He may have been formidable in the past, but now he is merely an old man. There is nothing to fear. The Admiral Akina bellowed, clearly displeased with the major's attitude. I, too, am an old man. Would you care to challenge me, Akainu? Carp retorted, his discontent evident. After regaining his youth, Carp's strength had surpassed even his peak years, exuding a powerful aura that even Admiral Kong found surprising, while Akainu felt increasingly uncomfortable due to Carp's special treatment. Humph, Vice Admiral Carp. Now that you have regained your youth, you cannot hope to compete with Raid Field today, Akainu conceded, albeit reluctantly. How terrifying. Vice Admiral Carp's strength must have surpassed even the four emperors. Kizaru remarked with a lecherous tone, inciting a desire in others to strike him. Indeed. With Vice Admiral Carp here, no enemy could hope to threaten the naval headquarters. A member of the headquarters chimed in. Have you all forgotten that Whitebeard has also regained his youth? I suspect his strength has surpassed his peak as well. The outcome of this war remains uncertain, Carp cautioned. Carp is correct. Akainu, do not be too complacent. I know the Red Countess' strength all too well. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to your downfall. Kong concurred with Carp. Thus, with Admiral Kong's involvement and the army's assistance, we must capture the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. Sengoku declared, standing resolutely. Very well. Let us conclude this meeting. Now, all Navy and Army personnel, heed my words. Return to your posts and stand ready for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Yes. At the execution platform in the base square of the naval headquarters, Fire Fist Ace, escorted by executioners, slowly ascended the platform and knelt. This man is the catalyst for this war, Fire Fist Ace. The square was filled with the elite of the Navy, who were fully committed to this impending conflict. In front of the execution platform stood 4 chairs, and soon, 4 towering figures approached and took their seats. Kizaru, Akainu, Kajaku, and the last. A middle-aged man draped in a gray cloak, clearly distinct from the 3 admirals. Who is that person? I don't believe I've seen him before, murmured the Navy personnel below. Oh, he is Army Admiral Peak, Otis. It is said he is a natural type user of the Earth Fruit, with strength comparable to the 3 admirals. A knowledgeable Navy major explained. I see. With such formidable forces protecting him, I find it hard to believe Whitebeard could rescue Fire Fist Ace, another remarked. Of course. With 4 admiral-level powers, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Kong, and the 7 warlords alongside numerous vice admirals here, the Whitebeard pirates will surely find no escape. Indeed. At that moment, Sengoku and Carp emerged. Carp, I must ask, are you all right? Forget it. There's no hiding it now. You handle it as you see fit. Carp replied before taking a seat nearby. Sengoku approached Ace, producing a Din Mushi, which was now activated for video transmission, allowing the world to witness the events. Ace, reveal your father's name. Sengoku commanded. My father is Whitebeard. Ace declared without hesitation. No, that's not right. There is nothing wrong. My father is solely Whitebeard. Cease your evasions. Through extensive investigation, we have uncovered your origins. Taking a breath, Sengoku continued, your mother, Portasti, Rouge, endured 20 months of pregnancy to evade the Navy's scrutiny, ultimately passing away from exhaustion after giving birth to you. You are the child of Gold, Roger. Chapter 119, The Child of Roger. The Pirate King has indeed left a bloodline behind. Is he alive? I never imagined that fellow would have a child. At that moment, a lieutenant rushed in, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The gates of justice have opened unexpectedly, and we have lost contact with the power room. What did you say? Sengoku gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions were troubled by how to pass through the gates of justice, only to discover that they had opened of their own accord. It opened? Wasn't it said that it would never open? The power room should have been in Marineford. Who could be behind this? As he gazed at the open gates of justice, Jinbei expressed his confusion. Let it be. Onward, Luffy bellowed. And the warship continued its voyage towards Marineford. The silence was unsettling, far too unnatural. At Marineford, the Navy awaited the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, numerous pirate ships emerged from the distance. The Knight of the Sea, Don Quixote, the Ice Witch, Perona, the DiCaprio brothers, Lord Mako, and the Great Whirlpool Spider. Squardo all were under the banner of Whitebeard, totaling 43 pirate vessels. However, there was no sign of Whitebeard or his 14 commanders. The Navy, observing the enemy, reported back. What is happening? How did they suddenly appear here? Sengoku remarked in bewilderment. Gurgle. A multitude of bubbles suddenly surfaced on the calm sea. Could it be? As I observed an increasing number of bubbles rising from the ocean depths, Sengoku's forehead was soon drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, a tremendous eruption of seawater surged upward, unveiling a colossal pirate ship adorned with a protective film, which shattered the moment it breached the surface. Remarkably, the film had emerged from the seabed. Amidst the cacophony of screams, 3 more pirate vessels ascended from the depths, each taking a position in the 4 cardinal directions, establishing their dominion. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, all 14 captains, had arrived. Bang, bang. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated as an exceptionally tall man emerged from the ship's cabin. Though he appeared rejuvenated, he was instantly recognizable, Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. Is my son unharmed? He bellowed. Standing on the deck, Whitebeard emanated an overwhelming aura that left those present gasping for breath. Damn it, Sengoku thought, realizing the invasion had come alarmingly close. The prowess of Whitebeard had far surpassed Sengoku's peak abilities, leaving him under immense pressure. The sheer presence of the world's mightiest man was terrifying. Merely gazing upon him felt suffocating. The surrounding naval personnel sensed the oppressive atmosphere, their voices hushed in trepidation. What shall we do? It seems that Admiral Sengoku may not be a match for Whitebeard. The naval officers whispered, already feeling the tide of defeat. Newgate, I never anticipated you would rise from the depths. Truly cunning of you. Carp remarked, stepping forward as he observed Sengoku's state, simultaneously releasing his own aura to counter Whitebeard's. Marvelous. With Admiral Carp here, victory may still be within our grasp. Indeed, Carp had also regained his youthful vigor, surely capable of withstanding Whitebeard's onslaught. Carp's actions invigorated the Navy considerably. Thank you, Carp. Sengoku felt a warmth in his heart. His old comrade was still dependable. However, Carp's next comment left him exasperated. There's no need for gratitude, Sengoku. After all, you are aging. I must look after the elderly. Carp chuckled, provoking Sengoku's desire to seal his lips. Damn Carp. It's just a matter of becoming youthful again. I must find the Dragon Balls to restore my youth as well, Sengoku thought enviously. Indeed, Sengoku, you have grown old. Carp, you speak wisely. Whitebeard interjected, further infuriating Sengoku to his own advantage. Yes, Sengoku, leave this to me. You should retire to safety, Carp added with a smile. Cursed Whitebeard, cease your nonsensical chatter, and you too. Carp, stop jesting. Sengoku was nearly driven to madness by Carp's antics. Whitebeard's comments might be acceptable, but Carp was supposed to be on his side. Understood, Carp replied, his demeanor turning serious. Humph. All naval forces, prepare for battle. As Carp ceased his antics, Sengoku let out a huff and issued a command to the entire fleet. Shall we commence? Very well, allow me to present you with a grand gift. With that, Whitebeard thrust his massive sword into the ground, clasped his fists together, and then swung them outward with tremendous force, unleashing a seismic wave across the sea. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the area struck by Whitebeard's blow shattered like glass. Had he truly fractured the very atmosphere? Moments later, the ocean surged upward by hundreds of meters, threatening to engulf the Marine headquarters. The seismic disturbance had indeed intensified remarkably. It appeared that, upon regaining his youth, Whitebeard had, much like Carp, transcended a significant barrier, entering a legendary realm of power. This promised to be a formidable confrontation. Sengoku, drenched in sweat as he observed the tremors initiated by Whitebeard, muttered in disbelief, is he truly human? Such a terrifying ability cannot possibly belong to a mere mortal. After a while, the surface of the sea gradually calmed. Has it settled? What transpired during that tremor? Ace exclaimed, Father, why did you come? This is all my fault for not heeding your advice. It was I who instructed you to go, Whitebeard replied, his expression unyielding. You clearly tried to stop me. It was my disobedience. I did tell you to go, did I not, Marco? Whitebeard added, turning to Marco for confirmation. Yes, I heard it too. You sure did suffer. Ace, Marco responded, pausing before continuing, in these waters, everyone ought to know the fate that awaits those who dare to harm our comrades. We shall spare no one who has inflicted pain upon you, Ace. Await us. Oh. The crowd shouted in unison. Indeed, we have summoned a formidable assembly. Why are we still discussing this? It is rather unsettling, remarked the three admirals as they observed the Whitebeard pirates. How will you advance, Whitebeard? Doflamingo mused to himself before turning to Mihawk. Will you not intervene this time, Mihawk? Mihawk remained silent, merely gazing intently at Whitebeard. What ails you? The water level seems unusually high, significantly elevated compared to normal. Two Navy personnel, monitoring the water level, exclaimed. Did you catch that sound? Sengoku inquired of Carp, listening intently. Carp discerned the distant roar of waves. Here it comes. Whitebeard was acutely aware of the sound's origin. His previous assault had been intended to provoke this colossal wave. What is that? Suddenly, a sailor pointed towards the sea, shouting in alarm. What is it? His companion asked, puzzled, as they peered into the depths. It's immense. There is another one. It's far too high. This tsunami could very well inundate the entire Marineford. From afar, two towering tsunamis roared towards the Marine headquarters from either side of Marineford, threatening imminent destruction. Ice capsule. Admiral Akiji leaped into the air, conjuring two icy pillars that connected with the oncoming tsunami, causing it to gradually freeze into two towering icebergs. Damn those icy blocks. Observing the tsunami he had encased in ice, Whitebeard muttered to himself. Ice blocks, two-pronged spears. Akiji, panting heavily, had expended considerable energy in freezing Whitebeard's tsunami. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a barrage of ice spears surged towards Whitebeard. In silence, Whitebeard retaliated with a single punch, shattering the atmosphere, while Akiji, not far off, transformed into an ice statue, plummeting into the sea. Ice Age. Remarkably, Akiji did not sink into the depths. Instead, he transformed the entire surface of the ocean into a glacial expanse, immobilizing all vessels caught within. There's a path. Let us rush forward. We must rescue Ace. Akiji's Ice Age inadvertently provided the Whitebeard pirates with a foothold. The sound of footsteps echoed as Mihawk leapt down from the platform, positioning himself directly opposite Whitebeard. Is that guy really going to make a move? A chuckle escaped from Doflamingo as he remarked, "My hawk, I thought you were merely here to observe the commotion." "I simply wish to gauge the distance between myself and the strongest," Mihawk replied, drawing his black blade. With a firm grip, he swung it with great force, unleashing a colossal wave of green blade energy aimed at Whitebeard, cleaving through everything in its path, be it human or glacier. Is this truly the might of the world's greatest sword strike? How terrifying. Father, as the formidable blade aura descended upon him, the members of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in alarm. Whitebeard, seemingly unfazed by the enormous blade energy, observed in silence when suddenly a figure leaped forth to intercept the strike. Upon witnessing this brave soul, a smile graced Whitebeard's face. To successfully block the world's most powerful slash, who could this be? The figure shouted loudly and with great effort, raising their arms, causing the blade aura to dissipate into the heavens, scattering the clouds above. What was that? Who was it? It was none other than the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jozu. As the blade energy faded, the identity of the figure was revealed, their form shimmering like a diamond. Who else could it be but Diamond Jozu? "Humph. Hawkeye, you shall not disturb father," Jozu declared with a grin directed at Hawkeye. Hawkeye remained silent, sheathing his black blade and stepping aside, refraining from further engagement. At this moment, Kizaru rose, muttering to himself, "Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are formidable, each one a veritable monster. To mitigate unnecessary losses, it would be wise to eliminate the captain first." With those words, he transformed into a radiant golden light, heading towards Whitebeard. In an instant, the golden light materialized before Whitebeard, revealing Kizaru, who floated in the air with hands aglow in golden brilliance, shouting, "Yada no Kagami." Countless golden orbs shot towards Whitebeard. Just as these golden spheres were about to strike, a blue figure suddenly soared past, intercepting all the light balls. "How could I allow you to disturb our king so easily?" a voice exclaimed. "Oh, how terrifying." Kizaru halted his assault, speaking in a somewhat lecherous tone. Chapter 121. Whitebeard strikes back. The Admiral's attack had been thwarted. What was happening? Blue flames entwined the figure that stood resolutely against Kizaru's onslaught, still standing tall. Indeed, it was the legendary ability of the mythical Zoan-type creature, the Phoenix, known as Marco, the captain of the 1st Division. Marco's body erupted in blue flames, transforming into a magnificent bird engulfed in azure fire, charging at Kizaru. "I've never seen such a bird," Kizaru remarked, then unleashed his previous technique, the Yada no Kagami, aimed at Marco. However, it proved ineffective, as Marco merely kicked it away. With a resounding crash, Kizaru was propelled into a wall, resulting in a tremendous explosion, yet he emerged unscathed, golden light flickering as he returned to the plaza. It appears that reaching the core won't be so simple. The giant forces must also remain vigilant against airborne foes. As the Marco the Yellow Ape gazed into the sky, he commanded, "Yes." Several giants responded, preparing to advance. "Step aside, you are no match for me." At that moment, Diamond George rushed forward, shouting as he leapt into the air, transforming his right hand into diamond and plunging it into the ice surface. With a resounding crash, a circular crack appeared on the ice. George extended his arms, grasping a massive chunk of ice and hoisting it aloft, before forcefully hurling it backward toward the execution platform. "If you think you can withstand it, then try," George proclaimed confidently, for a piece of ice of such considerable size was not easily resisted. "It's enormous," the Marines exclaimed upon witnessing the approaching ice. "Honestly, if everyone falls, who will guard the execution platform?" Firestorm. At that moment, Akainu rose, transforming his right hand into magma, striking the ice block. In an instant, the ice was obliterated, and the magma he unleashed erupted violently, scattering in all directions. Boom. Whitebeard swung his sword to deflect a magma projectile, inhaling deeply and extinguishing the flames. "Light the candles for the birthday banquet, you magma imp. Don't you fancy a grand funeral, Whitebeard?" Akainu taunted. "What a pity, this arena suits my fighting style. Otherwise, I would join in the fray myself." At that instant, the last admiral seated suddenly spoke. "Otis, do not speak nonsense. You are a user of the ground fruit. Your duty is to guard the execution platform. You cannot leave lightly." Upon hearing this, Akainu solemnly replied, "Understood, understood. I will ensure this place is well guarded." Otis, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "You take this seriously." Upon witnessing the demeanor of the opposing party, Akainu erupted in fury, shouting vehemently. Suddenly, a resounding tremor reverberated through the air as an immense figure emerged from behind the warship, Ors Jr., the descendant of the legendary Whitebeard pirates. Towering several times over a typical giant, he brandished his massive arms, unleashing a colossal blade that descended from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, a warship was cleaved in twain. Could this be the progeny of the formidable Ors? The giant army was mobilized. Upon the appearance of Little Ors, Sengoku commanded the giant army to advance and attack. Ace. Little Ors seized a warship and hurled it towards the giant troops. How infuriating. They could not withstand it. Several giants were sent flying in an instant. "Ace, I am coming to save you." At that moment, the tyrant Kuma suddenly emerged, extending his hands towards the sky to compress the air, executing his signature move, the bear paw shock. Boom. A transparent bear paw struck Little Ors, resulting in a violent explosion, leaving Little Oars bloodied and on the verge of collapsing. Oars! Ace shouted, and Little Oars regained his senses, reaching out in an attempt to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, he was no match for Doflamingo, who ensnared his right leg with his threats. Unable to move, are you? Doflamingo laughed heartily, preparing to sever Little Oars' leg. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, causing Doflamingo to break into a cold sweat. You little brat! Do you wish to die? The figure behind Doflamingo remarked. How could that be? Doflamingo chuckled nervously, releasing Little Oars' ensnared leg, and turned to find Whitebeard standing right behind him. A figure not to be trifled with. Whitebeard, have you been unable to restrain yourself? Sengoku exclaimed in shock as he witnessed Whitebeard disembarking. Young man, you are aware of the consequences of attacking the Whitebeard pirates, are you not? Whitebeard glared coldly at him. Haha, I am also a warlord of the sea. My actions against you are purely unavoidable. Doflamingo was reluctant to engage with Whitebeard, hastily yielding. Enough of your nonsense, Airquake. Whitebeard unleashed a punch. And with the sound of air splitting, Doflamingo was sent flying. Pooh, what terrifying power. Whitebeard is truly a monster. Spitting blood, Doflamingo gasped. Kapu, hurry and stop Whitebeard. Witnessing the terrifying power of Whitebeard, Sengoku addressed Garp. Understood. However, I cannot be certain that I am his match. After all, both of us have transcended our previous strengths. And the question of who is superior remains uncertain. Garp rose to his feet and declared, I shall assist you. The vacant admiral position here suffices. Sengoku nodded in agreement with Garp's words, and together they leapt down from the execution platform. Whitebeard, allow us to engage you in a contest. Garp and Sengoku proclaimed as they positioned themselves before Whitebeard, obstructing his path. Ha ha ha. Garp, Sengoku, are you not concerned about leaving the execution platform unguarded? Are you not afraid that Ace may be rescued? They exerted considerable pressure on Whitebeard. Humph, there are guards at the execution platform, so we need not worry. Refrain from employing psychological tactics, Sengoku retorted with a scoff. Oh, is it that individual? Observing the figure clad in a cloak atop the execution platform, Whitebeard murmured to himself. Enough of the idle chatter, Carp. Behold my beloved Iron Fist. Carp, undeterred by Whitebeard's words, retaliated with a direct punch. Boom. The collision of their fists generated a gale so powerful that it swept away all surrounding pirates and Navy personnel. We must hasten our departure. Carp and the old man's battle could ensnare us. The Navy and pirates quickly distanced themselves, creating an open arena. Ha ha ha. Carp. I never anticipated you two had transcended to this realm. It is the perfect opportunity for me to test the abilities granted by my newly awakened Tremor fruit. After fending off Carp's punch, Whitebeard proclaimed with a grin. Could it be? Sengoku gasped, a vague realization dawning upon him regarding Whitebeard's claim. Ha ha ha. Sengoku. It appears you have deduced the truth, indeed. It is the awakening of the Tremor fruit. For decades, I was ensnared by a bottleneck, unable to awaken its true potential. Yet, with the passage of time and the enhancement of my strength, I have finally shattered that barrier and attained a state of awakening that has eluded me for so long. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Whitebeard recognized that his secret was unveiled. The moniker of the astute strategist Sengoku was not without merit. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard. Has your Tremor fruit truly awakened? Allow me to test the full extent of your newfound power. Carp declared, entering his Baki form. His body transformed into a golden figure, resembling an indestructible entity as he charged directly at Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. It seems I am not the only one who has acquired new abilities. Whitebeard shouted, unleashing his awakened power. Boom. As Whitebeard activated his abilities, the very ground of Mariewa began to tremble, as if the heavens themselves were quaking. The clouds above dissipated, and the atmosphere fractured with a series of cracks. Nearby Navy and pirates were flung away by the ensuing shockwaves. How terrifying. What is happening? Could this be the dawn of the apocalypse? Witnessing comrades who had just fought alongside me being flung away in an instant, their fates uncertain. The anguished cries of those nearby echoed. You wretched old fool, do you seek to annihilate everyone? Upon witnessing the Navy's defeat by the aftermath, I couldn't help but express my astonishment. How exhilarating! I exclaimed. Forgive me, for it is my first experience wielding the awakened power, and I find myself struggling to control it. After uttering these words, Whitebeard restrained his fruit's abilities, and in an instant, all vibrations ceased. Phew! I thought I was destined for demise. This technique of Father S is indeed perilously formidable. As the tremors ceased, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Whitebeard, I have arrived. Prepare to receive my titanic punch. At that moment, Garp charged towards Whitebeard, his golden fist aimed squarely at Whitebeard's visage. With a swift sidestep, Whitebeard evaded Garp's strike. However, the unfortunate pirates and Navy personnel positioned hundreds of meters behind him were not as fortunate, as they were mercilessly sent reeling by the ferocious winds generated by the punch, some losing consciousness in the process. Remarkably, even at such a considerable distance, the sheer force of the punch's wind was astonishing. Garp truly was a formidable beast. Were I to face him in combat alone, it would undoubtedly take mere moments before I was sent flying. Upon witnessing the minion being sent flying, several captains of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their terror. Ha ha ha. Carp, take a punch from me. Whitebeard declared, landing a formidable blow on Carp's chest. With a resounding crack, accompanied by the sound of the atmosphere shattering, Carp was propelled hundreds of meters, crashing through a thick wall, which collapsed upon him. Is this the power of the awakened Tremor fruit? He struck without charging. Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment at Whitebeard's assault. Suddenly, a section of the wall was pushed aside, crashing to the ground, and Carp emerged, dusting himself off, seemingly unscathed. To have been struck by old man's Tremor and yet come away unhurt, Carp's defense is truly formidable. Marco remarked, astonished by Carp's resilience. Haha, Whitebeard. That move of yours was indeed impressive. Had it been the old me, I would surely have been injured. Carp laughed heartily as he approached Whitebeard. Sengoku. It would be wise for you to refrain from intervening in our battle, lest you find yourself wounded. Whitebeard's combat prowess has increased significantly. Even I cannot withstand such attacks repeatedly, Carp warned, blocking Sengoku's attempt to assist. Chapter 123. Arrival of Luffy and the others, damn it. Just be careful. Sengoku replied. Begrudgingly acknowledging his own limitations, he resolved to wish for youth when he found the Dragon Balls next time. Do not lose heart, Sengoku. You should take a moment to rest over there. With age comes the need to care for your health, Carp jested. You scoundrel, Carp. Spare me your nonsense. Sengoku retorted. His determination to regain his youth only strengthened. Returning to the execution platform, Sengoku retrieved a din-din mushi from his pocket and addressed Tsuru. Let us commence the plan. The timing is perfect. Tsuru pondered briefly before responding, understood. Sengoku nodded to those nearby, instructing them to connect all naval din-din mushis. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A minute later, the square resonated with the sound of the din-din mushis. Buru Buru. Buru Buru. Whitebeard, engaged in battle with Carp, expressed his confusion. What trick is Sengoku up to now? Meanwhile, Kobe and Barumaber, paralyzed by fear of Akaino's subordinates, received news of the plan to execute Fire Fist Ace ahead of schedule. Did you hear that? They're going to execute Ace early, Kobe exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Barumaber. Yes. We must hurry back, Kobe. Barumaber replied, eager to escape the battlefield, knowing that remaining there could lead to Akaino discovering and eliminating them. What is that? Kobe suddenly shouted, pointing at the sky. It looks like a ship. Barumaber observed the descending dark shape. Simultaneously, Sengoku and others also spotted the falling vessel. How could a ship be falling from the sky? Is this a surprise attack from Whitebeard? Sengoku pondered, while Whitebeard suspected it was Sengoku's reinforcements, recognizing that it was indeed a Navy ship. That can't be the Navy. At that moment in the sky, Buggy shouted, this is all your fault for bringing up that ridiculous proposal. How did it come to this? Don't blame me. You all agreed too. Luffy retorted loudly. Can you two stop arguing? What matters now is how to survive this. We're over 1,000 meters from the ground. Sanji interjected, unable to contain his frustration at their pointless bickering. Help? Ah, I'm a rubber man, so I'll be fine. Luffy suddenly remembered that he wouldn't be harmed from the fall. You fool. Are you thinking of saving yourself? Think of a solution. Sanji yelled back at Luffy. All right. We learned the moonwalk. We can walk in the air. Sanji recalled, realizing that in their panic, they had overlooked this crucial detail. We can use moonwalk too. Zoro and Drake chimed in, with Zoro having learned it from Liu Xuan's teachings and Drake, a former Marine captain, naturally adept. Haha, this is no problem then. Luffy exclaimed joyfully. You lot may be fine, but what about us? Buggy yelled in frustration at Luffy's laughter. Hey, stop arguing. It seems we're about to land on someone who won't let us die, Jinbei observed, having noted the icy surface below, which held a water pit directly in their descent path. Really? That's wonderful. We won't die after all. The ship crashed into the water pit, creating a massive splash, with most of the escaping prisoners landing in the water, while a few elegantly alighted on the now-still warship. That is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. A Marine shouted, pointing at Crocodile standing on the deck. And there's Jinbei. That large-faced individual is Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army. Ace. Luffy shouted as he jumped down from Sanji. Spotting Ace on the execution platform. Luffy. Ace exclaimed in surprise, having noticed his brother. Damn you, Carp. Your family is here again. Sengoku shouted angrily at Carp, who was still engaged with Whitebeard. Oh, so that's Ace's brother, huh? Quite an interesting little brat. Whitebeard laughed heartily, pausing his battle. That's the son of the Revolutionary Dragon, a target that must be eliminated. For Akainu, the Revolutionary Army was a threat that had to be eradicated. And as the son of its leader, Luffy was marked for death. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Those swordsmen and chef are here too. They sure know how to stir up trouble, Kazar remarked, having just encountered Luffy and his companions. Those individuals seem to be supernovas. Who is that elderly man? Someone asked, noticing the red-cloaked Raidfield beside them. I haven't seen him either. He doesn't seem to be a well-known figure, another replied, unaware that the Red Count had been imprisoned long ago. Chapter 124, Luffy S. Hockey that person is. No way. He has truly arrived. Sengoku exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat upon spotting Raidfield in his crimson coat. Haha, Whitebeard. Upon hearing that the young Luffy has returned to his peak state, I initially found it hard to believe, yet it appears to be true. The words of Raidfield captured the attention of the crowd. Who is that person? Daring to speak to Whitebeard in such a manner? Most onlookers wore expressions of confusion. Raidfield, I never expected you to emerge as well. This truly is a lively scene. How thrilling. Whitebeard instantly recognized his identity, as they belonged to the same era of notorious pirates. And Raidfield was the only one whose fame could be equated with his own. It is hard to forget such a figure. Raidfield, the notorious pirate who was captured after exhausting his strength and defeating Admiral Akiji, the Red Count Baroque works. Raidfield, did he escape from prison alongside the Straw Hat Kid? Some veteran vice admirals had witnessed Raidfield's battle against Steel Bone, which left all the observing navy in sheer astonishment. What an unexpected combination. The Revolutionary Army, the former Shichibukai, Raidfield, along with several supernovas and prisoners from Impel Down. I find it hard to believe they share the same intentions, Carp remarked, amused. At that moment, Crocodile spotted Whitebeard and transformed into a whirlwind, charging towards him. Whitebeard, it has been a long time. Crocodile approached from behind, swinging his golden hook violently towards Whitebeard. Old man, that bastard Crocodile. Boom. Crocodile was sent flying by a kick from Luffy. You've got some nerve, Straw Hat. Our agreement ended the moment you escaped prison. Do not disturb me. After receiving Luffy's empowered kick, Crocodile felt as if his left arm had been struck by a hammer. This man is someone Ace admired. You shall not lay a hand on him, Luffy declared with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Whitebeard noticed Luffy's hat and recalled Shanks' words. Youngster, your hat bears a striking resemblance to Shanks. Do you know him? He entrusted it to me for safekeeping. Are you here to rescue your brother? Indeed, Luffy affirmed. You are aware of who the enemy is, are you not? Someone like you is courting death. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Luffy's anger flared. Such matters are irrelevant. I know what I seek. I aspire to become the Pirate King. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Raidfield was taken aback. After all, this was the strongest man in the world. Mere mortals would tremble in his presence, yet here stood Luffy, boldly declaring such words. Luffy, you dare utter such claims. Would you care to taste my iron fist? Carp shouted, preparing to strike upon hearing Luffy's declaration. Grandfather, what are you doing here? And why have you transformed entirely into gold? Upon witnessing Carp, Luffy was utterly taken aback, losing all semblance of the bravado he had just displayed. He had been so focused on Crocodile that he had failed to recognize Carp. Hey, you brat, do you think I look impressive like this? Want to learn? Carp said, a smug expression on his face. Incredible. I want to learn, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Then join the Navy, and I'll teach you. No way. Luffy immediately rejected the notion. You little rascal. In a flash, Carp appeared behind Luffy and delivered a powerful punch. So fast. Luffy gasped, hastily dodging. But he was still sent flying by Carp's blow. Crash. Luffy crashed into a wall, stopping only after demolishing it. Cough, cough. You old bastard, using that much strength. Thankfully, I managed to use armament hockey to protect my head, Luffy said, pushing aside the debris and standing up. Armament hockey. When did this brat learn hockey? Carp thought. Having felt as though he had struck iron, unmistakably recognizing the characteristics of armament hockey. You little rascal. Who taught you hockey? Carp's question astonished the onlookers. Hockey was a power reserved for those of the rank of commander or above. Hockey. To learn it at such a young age is an extraordinary talent. It was only a few months ago in Water 7 that he had not yet mastered hockey. Had he truly learned and mastered it in such a short time? Akiji, well acquainted with the Straw Hat Pirates, was quite taken aback by Luffy's display. Knowing that for an ordinary person to learn and adeptly wield hockey would typically require 5 to 6 years. Oh, Akiji, when you encountered him, hadn't he learned hockey yet? Kazar remarked, just a few days ago, I was in a skirmish with several members of the Straw Hat crew. And I couldn't do anything to them. Humph. Regardless of his talent, as a pirate, he must be eliminated. Akaina declared loudly. My hockey was taught to me by my master, who is incredibly formidable. Everyone in our pirate crew learned hockey from him, Luffy proclaimed proudly. When did you acquire a master? Carp asked, bewildered by Luffy's claim. Didn't you meet him? He was in Water 7. At that time. He hadn't become our master yet, Luffy said, a look of realization dawning on his innocent face. Water 7? You mean you actually made Liu Xuan your master? Chapter 125, Luffy's astonishing origin. Liu Xuan. Upon hearing the name, everyone, except for the escaped prisoners from Impel Down, gasped in astonishment. Who was Liu Xuan? He was one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the one who defeated the strongest creature, Kaido, albeit indirectly through his crew. Additionally, he was the inventor of the Dragon Balls. It was indeed enviable to have such a powerful master. Who is Liu Xuan that everyone is so astonished? A prisoner from Impel Down queried. I don't know. I'm not sure either, another replied. It's understandable that you don't know. Liu Xuan first appeared 5 years ago, around the time you were incarcerated in Impel Down. After defeating Kaido, he vanished, only reappearing in the public eye a few months ago. Jibei had only recently been imprisoned in Impel Down, but having met Liu Xuan in Fishman Island, he was well aware of Liu Xuan's reputation. So Liu Xuan is on par with Whitebeard as one of the 4 emperors. I never imagined he had such a formidable master. The crowd marveled at Jinbei's revelation. I can't believe my little brother Luffy is his disciple. I wonder if he will come here. If he does, our chances of rescuing Ace will greatly increase. Meanwhile, Sengoku was also sweating profusely upon overhearing Luffy and Carp's conversation. The terrifying power of the Dragon Ball pirates was evident, as even their vice-captain, Goku, showcased immense strength, not to mention another member, Vegeta, who matched Goku's prowess. These two alone could outmatch the entire Whitebeard pirates, and the enigmatic Liu Xuan was yet another unknown factor. Although Liu Xuan had not revealed much of his strength, Sengoku could not dismiss the likelihood that he possessed far greater power than merely that of an admiral. If Liu Xuan were to appear here, Sengoku dreaded to imagine the consequences. Are you afraid, Sengoku? At that moment, someone approached Sengoku from behind. Marshal Kong. As he beheld the figure clad in a black cloak, Steelbone Kong, Sengoku regained his composure. With a decisive motion, he cast aside his own cloak and ascended the execution platform. The mere presence of Steelbone Kong invigorated the spirits of the Navy, a testament to the former fleet admiral's esteemed authority. All Navy personnel listened intently. Despite the formidable might of our adversaries, we must not falter, for we are the last bastion of justice upon the vast seas. Oh, for the sake of justice. Kong's words rekindled the resolve of the Navy. Thank you, Commander Kong. As I gazed upon the empty space, Sengoku expressed his gratitude. Whitebeard, upon seeing the void, exclaimed in astonishment. I never imagined that even you would come. It appears you have invested considerable effort into this battle. By the way, Uncle, on our way here, we overheard that the Navy intends to execute Ace ahead of schedule. The rest was merely coded messages, of which I am unaware. We all aim to rescue Ace. That is why I brought this matter to your attention, Luffy stated earnestly. Oh, is that so? This news is indeed of great importance, lad. Thank you for sharing it. Sengoku replied. Ah, it's nothing, Luffy waved dismissively. How can that guy converse on equal terms with Whitebeard? The sight of Luffy left the crowd in shock. Old man. Luffy, why on earth are you here to rescue me? Hurry and leave this place. Ace shouted, noticing Whitebeard and Luffy standing together. Do I even need to say it? You are my brother. Even if it cost me my life, I will rescue you. Wait for me, Ace. With that, Luffy charged toward the execution platform. Hey, did you hear that? The Straw Hat Kid is the brother of Fire Fist Ace. Could he also be the son of Roger? The Navy was taken aback by Luffy's declaration. Impossible. Roger was already dead when Ace was born. How could he possibly have a brother? Some individuals were privy to the truth. Kapu, I must reveal this. Do not hold it against me. Sengoku felt conflicted at the thought of Carp. Once Luffy's identity was exposed, he would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by the Navy, yet he was the grandson of an old friend. However, for the sake of justice, he felt compelled to speak. Taking the transponder snail from a nearby Navy officer, Sengoku announced loudly, Straw Hat Luffy is the sworn brother of Fire Fist Ace. And his biological father is none other than the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon. He is also a most notorious criminal. Well, it's out now. There is no point in hiding it any longer. Carp understood that this matter could not remain concealed. So, that fellow has such a formidable identity, Buggy and others exclaimed. They could hardly fathom Luffy's impressive background. No wonder Dragon saved the Straw Hat Kid in Log Town. It all makes sense now. Smoker, who had been puzzled by this issue, finally grasped the truth today. This kid is indeed remarkable. His father is Dragon, his master is the Emperor Liu Xuan. His grandfather is a Navy hero, and his sworn brother is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Truly terrifying. The shocked expression on Kizaru's face betrayed his astonishment. Given this kid cannot be allowed to live. Akaina resolved to execute Luffy as well. This kid seems to be quite a significant figure. By the way, who exactly is this Dragon? Leftfield was unfamiliar with Dragon, hence his curiosity about everyone's astonishment. Chapter 126, The Straw Hat Pirates Battle. It was not surprising that the Count did not recognize Dragon. He was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most notorious criminal. By the time he gained notoriety, the Count was already an impelled down. Buggy explained Dragon's identity to him. Now I understand. Let us commence. Who shall be my first opponent? Kay, it has been a long time. Why don't we two old friends spar a bit? Leftfield declared, preparing to engage Kay in battle. We must not allow the Straw Hat Kid to survive. Charge. At that moment, the Navy rushed forward, intent on eliminating Luffy. Boom. A giant rear admiral rushed forward, blocking Luffy's path, declaring, Straw Hat Kid, you shall not pass. With that, a massive iron rod swung down toward him. I have no time to waste here. Gear second. Armament. Luffy proclaimed, coating his right fist in a layer of black hockey, and with a single punch, he sent the giant rear admiral flying. Boom. The giant rear admiral crashed to the ground, motionless, clearly incapacitated and unable to continue fighting. How is this possible? With just one punch, he defeated a giant. Is he really just a rookie? The other pirates of the New World were astounded by Luffy's feat against a giant. Do not mistake him for an ordinary pirate. As Dragon's son, it is only natural for him to possess such strength. A Navy rear admiral shouted. Carp could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking to himself, normal? At our age, we certainly did not possess such strength. Ha! Straw Hat Kid, it has been a while. Today, I shall reclaim your shadow and create the strongest zombie once more. Suddenly, a sinister voice interrupted, revealing his nemesis, Gecko Moria. You are Moria. I can't believe you've also shown up. Step aside. I have no time to waste here. Luffy recognized Moria instantly, recalling how he had once put the Straw Hat Pirates through a harrowing ordeal. Enough chatter. Zombies, charge. Moria commanded with a wave of his hand, summoning countless zombies from the ground to swarm Luffy. Ocean current shoulder throw. A column of seawater surged upward, drenching all the zombies and causing black shadows to emerge from their forms. Moria, your zombies are afraid of salt, aren't they? Jinbe stepped forward to confront Moria. That cursed Jinbe. Moria's expression twisted with rage, as if he wished to tear him apart. Go on ahead, Luffy. Leave Moria to me. Thank you, Jinbe. Luffy continued his sprint toward the execution platform. Swish. A blade of air sliced through the air, severing several strands of Luffy's hair. Shanks, I'm sorry. It seems the future you wagered will perish here. With that, Mihawk wielded his black sword and lunged at Luffy. Armament. Clang. Clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as Luffy blocked Mihawk's strike. Oh, I never expected your haki to be so profound that it could withstand my attack, Mihawk observed, astonished by Luffy's capabilities. It seems I must also reveal my true strength. Mihawk charged forward, swinging his haki-coated black sword at Luffy. Damn it. Observing the formidable presence of the black blade, Luffy furrowed his brow, realizing that his own haki would be insufficient for defense. At that moment, three black katana, imbued with the color of armament haki, swiftly darted past, clashing with the black blade with a resounding clang. Who goes there? Gazing at the three blades that obstructed him, Hawkeye inquired, It has been a while, Dracula Mihawk. The one who approached was none other than Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. Unable to restrain himself upon seeing Hawkeye, Zoro rushed forward, as the memory of his previous defeat lingered in his mind, fueling his determination for vengeance. Oh, it is you. It seems your strength has significantly improved, yet even so, you remain no match for me. Upon closer inspection, Hawkeye recognized Zoro, harboring a certain fondness for him. Mihawk, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Although I am not yet your equal, Luffy still needs to rescue his brother. I can only hold you off for a while. Zoro felt the weight of pressure facing Hawkeye, yet he believed he could withstand him for a time. That is Zoro. To think he can hold his ground against Hawkeye for so long without faltering. Truly remarkable, exclaimed Kobe and Balumeb, astonished by the duel. How can we let Ace's brother steal the spotlight? Brothers, charge. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, taken aback by the performance of Luffy and his companions, were equally astonished by their strength. This is terrifying. It seems the Straw Hat Kid's power has increased yet again. He cannot be allowed to remain. With that, Kazara transformed into a beam of light and appeared before Luffy, executing a lightspeed kick. The blow struck Luffy squarely in the face, sending him flying. Boom. With no time to evade, Luffy could only defend his face with his armament haki, feeling a sharp pain as he collided with the ground, creating a large human-shaped crater before the onlookers. It is Kizaru. Kizaru revealed his form, startling the nearby pirates into falling to the ground. Not you again. Do not obstruct my path. I must save Ace. Emerging from the rubble, Luffy recognized Kizaru as the same individual he had encountered at Sabaody Archipelago. This cannot be. Your life may very well end here, Straw Hat. If it weren't for Liu Xuan last time, you would have been captured and sent to Impel Down long ago. But it is not too late now. Lightspeed kick. With that, Kizaru launched another kick towards Luffy. Devil Wind Leg, Poison Dragon Drill. Sanji's right leg ignited as he spun like a drill, intercepting Kizaru's lightspeed kick. This technique, taught to him by Liu Xuan, emulated the legendary moves of the Dragon Tiger Gate, harnessing rotational force to amplify his attack power, combined with the strength of his armament haki, sufficient to counter Kizaru's kick. Wow, how terrifying. Is everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates this strong? Despite being blocked by Sanji, Kizaru maintained an expression devoid of fear. Kizaru, do not hinder our captain from rescuing his brother. I shall entertain you for a while. During their time in Impel Down, both Sanji and Zoro had refrained from engaging. Their pent-up energy now unleashed against such formidable opponents, filling them with exhilaration. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Kizaru's face remained impassive, continuing his assault against Sanji, the chef and combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji. These individuals are impressive. Indeed, all three of them are so young, yet their strength is astonishing. Could it be that under Liu Xuan's guidance, one can truly experience such rapid enhancement in power? Even his disciples possess such formidable abilities. One can only imagine how terrifying Liu Xuan's strength must be, likely far surpassing that of an admiral. Damn it, where is Akainu? We need reinforcements. Upon witnessing Luffy charging forth, rapidly approaching the execution platform, Sengoku urgently exclaimed, Straw Hat Kid, commence the clearance. At that moment, Bartholomew Kuma sprang into action. The current Kuma had been entirely transformed, devoid of his own consciousness, having become a veritable weapon of mankind. He was the very individual who had sent Nami and the others flying. I had heard from my mentor that he was a good person. Why then, must he impede our progress? Upon encountering Bartholomew Kuma blocking his path, Luffy, with a look of confusion, murmured, Hee, the current Kuma is no longer the same as before. He has undergone a complete transformation by the government, stripped of his former memories and consciousness. Now, he exists merely as a killing machine, remarked Doflamingo as he approached Luffy. What do you mean by memories and consciousness? Regardless, it is now, right? In that case, let us defeat him and charge forward. Luffy, oblivious to Doflamingo's words, only recognized that anyone who spoke of saving Ace was an enemy. Luffy, you go ahead. I will hold him off. Ivankov, familiar with Kuma, was incensed upon hearing Doflamingo declare that Kuma had become a ruthless instrument of world domination. Thank you, Ivankov. Luffy expressed his gratitude before continuing his charge towards the execution platform. This fellow truly is formidable. One by one, these individuals have become his allies. Now, only an admiral-level force can impede him. Kizaru was stalled by the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Akiji had engaged in battle with Marco, and Akaina had vanished without a trace. Only the army admiral, Otis, remained, yet the terrain was ill-suited for him. Must it fall upon me alone? As Luffy relentlessly forges ahead, on the brink of reaching the execution platform, Sengoku glances back at Ace, suddenly struck by an idea. Commence the execution. Sengoku's abrupt decree astounds the crowd. Whitebeard, casting his gaze towards the platform, defiantly declares, "Do you think I cannot intervene, Sengoku?" Just as he prepares to act, he is thwarted by Garp. "Whitebeard, you cannot obstruct this. Ace must die." Sengoku boasts, reveling in the sight of Whitebeard being restrained. As Ace teeters on the edge of being pierced through the chest, a thunderous shout pierces the air. "Stop." Instantly, a ferocious aura surges forth, overwhelming the onlookers. The weak-willed among them faint, including the two soldiers executing the sentence. This is the Conqueror's Haki. Who unleashed it? One of the Whitebeard pirates' captains points at Luffy, astonished. Is it true? This little brat possesses such power. Akiji, unaware of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, is taken aback. Is it truly innate? Garp murmurs, momentarily halting his battle with Whitebeard. This little rascal. Whitebeard harbors high hopes for Ace, not solely because he is Roger's son, but also due to Ace's royal potential, manifested in his Conqueror's Haki. Witnessing Luffy's similar prowess leaves him incredulous. Has the value of Conqueror's Haki diminished? Indeed, among those present, numerous individuals possess this formidable ability. Doflamingo, the Empress, Whitebeard, Ace, and likely Garp as well, totaling 6. Brother Luffy, was that power just now? Jinbei, who has been closely following Luffy, recognizes the Haki, recalling only having sensed it in Whitebeard. Oh, you mean Conqueror's Haki? I couldn't consciously wield it before, but during the Impel Down incident, I seem to have had a breakthrough, allowing me to unleash it at will. Chapter 128, Admiral Otis. Indeed, it is Conqueror's Haki. Jinbei's perception of Luffy has transformed. Previously, he regarded him merely as a strong individual, but now he sees a burgeoning monarch. Fear not, as the son of dragon, possessing such Haki is to be expected. It appears I must also take action. Sengoku, you stay here. I shall return shortly. Suddenly, Steelbone Kong rises, addressing Sengoku before leaping down from the platform and dashing towards Luffy with a moonwalk. Haha, Kong, old man, can you no longer contain yourself? Allow me to be your adversary. Seeing the empty hand, Red Beret Field burst into 3 hearty laughs, standing in his path and obstructing his way. Red Count. As Rider Field obstructed him, Kong let out a fierce roar and struck towards him with a punch. It has been a long time, Kong. At your age, is it not shameful to lay hands on a younger generation? Rider Field mocked, looking at him with a smirk after blocking Kong's attack. Enough of your prattle. As a member of the Navy, facing the malevolent pirates, there are no distinctions of youth or age. There exists only justice and evil. Even if it is a child, I shall eradicate them, denying any opportunity to threaten the safety of the seas. Kong's words were fervently impassioned, yet Rider Field remained unimpressed. Is it not merely a fear that should he grow stronger, your Navy would be no match for him? Must you speak with such grandeur? You Navy folk are truly hypocritical. I detest individuals like you. Hypocrites. Today, you shall not succeed in killing him before me. Blood slash. Upon finishing his words, Rider Field swung his bat-like umbrella, unleashing a crimson slash towards Kong, a strike that rivaled even the earlier one from Mihawk. Steel Fist. Kong's hand was enveloped in a layer of azure Haki, and he delivered a punch that collided with Rider Field's slash, instantly sending violent shockwaves that propelled the surrounding Navy and pirates into the air. Ah, help, cried those who were flung into the sky. Quick, get away from there. They are too powerful. It is far too perilous around them. Witnessing the fierce clash between Kong and Raidfield, Marco shouted towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing their captain's command, the crew swiftly retreated, creating a wide expanse of open space. That old man is remarkably strong. I wonder if Master possesses such strength. Luffy exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at Raidfield's prowess, having not witnessed it during the events at Impel Down. That scoundrel has spent such an extensive time in Impel Down, yet his strength remains formidable, seemingly untouched by any decline. Carp, possessing a deeper understanding of Raidfield's capabilities, had observed the encounter closely. Darn it. Now, only Otis remains. He must be the one to take action. Seeing the empty space blocked by Raidfield, Sengoku could only turn to Otis beside him and say, Otis, you go and stop that Straw Hat kid. Is it finally my turn to take action? I feel utterly drained. Otis rose, voicing his complaints to Sengoku. Observing the fierce battles below, he could no longer contain himself. Look, the Admiral is about to strike. Everyone, Be cautious, his power is truly formidable. A sharp-eyed pirate shouted upon noticing Otis' stand. Otis, Ivankov, as the leader of the revolutionaries, was well aware of the admiral's prowess, for revolutionaries frequently clashed with the navy, diligently gathering intelligence. He called out urgently, "Everyone, be careful. Otis is a Logia-type user of the earth fruit, capable of manipulating the very ground beneath our feet. His strength is terrifying. Do not engage him directly." Otis stared at Ivankov in surprise. "I didn't expect you to know me so well, revolutionary Ivankov. But even if you are aware of my abilities, do you truly believe you can counter me?" Otis's assertion held merit, even with knowledge of his powers. There was little one could do. Many were familiar with the three admirals' abilities, yet when faced with them, one remained helpless. "Do not worry. While he is indeed powerful, this is the sea, and he possesses no advantage here." "Exactly. Even if he can manipulate the earth, we are on the ocean. Charge. Do not be afraid." The crowd surged toward Otis, eager to eliminate him. "Hey, you fools, do not act rashly. Even if this environment is not favorable for him, he is not someone you can easily confront." Ivankov's warnings fell on deaf ears, as they were captivated by the immense glory of slaying an admiral. "I shall claim the admiral's head." A pirate swung his sword, attempting to behead Otis, and immediately erupted in jubilant cheers. "Such a fool. Is it truly so easy to kill an admiral?" No sooner had Ivankov's words left his lips than Otis's severed head transformed into a clump of yellow earth, scattering across the ground. "Has it begun? Then I shall not hold back." Rock giant fist. With that, Otis's right hand morphed into a colossal stone fist, descending upon the crowd. "We cannot withstand this." As they beheld the colossal stone fist, the crowd erupted in cries of panic, but it was already too late. With a resounding crash, the giant fist struck the icy surface, leaving a multitude of injured pirates in its wake. Is this truly the might of an admiral? Indeed, their power is not markedly different from that of the three admirals. They are all monsters. Chapter 129. The appearance of Kaido stand down. I shall confront him. At that moment, Diamond George, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, stepped forward and declared, "Captain George." "Splendid." As George made his move, the crowd swiftly dispersed, creating a space for the two combatants to engage. Indeed, Diamond George is a formidable opponent. On solid ground, George would be no match for him. However, in this setting, Otis's abilities were significantly hampered, leaving him momentarily at a loss against George. Was he left with no choice but to seek assistance? Sengoku observed the situation tilting in favor of the Whitebeard pirates, murmuring to himself. After much contemplation, he finally resolved to shout into the air, "We consent to your demands. Please lend us your aid." What was that about? Who was Sengoku addressing? As Sengoku gazed skyward, the onlookers were filled with bewilderment. "Look, what is that?" a pirate exclaimed while pointing at the sky. A shadow, whose origin was unknown, began to grow larger, soon revealing itself to the crowd. It was none other than Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates. At last, the spectators discerned the fallen figure. It was indeed Kaido, who had previously fled after being defeated by Vegeta, now astonishingly allied with the navy. "Take cover. Kaido is coming down." Though the warning had been issued, some remained oblivious. With a thunderous crash, a colossal human-shaped crater emerged, obliterating countless navy personnel and pirates alike. Suddenly, a massive hand extended from the gaping hole, and Kaido himself emerged. "Sengoku, you scoundrel. You have allied with Kaido? It seems the navy has lost its fighting spirit," roared Kaido with a sinister laugh. Upon the appearance of Kaido, Whitebeard was taken aback. Had this fellow not vanished after being defeated by the Dragon Ball pirates? How could he possibly be here, now allied with the navy? Regardless of the circumstances, we have acquired yet another formidable foe. Everyone, exercise caution. Kaido's strength is on par with that of our late father. We must avoid direct confrontation. The immortal Marco conveyed to the group. "Ha! Sengoku, it seems your navy is facing the greatest crisis in history." Whitebeard, Raidfield, so many familiar faces. Kaido's words incensed Sengoku. "Enough with the idle chatter, Kaido. Are you not going to take action? Calm down. Let me indulge in a few more words with my acquaintances," Kaido replied nonchalantly. "Quit the nonsense and strike swiftly. We are merely in a cooperative arrangement. Your arrogance is unwarranted, Sengoku. Otherwise, your navy will have yet another adversary." Kaido's proclamation tightened Sengoku's chest. Should Kaido and Whitebeard join forces, the navy would undoubtedly face defeat. However, rest assured, I have no intention of aiding Whitebeard, as our paths do not align. With that, Kaido let out a hearty laugh. He knew he could not afford to sever ties with the navy just yet. Alas, Kaido's entrance had shifted the balance of power, which had initially favored us, back into the hands of the navy. Upon witnessing Kaido align himself with the navy, the morale of the pirates began to wane. Who shall stand against Kaido now? He possesses the might of an emperor. Whitebeard has been intercepted by Garp, and Redfield is engaged in combat with Sora. It appears there are none left who can contend with him. Are you the Straw Hat Luffy? I have heard you are the disciple of that scoundrel Liu Xuan. You must be aware that I am his enemy. Since I cannot kill him now, I shall take the life of his disciple to avenge my grudge." With that, Kaido advanced towards Luffy, intent on striking him. This fellow, Is he not one of the 4 emperors defeated by my mentors? He appears formidable. Nevertheless, no matter who stands in my way to save Ace, I shall vanquish them all, even if they are of the emperor's caliber. After all, I will have to face these individuals eventually. Let me test their strength now. Gear 4th. Bound Man. Luffy unleashed his Gear 4th and charged at Kaido. The sheer prowess of this technique is astonishing. Is this truly Ace's brother? Both siblings are incredibly powerful. The ability to simultaneously wield Haki and Devil Fruit powers to create such a technique. Did Liu Xuan teach you this, Luffy? Garp observed Luffy's display of power in astonishment. Incredible. I never anticipated the Straw Hat Kid possessed such capabilities. It seems he did not unleash his full strength when he battled me. Does he look down on me? Kizaru remarked, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Truly remarkable. With each encounter, the Straw Hat Kid's strength surges immensely. Akiji, having known Luffy for a considerable time, understood better than anyone the rapidity of his growth. Haha, how amusing. Does an ant dare to challenge an elephant? Let me show you just how insignificant your strength truly is. With that, Kaido swung a colossal fist towards Luffy, resembling a meteor as it hurtled forth. The sheer force creating a gale that made it difficult for onlookers to see. Rubber, King Kong gun. Luffy faced Kaido's onslaught without fear, retaliating with his own punch. Boom. A fierce gale erupted between their fists, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed the entire plaza, causing numerous pirates and navy personnel to lose consciousness. This is the clash of conquerors' Haki. Yet, Luffy's Haki appears slightly weaker. Witnessing so many fall unconscious, everyone was astonished. They never expected Luffy could withstand Kaido's blow. Chapter 130, Arrival of the Dragon Ball Pirates. Haha, I did not expect you to possess some skill. That last punch was delivered with only 30% of my strength. You cannot possibly be my match. Prepare to meet your end. Conqueror's Punch. Kaido had not utilized his armament Haki in the previous strike. It was merely a straightforward punch. This time, however, he unleashed his full power, albeit still without Haki. Yet it was far beyond what Luffy could withstand. Damn it, the gap is so vast. I will not concede. Lion's Bazooka, having barely withstood the previous blow with all his might. Luffy now had no choice but to employ Lioness Bazooka to counter Kaido's impending attack. Bang! Ah! Luffy cried out as he was sent flying. Reverting to his original form, it appeared his Haki was nearly depleted. It seems you are finished. Allow me to send you off this world. With that, Kaido delivered another punch towards Luffy, this time employing armament Haki. Boom. An explosion resounded. Dust billowed, obscuring the sight of Kaido and Luffy in the plaza. What is happening? Could it be that the Straw Hat Kid is to perish here? Luffy. Upon witnessing Luffy being assaulted by Kaido, Ace anxiously called out, Hey, Luffy. Are you not getting up? Are you comfortable lying there? At that moment, a man's voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Is that you, Brother Goku? As the haze dissipated, Luffy joyfully gazed at son Wukong, who stood before him, one hand shielding him from Kaido's colossal fist. Brother Wukong, have Master and the others arrived as well? Upon seeing Goku, Luffy felt that Liu Xuan and the others should have also arrived. Oh, Captain, they are still behind. The moment I saw you in danger, I instantly teleported here, Goku explained. Hearing this, Luffy exclaimed with joy, so that's how it is. Then Master and the others should be back soon, right? You must be one of the Dragon Ball pirates. Kaido interjected, having deduced Goku's identity from Luffy's mention of a master. Goku turned to Kaido and said, You are the Kaido that Vegeta mentioned, the one capable of challenging him? Hello, I am Son Goku, the vice captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. I look forward to working with you. Since escaping from the Dragon Ball Pirates, Kaido had been hiding on a deserted island until recently when the Navy found him, leaving him unaware of many happenings. Upon hearing Goku's title, Kaido's expression grew serious. He realized Goku was the one defeated by the vice captain, Vegeta. Isn't the vice captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates Vegeta? How is there another? Kaido questioned, puzzled, as typically a pirate crew has only one captain. Goku chuckled and explained, Because our strengths are quite similar, the captain decided to have us both serve as vice captains. Comparable to that monster Vegeta, many present had witnessed Vegeta's terrifying power, which instilled despair. The sudden realization that such a monster existed again made everyone fearful. The Dragon Ball Pirates were indeed formidable, with 2 vice captains of Super 4 Emperor-level strength. Not to mention their enigmatic captain Liu Xuan, who could withstand the might of the Dragon Ball Pirates. All right, Luffy, go rescue your brother. I'll handle this. I too wish to witness the strength of the strongest creature. After hearing Goku's words, Luffy quickly stood up and thanked Goku. Thank you, Brother Goku. I'll be off now. Go ahead, Goku nodded, then turned to Kaido. Let us begin, Kaido. I've heard your defense is remarkable. Vegeta had to transform into Super Saiyan Blue to defeat you, so let us see your full strength. With that, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing a powerful aura that blew away all surrounding pirates and Navy personnel. This guy is capable of such power just through his aura? Is this some kind of mythical beast or a devil fruit user? Impossible. No 2 devil fruits can possess the same ability. This form is something Vegeta can also achieve. They have trained in a force known as Chi, a vice admiral who had participated in the encirclement of the Dragon Ball pirates 5 years prior, remarked, recalling Gohan's mention of chi. Is there such a power? I've only heard of haki. I've never encountered chi. Have I been too sheltered? One questioned. No. Only the main members of the Dragon Ball pirates train in chi. Even their subordinates do not. It's perfectly normal for you not to know, Carp, who was more familiar with the Dragon Ball pirates, explained after his last battle with Goku. Haha. All right. Let me show you the strength I've honed over 5 years on that island. My power is far beyond what it once was. Berserk mode. Kaido declared as his muscles bulged, enveloped in a cloak of armament haki, blood-red aura swirling around him, resembling an ancient demon. To think Kaido harbors such incredible power. It's truly terrifying. What is wrong with this world? Why are there so many monsters around? The realization of the extraordinary abilities of the younger generation left many stunned, pondering if they had fallen behind the times. Goku and Raider Field exchanged glances, feeling out of place in this confrontation. At that moment, a massive pirate ship burst forth from the water, drawing everyone's attention. Wow, there are so many people here, exclaimed one, recognizing familiar faces. Given the current situation, it seems we Haven T arrived too late. It's the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates, Liu Xuan. You still have the nerve to speak, Captain. It was your insistence on taking the ship. If we had let Goku teleport us, we would have arrived much sooner. Another chimed in. That is Son Gohan, the Golden Warrior. You all better stop talking. Can't you see the captain's expression? A voice cautioned. Vice Captain Vegeta, you lot. Don't you dare come again next time. Stay at the base. Liu Xuan shouted in frustration at their teasing. The others quickly begged for forgiveness. We're sorry, Captain. Don't leave us on the island. Ignoring their pleas, Liu Xuan approached the bow and greeted Sengoku. Sengoku, it's been a while. My disciple has received quite a bit of your care, has he? Sengoku, now sweating profusely, retorted, what the hell are you doing here, you rascal? What else would I be doing here? Of course, I've come to witness the significant events of this era firsthand. Why does it seem like you don't welcome me? Liu Xuan replied with a grin. Stop babbling. I see you're just worried about your disciple, which is why you came here. Sengoku said skeptically. All right, congratulations. You've guessed correctly. So who shall face me next? My strength has increased significantly. I'm eager to test it out. Having completed his earlier task of instructing Luffy and the others, and with Zoro and Sanji now at the junior admiral level, Liu Xuan's power had surged to the pinnacle of the 4 emperors, and he was keen to see just how strong he had become. You scoundrel. Do you even know what you're doing? Sengoku exclaimed, nearly at his breaking point. Upon witnessing the anger of the warring states, Liu Xuan did not retreat but instead continued to provoke. I'm fully aware of my actions. My disciple has been tormented by you old geezers for far too long, and I have come to settle the score. Spare me your trivialities. None of those who bullied my disciple shall escape unscathed. As Liu Xuan spoke with grandiloquence, it was evident that he aimed to showcase the prowess of his pirate crew and garner a wave of prestige. Although his previous plan had succeeded, resulting in a staggering accumulation of over 10 billion prestige points after he claimed Liu Xuan as his master when converted into energy, it amounted to merely over 10 million capability points. It is crucial to note that ascending to the divine level requires a staggering 100 million points. Thus, this energy was woefully insufficient. Hearing these words, Sengoku was on the brink of exasperation. However, the naval combat forces were entirely restrained by others, leaving no one available to contend with the Dragon Ball pirates. What could be done? Should he report this to the elders? After much contemplation, Sengoku ultimately resolved to let the elders handle the predicament. He retrieved the Din Din Mushi to contact them. Brubru. Brubru. Hello. Is this Sengoku? What is the matter? A voice resonated from one of the elders, the Demon Sword Star, upon connection. Lord Demon Sword Star. It is as follows. The Dragon Ball pirates have suddenly appeared at the Navy headquarters and are preparing to strike. Please, your guidance is requested. What? The Dragon Ball pirates have arrived? This marks the onset of the most significant battle in the world, an unprecedented event indeed. In that case, we shall also lend our assistance. Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly, replied the Demon Sword Star, exchanging glances with the other 4 stars before addressing Sengoku. Upon hearing the words of the Demon Sword Star, Sengoku felt a wave of relief. The strength of the elders was indeed formidable with their intervention. The Dragon Ball pirates would surely be thwarted. What did the elders say, Admiral Sengoku? Inquired Crane, who stood nearby. Sengoku patted her shoulder and replied, the elders have decided to come personally, so we need not worry. Let them handle the situation. At that moment, Liu Xuan descended from the ship. Let us commence now. You may choose your opponents. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the eager crowd sprang into action. Goku was already engaged in battle with Kaido, while Krillin and a few others took the place of Sanji to confront the admirals. As for Vegeta, he refrained from intervening, as there were no worthy adversaries left for him to combat. He felt a twinge of frustration, lamenting that by the time he was ready to strike, all suitable opponents had been seized. Endure for now, Vegeta. Formidable foes will arrive shortly, and then you shall have ample opportunity to unleash your might. However, it seems our current high-end combat strength is still lacking. Perhaps I should summon a few more individuals. Having uttered these words, Liu Xuan stepped into the ship's cabin. The system converted prestige into energy, summoning 8 5-star summoning cards. Redemption successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 8 5-star summoning cards. Do you wish to use them? Indeed. Upon Liu Xuan's command, the 8 cards transformed into radiant beams of golden light, striking the ground. Instantly, 8 figures manifested. However, 4 of them transformed into golden light that entered the bodies of 2 individuals. The other 2 figures flew forth, one entering Goku's body and the other merging with Vegeta's, thereby significantly enhancing their strength. It appears that the number of 5-star characters is rather scarce, resulting in an abundance of duplicates. This alleviates my concerns. I wonder how much prestige I shall accrue after this battle. I am truly anticipating it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 132, Broly and Frieza. It is time for the world to witness our might. Come forth, Broly and Frieza. Liu Xuan was taken aback by the summoning of 2 notorious villains from the Dragon Ball universe, yet their prowess remains formidable. The fused Frieza has achieved a staggering battle power of 1,500,000, while Broly has surpassed 1,600,000, establishing himself as the most powerful among all summoned characters, truly a legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, Frieza, follow me, Liu Xuan commanded as he exited the ship's cabin. Aye, Captain. They responded in unison, trailing behind him. Meanwhile, the spectators in the square were perplexed. How did that great demon king enter the ship's cabin? Wasn't he here to rescue his apprentice? Inquired a naval colonel. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy personnel fell silent. Do you truly expect him to launch a direct assault? The generals and admirals are already engaged. Would you confront him if he did? Mused a pirate with a vivid imagination. Do you think he is like you? He is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, with unparalleled combat strength. How could he possibly fear such a scenario? I believe he has retreated to the cabin to fetch a secret weapon. Enough with your wild speculations. We shall soon discern the truth when Liu Xuan emerges, remarked Marco, slightly embarrassed by the chatter of his subordinates. Look, Liu Xuan is coming out of the cabin, exclaimed a naval officer, pointing towards the deck of the Dragon God. Indeed, but there are others behind him. Could they be the remaining members of the Dragon Ball pirates? I wondered why I hadn't seen them. It turns out they were all in the cabin. Wait, these 2 individuals seem unfamiliar. Are they new recruits of the Dragon Ball pirates? They appear rather weak, perhaps too timid to show themselves, prompting Liu Xuan to summon them from the cabin. Upon hearing the murmurs, Goku and the others halted their actions and turned to observe. Even Sengoku and Whitebeard cast curious glances towards the 2 newcomers. Frieza, Broly, the captain has summoned them. It seems the Navy is in for considerable trouble. Upon witnessing the formidable Broly and Frieza, Goku was initially taken aback, but soon elated. At long last, he would no longer be limited to sparring solely with Vegeta. Previously, the other warriors had proven inadequate, with only Tien presenting a comparable level of combat prowess. With the arrival of these 2 titans, Goku found himself invigorated by the prospect of worthy opponents. Frieza, Broly, Krillin exclaimed, his voice tinged with trepidation. Having endured much at the hands of these 2 in the Dragon Ball universe, Krillin bore the scars of their encounters. Though Frieza had ultimately been resurrected, the memories of their confrontations lingered, casting a long shadow over him. What's the matter? Why does the bald fellow seem so frightened of them? Someone mused. Could it be that they are indeed extraordinarily powerful? It certainly appeared so, especially given Krillin's evident fear. Kakarot. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong, Broly cried out and transformed into his Super Saiyan state, preparing to charge at Sun Wukong. Broly, Liu Xuan exclaimed, and at that moment, Broly regained his senses, reverting to his ordinary form. Liu Xuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that those summoned by the system were unwaveringly loyal. Otherwise, if Broly had lost control, the individuals present might not have been able to restrain him. Apologies, Captain. Seeing Kakarot stirred my emotions, Broly admitted to Liu Xuan. Phew, you startled me. I thought I would have to battle Broly once more. I certainly do not wish to confront him again, Krillin remarked, relieved at Broly's return to normalcy. You seem quite fearful of him, Bald One, he added. Observing Krillin's demeanor, he remarked to the yellow ape he was battling. Indeed, apart from the captain, no one can truly contend with him. Perhaps only Goku and Vegeta could match him. It is truly terrifying that it would take 2 such formidable beings to even attain parity with him. This Broly is undeniably a monster among monsters. Typically, when the yellow ape expresses his fright, it is often in jest towards his adversaries. However, this time his astonishment clearly indicated genuine fear. Goku aside, he has witnessed Vegeta's overwhelming strength, an aura of despair that still haunts him. How fearsome must Broly's power be? Ha ha ha. Carp, it seems you and your navy are in for a significant predicament. Most people, including Whitebeard, overheard Krillin's declaration. This truly is troublesome. But let the 5 elders deal with the headache, Carp said, drenched in cold sweat, before recalling that Ace had been saved, prompting a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Riderfield, observing the expressions of those around him, curiously inquired of the Void, is that Broly truly so formidable? And who are Goku and Vegeta? The Void, with a grave tone. responded, "They are the vice-captains of the Dragon Ball Pirates, individuals of the Super 4 Emperor caliber." Oh, I had no idea that upon my capture and impelled down, so many powerful figures would emerge on the seas. It appears we have truly aged, Riderfield sighed heavily. Damn it, the 5 elders have yet to arrive. And now the Dragon Ball Pirates have unveiled such formidable individuals. What are we to do? Sengoku expressed his growing anxiety. Chapter 133, The 5 Elders Sengoku. I hope we aren't late. Suddenly, a black hole materialized in the air, from which 5 figures emerged. One of them addressed Sengoku, "My esteemed 5 elders. You have finally arrived." Upon seeing the arrival of the individuals, Sengoku exclaimed with excitement. Sengoku, do not be overly agitated. What is the current situation? An elderly man, clad in a black suit, with a mane of white curls and a bushy white beard, wearing a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, inquired. Now, 2 unfamiliar figures have emerged from Liu Xuan's Dragon Pearl Pirates, and it is said that their strength is quite formidable. What should we do, Lord Jidwishing? Hearing the elder's question, Sengoku respectfully responded from the side. At that moment, an elderly man donned in a white robe, bald, bespectacled, and the only one among the 5 elders not dressed in a suit, with a beard and wooden clogs reminiscent of a samurai from Wano, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. Of course, we should charge directly at them. Ghost Swordstar, do not be so hasty. Gathering more information about the enemy will be beneficial for us. Knowing oneself and the adversary ensures 100 victories, interjected an elderly gentleman in a deep blue suit, with long white hair and an extensive beard. Mercury's words ring true. Ghost Swordstar, your bloodlust is excessive, concurred another elder in a deep red suit without a bow tie, his golden hair and beard accentuating a scar across his chest. The last elder, clad in a dark green suit, bald on top with only 2 whiskers of hair and a birthmark on his forehead, disagreed, stating, I believe Ghost Swordstar is correct. They are merely a bunch of youngsters, unworthy of such cautious treatment. Goldstar, your timidity is excessive. It is you who are too reckless, Empty Star. Goldstar retorted loudly. At that moment, Jidwishing interjected, enough of your quarrels. Dealing with the enemy is our priority. Upon hearing the elder's command, the group ceased their bickering and turned their attention to the battlefield. Meanwhile, those present on the battlefield also noticed the arrival of the 5 elders, though some were unfamiliar with their identities. Captain, who are those 5 old men? One asked. Fool, they are the true rulers of the world government, the 5 elders. I cannot believe they have come to intervene personally. It appears that the emergence of the Dragon Ball Pirates has instilled a sense of crisis among them. Marco addressed his crew, expressing disbelief that the 5 elders had also made their appearance. Kapu, it seems your navy has exhausted all options. Whitebeard jested towards Kapu, although he feigned humor. Whitebeard was internally anxious. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the 5 elders. He questioned whether Liu Xuan and his allies could withstand their onslaught. The esteemed elders have arrived, and we fear them, one remarked. Indeed, with the elders on our side, we shall surely vanquish the sea pirates and the Dragon Ball Pirates. Another echoed. Precisely. Charge forth and demonstrate to these pirates the might of our navy. The arrival of the elders brought an unprecedented shift in morale, creating a stark contrast to the despondency felt among the pirates. What shall we do? After finally grasping the hope of rescuing Ace, the arrival of the elders casts doubt on whether we can still save him. Is this the end? Observing the waning vigor of the pirates, Liu Xuan lamented the unexpected transformation the 5 elders had brought upon the navy. He decided to examine the attributes of these 5 individuals. Race, human name, wisdom star ability, psychic type, user of the learning fruit combat power, 1, 600. 000 strength level, emperor class, high tier, affiliated power, supreme leaders of the world government. The other individuals possessed similar strengths, albeit with varying abilities. Ghost Sword Star surpassed the Great Swordsman, boasting a combat power of 1, 510, 000. Water Star was a nature type user of the water fruit with a combat power of 1, 430, 000. Gold Star wielded the psychic type gravity fruit with a combat power of 1, 470, 000. Lastly, Empty Star was a psychic type user of the space fruit, possessing a combat power of 1, 560, 000. These individuals were indeed formidable. They would not be easy to contend with. Frisia, you shall confront Gold Star, the elderly man with golden hair. Broly, you will face Wisdom Star, the old man wearing a flat cap with a scar on his face. As for Vegeta, he will engage Kaido, taking Goku's place so that he can battle the user of the space fruit, that Mediterranean fellow. The final 2 will be left to me. After assessing the combat capabilities of his opponents, Liu Xuan allocated the adversaries for everyone. Captain, will it be too strenuous for you to face 2 individuals? Bulma expressed her concern. Rest assured, I have recently completed a task that has elevated my strength to the pinnacle of the 4 emperors. Dealing with 2 foes is certainly manageable, Liu Xuan replied, having experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities after instructing the Straw Hat Pirates. Species, human name, Liu Xuan skills, Chi Cultivation 18, Kamehameha 18, Energy Sphere 18. Combat power, 1, 999. 999 strength level, Pinnacle of the Four Emperors affiliation, captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates at this moment, Frieza and his comrades had commenced their actions. Frieza stepped forward and called out to Jinxing. Hey, you, Jinxing, come out and spar with me. Chapter 134. Opponents, how dare this fool challenge me directly? Let me teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Frieza's taunts, Jinxing could no longer contain himself and immediately spoke to Jidwashing, also displeased with Frieza's demeanor. Concurred with Jinxing. Very well, you go tell him that the dignity of the Celestial Elders is not to be desecrated. With Jidwashing's agreement, Jinxing suddenly levitated into the air and flew to confront Frieza. As a user of the gravity fruit, he could manipulate gravity at will, allowing him to soar after nullifying the gravitational force beneath him. Hey, brat, what is your name? You appear to be something other than human. Are you perhaps a user of a mythical beast type? Jinxing inquired, his curiosity piqued by Frieza's appearance. Frieza, incensed by the remark, retorted, You insolent wretch. I am no mere ability user, nor am I a lowly creature like a human. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Lord Frieza. Remember that. Haha, how amusing. Blow your own trumpet a little louder. Cosmic Emperor, you say? I never expected to encounter someone so boastful. Just now. You dared to utter the name of the Celestial Elders. This is a grave offense. Are you prepared to meet your demise, brat? Frieza bellowed, asserting his dominance. Do you know who I am? I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. With a thunderous shout, Frieza unleashed his overwhelming aura, causing the entire Marivondo to tremble. An earthquake. Whitebeard hasn't even activated the Tremor fruit. Why is there an earthquake? One officer exclaimed. Is the apocalypse upon us? This is not an earthquake, rather. It is the manifestation of his strength, the tremors caused by his unleashed aura. This individual is truly terrifying. Another remarked, having witnessed many powerful beings. Old man, are you ready to face your end? Frieza declared, extending his finger to unleash a deadly beam aimed at Jinxing. As beams of light shot towards him, Venus swiftly evaded the attack. The beam grazed his visage, leaving a scar as it struck the icy surface behind him. With a resounding boom, the beam collided with the ice, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent nearby naval forces and pirates soaring into the air. How infuriating. Tenfold gravity. Venus, in a state of distress, unleashed his powers, imposing tenfold gravity upon Frieza. Is that gravity? You believe such a modest increase in gravitational force can subdue me? I must say, you are greatly mistaken. Continuous death beams. Frieza unleashed a barrage of beams from his outstretched hands. How is it possible to maintain such attacks under tenfold gravity? The gravity is diminishing. Upon witnessing Frieza unleashing such perilous beams of energy under tenfold gravity, one hastily alleviated their own gravitational force, evading the lethal rays aimed at them. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds of explosions reverberated, scattering both Navy personnel and pirates alike. We must vacate this place. It is perilous. Liu Xuan urgently implored Frieza. Frieza, you and him should engage in battle elsewhere. Continuing here will result in a massacre. Understood. Captain. Frieza responded affirmatively, then turned to point towards the distant sea, addressing Jinxing. You heard that, right? Let us proceed over there. Jinxing, wishing to minimize the Navy's casualties, nodded in agreement, asserting, this is for the Navy, not out of fear of you. With that, the two soared towards the horizon. Phew, those two monsters have finally departed. Indeed, just moments ago, I felt as though death was imminent. Absolutely, I shared that sentiment. These beings seem almost inhuman, akin to gods wielding dominion over life and death. Upon witnessing Frieza and the Golden Star's departure, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, for no one wished to meet their untimely demise. At that moment, Broly stepped forward, confronting the Elder Stars and pointing at the Intelligent Star, proclaiming, You are known as the Intelligent Star, are you not? Our captain has dispatched me to deal with you. The Intelligent Star retorted, You insolent brat, I have no time to entertain you. Allow me to engage with you instead. Upon witnessing Broly's insistence on choosing Jidwashing as his opponent, Kongqing stepped forward to address Broly, stating, Your adversary is me. Do not disturb Broly's battle with that individual. Suddenly, Sengoku appeared, intercepting Kongqing's advance, declaring, Vegeta has already taken my place. Kongqing inquired, Who are you? I am Sengoku, the vice-captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Goku replied, assuming a fighting stance. Very well, then I shall engage you. Space movement. With that, Kongqing vanished abruptly, reappearing directly before Goku and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Goku intercepted the forceful blow, asserting, Let us take our battle elsewhere. I would prefer not to endanger these individuals with the aftermath of our clash. Having spoken, Goku soared towards the distant, open sea. So, Jidwashing, would you care to join me in combat? Upon witnessing the departure of Wukong and Kongqing, Broly continued his conversation with Jidwashing. Broly, do not be overly arrogant. If you wish to challenge Jidwashing, you must first defeat us, stated Mercury and Ghost Sword Star. The captain had declared that the two of them would be dealt with by him. Hence, I shall not engage with you, Broly replied calmly. Yet his words stirred a significant uproar. Chapter 135, The Power of Liu Xuan. Hey, did you hear that? That fellow claims that the Demon King Liu Xuan intends to confront two of the five elders alone. Is he not merely boasting? Surely not. Even the four emperors could not contend with two at once. especially not the esteemed five elders, the highest leaders of the world government, whose strength is truly formidable. It must be mere bluster. Indeed, fear not. The five elders will undoubtedly vanquish that detestable pirate. Gradually, the morale of the navy surged higher. At that moment, Liu Xuan emerged. It seems my reluctance to engage has led to considerable misunderstanding among you. Now, I shall take this opportunity to demonstrate my strength, so you may cease your misconceptions. With a sudden surge, Liu Xuan's aura intensified. The ground began to tremble, and the seas roared violently. Not only in Mary Geos, but across the globe. On the Sabaody archipelago, spectators watching the live broadcast were taken aback as the entire island began to shake. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? A reporter exclaimed in terror. Impossible. The tremors only began when the Demon King Liu Xuan released his aura. Could it be his doing? It must be him. This Demon King intends to annihilate the world. The tremors were so powerful that they were felt from great distances. The Demon King Liu Xuan is truly terrifying. Not only that, but reporters from around the world reported similar phenomena, indicating that Liu Xuan's influence had reached the entire globe. What? The chief of the newspaper was stunned, dropping his pen without realizing it. In Mary Geos, as Liu Xuan's aura subsided, Sengoku received reports from naval branches worldwide and hurried to inform the five elders. It appears this Demon King is not merely a facade. He possesses genuine strength. You two should team up. Once I defeat Broly, I shall assist you. Zijuoxing nodded to Mercury and Ghost Sword Star. Very well. We shall confront the Demon King Liu Xuan. With a swift motion, Ghost unsheathed his blade, the initial form of Ghost Slash. Moonwalk. The two simultaneously executed their moonwalk towards Liu Xuan. Look, Sengoku seems to be signaling the five elders, and now both are charging at Liu Xuan. The aura Liu Xuan had just released was profoundly intimidating. Even in the presence of his father, such overwhelming power had never been felt before. It felt akin to facing a deity, truly fearsome. Marco, an elder of the Whitebeard pirates, understood his captain's strength well. Upon sensing Liu Xuan's aura, he realized his father could not possibly match Liu Xuan. Kazan, it appears we have been surpassed. He is still so young. One can only wonder how far he may go. Feeling Liu Xuan's might, even Whitebeard lamented, it seems our era has passed. The future belongs to Liu Xuan. Carp chuckled, not disputing Whitebeard's words. So this is the true power of my master. It is truly overwhelming. Luffy gazed at Liu Xuan in awe. Stop staring, Luffy. Hurry to the execution platform. Sanji, and I will cover you. Zoro urged as he noticed Luffy's dazed expression. Right. Ace, wait for me. I will rescue you. Luffy snapped back to reality and rushed towards Ace, with Zoro and Sanji trailing to provide protection. It seems the Navy's chances are slim. Should we consider an immediate retreat? Doflamingo pondered as he observed the battlefield, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Mihawk swiftly dispatched a pirate attempting to ambush him, musing, it appears my target must change. Haha. Is this the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates who defeated Kaido? The Navy has allied with Kaido. Perhaps it is time I relinquished my position as a warlord. Moonlight Moria contemplated Liu Xuan's strength, considering an alliance with the Dragon Ball pirates. Is this the man who has slain the celestial dragons? Indeed, he is a formidable individual. I find him quite appealing, remarked Hancock, blushing. How terrifying. I never expected the Demon King Liu Xuan to harbor such overwhelming power. This complicates matters. A lewd expression crossed Kizaru's face as he revealed his astonishment. The aura Liu Xuan had unleashed had left him breathless, evoking sheer dread. Ah, is it not normal for Liu Xuan to possess such strength? After all, his subordinates are formidable monsters. Without such power, how could he possibly control them? Akiji remarked with a demeanor of inevitability. Regardless of his strength, he must perish here today. Justice shall not falter. Akaina declared coldly, viewing Liu Xuan as the greatest threat to world order. So this is the master of that little brat? It seems he has not exaggerated his master-s prowess. Indeed, he has underestimated it. Kong, it appears your navy is in peril this time. Though the five elders are present, victory is not guaranteed, laughed Radefield, who harbored resentment towards the navy for his imprisonment, relishing their misfortune. Chapter 136. The Five Elders versus Dragon Ball Pirates. Focus on your own predicament. With the five elders present, Liu Xuan will surely be defeated, and you will find yourself back and impelled down for the remainder of your days. Kong would not let his own spirit falter. That defeat to Radefield remained his greatest humiliation. Enough. Warm-up concluded. We may begin. Liu Xuan reined in his aura and stepped forward, addressing Mercury and Ghost Sword Star on the execution platform. Cease your bluster. Let me see if you possess genuine skill. Ghost Slash. Ghost Sword Star proclaimed, unleashing a pitch-black sword energy toward Liu Xuan. He had only exerted 50% of his strength, merely testing Liu Xuan's capabilities. Yet, even at half strength, that sword energy was formidable enough to cleave a vice admiral in two, an embodiment of the terrifying power of the five elders. Upon witnessing the formidable black sword energy that seemed capable of severing all, Liu Xuan did not flinch. Instead, he extended his right hand and delivered a powerful punch forward, causing the sword energy to dissipate as if it had encountered its nemesis. Surely, I must not be mistaken. Liu Xuan merely waved his fist casually. Yet the sword energy of the five elders shattered into fragments. Just how formidable is his strength? This sentiment echoed in the minds of all present. It appears that the five elders have yet to unleash their full potential. Otherwise, such feeble might would be inconceivable. That strike was already comparable to my utmost effort. The ghost sword star has surpassed the realm of a great swordsman. While others may not comprehend the potency of that sword energy, the great swordsman Eagle I could discern its true nature. Having reached the pinnacle of great swordsman himself, he recognized that if the swordsmanship surpassed his own, it must belong to someone who has transcended the boundaries of a great swordsman. If this was merely a test, it was unnecessary. Unleash your full power without delay. After Liu Xuan shattered the sword energy, he spoke without a hint of concern. Ghost Sword Star. It seems we have encountered a worthy opponent this time. Do not hold back. Let us confront him together. Mercury, standing beside Ghost Sword Star, spoke with grave intensity. Understood. This time I shall give it my all. Let us advance, Mercury. Ghost Sword Star declared, rallying Mercury to charge at Liu Xuan. Now this is more like it. Liu Xuan remarked with a smile, joining the fray. Boom. The three clashed, generating a tremendous shockwave that shattered the ice-encrusted sea surface created by Akiji. The collision of their formidable auras formed a colossal whirlwind, lifting all nearby individuals into the sky, including several vice admirals and Whitebeard as commanders. How terrifying. Everyone, flee quickly before you are caught in their crossfire. The situation had escalated into a battle between the Dragon Ball pirates and the world government. With Whitebeard and the Navy relegated to mere background, Ace was no longer at the center of this conflict. If it continued, the Marine headquarters itself would be obliterated by the clash of the Dragon Ball pirates and the Five Elders. Five Elders, please relocate your battle elsewhere, Sengoku shouted urgently, witnessing the devastation wrought by the residual force of the 3S combat. Upon hearing Sengoku's urgent call, Ghost Sword Star and Mercury quickly snapped back to reality, halting their actions. Hey, kid, do you dare to fight us in another location? They challenged Liu Xuan. What is there to fear? I shall accompany you wherever. Liu Xuan replied with a grin. Excellent. Let us depart. With that, Ghost Sword Star and Mercury utilized Moonwalk to soar across the distant sea. Liu Xuan employed Sky Dance to float into the air, pursuing the two. It is astonishing that the Dragon Ball pirates possess the ability to fly. How enviable. This will certainly make things much more convenient. Indeed, once this battle concludes, the Dragon Ball pirates will undoubtedly emerge as the most powerful pirate crew in the world, with the other four emperors unable to contend with them. As they gazed upon the receding figures, the crowd murmured in a flurry of conversation. That was indeed perilous. The captain acted recklessly. Had it not been for our mastery of the aerial technique, we would have been swept away by the recent whirlwind. Clint exhaled in relief as he watched Liu Xuan and his companions depart. He had narrowly escaped being engulfed while battling with Huang Yuan. Once the group had left, Broly stepped forward, declaring that now that the troublesome ones had vacated, it was time for their own battle to commence. It seemed it was indeed time for the old man to stretch his limbs. I shall indulge you in some play, but we must relocate, as you witnessed. Their conflict could obliterate the entire island. The clever strategist finally emerged, stretching his long-neglected body before addressing Broly. Defeating you is my utmost priority. The fate of this island is of no concern to me. However, since the captain wishes to spare it, I shall do so. Broly's initial remarks had nearly sent the onlookers into a panic, yet his subsequent words provided a breath of relief. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought they truly intended to continue fighting here. Indeed, I could scarcely stand moments ago, remarked a pirate who had collapsed to the ground. You all seem well. But look at me. Upon hearing their banter, another individual chimed in, revealing that his trousers were soaked. Indeed, it appears that the Dragon Ball pirates possess a wonderfully diverse array of personalities, remarked Whitebeard with a hearty laugh. If it weren't for Liu Xuan keeping them in check, who knows what chaos they might unleash. It seems they heed only Liu Xuan's commands, Carp conceded, not disputing Whitebeard's observation this time. Chapter 137. The rescue of Ace. With the main forces of the Dragon Ball pirates and the Five Elders having departed, the operation to rescue Ace was set in motion. Luffy and his comrades approached the execution platform, where only Sengoku stood guard, as the admirals and warlords had been occupied by Klin and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. It seems that rescuing Ace is merely a matter of time, Marco remarked, surveying the unfolding situation. Indeed. Hang in there, Ace's brother. Fourth gear. Elastic Man. Reaching the base of the execution platform, Luffy launched himself into fourth gear, seizing Ace in an attempt to flee. However, Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha and landed a punch, propelling both Luffy and Ace away without inflicting any injury. Ace, are you alright? Though Luffy managed to shield Ace from Sengoku's assault, he couldn't shake off his concern for Ace, who, as a mere mortal now, was vulnerable to harm. I'm fine, Luffy. Don't worry about me. Although Ace could not transform, his physical resilience remained intact. He had merely fallen from a height, which posed no real danger. That's fantastic. However, you're still shackled with sea stone handcuffs, limiting your movements. Our immediate priority is to find the key. Right. Let's seek out Sanji. His abilities can conjure the keys. Luffy's mind suddenly clicked into gear. Luffy, over here. Zoro called out, having spotted Sanji among the pirates, convinced he would be essential to their mission. Zoro, you're quite clever. Luffy's praise made Zoro's face flush with embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. Luffy hurriedly led Ace to Zoro, who then freed Ace from his restraints. Wonderful. Ace. Upon witnessing the shackles of Haki being released from Ace, Luffy exclaimed with great joy. I never anticipated that I would have a moment of salvation from you. Moreover, thank you, Luffy, Ace said, a smile gracing his face. Ace, let us hasten our departure from this place. It remains perilous. Indeed, let us charge forth together as brothers. Ace shouted, following Luffy as they began their swift escape. You youngsters, provide unwavering cover for Ace and his brother as they make their exit. Upon witnessing Ace's rescue, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh and declared to his crew. Turning towards Garp, he inquired, What say you, Garp? Shall we continue to fight? Of course we shall. Garp replied, his voice boisterous, yet the smile upon his face betrayed his true feelings. The sight of Ace's salvation brought him immense joy, after all. He had watched Ace grow, and their bond was profoundly deep. Ha ha ha. Then let the battle resume. With that, Whitebeard charged at Garp. This is intolerable. How could such a situation arise here? Sengoku lamented, feeling a deep sense of guilt for allowing Ace to escape, particularly when he recognized that Luffy's strength surpassed his own. Yet Ace was still rescued by him. Clear the way. Clear the way. Luffy and Ace forged ahead, cutting through the obstacles. As they faced no one capable of halting their advance, given that all officers above the rank of lieutenant were occupied, these two brothers displayed remarkable synergy. It is no wonder they are siblings. Both possess extraordinary prowess. Onward, Ace and Luffy. Break free. As Luffy and Ace forged ahead, overcoming every obstacle in their path, the pirates around them felt a surge of morale. It was hard to believe that he had truly succeeded. It seemed just moments ago we were mocking that Straw Hat Kid for his naivety. Who would have imagined this outcome? Crocodile, the sand crocodile, observed the two with an inscrutable expression. Haha, old man Kong, now that the Straw Hat Kid has rescued his brother, are you still intent on fighting me? Luffield interjected, blocking a punch from Kong. Humph, spare me your prattle. Even if the Straw Hat Kid has freed Fire Fist Ace, they cannot escape from the Navy headquarters. There are other Navy forces present, and there is no need for me to intervene. My mission is to return you to Impel Down. Steelbone Kong huffed, then continued to swing his fist toward left field. Is that so? We shall see. Leffield retorted, charging forward. Ha ha ha, this is truly delightful. As expected from the disciple of the Demon King, it seems the new era is upon us. I wonder whether the Five Elders or the Dragon Ball pirates will emerge victorious. I feel as though I stand at the very heart of this new age. Doflamingo laughed maniacally. Red-haired, it seems your entrusted dream is on the verge of realization, Mihawk mused, watching the silhouettes of Luffy and his companion, recalling the expressions of red-haired Shanks when he mentioned the Straw Hat Kid. Ha ha ha, the captain certainly did not misjudge. Luffy's strength has escalated so rapidly. Even though we are constrained by this world, unable to unleash even a fraction of our true power, Kurohige remarked, pausing in his actions to observe Luffy and Ace. This world, are you not inhabitants of it? The yellow monkey, engaged in combat with Kurohige, replied with a perplexed expression. Oh, it's nothing. You must have misheard me, ahaha. Kurohige quickly laughed off his slip of the tongue. Humph, I never expected you two would escape, but as long as I am here, you shall not leave alive. Akainu appeared unexpectedly, blocking Ace and Luffy's path. Chapter 138. What is happening? When did Akainu arrive here? Upon witnessing the astonishment of the Akainu, the Whitebeard exclaimed, Akainu, my boy. Whitebeard, upon seeing Akainu confront Ace and his companion, felt a surge of alarm. Although both individuals possessed formidable strength, they were not yet the match for the already renowned Akainu. Instinctively, Whitebeard yearned to assist. Whitebeard, your composure is faltering. Concerned for the safety of Ace and his companion, Whitebeard fell prey to a lapse in his defenses, allowing Carp to land a powerful punch to his chest, sending him flying. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Whitebeard rose to his feet, acutely aware that Carp's blow had inflicted considerable damage, as he was contending with an adversary of equal caliber. Oh, long live Vice Admiral Carp. Witnessing Carp injure Whitebeard, the Navy erupted in jubilant cheers. The news of Whitebeard being wounded by Carp was indeed sensational. Reporters in the northern part of Sabaody Archipelago shouted in excitement. The Whitebeard pirates are destined to fail. We shall be safer henceforth. Long live the Navy. These individuals naively believed that the defeat of Whitebeard would usher in an era of peace, unaware of the chaos that would ensue in the new world without his formidable presence to maintain order. Father, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in concern. Haha, is Whitebeard on the brink of collapse? It seems your time is running out. Akainu laughed, addressing Ace. You cannot escape now. Father will never lose. He is the strongest man in the world. Ace, who had always revered Whitebeard, held steadfast in his belief. Stop fooling yourself, not to mention the Demon King Liu Xuan. Even one of the Five Elders could defeat Whitebeard. The title of the strongest in the world is merely a fade. Akainu's words ignited Ace's fury. He had always despised anyone speaking ill of Whitebeard. Even if he were unable to defeat them, he would demand a concession to reclaim those words. Ace, Do not fall for such blatant provocation. You remember how it ended last time, don't you? Luffy urged, gripping Ace's arm. I understand, but he is my father, and I cannot allow him to be insulted. Ace replied, turning to Luffy. Haha, I shall continue to say it. Whitebeard is a complete failure. He was defeated by your biological father, Gold, Roger, and now Liu Xuan has taken away his title. Is that not the mark of a loser? Akainu continued to mock Ace. Enough of your nonsense. Whitebeard is the greatest pirate. This era belongs to him. Fire Fist. Ace shouted, unleashing his signature move at Akainu. Humph. Whitebeard is destined to fail. Surrender now. Akainu retorted, transforming his right hand into magma, clashing it against Ace's Fire Fist. Boom. Ah. Ace cried out in pain as he was sent flying. To everyone's astonishment, Ace had been burned. How could this be? Ace was a natural type user of the flame fruit. How could he be harmed by fire? Luffy exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed Ace collapse to the ground. Humph. Ace, you may be flames, but I can incinerate even fire with magma. There is no escape for you. Seeing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, Akainu disdainfully gazed at Ace and declared, how infuriating. I shall not allow you to harm Ace any longer. From now on, I shall be your protector, Ace. Gear 4th, Bounce Man. Observing Akainu's intent to harm Ace, Luffy unleashed his 4th gear, positioning himself protectively in front of Ace. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Fire Fist Ace before confronting you. But since you have chosen to court death, I shall address you first. A torrent of flames. Akainu thrust his right fist toward Luffy. As the torrent of magma surged towards him, Luffy leaped forward, his feet propelling him into the air with a force sufficient to lift him aloft. His right hand shot out like a taut spring, striking the molten rock unleashed by Akainu, effectively thwarting the fiery onslaught. The explosion sent magma splattering, melting the nearby ice. And after delivering this powerful blow, Luffy deflated like a punctured balloon, having already exhausted himself during the events at Impel Down. He had repeatedly utilized his Gear 4th, pushing his body beyond its limits, and that last strike had depleted the remnants of his haki. This is bad. Luffy's haki is completely spent. Quickly, someone protect the two brothers. Jinbei, who had been vigilantly observing Luffy and Ace, shouted a warning to the others upon witnessing Luffy's peril. He held great faith in Luffy. Having witnessed him vanquish numerous foes during their time in Impel Down, even though stronger than himself, showcasing Luffy's indomitable spirit. Damn it. I won't allow you to lay a finger on Ace or his brother, Akainu. Marco swiftly flew in front of them, confronting Akainu. Do you really believe you can hinder me? Marco, you are dreadfully naive. I will stop you, even if it costs me everything. Is that so? Then let's see you try. Akainu retorted, his arm transforming into a canine form as he charged at Marco. I won't let you have your way. Marco transformed into a magnificent bird enveloped in blue flames, intercepting Akainu's attack. Chapter 139, Whitebeard's Fury against Akainu. How many times do you think you can block me? I can see your stamina is waning. Soon, I shall witness how long you can endure. As Marco transformed into the immortal phoenix, Akainu relentlessly hurled magma at him. Although Marco's phoenix abilities allowed for complete restoration, there were limits, after enduring numerous assaults from Akainu. Marco gradually succumbed, ultimately being struck and sent crashing to the ground, unable to recover in the immediate moment. The son of Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. Both of you must be eliminated. However, since you seek your demise, I shall deal with you first. After sending Marco flying, Akainu turned to Luffy and, with a powerful punch aimed at him, declared that this time he would use all his strength to eradicate this future adversary. Luffy, Ace, witnessing the scene, transformed into flames and soared to shield Luffy, only to be pierced through the chest by Akainu's molten fist, collapsing atop Luffy. Ace. Doctor, hurry. Luffy stared in shock at Ace lying on him, and, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, embraced Ace tightly, feeling the warmth of liquid on his hands. He glanced down to find them covered in blood, understanding the calamity that had unfolded, and urgently sought a doctor. You shall join him in the abyss. With that, Akainu prepared to strike Luffy once more. Bang. Akainu's attack was thwarted, as Jinbei had arrived just in time to block the lethal blow. I will not allow you to harm Ace's brother. Jinbei, you are one of the former 7 warlords. You should know my strength. You cannot stop me. Akainu coldly retorted, glaring at Jinbei, who stood resolute before him. Even if it costs me my life, I will stand in your way. Jinbei shouted, unleashing Fishman Karate in an attempt to strike Akainu. However, on land, Jinbei's Fishman Karate lacked its full power, and he was swiftly sent flying. Damn it. Jinbei rose, watching Akainu approach and lamenting his own weakness, feeling powerless to save Luffy and Ace. Jinbei bowed his head in distress. Just then, he heard the voices of Marco and Bista behind him, prompting him to instinctively lower his gaze. Whoosh. 2 figures soared above Jinbei, striking Akainu and leaving deep gashes on his body, nearly cleaving him in two. Haki? Akainu murmured, his body returning to its original state, having anticipated the ambush. Marco and Bista's surprise attack bore no fruit. Damn it. So close. Marco expressed his frustration. At this moment, Bista turned to Jinbei. Take Ace and Luffy away. We will hold off Akainu. Without hesitation, Jinbei scooped up Ace and Luffy and dashed towards the sea. You cannot stop me. Their lives must remain here today. Hellhound. Akainu swiftly dashed to Marco, unleashing his signature move that sent him flying, rendering him unable to rise. Another fiery blast was directed at Bista, and Akainu then turned, unleashing a torrent of magma towards Jinbe and the two brothers, intent on claiming their lives as well. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by an explosion. Akainu's magma seemed to be intercepted, disintegrating into fragments that fell onto the ice, forming numerous holes. Out of nowhere, a towering figure appeared behind Akainu, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Slowly turning around, he found Whitebeard glaring intensely at him, his eyes aflame with unbridled fury. Whitebeard, how are you here? Gazing at the white-bearded Akainu before him, he coldly inquired. Turning his head, he beheld Carp, pinned beneath Sengoku. Sengoku, keep me restrained, or I shall lose control and slay Akainu. Carp, you foolish idiot. As he gazed down at Carp, Sengoku, though vocally reprimanding him, harbored a profound understanding in his heart. After all, witnessing the death of his grandson, whom he had raised for over a decade, was unbearable for anyone, no matter how resilient. Akainu, have you contemplated your fate? Despite the inscrutable expression on Whitebeard's face, an inferno of rage was surging within him. Whitebeard, I shan't fear you. You are already wounded. The outcome remains uncertain. Akainu shouted as he lunged towards Whitebeard with a punch. A resounding crash echoed as Whitebeard parried Akainu's blow with his Naginata, subsequently unleashing a devastating strike with his right hand, imbued with the powers of the Tremor fruit. The impact was so fierce that Akainu seemed to shatter upon hitting the ground. Yet, Whitebeard did not relent. With another seismic punch, he sent Akainu crashing into the earth below. This strike, fueled by Whitebeard's fury, finally brought the already battered Navy headquarters to its knees, fracturing the entire plaza and ensnaring several Marines and pirates in the crevices that formed. Damn you, Whitebeard. The Navy headquarters, which has stood for 800 years, lies in ruins by my hand. Sengoku's spirit faltered at this sight. Quickly, summon the ship's doctor. Whitebeard finally ceased his assault and turned to his crew, urgency in his voice. Yes, hurry, fetch the ship's doctor. In that moment, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates sprang into action, racing to find their ship's medic. I'm here. Make way. Shortly thereafter, a medic from the Whitebeard pirates arrived, pushing through the crowd to reach Ace. However, upon seeing Ace's grievous wounds, he fell silent. What is the matter, doctor? Quickly, save Ace, Marco implored, seizing the medic's arm. I'm sorry. I cannot save him. The injuries are too severe. His internal organs are charred beyond repair. The medic shook his head, anguish evident in his tone. How could this be? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates stood frozen in disbelief, then broke into tears. What's wrong? Why is everyone crying? At that moment, Bruma, who had been idle, approached the sobbing crowd. Miss Bruma, Ace is dying. Zoro, who had just arrived, exclaimed. But he is not dead yet. If we treat him, he will recover. Bruma replied, bewildered by Zoro's despair. Please, Miss Bruma, this is no time for jokes. Such grave injuries cannot be healed. Sanji added as he joined them. Who says? We have the Senza beans, Bruma declared, producing a Senza bean from her possession. Senza beans? Can they really heal Ace? Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances. Familiar with the miraculous beans from previous battles, yet skeptical about their efficacy against such severe injuries. You fools are wasting time, as long as he still breathes. Consuming a Senza bean will restore him, regardless of how grievous the injuries are. That is precisely why they are called Senza beans. Hurry, give it to him, Bruma insisted, tossing 2 Senza beans to Zoro. Zoro hurried to Ace and Luffy, administering the beans to both. In an instant, as the Senza beans were swallowed, both men's wounds began to mend. Even the gaping hole in Ace's chest closed completely, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. How is this possible? This is nothing short of a miracle. The ship's medic, flabbergasted, gaped in disbelief. He had never witnessed such a recovery from someone who had been so close to death. Wonderful. Thank you, Miss Bruma. Zoro and the others expressed their gratitude exuberantly. There's no need to thank me. It's the captain's will to save you. Bruma waved her hand dismissively. Sanji, Zoro, quickly, find a doctor. Ace, you're awake. Luffy, now conscious, shouted. But he was quickly struck with astonishment upon seeing Ace standing beside him. Luffy, thank you. It seems this lady saved us, Ace said, gesturing to Bruma. Luffy, instead of worrying about his own situation, rushed to find a doctor for Ace, which deeply moved Ace. What more could one desire in life than a brother like this? Bruma, did you save Ace? I can't thank you enough, Luffy exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Enough, Luffy. You both must leave this place at once. It's perilous, Bruma urged, relieved that the two were safe. Right. Ace, let us hurry. Suddenly realizing they had yet to escape the Navy headquarters, they sprang up to leave. In the distance, Whitebeard beamed with joy upon witnessing Ace's recovery. Ha! Sengoku, it appears your scheme has failed. Sengoku, atop the execution platform, was aghast at Ace's miraculous revival. How is this possible? Just moments ago, he was as good as dead. The astonishing recovery of Ace shattered all preconceived notions, transcending mere miracles. Ha ha ha, what an extraordinary occurrence. The Dragon Ball pirates are indeed formidable. Doflamingo observed with a smirk, his fingers deftly dispatching the pirates who had ambushed him. Cackling at the sight of Ace and Luffy's restored forms. Truly miraculous. Haha, they're indeed my grandson. Carp, released by Sengoku, erupted into laughter, provoking Sengoku's desire to strike him. Who would have thought the Dragon Ball pirates possessed such potent medicine, capable of reviving a near-death individual in mere seconds? Returning them to their prime? If the Navy were to acquire such a remedy, they would possess an invincible army, poised to reclaim the New World. Sengoku's thoughts were grand, yet impractical, for even Liu Xuan could not produce such an abundance of sins of beans, nor would he ever part with them. Ha ha, Kong. Who would have imagined that after such extensive planning, you would be undone by a mere pill from the Dragon Ball pirates? Redfield teased Steelbone Kong, who remained unfazed by the provocation. How terrifying. The Dragon Ball pirates can restore life. This is truly dreadful, Kizaru exclaimed, his astonishment evident on his otherwise nonchalant face. Is this for real? If the Dragon Ball pirates possess an abundance of such medicine, how can we possibly prevail? Akiji echoed, equally shocked. Who would have thought the Dragon Ball pirates had such a trump card? It's truly astonishing. You must possess it as well. After being repelled by Liu Xian's fist, Mercury paused and remarked. Liu Xuan retaliated with a swift punch against the original ghost blade of Ghost Sword Star, sending him staggering back before addressing Mercury. Indeed, I still have plenty of celestial beings, but it seems they're unnecessary for dealing with the two of you. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Even if you're formidable, you will not stand a chance against our combined strength. I foresee that you will soon meet your demise at the hands of my original Ghost Blade, Ghost Sword Star declared coldly, stroking his weapon. Upon hearing this, Mercury cautioned Ghost Sword Star not to underestimate their opponent, stating, this fellow possesses considerable strength. We must unleash our full power against him. Just a moment ago, his punch inflicted significant injury upon me. Are you truly frightened by him? Allow me to eliminate him. Ghost Sword Star dismissed the concern, believing Mercury to be overly timid. With that, he waved his right hand, unleashing a wave of black sword energy towards Liu Xuan, while his own figure vanished in a flash. Just as Liu Xuan raised his hand to deflect the sword energy, Ghost Sword Star reappeared behind him, striking with his blade. However, Liu Xuan had sensed Ghost Sword Star's attack long before it occurred. Instead of evading, he allowed his right index finger to emit a surge of white energy, intercepting the original Ghost Blade. He then delivered a powerful punch to Ghost Sword Star's abdomen, catching him unprepared and sending him crashing into the sea. Witnessing this, Mercury quickly controlled the water to rescue him. Ghost Sword Star, are you all right? I warned you, his strength is overwhelming. We must join forces if we stand a chance against him. Coughing up blood, Ghost Sword Star gasped for breath, saying nothing, and simply ascended into the sky beside Mercury using the moon step. He felt utterly humiliated. Moments ago he had boasted about vanquishing their foe alone, only to be struck down and left bloodied. Seeing him beside her, Mercury understood that he had acquiesced to her earlier suggestion. She quietly whispered, Ghost Sword Star, soon. We shall employ that technique to conquer him. Prepare yourself, I will buy us some time. That technique? Very well, this fellow indeed warrants our utmost effort. With that, Ghost Sword Star closed his eyes, gathering all his strength. As Mercury began to prepare, he turned to Captain Liu Xuan and remarked, Captain Liu Xuan, your presence here is merely to assist your apprentice in rescuing his brother. Now that Fire Fist Ace has been saved, why don't we each take a step back and let this matter rest? Of course, Mercury had no intention of doing so. He was merely stalling for time. Upon hearing his words, Liu Xuan contemplated for a moment before responding. That is acceptable, but I have one condition. I wonder if the 5 elders can acquiesce to it. Oh, what condition might that be? Please, enlighten us, Captain Liu Xuan. Mercury feigned politeness, intrigued by Liu Xian's proposition. Liu Xuan loosened his collar and stated, it is nothing of great consequence, merely that I believe the institution of slavery is profoundly inhumane. I wish for your world government to abolish the slave trade. Along with the aristocracy, particularly the celestial dragons, I hold that all men are created equal, no one is superior or inferior. All sentient beings should coexist harmoniously. If the 5 elders can agree to this stipulation, the Dragon Ball pirates will withdraw from this conflict. What do you say? Quite simple, isn't it? After making his declaration, Liu Xuan winked at Mercury, as if his request were a trivial matter. Mercury was nearly apoplectic with rage at Liu Xuan's audacity. Such a request was anything but trivial. Setting aside the matter of slavery, merely abolishing the aristocracy would incite chaos among the nobles, especially the celestial dragons, who wield considerable power. Who would relinquish such authority? It was unthinkable. We cannot agree to this condition. You are utterly insane. I suspect you are affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. How dare you proclaim such absurdities before the entire world? You wretched scum of the sea dare to make such demands? This is sheer madness. As Mercury's fury escalated, his voice grew louder, seemingly forgetting his intent to delay time. Hearing Mercury's refusal and insults, Liu Xuan erupted, You old fool. Who are you calling scum? You've overstepped your bounds. If that is the case, I shall fight until you old fools acquiesce. Liu Xuan's words reverberated throughout the plaza via the transponder snail he had secretly activated, ensuring the entire world was aware of their exchange. The moment Liu Xuan insulted the 5 elders, jaws dropped across the globe. Chapter 142. Did you hear that? The Demon King Liu Xuan audaciously referred to the five elders as old fools. Am I dreaming? You are not dreaming. I heard it too. Is this the audacity of the Yonko of the New World? Truly impressive. As Liu Xuan's insult reached ears around the world, discussions erupted, with many expressing admiration for his ideals. At the Revolutionary Army's base, Dracul Mihawk listened intently, unable to contain his excitement. Isn't this the very essence of our revolution? To liberate slaves, to overthrow the aristocracy, and to establish equality for all. This is the very goal we strive for. Leader. Could it be that Liu Xuan is one of us? His vision aligns perfectly with ours. A fellow revolutionary exclaimed. Haha. It appears Liu Xuan is a kindred spirit. We should consider reaching out, perhaps cooperation is in our future. I eagerly await that day. Mihawk chuckled, and the sky seemed to darken in anticipation of a storm brewing. Meanwhile, at Marineford, Whitebeard roared with laughter. Old fools indeed. Liu Xuan's title is most fitting. They truly are five old fools. His mirth infuriated Sengoku and others across the battlefield. This Liu Xuan has the audacity to insult the five elders. It is utterly outrageous. He must be captured and subjected to punishment and impelled down. Amidst his battle with Broly, the cunning strategist shouted in anger, just wait until I defeat you. Then I shall assist Mercury and Demon Swordstar in overpowering Liu Xuan. After that, it will be the end for your Dragon Ball pirates. Broly scoffed dismissively. You think you can capture the captain? Such delusion is laughable. His strength far exceeds yours. Enough boasting. Once I defeat you, I will help Mercury and Demon Swordstar vanquish Liu Xuan, and then, it will be the end for your Dragon Ball pirates. As the battle raged on, a torrent of magma surged towards Broly, a manifestation of the strategist's fruit powers, which allowed him to mimic the abilities of others. Defeating me? In your dreams. I shall not yield to an old fool like you, Broly declared, effortlessly deflecting the incoming magma and charging towards the strategist, reigniting their fierce combat. Gravity Fist. Golden Star unleashed a heavy punch against Frieza, who, taking a moment to catch his breath, seethed upon hearing Liu Xuan's insult. You Dragon Ball pirates really are a bunch of naive fools, daring to speak so arrogantly. Frieza retorted disdainfully, the true fools are you. Were it not for our powers being suppressed, we would have long since laid waste to this place. Do not boast. Who would believe such a tale? Golden Star countered skeptically. Believe it or not, it matters little to me. I am merely bored and in need of some exercise. I shall now unleash my true power. Frieza proclaimed, his aura surging dramatically, sending waves rippling around him as if a tsunami were imminent. Upon witnessing Frieza's overwhelming aura, Goku murmured to himself, oh, has Vegeta begun to take this seriously? It seems I too must unleash some of my power. With that, Goku let out a mighty roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan at the third level. He had indeed undergone a transformation. Furthermore, his aura had shifted significantly, indicating a substantial increase in strength. I must exercise caution now. Spatial Fist. Keisei, astonished by Goku's metamorphosis, exclaimed as his fist abruptly vanished from sight. Subsequently, a ripple emerged in the space behind Goku's head, and a dark fist surged toward him. Goku, adept at instant transmission, was acutely attuned to spatial fluctuations. The moment the space behind him trembled, he sensed it. With a swift extension of his left hand, he successfully blocked Keisei's fist. It appears your perception of space is quite keen. Truly, you are a troublesome adversary. Upon witnessing Liu Kang block his attack, Kangxing expressed a hint of regret, remarking that had his earlier punch been a successful ambush, it surely would have inflicted harm upon his adversary. Is this your spatial fruit ability? It seems reminiscent of an enemy I faced in the past. He too could traverse through space at will, yet your prowess pales in comparison to his. Now, let us commence the second round. Liu Kang gazed at Kangxing, his spirit ablaze with the fervor of battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta was locked in a fierce confrontation with his old rival, Kaido. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Kaido burst into laughter, exclaiming, though we are foes, I hold great admiration for your captain. Only he would dare to call the five elders old fools to their faces. Haha. Humph. Our captain is undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, how could he lead us? Vegeta retorted. However, I must say, you have significantly strengthened your abilities. It appears you have undergone some rigorous training. Indeed, to vanquish you Dragon Ball pirates, I have allied with the very navy I once scorned, enabling that fellow Vegapunk to augment my body. My strength, speed, and defensive capabilities have all more than doubled. I am now the strongest. Chapter 143. The combination technique of the five elders do not speak nonsense. Our captain is currently the strongest being. You have just witnessed his might, so you should comprehend this truth. Vegeta scoffed at Kaido's claim of being the world's strongest. Kaido fell silent. Having just experienced Liu Xuan's strength, he recognized that he could not stand against him, thus refraining from further rebuttal. While that may be the case, you still cannot win. The world government has endured for so long, and their power extends far beyond mere appearances. Surely you have heard of ancient weapons? Among them lies the king, which is firmly under the world government's control. Should they perceive their rule as threatened, they will unleash it to obliterate their enemies. However, I have only heard tales of it and have never laid eyes upon it, so I cannot describe its true nature. What I do know is that once activated, you Dragon Ball pirates will surely vanish into the annals of history. The king? Our captain has long been aware of this, but we also possess our trump card. We need not fear defeat, Vegeta replied with an expression that suggested he had anticipated this information. Is that so? No wonder you dare to make such a grand entrance at the Navy headquarters. But can you truly guarantee that your trump card can contend with the king? Kaido asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Even if we cannot guarantee victory, we Dragon Ball pirates will return. We will not idly watch as the captain's disciple is slain by the Navy, especially since we have forged a deep bond. Now, let us cease this discussion and begin our battle. The captain awaits my arrival. Haha. If that is the case, then come forth, Kaido exclaimed, charging at Vegeta to engage him in combat. The Dragon Ball pirates displayed astonishing prowess. There were 5 with the battle power of the 4 emperors and numerous others at the admiral level, not to mention many crew members yet to arrive. It seemed that the era of their dominance was imminent. Jinbei observed the ongoing battle, marveling at the strength of the Dragon Ball pirates. Their abilities are truly formidable. We are still far behind, Sanji remarked, inhaling a puff of smoke. Zoro sheathed his sword, realizing that their future training must intensify. We do not yet know how strong our opponents will be. Luffy was taken aback. I cannot believe you are the disciple of the Demon King Liu Xuan. When did this happen? Ace inquired of Luffy. Luffy donned his straw hat, reminiscing about his first encounter with Liu Xuan. Haha, what a twist of fate. At that time, we were utterly oblivious. After meeting my master, our strength began to surge dramatically. Suddenly, Luffy recalled the intense training he endured under Liu Xuan, his face contorted in terror. Sometimes, I think it might have been better not to become his disciple. Jinbei, noticing Luffy's fearful expression, questioned, what has happened to him? Nothing. He is merely recalling some unpleasant memories, Sanji explained. Haha. Indeed. My master's training is exceedingly rigorous. Luffy is often pushed to his limits. Zoro chuckled. Ah. So that is the case. Living on the edge of life and death daily. No wonder you all possess such strength. Jinbei marveled, finally understanding their formidable abilities. Hey, you lot should hurry and leave. What are you standing around for? At that moment, the voice of Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, echoed from the sky. Right. We must depart swiftly. The Navy's pursuers are closing in. Marco's words snapped everyone back to reality, prompting them to hasten towards their pirate ship. Upon witnessing the throngs fleeing in panic, Marco remarked, what a troublesome bunch of little rascals. With that, he charged towards the advancing Navy. The scene shifted back to Liu Xuan. You audacious little brat. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Mercury. Do not hesitate to deal with this insolent child. Unleash our most formidable combination technique to vanquish him. Ghost Sword Star. Infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his head, resolved to end his playtime with Liu Xuan and unleash his mightiest strike. Ghost Sword Star, are you prepared? Then let us commence. Upon Mercury's declaration, the duo initiated their combination technique. Vortex Water Blade. Ajura Slash. The combined technique. Ajura Vortex Water Blade Slash. A colossal water vortex, several dozen meters in diameter, surged forth, entwined with ominous sword energy, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path, carving a bottomless trench through the sea, as though cleaving the ocean in two. Excellent, excellent. Now that's the spirit. Kamehameha. Liu Xuan, observing the water vortex hurtling towards him, thrust both hands forward, unleashing a brilliant blue beam that collided with the swirling blue-black vortex. Boom. Upon impact, the confluence of black sword energy and blue water blades erupted in a tremendous shockwave, creating a circular chasm several kilometers wide upon the ocean's surface, while the displaced seawater surged upwards, forming towering tsunamis that crashed violently around them. How can this be? We exerted our utmost power, yet it was so effortlessly thwarted. Is this Liu Xuan truly a monster? Chapter 144. The Celestial King Uranus. Upon witnessing their most formidable combination technique effortlessly countered by Liu Xuan, the two stood wide-eyed, seemingly in disbelief. How could they not trust their own eyes? Yet, such incredulity was not without reason. After all, having dominated the world for so long, they had become accustomed to perceiving themselves as the epitome of strength, unable to fathom the existence of someone superior. However, it was time for them to confront a stark reality. I am indeed stronger than you. Liu Xian's words ignited a profound anger within the duo, yet they found themselves powerless to retort, ultimately left in silent acquiescence. Observing the two individuals in silence, Liu Xuan shrugged his shoulders. Since you have resigned yourselves to your fate, allow me to resolve your predicament now. I still have to assist Wukong and the others with the remaining 5 elders. With that, Liu Xuan prepared to strike, but the two quickly intervened. Wait a moment, Captain Liu Xuan. Must it truly come to a point of mutual destruction? Mutual destruction? Do not make me laugh. What do you possess that could possibly lead to such an outcome? Liu Xuan responded with a smile upon hearing the mention of the 5 elders. Surely, our world government has its secret weapons. Otherwise, how could we have maintained dominion over the world for so many years? However, activating such weapons requires the sacrifice of countless lives. If not for that, you would have been eliminated long ago. Thus, we shall refrain from deploying it unless absolutely necessary. The words of Mercury startled Liu Xuan. Could it be the Celestial King? He then turned away, feigning nonchalance. Isn't that simply Uranus? I was already aware of that. How could this be? This is a closely guarded secret of the world government, known only to us 5 elders and the celestial dragons. How could you possibly be aware of this? Mercury and Demon Sword Star gazed at Liu Xuan, astonished. You need not concern yourself with that. As long as you agree to my conditions, I shall take my leave from here. What say you? Such a condition is utterly unreasonable. We cannot acquiesce. In that case, we have no choice but to summon the Celestial King. Demon Sword Star, enraged by Liu Xuan's insistence on the abolition of the aristocracy, declared vehemently. Upon hearing this, Mercury quickly interjected, Demon Sword Star, do not act impulsively. We should discuss this matter with the wise star. There is no need for that. This individual has already crossed the line of our world government and must be eliminated, Demon Sword Star insisted with an unwavering tone. He then retrieved a crystal-colored transponder snail and dialed. Brubru, Brubru. Hello, is this the esteemed 5 elders? What directives do you have? The transponder snail connected, and a man's voice resonated from the other end. I am Demon Sword Star. Activate the Celestial King at once. The Celestial King. This is... The call was abruptly terminated. Placing the transponder snail into his pocket, Demon Sword Star turned to Liu Xuan, proclaiming, You Dragon Ball pirates are doomed this time. The Celestial King unleashes devastation each time he is summoned. Your fate is sealed. Ha! Even so, what of it? We may not necessarily be defeated. Liu Xuan retorted, raising his voice. Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, and Frieza, cease your games and deal with them at once. Moreover, everyone must vacate Mary Geos. Otherwise, should anything transpire, do not say I did not forewarn you. What is happening? What does Captain Liu Xuan mean? It seems he is instructing us to leave. What could be afoot? Is he about to unleash some tremendous power, prompting our evacuation? Yes, that must be it. Let us hasten our departure. Run. The Demon King Liu Xuan is going to obliterate Mary Geos. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the crowd in the square began to murmur, and within moments, they concluded that Liu Xuan intended to annihilate the Marine headquarters. Chaos ensued as people frantically rushed toward the ships lining the shore. Is Master truly going to destroy the Marine headquarters? I do not believe he is the type to kill without hesitation. Otherwise, he would not have ventured so far to battle those 2 old men. Sanji, who knew Liu Xuan well, remarked, Indeed, something monumental must be occurring, otherwise, Master would not utter such words. Luffy nodded in agreement. Since Master has instructed everyone to leave, let us depart quickly, Sanji suggested to the group. No, how can we abandon Master and leave on our own? Luffy vehemently disagreed. Zoro grasped Luffy's arm, saying, Luffy, do not be stubborn. Here, we can only become a burden to Master. Leaving is in his best interest. Precisely, Luffy, you must remain calm, Sanji urged. Jinbei approached. Luffy, you should heed their counsel. Captain Liu Xuan is formidable. He will be fine. Ace patted Luffy's shoulder. Since everyone has voiced their opinions, you must not act recklessly, Luffy. Hearing the words of those around him, Luffy gradually regained his composure. Meanwhile, the Marines found themselves in disarray. Sengoku, witnessing the turmoil, swiftly produced a loudspeaker and proclaimed, Do not panic. Liu Xuan is merely sowing discord. Do not heed his words. He seeks to create chaos among us to facilitate his escape. Now, everyone, listen closely. We shall pursue Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Brat with all our might. Ah, I see. I thought so. This is Mary Geos, after all. How could anything truly happen here? Chapter 145, The Appearance of Blackbeard Indeed. With so many high-ranking Marines present, Liu Xuan cannot stir up much trouble. Sengoku's words calmed the Marines, allowing them to continue their pursuit of the pirates, while chaos began to spread across the square. What is that? Suddenly, a Marine spotted a colossal figure standing behind the Marine headquarters building, exclaiming in disbelief. The figure was so immense that even oars appeared diminutive in comparison. Could it be? No doubt about it. That enormous form belongs to the giant battleship, Saint One Wolf. Was he not imprisoned and impelled down? Someone recognized the identity of the massive figure. Indeed, it was Saint One Wolf, who had been incarcerated in the depths of the underwater prison, impelled down. Oh, he has been discovered. I see someone has discovered themselves, remarked the fearsome wolf of San Juan. It is only natural for such a large body to be noticed. Don't you think? A man clad in a lengthy coat of white and deep brown fur, adorned with a delicate lavender necklace, spoke, his eyes reminiscent of a feline's. With wild, azure hair resembling a mane and white horns affixed to his head by black metal plates. That is the tyrannical king, Abalar Pizarro. I too have been recognized. Miel. So many little ones, I shall take good care of you. An unattractive woman in prison garb stepped forward. It is the hunter of the dark moon, Catherine. The Dapeng. Gulp, gulp, so much wine, exclaimed the drunkard, Bacchus Jot. So many people, it seems we can indulge in a grand slaughter once more. Isn't that Shiryu of Rain, the chief warden of Impel Down? How could he be with these criminals? Sengoku seethed with fury upon seeing Shiryu. What have you done with Magellan? Ha ha ha. Admiral Sengoku, must you be so irate? We are already here. Do you still not understand? At that moment, Blackbeard, teach. strode in triumphantly from behind and addressed Sengoku. What exactly do you intend to do? Upon encountering Blackbeard, the nation realized that he coveted the position of the 7 warlords merely to unleash the prisoners of level 6. Teach, how dare you come here? Whitebeard fumed, his anger palpable. Blackbeard, as the sole member of the Whitebeard pirates to defy the ironclad rules set forth by Whitebeard, would not be spared. Ha ha ha, father. It's a pleasure to see you again. You look remarkably youthful, Blackbeard exclaimed, his voice brimming with mockery. Upon hearing Teach refer to him as father, Whitebeard's veins bulged with rage. Only you, Teach, are unworthy of calling me father. You have violated the one unbreakable rule of the Whitebeard pirates. You killed Ace, and today I shall avenge him. Do not blame me. He possessed the fruit I had long desired. It was through his demise that I acquired its power. Come, let me show you its might. Blackbeard laughed sinisterly. Enveloped in an eerie black mist, is this the most fearsome of devil fruits, the Yami Yami no Mi? It is said to temporarily strip those it touches of their powers, and even usurp others' abilities. At that moment, Master Rashi appeared, revealing the nature of the Yami Yami no Mi to those present. Is there truly such a fruit? Did Blackbeard come here with the intent to steal someone's power? Upon hearing Rashi's words, Sengoku seemed to comprehend Blackbeard's intentions. Curse you. You must be one of the Dragon Ball pirates. How dare you disrupt my plans for the Blackbeard pirates? Kill him. Blackbeard, initially startled by Rashi's knowledge of his fruit, was soon consumed by rage. You've divulged my plans. How can I seize Whitebeard's power now? Teach, your opponent is me. Whitebeard suddenly stood before Blackbeard, his right hand infused with the tremor fruit's power, striking towards Blackbeard's face. Ha ha ha. Father, I now wield the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. You are no match for me. Allow me to show you the strength I have gained. Dark water. Upon uttering those words, a black vortex materialized from Blackbeard's hand, swiftly absorbing Whitebeard's tremor abilities. How can this be? Father's powers have been rendered ineffective. The members of the Whitebeard pirates gasped in astonishment. See, father? This is the power I have acquired. Your tremor fruit is useless now. Blackbeard boasted, reveling in his triumph. Undeterred by his claims, Whitebeard continued to unleash his tremor abilities, only for them to be absorbed by the Yami Yami no Mi. Seizing an opportunity, Whitebeard struck Blackbeard's chest with his blade. Ah, that hurts. Blackbeard cried out, collapsing to the ground. Whitebeard gripped Blackbeard by the throat, his right foot pressing down on one of Teach's hands while the other was pinned by his naginata. With a surge of fury, Whitebeard pressed down on Blackbeard's right hand using the tremor fruit, causing the ground to shatter beneath them. The sheer force of Whitebeard's wrath even led to the collapse of the Marine Headquarters building. Chapter 146, The Arrival of the Heavenly King. Teach. Your only flaw is your overwhelming arrogance. Observing the bloody Blackbeard, Edward Whitebeard disdainfully exclaimed, You scoundrels! Why do you not hasten to assist? Are you merely going to stand by and watch your captain be slain? Blackbeard, staggering to his feet, shouted to the crew behind him. This man, astonishingly, can still rise. This is indeed a wrathful strike from Whitebeard. Upon witnessing Blackbeard's surprising resilience as he stood, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Hearing Blackbeard's pronouncement, his crew surged forward, launching an assault on Whitebeard, with a torrent of sword strikes and bullets raining down upon him. Had it been the battered and weary Whitebeard from the original narrative, he would surely have perished under such an onslaught. However, the present Whitebeard had reclaimed his youthful vigor and significantly enhanced his strength, rendering him unfazed by these attacks. Although he bore some wounds from his earlier battle with Garp, he found little difficulty in countering this barrage. Suddenly, Whitebeard's body trembled as he unleashed the power of the tremor fruit, dispersing all incoming strikes with a forceful shake. You little brats think you can take my life? I am Whitebeard, he bellowed. With that, he struck the air with a mighty punch, producing a resounding crack as the atmosphere ruptured, sending the members of Blackbeard's crew hurtling backward, severely injured. How infuriating. Whitebeard has become even stronger than before. Truly a monster, they exclaimed. These individuals had, to varying degrees, crossed paths with Whitebeard in the past and were acutely aware of his formidable prowess, yet they had not anticipated that his rejuvenation would also amplify his strength. What hope do we have now? At this moment, Whitebeard approached Blackbeard and fixed him with a steely gaze. Teach, it is your turn now. When you reach the depths, do remember to apologize to Sachi. Dad, I am your son. Please spare me. Teach cried out, watching as Whitebeard advanced toward him. You are unworthy to call me Dad, Teach. Whitebeard roared, raising his blade to sever Teach's head. Just then, a thunderous shout halted everyone in their tracks. What is that? Could it be a meteor? At the sound of this exclamation, the crowd beheld a colossal shadow plummeting from the heavens, poised to crash upon the plaza of the Navy headquarters. Quickly, take cover. Regardless of whether it is a meteor or not, anything falling from such heights will surely bring death upon impact. As the ominous shadow drew ever closer, the realization to flee struck the onlookers, but alas, it was too late. A thunderous crash resounded, and numerous sailors and pirates were mercilessly crushed to a pulp. What on earth could this be? It was utterly terrifying. Those witnessing the scene from a distance were paralyzed with fear, relieved that they had not been in that vicinity. Otherwise, could that be the so-called Uranus, the king of heaven? Before the two elders, Liu Xuan gazed at the colossal shadow descending from the sky and posed his inquiry. Mercury and Demon Sword Star had already been wounded by Liu, now seated and gasping for breath. Huh, Liu Xuan, your end is nigh. The king has been activated, and you shall soon meet your demise. Demon Sword Star chuckled ominously. Is that so? Liu Xuan replied nonchalantly, while internally prompting the system to examine the attributes of the king. Race, giant divine weapon name. King, Uranus abilities. Flight, adamantine body. Divine power, devour. Combat power, 5, 690, 000 combat level. Mid-level divine affiliated power. Secret weapon of the world government upon witnessing the king's attributes. Liu Xuan was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such overwhelming combat prowess, exceeding his own by more than double, coupled with an array of formidable abilities. Is this the essence of divine combat strength? At that moment, the king had already risen, towering at over 200 meters, rendering the massive battleship. Saint Hu, an evil wolf, akin to a mere child's toy in comparison. What in the world is that? Help! The mere act of Uranus rising unleashed a tempest, whisking those nearby into the air, prompting frantic cries for assistance. What is this monstrous being doing here? Akiji exhibited a look of astonishment. What has become of this world? Was the realm I once inhabited merely an illusion? The oppressive aura emanating from the being before him was utterly terrifying. Having just witnessed the demon king Liu Xuan, he now felt dwarfed in comparison. Sengoku was on the verge of numbness, as wave after wave of formidable foes emerged, plunging him into despair. Sora, aware that this was the secret weapon of the elders, swiftly stepped forward to reassure the Navy personnel. Do not be alarmed, everyone. This is the world government's secret weapon. King Uranus. He is not our enemy, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, the Navy felt a wave of relief wash over them. So that's how it is. This is wonderful. We need not fear the Dragon Ball pirates any longer. Long live the Navy. Long live the world government. Long live the elders. In stark contrast to the Navy's buoyant spirits, the pirates were shrouded in despondency. Are we doomed? Is there no hope? Not yet, lads. Now is not the time to surrender. Whitebeard interjected with resolute determination. Father, yes. We still have you with us. The crew rallied. Charge. Just as the Whitebeard pirates prepared to rush towards the king, Whitebeard halted them. You are no match for him. Do not venture forth to meet your demise. Leave this to me, and make haste to escape. Chapter 147. Liu Xuan's ace in the whole father. How can we abandon you? Indeed, we will not flee. It's merely death. The Whitebeard pirates were not cowards. They would not cower in fear of death. Whitebeard raised his hand, silencing the crowd. I've made my decision. Everyone, listen closely. I hereby announce the final command of the Whitebeard pirates. All hands, swiftly evacuate the Navy headquarters. Do not linger. But one pirate attempted to voice his concern, but was restrained by his captain. You lot, obey the command and leave this place at once. Upon witnessing the tears streaming down their captain's face, the pirates comprehended Whitebeard's intentions. He had embraced a resolute acceptance of his fate, with his final wish being to shield his family from harm. Whitebeard approached Uranus, the king of heaven, relinquishing his naginata as he gathered strength in his right hand, which he then brought crashing down with a thunderous force. A more ferocious shockwave surged towards Uranus, resulting in an explosive collision that shattered the surrounding structures. The earth split open, revealing bottomless chasms that swallowed both the Navy and the pirates, enveloped in a billowing cloud of dust that obscured the scene. Minutes later, as the shockwave dissipated and the dust settled, Uranus emerged unscathed. How could this be? To withstand my most powerful strike without a scratch, could it be that this being truly embodies divinity, as his name suggests? Whitebeard's face reflected utter disbelief. How could my tremor fruit's powers have no effect on him? This cannot be real. One of Whitebeard's crew members was so petrified by Uranus's terrifying presence that he nearly collapsed. How could they hope to defeat such a formidable monster? This was indeed the secret weapon of the world government, the power of the King of Heaven. It seemed that only ancient weapons like Poseidon and Hades stood a chance against him. Standing before the execution platform, Sengoku lamented the futility of Whitebeard's attack, exclaiming, "How terrifying." The Dragon Ball pirates seemed destined for defeat. Meanwhile, Kizaru, having been kicked away by Krillin, transformed into light and reappeared before him, mockingly stating, "It appears your confidence is misplaced." Though Krillin could sense the immense power of Uranus and worried for Liu Xuan's safety, he maintained an air of indifference. Casting a dismissive glance at Kizaru, "Does the world government possess a secret weapon? Do you think we, the Dragon Ball pirates, lack one?" Kizaru, intrigued, responded, "Oh really? Your expression betrays concern for them. Of course, my captain has his own plans for that giant. My task is to defeat you," Krillin declared as he charged forward once more. "How astonishing. I never anticipated that the Dragon Ball pirates still had hidden cards up their sleeves. I am eager to witness their capabilities," Kizaru mused, clearly skeptical of Krillin's claims. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan had vanquished Mercury and Ghost Sword Star, aiding others in their battles, and was now strategizing against Uranus. "Do any of you have a plan to confront Uranus? His combat prowess exceeds 5 million, Liu Xuan informed his companions. "You insolent brat. You're all doomed. Uranus will obliterate you." Ghost Sword Star, bloodied and lying nearby, glared at Liu Xuan with rage, as if wishing to tear him apart. "Broly, enraged by the disrespect shown to their captain, approached Ghost Swordstar and slapped him across the face. How dare you speak so insolently to the captain? One more word, and I'll strike you again. Ghost Swordstar, though seething, dared not retort and turned his head away in frustration. At this juncture, the clever star interjected, Captain Liu Xuan. If you agree to leave this place, we will relinquish Uranus. Why engage in mutual destruction? Liu Xuan stepped closer, asserting, I will not leave unless you agree to my conditions. Do you believe possessing Uranus guarantees your victory? Let me tell you, I have my own trump card. Goku. Liu Xuan called out. I'm here, Captain, Goku replied, rushing to Liu Xuan's side. Can you still utilize your fusion technique? Liu Xuan inquired. Yes, but its potency has diminished. Now, the fusion only yields double the combined combat power of the two fighters, Goku admitted, looking somewhat embarrassed. Liu Xuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Is twofold insufficient? Your combined strength exceeds 300,000. That would result in 600,000, ample for facing Uranus. Goku acknowledged, that is true. But Vegeta seems reluctant to fuse with me. You should speak to him, Captain. Liu Xuan sighed, recognizing that the preparation for fusion could be unappealing to Vegeta. That is understandable, but we face a dire threat. Vegeta, you must fuse with Goku to defeat Uranus. Vegeta, taken aback and with a pained expression, replied, Captain. Though he was unwilling, he had no choice but to comply with Liu Xuan's command. Chapter 148, Super Warrior Vegeto. Excellent. This will surely allow us to vanquish Uranus. Liu Xuan exclaimed with delight upon hearing Vegeta's agreement. Meanwhile, the clever star, eavesdropping on their conversation, sensed that Liu Xuan's group must not succeed. He urged Uranus to act swiftly, ensuring Liu Xuan and his allies would not have a chance to turn the tide. In the distance, Uranus's eyes glinted with a menacing red light as he began to move, trampling any unsuspecting navy and pirate in his path, turning them into mere pulp. Do not approach us. We are the navy, not your enemies. Help, Commander. What is happening? Why is Uranus attacking even his own? Upon witnessing this situation, Sengoku's expression darkened considerably. Kong, what is the meaning of this? How could the five elders allow the king to eliminate his own people? Sengoku. There are matters beyond our purview. The esteemed five elders have their own designs, Kong replied with a serious demeanor. Hearing this, the Red Earl, led field, erupted into laughter. Kong, do not seek such excuses. Why would the five elders concern themselves with these ordinary marines? In their eyes, you are merely their hounds. Red Earl, silence yourself. How could the esteemed five elders not value the lives of the marine soldiers? It is simply that the situation is urgent. Leaving no room for the five elders to deliberate, Kong retorted with righteous indignation. Ha! How convenient. A lack of time to ponder. You marines are truly hypocritical. As their argument ensued, the king had already reached Whitebeard. I shall not allow you to pass. My sons are right behind me. Whitebeard stood resolutely in front of the king, fully aware that he was no match for him. However, with his sons at his back, he felt an overwhelming obligation to protect them. Failing to do so would be a burden he could never forgive himself for. Upon encountering the diminutive creature before him, the mighty king unleashed a powerful punch, intent on obliterating the obstructive insect. How infuriating! With maximum power, the air trembled violently. The right arm of Whitebeard swelled to several times its original size as he launched a colossal fist towards Uranus. Boom! Whitebeard was sent hurtling away, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt, trapped beneath a cascade of rubble. One cannot help but realize that the disparity in combat prowess was staggering, rendering Whitebeard utterly overwhelmed. Father, how could this be? Father could not even withstand a single blow. Is this being truly a deity, King Uranus? It is utterly terrifying. Can anyone withstand such force? Witnessing the might of the celestial king, Sanji was so entranced that he failed to notice the cigarette slip from his fingers and fall to the ground. Let us assist our master, exclaimed Luffy as he rose to his feet. Zoro swiftly grabbed Luffy, admonishing him, do not exacerbate the chaos. Did you not see that even Whitebeard was sent flying with a single punch? If you intervene, it would be tantamount to courting death. Father, no, I must save him. He is surely still alive. Ace, too, was swept up in the fervor. Both of you, quiet down. Jinbe interjected. Ace, your father came here for your rescue. If you were to encounter misfortune now, all that he has done would be rendered meaningless. And you, Luffy, Captain Liu Xuan came here for your sake as well. But what of our master? Zoro questioned. Rest assured, they will be fine. Besides, we have the Dragon Balls. Once we gather all 7, we can wish for their revival. Sanji reassured Luffy as he moved closer. Indeed, the Dragon Balls. With that, the group finally felt a semblance of relief, unaware that if Liu Xuan perished, those he summoned would vanish as well, and the Dragon Balls, being crafted daily, would inevitably fade too. Behold, Liu Xuan. This is the power of Uranus, the celestial king. You cannot withstand it. The cunning strategist boasted, reveling in the display of might that sent the strongest man in the world flying with a mere punch. Liu Xuan paid him no heed, turning instead to Goku and Vegeta. Commence the fusion. We must not delay. Seizing the fleeting moments Whitebeard had bought them, they prepared to unite. Fusion, they declared, and as their fingers touched, an overwhelming light erupted, blinding all who beheld it. What is that blinding light? I cannot see. It is too dazzling. The crowd shielded their eyes, glancing towards Liu Xuan and the others. Gradually, the brilliance faded, revealing a figure that bore the characteristics of both Vegeta and Goku. A new warrior, Gogeta, emerged from their union. Those two transformed into one. Is this some form of magic? It is simply astonishing. The onlookers gasped in awe at Gogeta. Is this what you call fusion? It merely appears as though two have become one. What is so remarkable about that? The five elders scoffed at Gogeta's lack of imposing presence. Oh, you shall soon witness his true power. And then you will understand the significance of this transformation, Liu Xuan declared. Chapter 149. Gogeta unleashes his power. No sooner had Liu Xuan spoken than Gogeta radiated an immense aura that grew increasingly formidable, causing the very world to tremble. Here we go again. Must the Dragon Ball pirates always create such a ruckus? It feels like the end of the world, Carp remarked, noting the similarity to Liu Xuan's previous display of power, which seemed even more intense. Ha ha ha. I never expected the Dragon Ball pirates to possess such strength. Their fusion will undoubtedly amplify their power tremendously. The outcome is anyone's guess. Moria pondered, contemplating an escape. Regardless of whether it was the Celestial King or the Dragon Ball pirates, their strength had far surpassed that of everyone present. It was no longer a power attainable by mere mortals. I seem to have a long journey ahead of me, Mihawk thought, inspired by the power he witnessed. Ha! Is this the ancient weapon passed down among the celestial dragons? Truly formidable. Yet, the power of the Dragon Ball pirates exceeds all expectations. Who will ultimately emerge victorious? It is indeed exhilarating. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, envisioning the dawn of a new era. Indeed, I have chosen wisely. They have not disappointed, Boa Hancock mused, contemplating Liu Xuan. Meanwhile, Luffy, witnessing Goku and Vegeta's fusion, exclaimed with gleaming eyes, they did it. Zoro, Sanji, did you see? Goku brother fused with Vegeta. It's incredible. Let us fuse too. Sanji, having seen the fusion pose, found it utterly unappealing. No way. I refuse to share such an embarrassing stance with you. Disappointed, Luffy turned to Sanji, but Sanji interrupted. Don't look at me. A gentleman cannot assume such a hideous pose. Find someone else. How terrifying. The Dragon Ball pirates possess such an ability. Their strength has indeed multiplied several times over. It seems victory has not fully tipped in our favor yet, one pirate mused, a contemplative look on his face. Hey, you two possess such a capability? Akiji addressed Gohan, who displayed no signs of concern. In battle, there is no room for trickery. We fight solely for our captain's victory. Indeed, we all fight for victory, Akiji agreed. Ha ha ha. It seems we ought not to be here. The danger is too great. However, if they were to mutually annihilate each other, we Blackbeard pirates would seize the opportunity. Let us conceal ourselves and await our chance, Blackbeard schemed. But Captain, I have nowhere to hide. The massive warship, Saint One Wolf, muttered, his voice surprisingly audible despite its quiet tone. Blackbeard broke into a cold sweat, questioning the wisdom of harboring such a giant. By this time, Gogeta had reigned in his aura, poised to confront the Celestial King. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Uranus. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend his swift movement. How swift, was the collective thought among the crowd. Gogeta regarded the Celestial King, opting for words rather than immediate combat. What a massive creature. What purpose does such size serve? Surely, you consume an inordinate amount of food. Why concern yourself with how much I eat? Let us engage in battle. Uranus retorted, unleashing a fist larger than a house, propelled by an unstoppable force straight towards Gogeta. The wind from the punch wreaking havoc akin to a typhoon, scattering all in its path. Everyone, evacuate the marine headquarters. Board the warships. This place can no longer be held. Witnessing the immense damage inflicted without a single clash, Sengoku promptly issued a command. Yes, everyone immediately ceased hostilities and began to retreat toward their ships and the pirate vessels. At that moment, Whitebeard emerged from the rubble, bearing significant injuries. That last blow had been devastating, nearly costing him his life. Having overheard Sengoku's words, he recognized that this was not the time for battle. He urgently addressed his crew. Listen up, lads. Cease all combat with the Navy at once. Begin boarding our ship and depart from the Navy headquarters. With the two commanders' directives given, hesitation was no longer an option. Everyone promptly halted their skirmishes and rushed toward their vessels, leaving behind only a handful of exceptionally powerful individuals. Chapter 150. The terrifying power of Vegeto. At that moment, Uranus's fist was mere inches from Vegeto's face. Without flinching or dodging, Vegeto extended his arm and struck back at Uranus's fist. The scene resembled an ant challenging an elephant, an astonishing sight indeed. Was this fellow mad enough to confront a deity head-on? Had he not witnessed Whitebeard's unfortunate fate? The crowd was perplexed, for no one believed Vegeto could withstand such a blow. Yet, just as they anticipated Vegeto's inevitable defeat, he caught the punch effortlessly, showing no signs of exertion. Is that all the strength you possess, big guy? Have you forgotten to eat? Perhaps it was a common trait among fused scions, upon merging. They often became exceedingly arrogant due to their vast power increase and displayed a penchant for playfulness. Remarkably, he had indeed caught it. Upon witnessing such an astonishing outcome, the onlookers found it difficult to believe their own eyes. The scene was utterly bizarre, akin to an ant lifting the foot of an elephant, an inconceivable spectacle that shattered their perception of reality. Now that you have had your turn, it is my time, Behemoth, exclaimed Vegeta, leaping before the king and delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him hurtling away. With a resounding crash, as the king hit the ground, it was as if an earthquake had struck. The entire Marineford began to tremble, and those of lesser strength collapsed to the ground. How terrifying! These two beings are nothing short of monstrous. Is this a battle between deities? The world is on the brink of destruction. We are all doomed. Everyone, hold steady. Do not panic. Hurry, board the ship and leave this place. Upon witnessing such a scene, Whitebeard bellowed to stabilize the morale of his crew. Similarly, the warring states urged the populace to hasten their escape. With a thunderous roar, the king, vanquished by a single blow from Vegeta, rose unscathed, summoning a fierce gale that sent the onlookers reeling. Are you angry? Come at me quickly. I wish to see if your strength is truly so meager. Vegeta provocatively challenged. Liu Xuan, exasperated, gazed at Vegeta, realizing he had become somewhat arrogant. He shouted, Vegeta, enough of your games. Finish him off. Vegeta turned to Liu Xuan, responding nonchalantly. There's no need to rush, Captain. I have 30 minutes to deal with him. Allow me to stretch a bit first. Liu Xuan was nearly driven to exasperation by Vegeta's casual demeanor. At that moment, the King Uranus launched another assault, his form flickering as he appeared before Vegeta, delivering punch after punch, each infused with tremendous force, the wind from his strikes howling, as if to tear apart the very fabric of space. Yet, Vegeta remained unmoved in the air, steadfast against the King's onslaught, seemingly impervious to harm. How is this possible? What manner of creature is this fused being? The observers were aghast, witnessing such a formidable opponent withstand the King's terrifying attacks as though they were inconsequential. Was this the might of the Dragon Ball pirates? Who could possibly stand in the way of the demon Liu Xuan? Marco, though seasoned, found himself astounded by this extraordinary clash. It seems we are entering the era of Liu Xuan, Whitebeard exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The nefarious Blackbeard seethed with hatred for the Dragon Ball pirates. His meticulously crafted plan, having assembled a formidable crew, was thwarted by Liu Xuan, who had activated the Dragon Balls to revert Whitebeard to his youthful form, resulting in a severe beating for Blackbeard. Now, with this fusion, even the secret weapon of the world government, the King, was rendered ineffective. Could the Dragon Ball pirates truly be his nemesis? How could this be? The King was a force to be reckoned with, unable to inflict any damage upon that fused entity. Was he truly that powerful? The demon Sword Star observed the duel in astonishment, mouth agape. The wise star sneered. The King's power is not merely limited to this. Have you forgotten his abilities? Water Star gasped. Could he be preparing to unleash his devouring powers? That is a perilous ability, one that may spiral out of control. What other choice do we have? Shall we merely watch the Dragon Ball pirates defeat the King and then surrender to him, agreeing to his unreasonable terms, thereby rendering the 5 Elder Stars the greatest jesters in the world? Upon hearing the Wise Star's words, the other Elder Stars fell silent, acquiescing to his sentiments. The Wise Star retrieved the earlier snail phone and connected to the World Government headquarters. Look at what the Elder Stars are up to, someone remarked, noticing the Wise Star's actions. I wonder if they possess another secret weapon? At that moment, Liu Xuan, too, became aware of the unfolding situation. Chapter 150, The King's Devouring. What schemes did the Elder Stars harbor? Were there hidden forces yet to be revealed? Just as Liu Xuan pondered these questions, the Elder Stars concluded their call. Suddenly, a crimson glimmer flashed in the King's eyes, and he ceased his assault, turning his gaze toward the fleeing navy and pirates. What is happening? Why has the King stopped? Confusion spread among the crowd. Just then, the King moved, his figure flashing as he appeared among the escaping navy and pirates, seizing dozens with a sweeping motion and consuming them whole. He is actually eating them. Is this truly the secret weapon of the Navy? It resembles a ravenous demon. The members of the world government were in a frenzy. What madness is this? The world is watching live, and they unleash the King's devouring ability. While it may defeat the Dragon Ball pirates, how will the world perceive the government and the Navy afterward? Sora, perplexed, questioned the Elder Star's intentions. Even if this results in victory, what significance does it hold when that monstrosity consumes people? It is utterly terrifying. Luffy shouted from his ship. Is this what the so-called justice of the Navy looks like? It is simply laughable. Red Count, observing the scene, remarked to Sora, alas. Such is the way of the world. To uphold justice, some must be sacrificed. As long as we rid ourselves of these villains, their sacrifice will be justified. Sora, unfazed, calmly replied, it is truly revolting. You Navy folks are nothing but hypocrites. That is precisely why I detest you all. After Red Count's remark, he disregarded Sora, intently watching the monumental clash. Who will stop him? Help! I do not wish to die. Marshal, save me. Father. Ah. The cries for help echoed, and within moments, the king had devoured thousands, significantly augmenting his power. Vegeta, hurry and defeat him. If you delay, you shall surely fall. Witnessing the relentless consumption of the navy and pirates by the formidable Tian Wang, Liu Xuan could no longer bear the sight. At this juncture, Tian Wang's combat prowess had escalated to an astonishing 6 million, nearing the might of Vegeta. If this continued, Vegeta would undoubtedly succumb to Tian Wang. Understood, Captain. I shall deal with him. Upon sensing Liu Xian's ire, Vegeta dared not delay any further, for their loyalty to Liu Xuan was unwavering and absolute. Disobeying his command was not an option. In an instant, Vegeta materialized before the colossal figure of Tian Wang, who was voraciously devouring the navy and pirates. Come forth and engage me in battle. The captain is growing displeased, roared Vegeta, as the formidable Vegeta stood before him, determined to prevent himself from consuming any more humans. King was consumed by rage and threw a punch. However, Vegeta effortlessly blocked it, then seized his finger and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that split the very earth of Marineford in two. The ferocity of their battle was truly terrifying. The sheer force of their hand-to-hand combat had wrought such devastation. Indeed, one could hardly question the prowess of King. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, always so composed. Perhaps it was this calmness that set him apart. Roaring in fury after being thrown down, King rose again, charging at Vegeta, but Vegeta's strength was still superior, rendering King no match for him. Vegeta, relieved that he had intervened in time, mused that if King had continued to consume, his combat power would have surpassed his own, and he would have found himself at a disadvantage. Sensing that King's power was now alarmingly close to his own, Vegeta expressed his gratitude for the timely intervention. Vegeta, end him with the Kamehameha. Do not waste any more time. Liu Xuan shouted from afar, eager to avoid any further mishaps and advocating for a swift resolution. Realizing the captain's urgency, Vegeta reluctantly acquiesced. He had intended to toy with King a bit longer, but the captain's command left him no choice. Tenfold. Kamehameha. Huh. With his hands positioned in a blossom-like formation behind him, Vegeta began to gather energy, a brilliant blue sphere materializing between his palms. With a mighty shout, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, unstoppable in its trajectory toward King. Feeling the imminent threat to his life, King leapt to evade Vegeta's attack. But the Kamehameha was homing, rendering his efforts futile. He could only watch in horror as the terrifying energy wave bore down upon him, for the first time, fear flickering in his eyes. With a resounding explosion, the Kamehameha struck King directly, unleashing a mushroom cloud into the sky, and Marineford was utterly shattered, leaving only a few large fragments bobbing in the water, forming diminutive islands. Help! Those who had yet to board were engulfed by the monstrous waves, drowning in the chaos. Uncertain of their survival, even smaller vessels were not spared. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, tranquility returned to the sea, and onlookers gaped in disbelief at the fragmented remains of Marineford. Marineford has been reduced to rubble. This is beyond terrifying. The power of my master and his allies is astounding. We must continue to train diligently to match their prowess. Luffy exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at the wreckage. What an intoxicating display of power. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Ball pirates? I have witnessed the dawn of a new era. Doflamingo laughed heartily from his ship, inciting anger among the nearby navy, who dared not protest due to his status. Has King been defeated? Under such an onslaught, I cannot fathom anyone surviving. Marco gulped, filled with trepidation. It's uncertain. Those two have transcended the boundaries of human capability. Their vitality is beyond our comprehension. Even survival is not out of the question, Whitebeard replied, responding to Marco's fears. How could anyone survive that? This individual is truly terrifying. Diamond Jozu exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Their strength has shattered our understanding. Thus King's survival would not be surprising, Whitebeard said gravely to the two men. What an alarming thought. The trio fell silent, their gaze fixed on the distant battlefield. Marshal, has King been defeated? Why is there no further commotion? One of the three admirals on the ship, Akiji, inquired of Sengoku. I cannot say. This is the first time I have witnessed him. I have only heard tales from Fleet Admiral about his name. After all, King is an ancient weapon that has been spoken of for 800 years. He should not fall so swiftly, Sengoku mused. Ha! Sengoku, a marine admiral of your stature has never laid eyes on King? How disgraceful! Carp interjected. Silence. You impertinent fool, Carp. Do you think everyone can simply meet King? He is a secret weapon of the world government, not something we can casually observe. Sengoku retorted angrily. How terrifying. What level has Vegeta achieved to best even Uranus? Where did Liu Xuan find someone so formidable? It defies comprehension, Kazuru remarked, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They too had been puzzled by this. Logically, someone so powerful should have had some notoriety, yet there had been no prior mention of him. Surely he could not have simply materialized. Reflecting on this, they dismissed the notion. After all, how could a person simply appear? Just as the crowd murmured, Uranus rose once more, albeit visibly injured, bloodied, and battered. Not dead yet. You truly can withstand punishment. This time, I will finish you for good. Kamehameha. Tenfold. Huh. Just as Vegeta prepared to unleash a second Kamehameha to vanquish Uranus, he unexpectedly split into two beings, Goku and Vegeta. What is happening, Kakarot? Wasn't there still time left before we reverted? Vegeta exclaimed at Goku. Goku scratched his head in confusion. I don't know either. Perhaps the fusion time has shortened in this world. What do we do now? The captain ordered us to eliminate King, but we are no longer his match. Vegeta clutched Goku's collar, shouting in desperation. Calm down. We can fuse again. Goku replied. Slipping out of Vegeta's grip, his demeanor steady. You fool. I refuse to endure that awkward pose again. This is all your fault for being so reckless. We could have taken him down already. Vegeta yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Goku. You can't place all the blame on me. Half of it is on you. Goku retorted, exasperated. Vegeta, Goku, what are you two doing? Hurry up and fuse again to eliminate King. Liu Xuan called out from afar, noticing their indecision. All right, Kakarot. Once more. Should any errors arise again, the responsibility will fall upon you. Vegeta, in resignation, prepared to fuse once more. Understood, let us proceed. Fusion. The king, observing their intent to merge again, let out a roar and charged towards them, eager to thwart their fusion. He certainly did not wish to be subjected to another beating from that combined entity. Everyone, prevent the king from approaching Goku and Vegeta. Upon witnessing the actions of the king, Liu Xuan urgently shouted for everyone to prevent the king from approaching. Heeding Liu Xuan's command, the crowd promptly unleashed a barrage of shockwaves directed at the king. Several shockwaves struck him simultaneously, momentarily halting his advance and successfully buying time for the two to fuse. The two individuals' fingers had already touched, a flash of white light flickered and then vanished. However, following the light, they remained as two separate beings. This fusion had ultimately failed. Chapter 152. The fusion of Liu Xuan and Broly. What happened? Did they both fail? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the panicked duo. Could it be that fusion, much like Goku's instant transmission, is restricted in this world, necessitating a cooldown period after each use? The turtle hermit, with his vast experience as a martial artist, enlightened the group with his words. What shall we do now? They have already attempted fusion. Should we seek out two others to fuse? Liu Xuan pondered. Presently, the only individuals capable of defeating the king post-fusion were Frieza, Broly, and himself. If Broly were to fuse with Frieza, they might have a chance to overpower the king. However, Liu Xuan reasoned that a fusion between himself and Broly would undoubtedly yield a greater fighting capability than that of the other two combined. Therefore, the prospect of fusing with Broly felt more secure. Even if the king proved somewhat stronger, they would still have the means to vanquish him. Broly, did you remember the fusion stance they used? Liu Xuan inquired after formulating his plan. Broly turned to Liu Xuan and affirmed, I have, Captain. Very well, let us fuse. Together, we shall surely defeat the king. Upon hearing Broly's agreement, Liu Xuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Captain. Just as Liu Xuan finalized his decision regarding their fusion, the king had devoured numerous souls, restoring his injuries and elevating his strength to over 670,000. Even should Goku and Vegeta successfully fuse, they would stand no chance against him. The king, having witnessed Liu Xuan and Broly's movements, was unwilling to allow the emergence of another formidable opponent capable of overpowering him, thus abandoning his previous endeavor to consume. With a thunderous roar, the king charged toward Liu Xuan and the others, intent on thwarting their fusion. Unwilling to endure yet another humiliating defeat, we cannot allow him to halt the captain. Block his path. Frieza bellowed, leading the charge against the king. The others swiftly followed suit, yet the disparity in combat power was insurmountable. They could not inflict even a scratch upon him. The king, incensed by the incessant disturbances, unleashed a furious strike aimed at Frieza. Caught off guard, Frieza was sent flying by the force of the blow, sustaining significant injuries. Damn it, this fiend is far too powerful. Our attacks barely tickle him. Gohan lamented, his desperation palpable as he witnessed the futility of their efforts. Even so, we must not allow him to disrupt the captain and Broly's fusion. Everyone, intensify your attacks. Krillin shouted, rallying the group to continue their assault against the king. Old man, what should we do? Should we lend a hand? If the Dragon Ball pirates are defeated, we will suffer as well. On board the Whitebeard pirate ship, Marco spoke to Whitebeard, who stood nearby, observing the battlefield. Ha, of course, but you all should remain back. I shall handle this. Whitebeard boisterously declared to Marco. But, father, weren't you injured just moments ago? Allow me to take this one. Marco implored, concern etched upon his face. Fear not, my tremor fruit has awakened, allowing me to wield its powers even from here. With that declaration, Whitebeard swung his arm and delivered a mighty punch. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed from behind the king, as the shockwave impacted his back, causing him to falter and redirect his assault away from Frieza. Well done, father. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of Whitebeard's assault, Marco joyfully exclaimed, Marshal, Shall we lend our assistance? After all, the king is on our side. A vice admiral inquired. Assist him in devouring our own soldiers? This wretch has consumed so many of our navy. How can I possibly justify aiding him in this? What of our fallen comrades? Sengoku responded with growing exasperation. To eradicate evil, sacrifices are inevitable. This is the essence of naval justice and our solemn duty. We cannot allow our compassion for our subordinates' lives to grant freedom to such vile pirates. Akainu, who had always advocated for the elimination of enemies regardless of the cost, stood in opposition as Sengoku declared his refusal to assist. Cease your nonsensical chatter, you brat. The individuals here are not only the elite of the navy, but also its future. If they are all consumed by that king, who will rise to fight for justice thereafter? Carp retorted loudly. Then shall we merely stand by and watch Liu Xuan annihilate the king and then obliterate us? Akiji interjected. Enough of this quarrel. Even if we were to act now, I fear it may already be too late. Look, following Akiji's gesture, Sengoku and the others beheld Liu Xuan and Broly, who had successfully completed their fusion, and they fell silent. Having gained ample time, Liu Xuan and Broly had finally achieved their fusion. At that moment, it seemed as though the world had lost its color, leaving only the blinding white light emanating from their union, rendering onlookers unable to open their eyes. Chapter 153, Liu Xuanli How Dazzling. This fusion is even more extravagant than that of Vegeta and Goku. Someone remarked. Indeed, I wonder if they surpass those two in strength. That is certain. The captain's prowess has eclipsed everyone, and Broly's might is well recognized. No one would doubt their combined strength, they discussed gleefully as they obstructed the king. Enough chatter. Since the captain has succeeded, we must hasten our departure. Just as they reveled in their conversation, a voice snapped them back to reality. Yes, we should indeed leave at once. They swiftly retreated to safety. As the white light dissipated, a towering figure emerged, embodying the strengths of both Broly and Liu Xuan. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, his handsome visage bore features of both, complemented by a well-defined physique that could easily grace the silver screen on Earth. Is this the fusion of Broly and the captain? It appears incredibly formidable. I wonder what he is called, Krillin mused, gazing at the new entity. Hey, Captain, what is your name now? Gohan asked on Krillin's behalf. After a moment of contemplation, the figure replied, a name, you say? How about Liu Rolei? That sounds rather unappealing. Liu Xuanli, perhaps? Still not quite right. Never mind. You may call me whatever you wish. Then let us refer to you as Liu Xuanli, for after all, it is merely a name. Bulma interjected. Upon hearing this name, Liu Xuanli found it rather displeasing, yet upon reflection, he realized that no combination of his names seemed appealing. Thus, he resigned to their choice. Let us not concern ourselves with names. It is far more crucial to eliminate the enemy before us. Remember, the fusion lasts only 10 minutes. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of Goku and Vegeta, Liu Xuanli declared, causing Vegeta and Goku to flush with embarrassment. King, let us engage in a decisive battle now, Liu Xuanli shouted, turning to face Uranus, the king, before vanishing from view. Master has disappeared. What just happened? Can he still wield magic? Truly remarkable. As Liu Xuanli vanished unexpectedly, Luffy's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed, Fool, that was merely Master-S speed. An illusion born from the inability to perceive his trajectory. Yet, I must admit, that speed was astounding, akin to Brother Wukong's instantaneous movement, disappearing from sight in an instant. Zoro landed a punch on Luffy's head, saying, Pay attention. Unfazed by Zoro's strike, Luffy continued, That's still impressive. King, it's time for our battle. While everyone searched for Liu Xuanli, a voice suddenly emerged from behind King, revealing the recently vanished Liu Xuanli. How swift. When did that fellow reach there? Even I failed to notice. Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Liu Xuanli behind King. Detecting a shadow behind him, King roared in rage, unleashing a fist larger than a house toward Liu Xuanli, furious from the previous encounter. I am not here to play. Time is of the essence. I shall dispose of you swiftly. With that, Liu Xuanli countered with a punch, forcing King back, and unleashed the Kamehameha, creating a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. The already fractured marine fort began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of sinking. Why does the Dragon Ball pirates create such a commotion in battle? Must they destroy marine fort to find satisfaction? The Marines shouted in terror, witnessing the impending doom of Marineford. Alas, I never imagined the Marine headquarters, which has endured for over 8 centuries, might meet its end at my hands. How shall I face my predecessors? Sengoku lamented, tears streaming down his face. Sengoku, do not despair. The Marine headquarters can be rebuilt, but lives lost are irreplaceable. We must focus on preserving our men's lives. Carp consoled Sengoku from the side. Indeed, Carp speaks truth. As long as the elite Marines remain, no matter how many times the headquarters is destroyed, it can be restored. The lives of our subordinates are paramount. Vice Admiral Tsuru had arrived, offering her support to the despondent Sengoku. Very well. Let all Marines evacuate immediately. We shall cover your retreat. Sengoku regained his composure and issued his final command. Understood. Apart from Akainu, The other Marines unanimously agreed. I object. To stand idly by while these pirates escape is unacceptable. We must eliminate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, Dragon and Roger's son still lives. How can we allow them to flee? Akainu vehemently opposed. If the Marines perish in battle against the Whitebeard pirates, who will uphold justice on the seas? Is this truly the outcome you desire? Karp shouted, gripping Akainu's collar. Hearing Karp's words, Akainu fell silent, though his expression still conveyed defiance. Chapter 154, The Retreat of Marines and Pirates with Sengoku's command. The Marines began their retreat toward the nearby Sabaody archipelago. Father, the Marines are leaving. What should we do? Marco approached Whitebeard, observing the Marines' movements. Whitebeard furrowed his brow and replied, It seems Sengoku is protecting the future of the Marines. We can no longer wait. Notify all captains to depart immediately and return to the New World for further orders. With a smile, Marco responded, Yes, father. He turned to relay Whitebeard's orders. Ha ha ha. It appears we shall not seize the trimmer fruit this time. This place is far too perilous. We should leave Marine headquarters first. Blackbeard noted as he watched the Whitebeard pirates and Marines retreat. Humph, Captain, shall we part ways? The plan has failed. Shiryu scoffed. Ha ha ha. Do not say that. Shiryu, this is merely an unexpected turn of events. We still have opportunities ahead. Blackbeard laughed heartily at Shiryu's words. Very well. I suppose I shall follow you for now, but there must be someone to slay. Shiryu concluded, prompting laughter and agreement from the others. Of course. We are pirates after all. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard declared as he led them away from Marine headquarters. It seems we must also take our leave, Hawkeye remarked, observing the exodus from Marineford. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is far too dangerous here. We must depart swiftly, Moria concurred, eager to vacate the perilous location. Moria's words resonated with the others. Ever since the arrival of the Dragon Ball pirates, the area had become a treacherous zone. Their combat prowess was so formidable that even residual battle energy could prove lethal. Remaining here could lead to untimely demise. With opinions aligned, the 7 warlords commenced their retreat from Marine headquarters, leaving only Luffy and his crew behind. Hey, Straw Hat, everyone else is leaving. We should too. Buggy urged Luffy. Furrowing his brow, Luffy replied, No, Master is still here fighting. We cannot leave yet. We must wait for Master to defeat the giant. Luffy, Buggy is right. Remaining here only burdens Master. If we leave, he can fight with full strength against King. If we stay, Master will instinctively hold back. And how can he defeat King then? Sanji advised. Indeed, we should depart, Luffy. Zoro chimed in. Ace, Jinbei, and others also expressed their agreement to leave. Observing the consensus, Luffy fell silent, aware that departing would be the greatest assistance to Master. Yet, he felt reluctant. Knowing his master fought against the enemy for his sake while he could only flee. Seeing Luffy's inner turmoil, Redfield approached and said, What is this? Reluctant? Then continue training. You are still too weak. Only by growing stronger can you do what you wish. Upon hearing those words, Luffy lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with determination. Let us go. We shall leave Marine headquarters. Oh. Upon witnessing Luffy's resurgence, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers as they set sail from the naval headquarters. Ultimately, only the 5 elders, the Celestial King, and the members of the Dragon Ball pirates remained. The audacity of the Navy to depart unilaterally from this place would surely be addressed in due time. The Demon Sword Star, incensed by the Navy's departure, unleashed a torrent of invective. Enough, Demon Sword Star, interjected the Wise Star. Their departure serves to preserve the Navy's elite. We ought to refrain from further interference. This battle has unequivocally resulted in the Navy's utter defeat. Not only was Ace captured, but the naval headquarters also lay in ruins. The Navy's prestige has been irrevocably tarnished. Their presence here holds no further significance. Indeed, aside from being devoured by the Celestial King to marginally enhance combat prowess, their utility has diminished considerably. Moreover, the Celestial King's capacity for consumption has reached saturation. Further devouring these inept individuals would yield no benefit. Let them depart. The Water Star concurred. Should we not also take our leave? The repercussions of their battle are far too significant. We may soon find ourselves entangled, remarked the Venus Star. No, we cannot abandon our post. Who would command the Celestial King in our absence? Presently, he is at a disadvantage, and we cannot simply walk away. Countered the Air Star. It appears we must bolster the Celestial King's combat strength further, yet with both the Navy and the pirates having vacated, what remains for him to consume? Furthermore, even if those inept individuals had stayed, their contribution to the Celestial King's power would be negligible. Indeed, it seems we must sacrifice a formidable subordinate, one of them proposed, casting glances at the still-present figure of Kong. In a sudden turn, the Air Star vanished, reappearing behind Kong, landing a devastating punch to his heart. Kong, caught off guard, could only emit a soft gasp as his chest was pierced. Air Star, you, were Kong's last words before he succumbed. Chapter 155, The Battle concludes. You have even turned against your own. How ruthless and ungrateful you 5 elders truly are. Upon witnessing the actions of the 5 elders, Vegeta scoffed. Humph, the sacrifices made for the peace of the seas are indeed commendable. Furthermore, being a part of the king's power is his greatest honor. he should feel elated. However, the empty star displayed no remorse, shamefully suggesting that this act was glorious. Such audacity was truly repugnant. How dare your world government speak of peace? Those celestial dragons and your world government are the greatest scourge upon this world. Sooner or later, they will be toppled. Goku harbored a deep disdain for the celestial dragons, for he was inherently kind-hearted. Even someone as vile as Frieza could share his energy. Thus, he held an utmost aversion towards those who inflicted harm upon others. As long as the king is present, none can defeat us. After declaring this, the empty star utilized his spatial fruit abilities to throw himself into the king's mouth. With a roar, upon swallowing the empty star, the king's power surged significantly, reaching an astonishing battle strength of 7,1,000,000, narrowing the gap between him and Liu Xuan. You actually killed the empty star to bolster the king's strength. What despicable creatures you are. Even so, you cannot hope to defeat me. Kamehameha. Liu Xuan, infuriated by the empty star's actions, unleashed the full power of his Kamehameha wave against the king. Captain, the might of this technique is overwhelming. We might be caught in its wake. Bulma, quickly steer the ship away. Sensing the immense power of Liu Xuan's Kamehameha, Goku urgently called out to Bulma. All right. Bulma hastily activated the Dragon God ship, propelling it away. Thanks to Bulma's modifications, the ship traversed several nautical miles in no time. How can the Dragon Pirates ship move so swiftly? Have they obtained the blueprints of the Underworld King? The five elders, witnessing the speed of the Dragon God ship, mistakenly believed Liu Xuan had acquired the Underworld King's schematics. For only the Underworld King was known to possess such velocity. Forget about them. Empty Star, use your spatial abilities to take us away. Liu Xuan's attack is imminent. At this moment, the Wise Star addressed the Empty Star. What are you discussing the enemy's ship for at such a time? Do you not realize the danger here? The Empty Star then comprehended the urgency, waved his hand, and transported them into his private space, quickly utilizing spatial movement to escape. Liu Xuan's Kamehameha had already reached its destination, transforming his entire being into a deep black, resembling a suit of armor. This was the ability acquired through the use of armed color haki, obtained after consuming the Empty Star. It appeared that the king possessed such a plethora of abilities due to consuming others. With a fierce roar, the king desperately attempted to repel Liu's Kamehameha wave, as if striving to push it back. Observing this, Liu Xuan intensified his attack, and the king could no longer withstand it, being struck into the sea. In an instant, the entire island of Marineford vanished beneath the waves, as if it had evaporated, leaving behind a bottomless pit on the ocean's surface, appearing to pierce through the sea, with the surrounding waters remaining suspended, creating a breathtaking spectacle. How is this possible? Can such power truly be wielded by a mere human? Our painstakingly crafted strongest weapon. The king has been defeated so easily. Impossible. The five elders found it utterly unacceptable to witness such a scene. For this was the strongest weapon that had safeguarded the world government for over 8 centuries. Are we dreaming? Wise Star. What shall we do now that the king has been defeated? Is Liu Xuan coming to attack us next? Mercury spoke in a panic, clearly terrified by Liu Xian's strength. The Wise Star wore a grave expression. Do not panic. We must prepare for the worst. If necessary, we shall concede to their demands. How can we do that? What about the dignity of our world government? The Ghost Sword Star opposed the Wise Star's suggestion, voicing his dissent. Is dignity more important than the survival of the world government? Do you wish for it to perish under our watch? Mercury retorted loudly. Enough. You two must cease your quarrel. Let us take a vote. Those in favor of conceding to Liu Xian's demands, raise your hands. The Wise Star raised his right hand, followed by Venus, Mercury, and the Empty Star, all in agreement with the Wise Star's proposition, leaving only the Ghost Sword Star in opposition. So it shall be. We will acquiesce to Liu Xian's demands, abolishing the system of slavery. From now on, all races shall be equal. And the celestial dragons will no longer be the world's aristocracy. After all, the king has been defeated, rendering those useless. The Wise Star addressed the others, noting their consensus except for the Ghost Sword Star. Agreed. The others affirmed, leaving the Ghost Sword Star seething with anger. Subsequently, a shocking decree reverberated across the globe. The world government's new law announced the abolition of the slavery system, granting equal rights to all races, and revoking the aristocratic status of the celestial dragons. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the world. Chapter 156. The terrified celestial dragons in Mariehua, the residents of the celestial dragons. What are the five elders doing? Have they lost their minds to abolish our status as the world's aristocracy? We are descendants of gods. How dare they? The long-standing aristocratic lifestyle had rendered the celestial dragons excessively arrogant, and the prospect of living as equals with those they considered mere ants was utterly intolerable. Let us confront the five elders and demand an explanation for their actions, proposed one elderly celestial dragon, eliciting a chorus of agreement from the others. Soon, they found themselves at the five elders' location. Upon seeing the five elders, the celestial dragon leader rushed forward, berating them furiously. You five imbeciles. Why have you revoked our noble status? Have you lost your minds? We are the descendants of gods, the most esteemed beings on this planet. How dare you treat us this way? Do you wish to relinquish your positions as the five elders? Unflinching, the Wise Star responded. The decision to revoke your status as the world's aristocracy was a collective one among us five. You celestial dragons have enjoyed your privileged position while committing heinous acts. which no longer aligns with the identity of the creator's descendants. The descendants of the creator should strive to benefit the people, yet you pursue self-indulgence, inflicting harm upon the common folk. Such behavior disqualifies you from retaining such a lofty status. Therefore, we have abolished your noble identity. You fools! How dare those lowly commoners compare themselves to our illustrious celestial dragons? Their deaths are their greatest honor. We are the offspring of the creator, and we are free to do as we please. The leader of the celestial dragons expressed his madness, prompting the 5 elders to shake their heads in disbelief. What a bunch of fools! You, who are utterly incapable of anything, consider yourselves the descendants of the creator? If it weren't for the king you once held, we would have vanquished you long ago. Now that the king has been defeated by the Dragon Pearl pirates, you are of no use. And should you continue to stir trouble, we will not be lenient. The Ghost Sword Star, who had just sought to preserve the status of the celestial dragons, upon hearing the boastful outcry of the celestial dragon leader, could not help but unleash a torrent of curses, as if the individual who had previously opposed the new decree was not him at all. You, upon witnessing the murderous intent etched upon the face of Ghost Sword Star, the celestial dragon fell to the ground in fright, losing the arrogant demeanor he had just exhibited, leaving only a visage of pure terror. At that moment, the clever star stepped forward and interjected, "Enough, Ghost Sword Star. There is no need for further words. I believe they have already comprehended their current standing. Chief, am I not correct?" The leader of the celestial dragons hastily rose and responded, Yes. Understood. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." With that, the leader of the celestial dragons hurriedly departed, as if fearing that Ghost Sword Star might unleash his wrath upon him. "Ah, what a pitiful lot," sighed Kong Shing, observing the hasty retreat of the celestial dragon. "Let us not dwell on those inept fools. Instead, we should contemplate how to quell the matters concerning the Dragon Ball pirates." The words of the clever star roused everyone from their stupor, redirecting their discussion. Meanwhile, upon returning home, the leader of the celestial dragons was immediately surrounded by a throng of his fellow celestial dragons. "Leader, what did the 5 elders say? Could it be that they issued an erroneous decree? I never anticipated that even the 5 elders could be so muddled." A young celestial dragon exclaimed. "So that is the case. I had always believed the world government incapable of such a decision, yet they have indeed been careless, committing such a grave error. What a bunch of simpletons." Indeed. Leader, did you not give them a stern reprimand?" "Surely, it must have been so, as they always act in such a manner." Listening to the chatter of his kin, the leader of the celestial dragons felt his temper flare. These imbeciles were oblivious to the impending calamity. Growing increasingly incensed, he could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "You fools!" Upon hearing their leader's outburst, the crowd fell into stunned silence. "What has happened to the leader? I know not. Could there be some grave occurrence?" At that moment, an elder celestial dragon approached and inquired, "Leader, what troubles you so?" The leader of the celestial dragons sighed deeply and revealed, "The matter of the cancellation of our noble status is not a mistake on the part of the 5 elders. It is indeed true." "How can this be? Why would the 5 elders do such a thing? Are they not fearful of us stripping them of their positions?" "Fools, do you not realize that we, the celestial dragons, cannot dictate the fates of the 5 elders? The reason lies in the power we hold, the Heavenly King. Indeed, it is precisely because of the Heavenly King. However, just moments ago, the Heavenly King was defeated by the Dragon Ball pirates. Our leverage over the 5 elders has been utterly obliterated, and we can no longer threaten their positions. Thus, we, the celestial dragons, have lost our significance in their eyes. This is the very reason they issued such a decree. A great calamity is upon us." As the leader concluded his statement, the celestial dragons immediately shed their previous airs of superiority. Chapter 157. A new mission. As the celestial dragons fretted over their dwindling influence, the Whitebeard pirates encountered the red-haired pirates, who had journeyed from the New World. "What? The Dragon Ball pirates have defeated the world government?" Upon hearing Whitebeard's account, Shanks grasped the situation and could not help but admire the formidable strength of the Dragon Ball pirates, who had bested even the 5 elders. It seemed that no one could pose a threat to Liu Xuan now. "This Liu Xuan is truly remarkable. I traveled all this way to Mariewa to avert this conflict, only to find that it is concluded before my arrival," Shanks lamented with a sigh. "Indeed, we sailed for 2 days and nights without rest, only to arrive too late. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that both Luffy and Ace remain unharmed. That is indeed a silver lining," responded another. "But do you truly believe this Liu Xuan is as powerful as you claim?" Beckman inquired, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. "Of course, that kind of strength is simply terrifying. I foresee that the future belongs to them," Marco remarked. "Yet, it appears Liu Xuan has no intentions of claiming the title of Pirate King. Otherwise, who could ever rival him?" At that moment, a panicked crew member rushed over. "Captain, the crew stationed at the base has just reported that the Demon King Liu Xuan has defeated the Heavenly King." "Ha ha ha. In that case, Shanks, you must stay and join us for a feast." Whitebeard laughed heartily upon hearing the news. "Hey, old man, did you just say that Master has defeated the Heavenly King?" At that moment, Luffy, who had somehow made his way onto Whitebeard's main ship, chimed in. "Luffy!" Shanks exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing him. Upon seeing the red-haired Shanks, Luffy leaped forward, racing with excitement to stand before him, tears of joy streaming down his face. In comparison to Dragon, Shanks embodies more of a father figure to Luffy. Not only did he save his life, but he also profoundly influenced the course of his existence. Without Shanks, the Luffy we know today would not exist. Luffy, you have grown stronger. Observing Luffy, Shanks felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for he entrusted the future to him. In Shanks' eyes, Luffy resembled his own child. Today, not only had he rescued Ace, having witnessed the downfall of the world government, and now with the reunion of Luffy and Shanks, a celebration is surely in order. Let us host a grand banquet. On board a naval vessel, Sengoku and his comrades are deliberating the next course of action when a marine rushes in with a report. News has just arrived from the Navy headquarters at Sabaody Archipelago. The Celestial King has been vanquished by the Dragon Ball pirates. The Marshal is requested to provide guidance for the subsequent military strategy. What? The Celestial King has been defeated? The Blackbeard pirates were still engaged in battle when they departed. How could the Celestial King have fallen so swiftly? Everyone had anticipated a prolonged confrontation, yet the outcome was determined in mere moments. Just how formidable is that individual? At this juncture, Liu Xuan has separated from Broly, standing on his ship, deep in thought. Moments ago, as Liu Xuan contemplated pursuing the victory to eliminate the 5 elders as well, the system issued a new mission. The task requires that, since the host has amassed a staggering 12 billion in reputation, converting 120 million points of energy will enable the host to attain peak divine level. However, the host must first shatter his own limitations. He is instructed to do so within 2 years. The reward for this mission is a designated summoning. To think he has already accrued such prestige. Yet, is it not a daunting challenge to break through within 2 years? It seems he must seek a place to train. With this thought, Liu Xuan turned to Bulma and declared, Bulma, set sail. We are returning to the base. Why are we heading back to the base? Shouldn't we confront the 5 elders? We were just severely beaten by that Celestial King. Krillin inquired, perplexed by Liu Xuan's statement. No need. I believe the 5 elders understand what must be done, should they wish to survive. Liu Xuan replied, shaking his head. If they remain oblivious, I would not mind another visit to Mariewa to enlighten them. Thus, Liu Xuan and his companions embarked towards their base, which they reached several days later. While Liu Xuan diligently trained to surpass his limitations, the world was in a state of upheaval. The new decree issued by the 5 elders had spread like wildfire through the transponder snail, announcing, 1. All races are to be treated equally. 2. The institution of slavery is abolished. Trafficking in slaves will be met with severe punishment by the navies worldwide. 3. The celestial dragons will no longer hold noble status. They shall possess equal standing with all others. Upon hearing this news, all races across the globe erupted in jubilation. At Fishman Island, the inhabitants raised their glasses in celebration of the new decree. After enduring over 8 centuries of inequality, the Fishman race has suffered immensely. Now, with the advent of this new law, they finally attain equal treatment, enabling their kin to live on the sunlit surface of the sea. Hey, do you know why the world government issued this new decree? A pufferfish fishman inquired mysteriously. Do you have any insight into this? Please, share your thoughts. A beautiful mermaid urged eagerly. Seeing the eager gazes of the crowd, the pufferfish man smugly declared, I have heard that it was the formidable Lord Liu Xuan, one of the 4 emperors, who vanquished the 5 elders and compelled them to enact this new decree. Chapter 158. The world in shock. Is it true? Lord Liu Xuan is truly remarkable. Have you seen Lord Liu Xuan? What does he look like? The mermaid's exclamations only swelled the pufferfish man's pride. Of course, I have seen him. When Lord Liu Xuan visited Fishman Island, I stood by and was fortunate enough to behold his presence, truly majestic and imposing. However, he was merely boasting. At that time, Liu Xuan was only 12 years old, hardly a figure of grandeur. How impressive. Please share the tales of Lord Liu Xuan's visit here. We yearn to hear of his great deeds. Indeed, indeed. We wish to listen. Well, it all began when Lord Liu Xuan arrived at Fishman Island. As he continued, he found himself fabricating stories, realizing that with so many eyes upon him, he could not confess his earlier exaggeration and thus resorted to storytelling. Within Dragon Palace, Neptune and others had also heard of the new decree and were celebrating within the castle. Father, Lord Liu Xuan is truly remarkable. He has defeated the world government and forced them to enact such a decree. They have surely lost face this time, the eldest prince, Sharkstar, remarked with a laugh, raising his cup. Indeed, now we, the inhabitants of Fishman Island, can finally live above the sea. I have yet to witness the true sun. The second prince, Huangstar, expressed his longing. However, even with the new decree in place, will those slave traders truly comply? And those pirates certainly do not heed the law. Minister Zhuo voiced his concerns. Indeed, those individuals will do anything for money. Not everyone is as noble as Lord Liu Xuan, Minister Yu added. At this moment, Neptune interrupted the discussions, saying, let us not worry. We shall observe the developments. Once matters stabilize, we will venture to the surface. With Lord Liu Xuan's protection, I believe we shall be safe. Exactly, exactly. The crowd nodded in agreement. Now, let us raise our glasses to racial equality. With their worries set aside, everyone immersed themselves in the festive atmosphere of the banquet. On Cake Island, Big Mom sat leisurely enjoying her cake. Not good, Mama. A messenger rushed in, exclaiming. Big Mom set down her cake, her demeanor stern. What is it? If it is nothing of consequence, I trust you understand the repercussions. Mama. As the fierce gaze of the matriarch fell upon him, the man in the audience was taken aback, hastily explaining, it is indeed a matter of great significance, Mother. Just now, the news brought by the bird contained a monumental report. What has transpired? Came the puzzled inquiry. Well, the Navy has captured Port Asti, Ace, using him as leverage to lure Whitebeard to their headquarters, laying a trap to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Ball pirates intervened, not only rescuing Ace but also obliterating the Navy's headquarters. Even the 5 elders were defeated and compelled to issue a new decree. The man hurriedly divulged the information he knew, fearing that the matriarch might take offense and end his life. To think even those 5 elderly gentlemen were bested by Liu Xuan. It seems his strength is indeed formidable, she mused. However, you ought not to disturb me while I indulge in my sweets, so I shall extract 10 years from your lifespan as punishment. With that, amidst the man's pleas for mercy, she seized his lifespan. In an instant, he appeared aged by a decade, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The matriarch savored the last bite of her cake, exhaling. Who would have thought that boy could grow so powerful in just a few short years? I must devise a way to collaborate with him. He cannot become our enemy. Mother, we could arrange a marriage alliance. I have heard he is merely 17 and unwed. In a couple of years, we could select one of our sisters to marry him, and then we would have a formidable ally. Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and minister of candy, stepped forward to propose. Excellent, Perispero. I entrust this matter to you. The matriarch, Charlotte Linlin, responded with satisfaction. Yes, Mother, I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly, Perispero replied respectfully before departing. It seems that soon, no one on the seas would be able to thwart him. We must also strategize promptly. Gazing into the distant ocean, the elder lady fell into deep contemplation. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Drago placed the newspaper on the table and turned to his companion Sabo. Liu Xuan is indeed formidable. Should we secure his assistance, our revolutionary army could achieve unprecedented victories. Sabo, please reach out to the Dragon Ball pirates and explore the possibility of collaboration. Chief, Liu Xuan is a pirate, while we are revolutionaries. Is there truly a need for us to cooperate with him? A perplexed revolutionary cadre inquired. Before Drago could respond, Sabo interjected. What is the aim of our revolutionary army if not to liberate the oppressed people from the clutches of aristocratic tyranny? Liu Xuan's actions do not contradict our mission. Furthermore, the enemy of our enemy is a friend. The Dragon Ball pirates have irreparably severed ties with the world government, and we, as an organization opposing the world government, have no reason to shy away from collaboration with them. Sabo's words rendered the individual speechless. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, I shall entrust this matter to you. Upon noticing the silent crowd, Dorag addressed Sabo. Indeed, Sabo replied joyfully. Having regained his memories upon witnessing Ace being pierced through the chest by a Kainu, he had longed to venture out and reunite with them. Chapter 159. Enhancing the strength of the people. As the world was engulfed in astonishment over the incident, Liu Xuan had already returned to his base. Captain, what are our next actions? We are nearly suffocating from the boredom on the island, Yumucha inquired eagerly as soon as Liu Xuan arrived. Bombarding him with questions to the point of exasperation, Liu Xuan firmly grasped him and said, Yumucha, if you find yourself with nothing to do, go engage and practice with them. We currently have no plans to set sail. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Yumucha's enthusiasm waned, and with a melancholic gaze, he lamented, Captain, I am merely at the vice admiral level, while most of them are at the admiral level. Is it not akin to seeking a beating to train with them? Upon meeting his gaze, Liu Xuan silently regarded him before stating, I had almost forgotten. It is time to enhance your abilities. Please summon them. Are we truly going to enhance our strength? How splendid. I shall fetch them at once. Yumucha exclaimed, bolting out the door upon hearing the promise of empowerment. In but a moment, he returned, accompanied by several individuals. Captain, I have gathered them. Hasten to grant us our enhancements. Yumucha implored eagerly upon his return. Calm down. There's no need to rush, Liu Xuan replied, turning his thoughts towards the system. System, how much energy is required to elevate Yumucha to the 4 Emperor level? Ding. To upgrade Yumucha to 4 Emperor level, 1 million energy is required. Liu Xuan, taken aback by the response, exclaimed 1 million? With that amount, one could summon a new 4 Emperor character. How could mere enhancement demand such a staggering amount of energy? Are you hoarding the energy for yourself? Please refrain from questioning the integrity of this system. The price is entirely reasonable, the system retorted. Goodness, even a system has a sense of integrity? Very well. Proceed with the enhancement, Liu Xuan conceded, resigned. In an instant, a radiant beam of golden light shot from Liu Xuan to Yumucha, causing his aura to surge explosively to the 4 Emperor level. A formidable presence erupted from him as he bellowed, what immense power. I must go practice with them, Captain. Farewell. With that, Yumucha vanished from sight in a flash. Was such excitement truly necessary? Was he not stronger than before, merely suppressed in this world? Observing Yamcha's excitement, Liu Xuan turned to the side and inquired of Piccolo. I know. Yamcha has been sparring with others and constantly training. So he has definitely improved his strength and is eager to reclaim his pride. He has pinned up frustration. Before Piccolo could respond, Krillin interjected, "Is that so? It seems Yamcha has endured quite a bit. Well then, it's your turn now. Who will step up first?" Liu Xuan chuckled at Krillin's words. "I'll go first." Krillin declared eagerly. "No need to rush. Let us have you all come at once," Liu Xuan suggested to the group, finding it cumbersome to have everyone take turns. With a sympathetic glance from Liu Xuan, the system deducted over 10 million energy points from him, allowing the others to ascend to the initial stage of the four emperors, leaving him with more than 180 million energy points. I must reserve 100 million energy for my own elevation to divine level. What shall I do with the remaining 80 million? It seems rather pointless to keep it. Let's proceed with a lottery instead. System, grant me 8 5-star 55 summoning cards. I shall deal with the remaining energy later. Upon Liu Xuan's command, 8 beams of golden light flashed, revealing 8 silhouettes before him. 5 of the 55 figures dispersed, merging with Goku and the others, evidently duplicates, leaving 3 remaining apparitions in front of Liu Xuan. One was a stunningly beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Number 18, the character Liu Xuan admired most in Dragon Ball, though it remained uncertain whether she was the future version or the one married to Krillin. Another figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, yet his attire was vastly different. He was none other than Black Goku from the Dragon Ball Super Universe. With Goku's body but the soul of the Kaishin Zamasu wielding power comparable to Goku in his blue form. The final figure was a most unexpected surprise, the 4-star dragon from Dragon Ball, immensely powerful, with a body temperature akin to that of the sun. Capable of ascending to 6,000 times the energy of the evil dragon. Unlike his brother's 3-star dragon. This one was quite particular about etiquette and possessed a commendable sense of integrity. As Liu Xuan gazed at number 18 before him, he could not help but inquire. "Have you ever married?" Taken aback by Liu Xuan's question, number 18 blushed and replied, "Captain, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be married? Just moments ago, I was with number 17 wreaking havoc on Earth when you summoned me." It dawned on him that this was the number 18 from the future. Perhaps there was a chance for him. As he pondered this, number 18's voice interrupted his thoughts. Captain, what are you thinking about?" Looking up, he noticed number 18's gaze fixed upon him. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "It's nothing, just contemplating my training." "Is that so?" Number 18 regarded him with skepticism. Liu Xuan promptly straightened his expression, insisting, "Of course. Just look at my earnest eyes." "I find that hard to believe," she replied with a playful huff. "Hey, Captain. We're still here." Observing the flirtatious banter between the two, the Black Wukong and the 4-star dragon could not help but interject. "Ah, haha. Of course, I am aware. Later, you should greet Wukong and the others. Henceforth, you shall be comrades," Liu Xuan awkwardly remarked. "Indeed, Captain," the two replied before they exited. Chapter 160, Preparing for Cultivation. Let us also venture outside. Upon witnessing 2 individuals exiting, Liu Xuan turned to the one known as number 18 and remarked, "Very well." Number 18 responded affirmatively and followed Liu Xuan outside. "Where have they all gone?" Liu Xuan, alongside number 18, expressed his bewilderment upon discovering the absence of any onlookers. "Captain, it appears to be quite raucous over there. Could they be gathered in that direction?" Black Wukong suggested, gesturing towards the distant square. "Let us investigate," Liu Xuan declared, leading the way towards the square. As they reached the square, Liu Xuan spotted Yamcha engaged in combat with the trio known as the Three Disasters. He inquired of Wukong, who was observing the spectacle, "What brings you all here?" "Yamcha is challenging the 3 of them. I've heard he has endured considerable defeats at their hands, but having recently augmented his strength, he has come to reclaim his honor. It seems the 3 are on the verge of faltering," Wukong explained, having only heard this from others, as he had not been present for long. "Honestly, that Yamcha fellow, having just enhanced his abilities, rushes into battle. How tiresome," Liu Xuan remarked. "Captain, allow me to intervene and put a stop to this." Krillin approached Liu Xuan, having noticed him. "No need. Let them finish their bout," Liu Xuan replied, shaking his head as he focused intently on the unfolding confrontation. How infuriating. In such a short span, this fellow has elevated his prowess to such an extent. Surely, he must have consumed some devil fruit. Otherwise, such rapid advancement is inconceivable. Jack exclaimed after being sent flying by Yamcha's punch, struggling to regain his footing. "I would never consume a devil fruit. I merely liberated a portion of my suppressed strength. Only the captain possesses such capability. And it was just today that I had him assist me in this matter. So, how does it feel to be my inaugural opponent following this liberation?" "You must feel quite honored," Yamcha taunted, nearly inciting the ire of the 3. "Jack, let us strike together," the only woman among the 3 disasters declared, her anger palpable. "Agreed," the others replied in unison. Having spent considerable time together, their synergy was impeccable. All 3 were formidable, akin to generals, rendering them a force to be reckoned with. However, with Yamcha having partially lifted his suppression and standing as a formidable figure of the 4 emperors, the trio found themselves at a disadvantage. Yamcha unleashed 3 energy blasts, effortlessly dismantling their combined assault. "This is intolerable. His strength is indeed that of a 4 emperor, and we stand no chance. What shall we do? Are we to concede?" Jack gasped, having been thoroughly exhausted by evading the energy blasts, lamenting his nature as a power-based fighter rather than one of speed. "In that case, let us surrender." Continuing will only lead to further punishment. Better to concede and deny him the opportunity to strike us, thus aggravating him, she suggested. Disliking the notion of being on the defensive in battle. Very well, we concede. Seeing that neither of the two had any intention of continuing the fight, he hurriedly exclaimed. How can you do this? I haven't even retaliated yet. I was never like this before. Yamcha, upon hearing the three concede, expressed his dissatisfaction. That is merely your reluctance to admit defeat. It has nothing to do with us. Regardless, we have conceded now. Let's go, Jack. Without further regard for Yamcha, they exited the square, with Jack following suit. You are exceedingly cunning. Observing the three retreating figures, Yamcha stood rooted in place, exclaiming in exasperation. I have yet to exact my vengeance. How can you simply walk away? Enough, Yamcha. Since they have conceded, there is no need to pursue further. Gather everyone. I have an announcement to make. As the matter concluded, Liu Xuan stepped forward and inquired, Captain, when did you arrive? At this moment. Yamcha finally noticed Liu Xuan and hastily asked, Captain. The others also saw Liu Xuan and quickly greeted him. Hello, everyone. Liu Xuan responded, then turned to Yamcha, saying, I've been here for a while, but Yamcha, you do seem rather bored. Now that you have reached the 4 Emperors level, why not practice sparring with Goku and the others? Training with the 3 calamities will hardly enhance your strength. Captain, Goku, and the others are far too strong. I do not wish to seek out punishment. Isn't it the same? You are already at the 4 Emperors level, while the 3 calamities are merely at the general level. Isn't it just another form of seeking punishment? All right, but Captain, what brings you to gather everyone? I plan to cultivate for a while to break through the God-level bottleneck. From now on, I will leave all matters in your hands. Should Luffy and the others require assistance, you may attend to them. I believe there is no one left who poses a threat to you. Now I see, the others nodded in understanding upon hearing Liu Xuan's words. Rest assured, Captain. We will protect Luffy and the others. By the way, Goku, please assist me in training them. Their strength is still insufficient to become the Pirate King. Yes, Captain. Chapter 161. 2 years later, after arranging matters, Liu Xuan entered a state of cultivation. He exercised daily, accompanied by number 18, and his mood remained quite pleasant. Happy days always passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by, on a small island in the New World. Hurry up and hand over the Dragon Ball, or I will slaughter everyone in your village. Do not think I am jesting. Our captain is the notorious pirate Lion of the Sea, with a bounty of 300 million berries. No one dares to interfere with the affairs of the lion pirates. A bald man was shouting at a group of villagers comprised of men, women, and children. Sir, we truly do not know where this Dragon Ball is. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place? An elderly man, seemingly the village chief, pleaded. This village was called Haiyan Village, a once harmonious small community. However, earlier that day, a band of pirates had arrived in search of something called the Dragon Ball, which the villagers had never seen. How could they provide it? Stop pretending. Our men clearly saw someone in your village with the Dragon Ball this morning. Now you want to deny it? Do you need me to kill someone for you to understand my might? The bald man shoved the village chief aside and seized a child, gripping his neck while glaring at the chief. It appeared that the chief's denial would lead to the child's demise. We truly do not have the Dragon Ball. Please. Do not harm the child. They know nothing. The village chief cried, clutching the bald man's trousers. The man kicked the chief away, glaring fiercely as he said, You old fool, do not touch me. It seems you do not care about the child's life. In that case, I shall send him to meet the king of hell. With that, the man prepared to strangle the child. Please, village chief, save Hank. He is our lifeline. We cannot lose him. The child's parents knelt before the village chief, weeping. But I truly do not know what the Dragon Ball is. The chief called out to the villagers behind him. Do any of you know? Quickly. Hand it over to this gentleman. Hey, are you looking for this? Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. A young man sat atop a rooftop, observing the crowd while holding what appeared to be a glass ball, within which 3 golden stars faintly shimmered, the 3-star Dragon Ball. It's the Dragon Ball, kid. Hand it over quickly. Upon observing the Dragon Ball clutched in the hands of a young man, the burly figure, unable to contain his delight, exclaimed, I apologize. But that cannot be. This Dragon Ball belongs to our captain and cannot be entrusted to you. Hearing his words, the giant's temper flared as he retorted, Are you jesting with me? You clearly have no regard for this child's life. No, you misunderstand me. I am not here to toy with you. Of course. I value the child's life, yet I also desire the Dragon Ball. What shall we do about this? Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly, hand over the Dragon Ball. I believe you have misconstrued my intentions. What I mean to convey is that I will eliminate all of you, and thus the child shall remain unharmed. I am certain the captain would approve of my approach, the young man stated, oblivious to the bulging veins on the giant's forehead. You scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. Are we so feeble that we cannot overpower a single individual? Brothers, let us slay him. Seize the Dragon Ball. With that, the hulking man commanded, and his underlings charged forward, intent on taking the young man's life, believing the Dragon Ball would soon be theirs. You think mere lackeys can take my life? How presumptuous. But since you were so eager for death, I shall oblige you. Shockwave punch. The young man declared, unleashing a powerful punch that sent a visible shockwave surging forth, striking the advancing lackeys. A wave of devastating force radiated outward, causing a dozen or so thugs to collapse to the ground, bloodied and seemingly lifeless. Hey, what are you doing? Stop playing around. Get up and eliminate this scoundrel. As he gazed upon his fallen subordinates, lying motionless on the ground, the bald man was consumed by a profound terror. It seemed he had come to the grim realization that his men were indeed lifeless. Yet he was reluctant to accept this harsh truth. Well, there is but one left. Once I eliminate you, I can return to the pirate crew and report back. The young man declared, I have heard from the captain that our leader is concluding his training and returning from that deserted island. I am eager to witness the grandeur of Captain Leon, the ferocious lion of the pirate crew. I have no time to squander on a lowly minion like you. With that, he prepared to strike down the bald man. Wait, this may be a misunderstanding, the bald man exclaimed. Our captain is Leon, the ferocious lion of the wild lion pirate crew. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Perhaps you have heard of him. Seeing the dire situation, the bald man quickly smiled and proclaimed the name of his captain. On one hand, he believed that his captain, being well-versed in the ways of the world, might recognize this individual. On the other, he sought to intimidate the young man, instilling a sense of fear that would deter him from taking his life. What a foolish notion to boast of a so-called Lion King, Leon. I have never even heard of him, and a bounty of 300 million is hardly worthy of our captain of Team 17. What is there to be proud of? How dare you insult our captain? Just wait. Our lion pirates will not let this matter rest easily. With that, the bald man hurled the child from his grasp and made a hasty retreat in the opposite direction. Chapter 162, A New Era. Attempting to flee, he activated his charge. Upon catching sight of the bald man, the young man felt an instinctive urge to flee. However, his feet suddenly unleashed a powerful shockwave, allowing him to close the distance to the towering figure in mere strides. Spare me, noble hero. I am but a mere insignificant soul, please. Treat me as though I were but a fleeting breath. In the blink of an eye, the enemy had caught up to him. The bald man hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. When the village chief begged for his life, why did you not spare that child? Now you wish for me to show you leniency? Dream on. Shockwave. Upon uttering these words, the young man placed his hand upon the bald man's chest and unleashed the power of the shock fruit, shattering his heart. The captain will not spare you. I shall await you in hell. With those final words, the bald man collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. What a worthless creature. Lacking in strength yet resorting to bullying the weak to assert his presence. Killing you truly sullies my hands, the young man remarked disdainfully as he wiped his hands clean. My lord, I cannot thank you enough. Otherwise, our village would surely have been slaughtered by those fiends. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the bald brute, the elderly village chief approached and knelt respectfully before the young man. Please, esteemed sir, do not be modest. I merely acted out of convenience. This fellow was exceedingly vexatious, and it is worth mentioning that these individuals were drawn here due to the Dragon Balls in my possession. I fear I have brought trouble upon you all. By the way, where can I find the captain he mentioned? I must deal with him, otherwise he may retaliate against you, and I cannot remain here to protect you at all times. It is best to resolve this matter once and for all. The young man replied, hastily assisting the village chief to his feet. Thank you, my lord. But their captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, the fierce lion Leon, a formidable opponent. You should leave this place swiftly. Upon hearing this, the village chief was taken aback, thinking the young man was utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Do not fret, dear village chief. I am Locke, a member of the Dragon Ball Pirates 6th Division. Our captain, Son Gohan, once had a bounty of 800 million berries. The fierce lion is no match for me. Rest assured, the young man reassured him nonchalantly. 800 million? That places you among the most formidable in the world. Moreover, you mentioned you are from the Dragon Ball Pirates, the very ones who defeated the world government and compelled them to amend their edicts. It seems incredible that you have joined such a prestigious crew at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly boundless, the village chief mused, startled by the discussions of those behind him. Stepping forward, the village chief addressed Locke. I beg your pardon. I had no idea you were affiliated with the Dragon Ball Pirates. That is truly remarkable. Lord Liu Xuan is the strongest in the world. To have joined such a formidable pirate crew, I can only surmise your strength must be immense. Allow me to share the whereabouts of the fierce lion pirates with you. The village chief then divulged the location of the fierce lion pirates to Locke. Having learned of their whereabouts, Locke declined the villagers' repeated invitations to stay and departed from Haiyan village, setting his course towards the fierce lion pirates, eager to confront them before the captain returned. He was determined to resolve this matter swiftly, lest he miss the opportunity to meet his idol. Over the past 2 years, the world had undergone significant transformations, marked by 3 major events. The first was the awakening of ambition among people worldwide, inspired by the Dragon Ball Pirates' overwhelming combat prowess. In just 2 years, many formidable individuals emerged, not only among pirates but also within the Navy, which expanded its ranks from 3 to 6 admirals, including recruits like Fujitora and Green Bull, alongside former vice admirals such as Peach Rabbit. Despite this, the Navy struggled to contain the incessant rise of new pirate talents. The second event was the reappearance of the Dragon Balls. Liu Xuan had proclaimed that the Dragon Balls would restore wishes within a year, yet as time passed, No one had claimed to have seen one. Some speculated it was a mere ruse, but after another year, a Dragon Ball surfaced at an auction, reigniting the fervor for their search. This shift transformed the motives of various pirates. Many now sought the Dragon Balls rather than aiming for the title of Pirate King. After all, the promise of summoning a dragon to grant any wish was far more enticing than chasing uncertain treasures. The third event involved Liu Xuan's triumph over the world government, which evidently surpassed the other three emperors. Consequently, he was removed from the ranks of the four emperors and bestowed with a new title, One King, a designation widely accepted, although some dissenters attempted to provoke Liu Xuan. However, before they could confront him, they were swiftly eliminated by Vegeta and his allies. Chapter 163, the Navy's decision following the destruction of Marineford due to the clash between Liu Xuan and the Heavenly King. Sengoku and his colleagues repurposed a new base in the New World as the Navy's headquarters. Within just a few months, it was fully operational to manage naval affairs. Sengoku and his fellow admirals convened in a meeting room to discuss strategies for strengthening the Navy and curbing the growing pirate threat when suddenly, an intelligence officer rushed in. Report. The officer saluted before announcing loudly, "What is it?" Sengoku inquired from his position at the head of the table. "Admiral Sengoku, I bring urgent news. Intelligence agencies worldwide have reported that captains of the Dragon Ball pirates, for unknown reasons, have recently set sail for an uninhabited island in the New World. And they are expected to arrive imminently. The Dragon Ball pirates are gathering." Sengoku was taken aback by this revelation. Are the Dragon Ball pirates planning something again? The last time they gathered, it led to the Dragon Ball debacle. I had hoped that with the passage of a year and the absence of any sightings, the matter would have faded from memory. Yet, just months ago, the Dragon Balls re-emerged, inciting fierce competition among the populace. Now, with the Dragon Ball pirates assembling once more, I can only hope we do not witness a repeat of the previous chaos. Sengoku looked around the table at the assembled admirals. What are your thoughts on the Dragon Ball pirates' current actions? Humph, it's undoubtedly Liu Xuan stirring up trouble again. That man is utterly reckless, a true scourge. We must find a way to eliminate them. Akainu, harboring the deepest grudge against the Dragon Ball pirates, stood up to voice his opinion. Admiral Akainu, are you certain we can defeat them? Kizaru interjected, cautioning against rash actions. Indeed, if we strike recklessly, we risk being crushed by the Dragon Ball pirates. Their power is simply too formidable. Even an admiral could be dispatched in an instant. They are not mere mortals, but monsters beyond human capability to oppose. We ought to proceed with caution, Akiji concurred, expressing his agreement with Kizaru's perspective. I support Akiji's opinion, having experienced their strength firsthand. I can assure you that I am no match for them. A single blow would likely spell my doom. It is prudent to avoid provoking such adversaries. The newly appointed Admiral Fujitora echoed Akiji's sentiment. Are we to simply stand by and allow Liu Xuan to roam freely while we do nothing? What would become of our Navy's justice, and how would the public perceive us? Akainu, a staunch advocate for absolute justice, insisted on pursuing every pirate, driven by his personal vendetta against Liu Xuan. What can we do? Even Uranus, the heavenly king upon whom the world government relied, has been defeated by Liu Xuan. The five elders have become utterly silent. We are left with no options, Akiji countered, consistently opposing Akainu's approach. Enough of this bickering. Do not mention the five elders any longer. In their pursuit to defeat Liu Xuan, they callously sacrificed the commander-in-chief, allowing the heavenly king to devour him. When the heavenly king was ultimately vanquished, they cowardly acquiesced to Liu Xuan's demands. Their unreliability is truly astonishing. Suddenly, Karp shouted, revealing his lingering resentment over the death of Kong at the hands of the five elders. Upon hearing Akiji's mention of them, the tension in the room escalated. Enough of this discussion. Let us raise our hands to express our individual opinions. Those in favor of continuing our observation, please raise your hands. After Sengoku's declaration, he surveyed the room. Akiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, Karp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Momonosuke all raised their right hands. In total, with Sengoku himself included, 7 individuals supported the continuation of their watch, leaving only Akainu and Green Bull unaccounted for. It was clear that Akainu would dissent, while Green Bull remained silent. Green Bull, what is your perspective? Sengoku inquired, noticing Green Bull's lack of response. Slowly, Green Bull rose to his feet and declared, I choose to abstain. You may decide among yourselves. Upon hearing Green Bull's words, Sengoku nodded and said, very well, let us proceed with our observation and assess the actions of the Dragon Ball pirates before making further plans. This meeting is adjourned. Damn it, you will surely regret this. As the crowd dispersed, Akainu slammed his fist onto the table, shouting in frustration. On an unnamed island, the Whitebeard pirates were taking a respite, with Whitebeard seated at the head of the table, surveying his sons. Old man, we have been searching for that scoundrel Teach for 2 years, yet we remain oblivious to his whereabouts. It is not sustainable to continue like this. Following the war on the summit, Blackbeard Teach had seemingly vanished from existence, likely aware that his reappearance would surely provoke Whitebeard's wrath. No matter where he hides, the Whitebeard pirates will unearth him, and then we shall offer his head as a tribute to Sachi's spirit. Whitebeard scoffed, lamenting that Teach had evaded death during the summit, a regret that weighed heavily upon him. Not only had Teach slain Sachi, but he had also nearly caused Ace's demise. An affront Whitebeard could not abide. Indeed, we shall capture that rascal Teach. However, we must also gather the Dragon Balls. Summoning Shinran will allow us to resurrect Sachi and our fallen brothers. Marco interjected, invigorating the group with his words. Yes, we nearly overlooked that. The dragon can indeed bring the dead back to life. We must hasten to collect them. It is rumored that a fierce contest for the Dragon Balls rages across the seas. Ace, who had experienced profound helplessness during the war on the summit, was resolute in avoiding such despair again. When he saw Goku guiding Luffy in his training, he beseeched Goku to allow him to train alongside Luffy. After 2 years under Goku's tutelage, Ace had transcended his former self, now standing at the threshold of the Yonko level, surpassing even Whitebeard in his prime. Ace is correct. We must secure the Dragon Balls. With them, we can revive our lost brothers, thereby augmenting the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Diamond George muttered gloomily. Whitebeard lifted a large bowl filled with liquor and drank deeply before casting it aside with a clatter. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are of great importance. However, I do not wish for you to jeopardize yourselves in pursuit of them. If you were to acquire the Dragon Balls at the cost of your lives, it would be futile. Let the matter of the Dragon Balls unfold as fate decrees. Is that understood? Yes. Though reluctant, they could not disregard their father's words and acquiesced. Are there any other intriguing matters at hand? Upon hearing the responses, Whitebeard nodded and settled back into his chair. At that moment, an individual, presumably an informant from the Whitebeard pirates, stepped forward. Indeed, old man, it seems our men have recently spotted numerous members of the Dragon Ball pirates. They are all sailing towards a remote island in the New World. We are unsure of the circumstances. I am aware of this. Before another could speak, Ace interjected. Oh. Ace, do you know why they have gathered? Whitebeard inquired with curiosity. Ace adjusted his hat, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Of course. During my training with Luffy under Goku, he mentioned something. What did he say? Hurry up and tell us. Marco urged, anxious for Ace to continue. Ace brushed Marco aside. Hold on, it concerns the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates, Liu Xuan. After the war on the summit, he began secluding himself to break through his previous limits and attain the strength to defeat the Heavenly King without fusion. Now, as the Dragon Pirates sail towards a single destination, it can only mean one thing. Liu Xuan has surpassed the strength he possessed during the fusion and has emerged from his seclusion. They are coming to retrieve their captain. Liu Xuan is set to make his move. Upon hearing Ace's revelation, everyone gasped in astonishment. Just one person has reached such heights? If they were to combine their powers, the mere thought left them speechless. While we remain stagnant, he has ascended yet another level. It seems we are destined to be left behind by the world. Come now. Let us not be so disheartened. Even if Liu Xuan is formidable, we have no intention of provoking him. He would not turn his hand against us. Ace's words lifted the spirits of the group. Haha, Ace is right. We have no need to provoke Liu Xuan. Furthermore, Ace's brother is Liu Xian's disciple. They would not attack the Whitebeard pirates. Still, we cannot predict the actions of others. Let us hope they do not incite that fellow Liu Xuan. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. I believe the 5 old geezers of the world government are in a frenzy right now. They made a grave mistake in offending Liu Xuan. Indeed. They must be devising strategies as we speak. Laughter erupted once more among the crew aboard the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving the outside subordinates puzzled about their captain's merriment. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the seat of the world government, the 5 elders were deliberating their countermeasures. They had also heard of the Dragon Ball pirates gathering and were eager to avoid any trouble should Liu Xuan set sail. Why Star, what shall we do? It seems Liu Xuan is poised for action. Are we to become their primary target? Mercury spoke. Anxiety lacing his tone as memories of Liu Xian's terrifying strength flooded his mind, leaving him quaking in fear. If he comes, then let him come. It would merely result in death, Ghost Blade Star retorted. Who are you calling a coward? Are you not afraid of Liu Xuan seeking us out? Mercury snapped back, incensed by Ghost Blade Star's comment. Upon witnessing an imminent quarrel between 2 individuals, the astute strategist hastily intervened, urging them to cease their discord. We had previously acquiesced to his conditions, and I believe he would not trouble us further. Our best course of action is to remain still. However, we did not initially consent and even resorted to extreme measures to eliminate him. Will he not hold a grudge? Jin Xing interjected, causing a chill to descend upon the 5. Chapter 165. Liu Xuan emerges from seclusion. What should we do? Perhaps we should appoint a representative to negotiate with Liu Xuan, to convey our lack of malice towards him. This might persuade him to overlook the past incident. It seems this is the only viable option now. Very well, let us designate someone capable of resolving this matter. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Having made the decision, the strategist addressed the 4. This individual must possess eloquence and must not be off-putting. Additionally, they should have considerable strength. And it would be preferable if they were a woman. The strategist pondered aloud. His words baffled the group, prompting Jin Xing to inquire, I can understand the previous conditions. But why must it specifically be a woman? Because the Dragon Ball pirates have never harmed a woman. I believe sending a woman would increase our chances of success. The strategist explained, enlightening the group. Indeed, they had never heard of the Dragon Ball pirates inflicting harm upon women. In light of this, the most suitable candidate for this task would undoubtedly be the Queen of Happy Street, Stussy, a member of our crew. Her beauty rivals that of the Empress Hancock, making her an excellent choice for this mission. Kong Xing recommended, confident in her success. She is indeed the most fitting choice. Let us send her to make the attempt. Inform her of Liu Xuan's demands and ensure we accommodate him as much as possible. After a moment of contemplation, the strategist assented to Kong Xing's suggestion. In that case, I shall seek her out immediately. Shui Xing rose to speak. Agreed. It is settled. Let us disperse. With that, the strategist stood and departed. Let us also take our leave. The three followed suit, exiting the premises. On Cake Island, within Big Mom's palace. Mother, here are the Dragon Balls retrieved by our subordinates. Please have a look. Charlotte Cracker, one of the 3 sweet commanders and the 10th son of the Charlotte family, presented a Dragon Ball adorned with 3 stars to Big Mom. Well done, Cracker. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I shall have an endless supply of desserts. I can hardly contain my excitement, she exclaimed, her enormous mouth watering profusely, eroding the floor beneath her. By the way, Mother, it appears that Liu Xuan is making a return. Are we still pursuing a marriage alliance with him? The mention of Liu Xuan ignited Cracker's ire. 7 years prior, he had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Liu Xuan's subordinates. Oh, really? He has resurfaced. I recall that when we sent envoys 2 years ago, Liu Xuan declined our marriage proposal under the pretext of seclusion. I wonder if he will accept this time, Big Mom replied, her excitement palpable. Liu Xuan is truly ungrateful. He should be honored to unite with you, Mother. It is a privilege for him, and I am confident he will agree this time, Cracker said with a smug expression, believing Liu Xuan to be the one at a disadvantage. Is that so? That would be splendid. I entrust this matter to you, Cracker. Do not disappoint me. Big Mom's terrifying visage broke into a smile, which only served to amplify her sinister aura. Yes, Mother, I shall not let you down, Cracker replied, drenched in sweat, before hastily exiting the palace to prepare the ship for departure. Once Cracker had left, Katakuri, the 2nd son of the Charlotte family and a core member, stepped forward. Mother, is it truly necessary for us to ally ourselves with Liu Xuan? Katakuri, Liu Xuan's strength surpasses what mere mortals can contend with. Though I have not faced him in battle, I am well aware of Whitebeard's prowess. He has far surpassed his peak state, and even with the awakened Tremor Fruit, he was swiftly defeated by the Celestial King. Yet Liu Xuan managed to vanquish the Celestial King. This illustrates the magnitude of Liu Xuan's power. Should we successfully forge a marriage alliance with him, we shall no longer fear anyone. It was surprising to witness Big Mom exhibiting such calmness. Others would likely think her an imposter. To most, she was merely a glutton for sweets, willing to eliminate her own offspring for the sake of dessert, embodying unparalleled brutality. Yet here she was, rationally analyzing the situation, leaving everyone astonished. Mother is indeed wise. This means our influence will only expand. Well said. Big Mom's manic laughter echoed throughout the palace. On a small island in the New World, pirate ships lined the shore, all bearing a singular flag, the flag of the pirates possessing the 7 Dragon Balls. The beach was teeming with people, including Goku and Vegeta. Goku, how powerful do you think the captain has become? Is he as strong as when he fused with Broly? Krillin asked excitedly. Calm down, Krillin. When the captain emerges, we will find out. Goku replied, slightly exasperated as he dodged Krillin's enthusiastic spittle. Here he comes. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression turned serious as he gazed at the forest's edge. Vegeta's remark drew everyone's focus to the forest, and soon 2 figures emerged. Chapter 166, Setting Sail Again, Captain. One of the figures was Liu Xuan, who had been in seclusion for 2 years. In that time, he had matured significantly, his physique now a harmonious blend of muscle and handsomeness, exuding an undeniable masculine charm. The other figure was Android 18, who had accompanied Liu Xuan throughout his training. Over the course of these 2 years, their relationship had blossomed into romance. Her shoulder-length hair framed her striking features, and her cerulean eyes held a captivating intensity as she gazed at Liu Xuan with affection. Captain, you are finally out of seclusion. We missed you terribly over these 2 years. Krillin was the first to rush forward. Liu Xuan, it's been a long time. Has anything significant happened during my absence? Liu Xuan smiled as he took in the familiar faces. Is that really our captain? He doesn't seem all that formidable. Some newcomers, unfamiliar with Liu Xuan, whispered amongst themselves. Fools, do not judge by appearances alone. Our captains may seem ordinary, but have you not witnessed their true strength? They merely restrain their aura. An ordinary person cannot discern their power, an experienced member retorted. Oh, I see. The captain and the others are truly remarkable. Indeed, our captain is now, without a doubt, the strongest person in the world, an unparalleled force. Observing the throng of onlookers behind him, Liu Xuan inquired with a hint of perplexity about the unexpected gathering of people, remarking that a single ship would suffice for his simple desire to set sail. At that moment, Captain Clint approached, explaining that these individuals were admirers eager to meet their captain, and suggested that they could be dismissed afterward. Since we've had our meeting, let them depart, Liu Xuan replied. By the way, leave behind a smaller vessel. You can take the Dragon God back. I prefer to keep a low profile. Liu Xuan glanced at the multitude of tens of thousands behind him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Captain, you're not taking the Dragon God out to sea? It's your flagship, Clint exclaimed, surprised. That won't be necessary. Any vessel will do, and the more discreet, the better. I need to settle some matters with the world government and the elders. If I were to take the Dragon God and they fled prematurely, where would I find them? Although the elders had later complied with Liu Xuan's stipulations and enacted new decrees, their initial actions had indeed caused significant trouble for themselves. Naturally, his first order of business upon completing his training was to confront them. I see. Well, Captain, pick a ship from the options available, Clint shrugged. Liu Xuan surveyed the luxurious ships along the coastline, feeling a headache coming on. Clint, how am I supposed to choose among these? Are there no new crew members? Once your ships set sail, everyone will recognize them. I might as well take the Dragon God. Well, I haven't taken on anyone new recently, Clint admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Neither have I, Yukong chuckled, revealing himself to be a fervent warrior with little time for recruitment. The others similarly shook their heads, indicating that no new members had joined during that period. Actually, I just brought on a new member. He joined our pirate crew only a month ago and is still unrecognized as one of us, declared number 17 amidst the uncertainty. Oh, is that so? Bring him forth. Liu Xuan responded, intrigued. Number 17 was typically a lone wolf, so this new development piqued his curiosity. Locke, come here. Number 17's cool voice rang out, and shortly after, a young man approached, none other than the one who had saved Haiyan village from pirates. After leaving the village, Locke had promptly followed the villagers' directions to the lair of the savage lion and eliminated the threat, eventually arriving here, surprised to be summoned by his captain. Captain, what is it? Number 17 gestured toward Liu Xuan, stating, this is the captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. He wishes to board your ship to Mary Geos. Please prepare yourself immediately. What? The captain is embarking on my ship? This is fantastic. Locke exclaimed, leaping in joy before hastily running toward his pirate ship to make preparations. His exuberant shout drew the attention of those behind them. Hey, did you hear that? The newcomer said the captain is going to sail on his pirate ship. Of course. With a voice that loud, how could I miss it? It's truly enviable. This guy is incredibly lucky. The captain has chosen to sail with him. He'll likely gain notoriety from this. Indeed, it's quite admirable. Upon resolving the matter concerning the ship, Liu Xuan addressed the crowd, suggesting, you may depart for now. I shall accompany number 18. I wish to join as well, Captain. Please take me with you, Cleanse interjected, eager to ingratiate himself. There's no need for that, Cleanse. You should leave with Wukong and the others. I will return shortly. My absence will not be prolonged, Liu Xuan replied, declining Cleanse's request to accompany him. Cleanse, enough of that. Let us go, Wukong said, wrapping his arm around Cleanse and leading him away. Before long, tens of thousands had vacated the area, leaving only Liu Xuan and number 18 to approach Rock's pirate ship. Chapter 167. Arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. Captain, all is ready. Come aboard, shouted Rock as he emerged from the cabin, breaking the monotony of Liu Xuan's wait. Upon stepping onto the vessel, Liu Xuan observed that only one person was present, prompting him to inquire, why is there but one individual here? Rock, slightly embarrassed, responded with a chuckle, Captain, I have just set sail. This individual I rescued while defeating the Lion of Madness, Leon. His name is Fikes, a navigator. Leon had captured his sister, coercing him into joining the Lion's pirate crew. When I vanquished Leon, I also saved his sister, and thus, he became my navigator. By the way, his sister has also joined our Dragon Ball Pirates. She is a chef and is currently in the kitchen. I see. Well done. I detest those brigands who prey upon the innocent, Liu Xuan remarked, nodding in agreement to Rock's words. Upon receiving Liu Xuan's praise, Rock beamed, indeed, Captain, I shall strive to do my utmost. Fikes, come forth and meet our captain. Rock beckoned to Fikes, who stood nearby. Greetings, Captain. My name is Fikes. He stammered as he approached Liu Xuan, his voice trembling with awe. You are the strongest man in the world. Merely standing before you makes me tremble. Noticing Fikes' nervousness, Liu Xuan gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, do not be anxious. We are all comrades here. Yes, Fikes exclaimed enthusiastically. Well then, you may return to your duties. Number 18, let us find a place to sit for a while. As Liu Xuan observed Fikes dashing off to guide their navigation, he turned to number 18 beside him. All right, Liu Xuan, she replied. For she refrained from addressing him as captain, as they had already transcended to a romantic relationship. It felt somewhat unusual for her to call him by that title. So she opted to use his name instead. Subsequently, they settled into chairs placed on the deck, indulging in conversation while admiring the scenery. Meanwhile, Locke showcased his fruit abilities, accelerating their pirate ship. This method of sailing had always served him well, swift, stable, and a means to hone his powers, truly a trifecta of benefits. The leisurely days at sea seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. After a mere fortnight, propelled by Locke's shock fruit, they soon arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Captain, we have reached Sabaody Archipelago. Locke's voice reached Liu Xuan's ears just as he was drifting into slumber. Have we arrived so soon? Locke, you are indeed quite efficient. Liu Xuan murmured, stretching lazily as he sat up and exited the cabin. Upon stepping out, he beheld Locke, Fikes, and his sister standing on the deck, all laden with various packages, eagerly awaiting his emergence. You need not prepare so many things. I am merely going to seek trouble with the 5 elders. Carrying all these items seems rather cumbersome, Liu Xuan said, rubbing his head in exasperation. Oh, is that so? I thought we would stay here for quite a while. Locke replied sheepishly. Never mind, just stow the items away. Rue, please wake number 18. We shall head directly to the world government headquarters to confront the five elders. Understood. The trio promptly retreated to their quarters to deposit their belongings. A few minutes later, they returned, with number 18, still slightly dazed from her slumber, trailing behind them. Her disoriented demeanor struck Liu Xuan as endearing. All right, let us proceed. As the group gathered, Liu Xuan addressed everyone. It has been over 10 days since we last set foot on land, and I must admit, I do prefer the sensation of solid ground. Upon reaching the shore, Locke let out a loud shout, attracting the curious gazes of those on the bank. Liu Xuan and the others, feeling somewhat embarrassed, averted their eyes, adopting an expression that conveyed unfamiliarity. What is wrong with you all? Locke turned to look at them. Just ignore him and move on. Let us pretend we don't know him, Liu Xuan instructed, taking the lead and pulling number 18 away, disregarding Locke entirely. Fixes followed suit, guiding his sister along, leaving Locke standing there, bewildered. Hey, wait for me, Locke called out, snapping back to reality as he hurried to catch up. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves at a restaurant. Liu Xuan paused and said to number 18, let us have breakfast first. We can deal with those 5 troublesome fellows later. Number 18 nodded in agreement and followed Liu Xuan inside. Captain, you still have the appetite for breakfast at a time like this? Shouldn't we confront them directly? Upon observing Liu Xuan's entrance into the restaurant, Locke found himself utterly perplexed. The captain's intentions were beyond his comprehension. With no other option, Locke reluctantly followed him inside. Boss, please bring me the dishes, Liu Xuan called out to a busy-looking individual who appeared to be the proprietor, as he settled into a seat. Welcome. What would you like to order? The owner inquired, hastening over upon noticing the incoming business. Bring forth all the delectable dishes your establishment has to offer. Keep the change, Liu Xuan declared, tossing a wad of berries toward the owner. Very well, I shall have your meals prepared immediately. Upon witnessing a thick stack of berries, the proprietor promptly seized the money and tucked it into his pocket, obsequiously addressing Liu Xuan, while contemplating that this considerable sum likely amounted to over 1 million berries. With only 5 of them present, he mused, how much could they possibly consume? This time, they had struck a lucrative deal. Chapter 168, An Unexpected Visit. To say that this restaurant served its dishes expeditiously would be an understatement. In a mere moment, the table was already laden with an abundance of culinary delights. You 3 need not remain standing. Come and join us at the table. The fare here is quite exquisite. I have dined here previously. Seeing the 3 individuals standing beside him, Liu Xuan called out, all right, Captain. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the trio took their seats. However, it was not long before they were left astounded, for after merely a few bites, Liu Xuan had already consumed all the dishes. Chef, please serve the next course. Upon witnessing the dishes had been completely devoured, Liu Xuan promptly called out to the proprietor. Well, you finished so quickly. The owner approached, astonished. It hasn't even been a minute since the dishes were served, and you've already consumed everything. Are you performing magic? With no choice but to comply, the owner instructed the kitchen to prepare another round, which soon overflowed the table. This time, the owner chose to remain beside Liu Xuan, eager to observe where he could possibly stow away such a feast. However, he soon found his mouth agape as Liu Xuan polished off the entire spread in less than a minute. How insatiable can one be? Since Liu Xuan ascended to the 4th emperor level, his appetite had only magnified, and now, having surpassed the god level, his capacity for food had reached an astonishing scale, rivaling even the scions like Goku. Half an hour later, with plates having been cleared numerous times, Liu Xuan finally satiated his hunger, leaving the onlookers in sheer disbelief. Being 80% full is sufficient, he remarked as he prepared to leave, nearly causing everyone to topple over with his parting words. Captain, you truly have an impressive appetite. Locke gazed at Liu Xuan with admiration. No need to envy. Once you grow stronger, you too will be able to eat like I do, Liu Xuan reassured Locke. Yes, Captain, I will strive to become as capable as you in due time, Locke replied, leaving the others speechless, as it seemed strength was the priority rather than mere consumption. Amidst their banter, Liu Xuan finally arrived at the headquarters of the world government. What shall we do? Should we storm in directly, Captain? Gazing upon the formidable world government, Locke hesitantly spoke. No need. Allow me. Liu Xuan forcefully pushed Locke aside, exhaling deeply. 5 elders, come forth. With Liu Xian's thunderous call, a terrifying soundwave surged towards the grand gates of the world government, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The entire gate shattered into countless fragments, while nearby soldiers were sent sprawling to the ground in disarray. What is happening? The 5 elders, convened in the meeting room, were abruptly alerted by the commotion outside. They summoned a guard and inquired, report, esteemed elders. A group of peculiar individuals has arrived outside. One of them shouted, and the gates of the government were obliterated. That individual appears to be the captain of the pirate crew, the Demon King Liu Xuan. What? How did he arrive here? The guard's revelation startled the 5 elders. What is he shouting? The inquiry from the 5 elders left the guard in a predicament. Do not fret. Speak freely, and we shall not hold it against you. Upon observing the expression of the guard, the astute Ji Duishing discerned his apprehension and promptly addressed him. Indeed, esteemed Ji Duishing, Liu Xuan has summoned the 5 old stars to step outside and meet him. Could it be that he seeks vengeance? Our previous confrontation utilizing the Heavenly King surely incited his ire. Venus remarked anxiously. I had forewarned against acquiescing to his demands. Had we not done so, our world government would not have suffered such disgrace. And yet here he is, approaching us nonetheless. The Ghost Sword Star interjected with a disdainful snort. He may not necessarily be here to cause trouble. If that were the case, he could simply barge in without such elaborate summons, he continued. Indeed. There must be a matter of importance at hand. Let us proceed outside, Kongxing hastily suggested, eager to avoid the wrath of Liu Xuan. Would it not be a tad undignified to emerge in such a manner? After all, we represent the visage of the world government. Mercury hesitated, contemplating the repercussions of their immediate exit, fearing that the 5 old stars would be utterly disgraced should word of this spread. Nevertheless, is our dignity worth more than our lives? If Liu Xuan were to become enraged and storm in, we might lose far more than mere face. Our very lives could be at stake, Ji Duisheng concluded, taking the lead and stepping outside. Let us follow suit. Observing the other 3. Venus joined Ji Duisheng in his exit. The trio exchanged glances, resignedly shaking their heads before following suit. At the entrance of the world government, the guard, recently disoriented by Liu Xuan's sonic wave, finally regained his composure, only to behold Liu Xuan and his companion standing leisurely before him. He rushed forward, demanding, Who are you? Was it you who caused the earlier commotion? This is the headquarters of the world government. Do you wish to court death? One of them began to respond. But Liu Xuan's frown interrupted him. You, he began, but another guard seized him, urging, Do you wish to die? Silence yourself at once. What are you doing? The first guard retorted, turning to confront the second. Do you know who he is? Who? Fool. He is none other than the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates. Liu Xuan, if you seek death, do not drag me down with you. So it's Liu Xuan? What of it? The guard suddenly paled, drenched in cold sweat. What have I done? My sincerest apologies, Lord Liu Xuan. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. The guard fell to his knees before Liu Xuan, pleading fervently. Chapter 169. What is happening? At that moment, the 5 old stars emerged from within, witnessing the guard kneeling before Liu Xuan, and promptly inquired, Did you scoundrel, provoke Lord Liu Xuan? Observing the crowd's trepidation, the astute strategist pointed at the kneeling guards and inquired loudly. Never mind, it is merely a trivial matter, Liu Xuan interjected, interrupting the inquiries of the 5 elders. Hurry up and get lost, you disgraceful fools. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the strategist bellowed, prompting the guards to hastily retreat. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Lord Liu Xuan here? With the guards having vacated, the strategist approached Liu Xuan, adopting a humble tone. The captain truly possesses remarkable prowess. Even the 5 elders speak to him with such deference. It seems joining the Dragon Ball pirates was indeed a wise choice. Locke remarked with pride as he observed the 5 elders' demeanor towards his captain. Captain is so handsome. I truly envy you, sister number 18, exclaimed Fix's sister, Roar, as she joyfully hopped while clinging to number 18's arm, almost as if she were the one who had compelled the 5 elders to bow. Not much, really. Number 18 replied nonchalantly, yet the delight in her eyes could not conceal her sense of pride. It's just that your secret weapon from 2 years ago dealt my crew quite a blow. Shouldn't there be some form of compensation? Observing the 5 elders, Liu Xuan articulated his demands. Ah, indeed. Whatever requirements you have, Lord Liu Xuan, do not hesitate to express them. We shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. The wise star was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly responded with enthusiasm. Hearing Liu Xuan's words, it seemed they were to be spared, which was certainly a cause for joy. Liu Xuan nodded, acknowledging their compliance. It appears that you, the 5 elders, are rather astute. Therefore, if you surrender 20 devil fruits, we shall consider this matter resolved. 20 devil fruits? Might that not be excessive? We currently possess only 11. 20 is simply unattainable. Jinxing, the custodian of the devil fruits, was acutely aware of the limited stock held by the world government. Liu Xuan gazed at him, asserting firmly, Do not attempt to haggle with me. If the world government cannot procure them, let the celestial dragons do so. I refuse to believe they lack devil fruits. Just as Jinxing was about to speak, he was interrupted by the wise star, who raised a hand to silence him. Rest assured, we will deliver the 20 devil fruits to you. That is more like it. First, provide me with those 10 devil fruits. The remaining 9 can be sent to my base. Upon receiving the 5 elders' agreement to his terms, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Before long, 2 guards approached with a treasure chest. Liu Xuan opened it to reveal precisely 11 devil fruits, which he instructed Rock to accept. To acquire 20 devil fruits in such a brief span is astonishing. I recall the arduous efforts I expended to obtain the shock fruit. Indeed, it is true that comparison breeds envy. Rock marveled at how Liu Xuan secured the 20 devil fruits with mere words. Seeing the astuteness of the clever strategist, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to the crowd, stating, Let us depart. Here they come. Captain, your prowess is truly remarkable. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river, exclaimed Locke, uttering a remark that nearly left Liu Xuan speechless. Were it not for the system in place, he might have believed that this fellow had also traversed through time. Enough with the flattery, let us return to the ship. After all, I find myself rather idle at the moment. I shall first check on my disciple, Liu Xuan quipped with a chuckle. The captain's disciple, could it be the straw hat-wearing lad, Luffy? I have heard he is now a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Truly, he is deserving of being the captain's pupil. Ever since participating in the Paramount War, Luffy's strength has reached the level of a general, and his remarkable performance during that conflict has elevated his reputation to unprecedented heights. Coupled with his identity as the disciple of the Dragon Ball pirate crew's captain, a bounty of 1 billion berries seems entirely justified. It should be acceptable, though I anticipate that over the past 2 years, their abilities have likely progressed further. My purpose in seeking him out is to assess whether his strength has reached the threshold necessary to contend for the title of Pirate King. Gazing at the distant sea, Liu Xuan murmured to himself, their strength has been increasing rapidly, and with Wukong's guidance, I believe they now possess at least the prowess of the 4 emperors. 18 smiled and replied, indeed, with so many devil fruits available here, you too may select one at your leisure. There should be a fruit that suits your abilities. Liu Xuan agreed but suddenly recalled that Fikes and her sister had yet to acquire any fruit abilities. He then addressed the two of them, this is far too precious. Perhaps we should decline. Moreover, as a navigator, consuming a devil fruit would prevent me from sailing. Fikes declined Liu Xuan's generous offer. In that case, I shall give you this, Liu Xuan stated, producing a volume detailing the methods for cultivating haki and tossing it to Fikes. Is this truly a method for honing haki? Such a treasure is even rarer than a devil fruit. Can I truly accept this? Gazing at the formidable cultivation method in his hands, Fikes exclaimed with excitement. Of course. Take it if you wish. Furthermore, hand this devil fruit to your sister, Ruaer. Her strength is currently insufficient. With it, she will at least possess some means of self-defense. Chapter 170. Katakuri without hesitation, Fikes declined, but Liu Xuan tossed a white devil fruit to him. This was a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, specifically an angel fruit. When Liu Xuan had the system detected, he felt that absorbing its energy would be somewhat wasteful. It was better to allow someone else to utilize it. This simply cannot be. It is far too precious. Captain, you should take it back. Without a flicker of his eyes, Liu Xuan tossed the devil fruit over, leaving Fikes somewhat embarrassed to accept it, for this was an item valued at several 100 million berries. He felt unworthy of such a gift. This devil fruit is not meant for you. It is intended for Ruaer. You are merely delivering it on my behalf. If you choose not to accept it, then you are not truly one of my Dragon Pearl pirates. Well, in that case, I shall express my gratitude to the captain on Ruaer's behalf. Fikes finally acquiesced to Liu Xuan's generous intent. That's the spirit. Moreover, this fruit is the Zoan-type angel fruit. Consuming it will not only allow one to transform into an angel but will also enhance physical capabilities, turning one into a master of martial arts. Its powers are exceptionally formidable, so you need not constantly worry about Ruaer anymore. Upon witnessing Fikes embrace the powers of the devil fruit, Liu Xuan communicated the capabilities of this extraordinary fruit to him, urging him to relay the information to Ruaer. Thank you, Captain. I never anticipated the potency of this devil fruit. It seems I shall soon be surpassed by Ruaer. Fikes exclaimed, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he gazed at Liu Xuan, marveling at the generosity of having been entrusted with such a precious gift. Indeed, he felt fortunate to have chosen the right captain. Congratulations, Fikes. However, be prepared to become the weakest member aboard our ship. You must diligently train. It would be quite embarrassing to be protected by your sister, Locke remarked, leaving Fikes momentarily dumbfounded as he envisioned himself in such a predicament, his face flushing with embarrassment. Clearly, he needed to exert more effort in his training. Locke, you must also practice the method of cultivating haki that I just imparted to Fikes. Relying solely on the abilities of the devil fruit will not lead to significant accomplishments. Liu Xuan suddenly addressed Locke. Understood, Captain. Locke acknowledged, recognizing his shortcomings. His physical prowess was merely marginally superior to that of a colonel in the Navy. His reputation as a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 400 million berries, stemmed primarily from his devil fruit abilities. He knew that should those powers be countered, he would surely face defeat. Now, let us continue our journey. See, guide us. Locke, utilize your devil fruit powers to propel us towards Carey Island. I believe their training is nearing completion, and as their master, I must be present. After several days at sea, Liu Xuan and his companions finally approached the New World, with Carey Island just a day's voyage away. On this day, Liu Xuan and number 18 lounged on deck chairs under the sun, while Locke and Fikes diligently practiced the haki techniques Liu Xuan had shared with them, showing promising progress over the past days. Meanwhile, Ruaer was honing her abilities derived from the angel fruit, now having ascended to the rank of a 2-winged angel. The hierarchy of the angel fruit powers included 2-winged soldier angels, 4-winged archangels, 6-winged seraphs, 8-winged holy angels, 10 angels, and ultimately the 12-winged archangels. Her prowess now eclipsed that of her brother Fikes, placing her on par with pirates boasting bounties of 100 million berries. Captain, a pirate ship is approaching us. What should we do? Shall we sink it? Locke suddenly interrupted his training to address Liu Xuan. A pirate ship? Which crew does it belong to? Liu Xuan inquired, intrigued by the prospect of some excitement after the monotony of their voyage. Despite engaging in conversation with number 18, the days had grown tedious, as their companionship left little room for new discourse. It appears to be from one of the 4 emperors, the Big Mom pirates. Big Mom? What could she possibly want? Let us investigate. Liu Xuan pondered the implications of Big Mom's arrival, unsure of her intentions towards him. He recalled having someone dealt a blow to crack her. Could this be a confrontation? As Liu Xuan's thoughts wandered, the ship of Big Mom drew ever nearer, soon arriving before him. A towering figure with short, crimson hair, robust muscles, and long legs emerged. His cheeks bore scars, and his left arm and upper body were adorned with pink tattoos. He donned a white scarf reminiscent of a flower, and his attire exuded a striking heavy metal aesthetic. Clad in black gloves with spikes on his left arm, he wore black jeans with a white knee pad on his left leg, complemented by spiked black boots featuring spurs at the heels. His mouth, obscured by a scarf, displayed stitched markings, and his sharp teeth were visible even when his lips were sealed. This individual was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates. "Oh, Katakuri, what brings you here?" As Liu Xuan approached, he inquired. Having met Captain Liu Xuan previously, he revealed that his mother wished to invite the esteemed Liu Xuan to her tea party, hoping he might grace them with his presence. Chapter 171. The Ants' Tea Gathering. How intriguing. I wonder how much longer until the gathering commences. Liu Xuan felt a flicker of interest in the upcoming tea party, as it appeared to be quite engaging. If no scheduling conflicts arose, attending would certainly be worthwhile. There was approximately a month left until his mother's tea party, and I presumed Liu Xuan would have ample time to prepare. Suddenly, Katakuri, drenched in sweat, exclaimed that just moments ago, he had intended to assert that no one could skip his mother's tea gathering. However, the haunting image of being utterly defeated by Liu Xuan flashed before his eyes, the speed of which left him no time to react. He quickly amended his statement, acknowledging, "This man is extraordinarily powerful. I am uncertain if my mother's invitation to him is a sound decision. Given this, please inform Annie that I shall attend." Liu Xuan replied with a nod. "After all, there is still plenty of time. It would be beneficial to see what unfolds. Then I shall take my leave. Cake Island eagerly awaits the honor of your presence, esteemed Liu Xuan." With that, Katakuri turned and returned to his ship, departing from the scene. The Ants' Tea Gathering. How captivating. I am eager to uncover what schemes Charlotte Linlin may have in store. As Liu Xuan gazed at the receding silhouette of Katakuri's ship, he murmured to himself, "Captain, are you truly heading to Big Mom's tea party? There may be some sinister plot afoot." Locke, observing Liu Xuan's agreement to attend the gathering, expressed his concerns. "Rest assured about the conspiracy. In the face of overwhelming strength, no scheme poses a challenge." Liu Xuan remained indifferent to whether Big Mom harbored any ulterior motives. After all, his prowess was formidable enough to crush the entire Big Mom pirate crew. Even if a conspiracy existed, what of it? He could simply overpower it. What truly mattered to Liu Xuan was the element of enjoyment. Such as our captain, undeniably imposing. The arrival of Katakuri was a mere interlude, lifting Liu Xuan's spirits, which had been somewhat dull. After a day of sailing, Liu Xuan and his crew finally reached Carey Island. This uninhabited isle, located in the New World, was an accidental discovery by Goku, who also named it. The island teems with powerful beasts, making it an ideal training ground where one can achieve remarkable results with half the effort. Over the past 2 years, Luffy, Ace, Zoro, and Sanji have all trained here. "Locke, let's disembark. This is the place," Liu Xuan declared. Upon gazing at the nearby uninhabited island, Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed, Captain, with Locke's capabilities, landing is merely a fleeting moment. Let us proceed. I can already sense the presence of several of them. We shall go directly to find them." Upon reaching the shore, Liu Xuan leaped down, embracing number 18 as they ventured deeper into the forest. "Captain, wait for us." Upon seeing Liu Xuan enter the forest, the individual hastily pursued him. After traversing several kilometers through the woods, Liu Xuan reached a clearing where he found Wukong instructing Luffy and his companions in their training. Ace had departed from this place a month prior, leaving only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji to engage in their practice. The trio, immersed in physical training, turned upon hearing the voice and quickly spotted Liu Xuan alongside several unfamiliar faces. They rushed towards Liu Xuan without hesitation. "Master, what brings you here?" Luffy was the first to inquire. "Ha ha ha, my disciple is embarking on a journey across the seas. How could I possibly miss the opportunity to bid farewell? Ah, fate has brought us together. May I ask your name, beautiful lady?" Suddenly, Sanji exclaimed, brandishing a rose as he approached number 18. However, he was swiftly quelled by Liu Xuan. "Sanji, you rascal, behave yourself. This is your master's wife. Do not entertain such thoughts." "What?" Sanji instantly froze. As if turned to stone, his mind shattered. "Hey, are you all right? You seem injured." Rue, concerned upon seeing Sanji sprawled on the ground, approached him. As a user of the angel fruit, she had the ability to heal others and assumed he was hurt. "Ah, beautiful maiden. Upon laying eyes on you, I find myself utterly captivated. May I be so bold as to inquire if you have a boyfriend?" The moment Sanji laid eyes on Rue, he was instantly revitalized. He presented the rose in his hand to her, a playful smile gracing his face as he inquired. Rue, already a striking beauty, had her allure magnified after consuming the angel fruit. Her skin became even more porcelain-like and dewy, coupled with an aura of radiant light. She exuded an enigmatic charm that utterly captivated Sanji. "Oh, I didn't," Rue exclaimed, her cheeks flushing at Sanji's words. "Really?" Just as Sanji was about to respond, he was interrupted by Fukusu. What are you doing? Who are you? Step aside. I still wish to converse with this lovely lady. Upon encountering Fukusa standing before him, Sanji exclaimed in anger, I apologize, he is my brother. Ru'er, feeling a bit embarrassed, grasped Fukusa's arm. Brother? He is your brother? Sanji asked, momentarily taken aback as he pointed at Fukusu. Indeed, Ru'er replied. I am sorry. So, he is my brother-in-law. With a bow, Sanji expressed, how embarrassing. Liu Xuan and the others, witnessing Sanji's behavior, felt too shy to admit their acquaintance with him, remarking on his unabashedly flirtatious nature. Ha ha ha, Sanji is truly amusing. Luffy laughed heartily nearby. Chapter 172. Sanji, please stop fooling around. Upon witnessing a few individuals engaged in incessant mischief, Liu Xuan could no longer contain himself. His words proved effective, for one was his disciple and the other his subordinate. Observing their sudden silence, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction and beckoned them closer, saying, Come here. I would like to introduce you. Hearing Liu Xuan's voice, the group obediently approached him. He continued, These three are my disciples, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. They are my crew members, alongside Rock, Fikes, and his sister, Rule. Liu Xuan introduced each party to one another, solidifying their newfound camaraderie. Observing their handshake, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he called out, Luffy, you three, come here and let me assess your current prowess. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the trio obediently approached. System, please check their attributes. Liu Xuan intently focused on Luffy and the others, silently invoking the system. Race, human name, Monkey D. Luffy ability, Gum Gum Fruit powers, Conqueror's Haki 14, Armament Haki 16, Observation Haki 15 combat power, 896, 984 power level, Junior Emperor affiliated force. Straw Hat Pirates. Captain Race, human name, Roronoa Zaro ability, Swordsmanship 16, Armament Haki 16, Observation Haki 15 combat power, 837, 563 power level. Junior Emperor affiliated force, Straw Hat Pirates. Swordsman Race, human name, Vinsmoke Sanji ability, Kicking Technique 16, Armament Haki 15, Observation Haki 15 combat power, 817. 607 power level, Junior Emperor affiliated force, Straw Hat Pirates. All three had reached the Junior Emperor level. Excellent, Liu Xuan remarked. It appears you have all been diligently training during this time. You are now ready to set sail. After observing the attributes of Luffy and his companions, Liu Xuan exclaimed. Really? That's wonderful. I am nearly suffocating here. The adventures at sea are far more exhilarating. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Luffy burst into joyous laughter. Hey, Luffy. Once we set sail, please refrain from your usual antics. Luffy's expression sparked a sense of foreboding in Zoro and Sanji. However, the thought of reuniting with Robin and Nami sent Liu Xuan into a fervor of excitement, as if he might explode. Ah, Nami-san, Robin-san. Are you both as eager for this reunion as I am? Sanji mused aloud, springing into a dance. Brother, that Sanji is quite amusing, remarked his sister. Amusing? He is merely a lecher. Sister, you must keep your distance from him. To speak ill of someone in front of them is rather rude. Although you may have a point. Liu Xuan and the others had grown accustomed to Sanji's antics, yet for the first time meeting Rock and his companions. It was a rather shocking experience. Is the captain's apprentice truly such a lecher? Sanji pondered. Would you like to continue your training for a while longer? A grim-faced Liu Xuan had stealthily approached Sanji from behind, glaring at him in anger. Sanji's behavior had brought him great embarrassment. Ah, no, master. I shall never dare again. Upon hearing Liu Xuan suggest he continue training, Sanji clung to Liu Xuan's leg, wailing. Get up. This is utterly humiliating. Liu Xuan buried his face in his hands, nearly driven to despair by Sanji's antics. Thank you, master. Shall we set sail now? Upon realizing Liu Xuan would not make him continue training, Sanji rose with a beaming smile, akin to a master of the Sichuan opera's face-changing art. Why the rush? Have you all figured out how to assemble? Indeed. What shall we do? It seems we have forgotten this matter. Liu Xuan's words startled Luffy. They had indeed overlooked it. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual guilt in each other's eyes. I knew it. Never mind. Leave this matter to me. Liu Xuan shook his head in exasperation. Having spent so much time with them, it seemed everyone was infected by their foolishness. Thank you, master. But what should we do? Luffy inquired curiously. Rest assured. We simply need to utilize the snail phone crafted by Buma to discreetly inform them of your departure location. You can use some well-known codes recognized by the Straw Hat Pirates to gather there. This way, you can convey the location without revealing your intentions to others. Liu Xuan explained his plan to Luffy and the others. Excellent. That's a splendid idea. Let us get started. Now the entire world shall see me. And surely many lovely ladies will adore me. Sanji exclaimed eagerly. Oh, you truly are whimsical. With your current appearance, those women will surely despise you. Zoro and Sanji had always been at odds. Upon witnessing Sanji's demeanor, Zoro immediately entered a mode of mockery. You insolent seaweed head. What did you say? Do you wish to die? I shall grant you that. Come at me, you curly brow. As their quarrel escalated into a brawl, onlookers were left dumbfounded. Chapter 173. Liu Xuan, are they truly companions? Why is their relationship so poor? Ruayer inquired curiously, observing the fighting duo. They often behave this way. You will grow accustomed to it. They are merely displaying their affection. After all, hitting is a form of love. Seeing Ruayer in a daze, Liu Xuan could not help but tease her. It turned out that their relationship was so good. Ruayer was truly adorable, for she actually believed Liu Xuan's words. Who has a good relationship with him? Upon hearing Ruayer's words, both individuals exclaimed simultaneously. Such a remarkable rapport, yet they claimed their relationship was poor. Observing the synchronized exchange between the two, Ruay pointed at them and exclaimed, "Do not mimic my speech. Are you seeking a fight?" The pair seemed to have conspired in advance, as their dialogue was impeccably coordinated. Ultimately, they abandoned their quarrel and resorted to physical confrontation. Let us disregard their scuffle. It is more pressing to relay the news to Nami and the others, Liu Xuan stated, choosing to ignore the brawling duo. He produced a transponder snail and addressed the group. Placing the transponder snail upon a wooden post, he activated the video link. This remarkable device could directly interface with visual snails around the globe. Liu Xuan had previously utilized it to broadcast the Dragon Ball auction in Roger Town, showcasing its formidable capabilities. Moshi, can everyone see me? Luffy inquired, then struck a series of gestures comprehensible only to the Straw Hat Pirates. Having spent considerable time aboard Luffy's ship, Liu Xuan comprehended the message, which essentially conveyed that they would reunite in a month at a designated location. All right. Since our task is complete, let us embark. After I return you all, I must attend Big Mom's tea party, which I hear is quite entertaining. Subsequently, Liu Xuan separated the grappling Zoro and Sanji, tossing them onto the ship. Set sail. As the crowd boarded the ship, Liu Xuan exclaimed loudly. While Liu Xuan and his companions advanced towards the Xiangbua archipelago, people around the world observing the images began to murmur among themselves. Whitebeard pirates. Hey, Ace. It seems your brother is up to something big again. Come take a look. Marco, immersed in his training, suddenly noticed the image snail broadcasting a scene. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Ace's brother and hurriedly went to the cabin to call for Ace. What is it, Marco? Ace inquired. It's your brother. Hurry and come see. What's Luffy done this time? Ace stepped out, puzzled, only to find Luffy striking a serious pose in the broadcast. Oh, I see, Ace mused. Having spent time aboard Luffy's ship, he understood his intentions. What do you mean by I see, Ace? What are you doing? Marco, who was unaware of the situation, pressed for answers. Ace merely smiled and offered no response. Meanwhile, aboard the red-haired pirate ship, Captain, come quickly. It's Luffy. Lori, munching on a chicken leg, called out to Shanks, who was sipping on a drink nearby. It appears Luffy is setting sail again. Everyone, prepare a feast. Shanks exclaimed joyfully after downing a large cup of alcohol. Captain, you've had enough to drink already. Do we really need to have a feast? Fool, how can one not drink when in high spirits? Keep pouring. At the Marine headquarters, Marshal Sengoku was startled by a sudden intrusion from a messenger. What is it? Can't you see I'm occupied with military matters? Upon witnessing the clumsy intelligence officer, Sengoku spoke with a hint of irritation. I apologize, Marshal. A significant event has transpired. The intelligence department's imaging device unexpectedly displayed a transmission of the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. We are unsure of his intentions, as he performed several incomprehensible gestures before abruptly shutting off the device. The intelligence officer hastily reported the situation to Sengoku, even mimicking Luffy's actions, fearful of incurring the Marshal's wrath. What does this mean? Could it be that they are preparing to set sail once more? These gestures must indicate the time and location of their assembly. One cannot deny that the title of strategic genius aptly suits Sengoku, as he quickly deduced Luffy's purpose. Inform the officers of the rank of colonel and above to convene in the conference room. I shall arrive shortly, Sengoku instructed the intelligence officer. Understood, Marshal Sengoku. The officer replied before exiting. It appears that the Navy is once again in for a busy time. As the intelligence officer exited the room, the Warring States murmured to himself, how is the situation with Katakuri from Cake Island? Has Liu Xuan agreed to attend my tea party? Charlotte Linlin sat regally in an enormous chair, glancing down at Katakuri as she inquired. Of course, mother. Liu Xuan has indeed consented to attend your tea party. Please rest assured, Katakuri replied with a respectful demeanor. Oh, how splendid. It seems we are about to gain a formidable ally. You have done exceptionally well, Katakuri. Thank you for your praise, mother. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room, exclaiming, Mother, a grave matter has arisen. The soldier cut off his own conversation, clearly displeased, and retorted, if it were not a grave matter, do you know what would happen? It concerns the Straw Hat Kid. Gazing upon his own grotesque visage, the soldier trembled as he spoke. Is that Straw Hat Luffy, the grandson of Garp, and the apprentice of Liu Xuan? Chapter 174, The Frightened Restaurant Owner. Indeed. Mother, how intriguing. What has he done now? The soldier continued. We were patrolling when the image bug in the square suddenly transmitted a scene of that Straw Hat Luffy. Though I know not what he was up to. Is such a trivial matter worthy of your report to me? It seems you are inviting punishment. Following a phrase he could not comprehend, a spectral form emerged from the soldier's head. No, mother. The soldier collapsed to the ground, wailing for mercy. The specter, wielding specially crafted scissors, swiftly severed a portion of his soul, transforming him into an elderly figure, appearing decades older. Is this triviality truly deserving of my attention? What a bunch of useless fools. Katakuri, you two shall depart. I wish to indulge in my sweets. Oh, and take him with you. Yes, mother, Katakuri replied respectfully, yanking the fallen soldier away. Scattered across the globe, members of the Straw Hat Pirates beheld Luffy and grasped his intent. Wait for me, comrades. I shall be there shortly. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew was on the brink of reuniting. Time, as always, flew swiftly. Over 2 weeks had elapsed since Liu Xuan and the others left Kairi Island, and they finally returned to Sabaody Archipelago. Wonderful. We've at last arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. After such a long journey, I am famished. Let us hasten to find a restaurant. As the ship docked, Luffy could hardly contain his eagerness to disembark and feast. You glutton. It's all your fault for consuming all the provisions. That was our month's supply, devoured in mere days. Are you a pig, capable of such voracity? Rock, having spent the past fortnight with Luffy, had come to understand his character, where playfulness was a constant. Master also eats a lot. Why not scold him? Luffy muttered quietly. Captain, that is because of his immense strength. You, however, are different. Your strength does not match that of the captain, yet you can consume even more than he. That is your issue. You are a barrel. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Rock's fury ignited. How dare this rascal accuse him of being stingy? Indeed, Rock's statement drew agreement. Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, well aware of Luffy's appetite, chimed in. This is the first time I find myself in agreement with you, Rock. Luffy truly is a bottomless pit. Regardless of the quantity, he can devour it all. Recalling the days when we prepared ample supplies only to have them consumed within days, I am filled with dread. Zoro, unusually, did not counter Sanji's remark. Ha ha ha, a glutton is a glutton, it matters not. I am off to find a restaurant. Who is coming with me? Luffy's nature remained ever optimistic, never taking to heart the jest of his friends. I too feel a bit hungry. Luffy, let us go together. I know a restaurant famed for its delectable and abundant fare, sufficient for two. In recent days aboard the ship, Luffy had devoured all the provisions. Although they could catch sea kings to eat, such creatures were scarce in these waters, leaving Liu Xuan already famished. Liu Xuan's words halted the bickering, for he was their captain, deserving of respect. Upon hearing of food, Luffy dashed before Liu Xuan, inquiring, "Where is the restaurant, master? Let us hurry. Follow me." Liu Xuan beckoned with a sweeping gesture, leading the way. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. Here it is. What do you think? Liu Xuan pointed to an opulent establishment. Quite impressive. Though the dishes may not be of the highest quality, they are clean and fragrant. Indeed, this is a fine restaurant. Sanji affirmed, satisfied with the surroundings. Sanji, enough talk. Let us hurry inside and eat. I am on the verge of starvation, Luffy interrupted, flinging open the door and entering. Owner, bring out the dishes swiftly, Luffy declared as he plopped himself down at a table. Liu Xuan and the others, shaking their heads in exasperation, followed suit and seated themselves beside Luffy. Dear guests, what may I offer you? The owner approached, ready to present the restaurant's signature dishes, but upon seeing Liu Xuan, exclaimed, "Ah, it is you." Liu Xuan, having nearly consumed a week's worth of provisions on his last visit, had left an indelible impression on the owner, who subsequently increased the restaurant's stock significantly, leading to a surge in popularity. Owner, I'm surprised you remember me. Please serve us as before. We have a few more guests this time, so do prepare promptly, Liu Xuan instructed, pointing to Luffy and the others. How could I forget? You nearly depleted our entire stock last time. The owner mused internally. Chapter 175, Nami and Usopp. Observing the owner's fearful demeanor, I felt a twinge of sympathy. He likely had no inkling that two more insatiable eaters were among them, and I could already envision the despair on his face. Sanji remarked to Rock. I can empathize with the owner. It seems his provisions are about to vanish once more. Luffy's appetite is several times that of the captain's. And with a vice-captain equally gluttonous, I suspect the owner will soon be in tears. Rock, having experienced the recent lack of food, found the situation utterly disheartening. Hey, cease making light of the captain. That is quite rude, though your words do hold truth. Rue's initial statement brought comfort to Liu Xuan, appreciating her respect. But her next remark left him speechless. Are you reprimanding them? You ought to focus on preparing to snatch the food. Otherwise, we may not even get a soup. Zoro interjected, observing that they still had time to converse. An hour later, the group finally satiated their appetites, leaving the restaurant owner standing in stunned disbelief. I prepared provisions for a month, and they have been consumed once more. Where shall we go next, master? Luffy inquired, a hint of boredom evident as they strolled along the bustling street. Let us first pay a visit to the Sunny. It has been docked here for 2 years. I wonder if it has suffered any damage, Sanji remarked, startling Luffy, who immediately expressed his desire to head to the ship's location. Liu Xuan waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not, the Sunny is guarded by Uncle Rayleigh. There is no cause for concern. Who would be so foolish as to provoke him? Is that so? Then I can rest easy, Luffy sighed in relief. Look, isn't that Nami and Usopp up ahead? Suddenly, Zoro pointed towards a tavern in the distance. Where? Miss Nami, where? Upon hearing Nami's name, Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts as he exclaimed. Indeed, it is them. but it seems they are embroiled in an argument. Liu Xuan observed, noting Usopp brandishing his slingshot at a group of individuals. Strange plants erupted forth, ensnaring the adversaries, while Nami brandished her climb attack, summoning a bolt of lightning that incapacitated the unfortunate foes. Let us approach, Liu Xuan declared, striding toward the tavern, with the others hastily following. It has been ages since we last saw Usopp. You seem to have grown quite formidable, Nami remarked as she and Usopp exited the establishment. Yes, but you don't seem to have changed much, Usopp replied. If we're speaking of changes, it appears you have become even more beautiful. It was surprising to see Usopp so adept at conversing with women. When did you become so charming? Upon hearing the familiar voice, both turned and were met with the sight of Liu Xuan and Luffy. Liu Xuan, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, you all made it. Nami exclaimed joyfully, embracing Liu Xuan. The unexpected reunion filled her with delight. After 2 years apart, Nami had truly missed Liu Xuan, their bond having long transcended mere friendship. I am equally delighted to see you, Nami. Cradling the beautiful girl in his arms, Liu Xuan vowed to never allow her to endure any suffering again. Upon witnessing the tightly embraced pair, 18 felt a twinge of jealousy. However, she refrained from any extreme reactions and chose instead to accept Nami. For Liu Xuan had previously informed her about this girl whom she had yet to meet. You must be Nami, she remarked. I often hear Liu Xuan speak of you. I am 18, also Liu Xuan's girlfriend. From this moment onward, we shall be sisters. 18 stepped forward to greet Nami, who was cradled in Liu Xuan's arms. Upon hearing 18's voice, Liu Xuan appeared as though he had been caught in a misdeed, awkwardly turning to introduce Nami, saying, This is 18, my girlfriend. Remarkably, Nami exhibited no signs of jealousy. Instead of extending her left hand to Liu Xuan's waist, she reached out her right hand to shake 18's, saying, Hello, I am Nami. How is it possible that she has forgiven her master so easily? This is simply too blissful, Sanji exclaimed. A mixture of envy and admiration etched across his face as he gazed at Liu Xuan. Have you all had your fill of watching? Hurry up and come over. Upon seeing that the most pressing issue had been resolved, Liu Xuan addressed the few onlookers behind him. Here they come. The group awkwardly approached. Everyone, you're all here. This is bad. Robin has been taken by the Navy, Sanji exclaimed. Hey, Zoro, why are you two here? Just as the group was about to leave, a voice resembling that of a child rang out. They turned to see Chopper rushing towards them. Chopper, what has the hurry? Sanji asked, patting Chopper on the head. Sanji, why didn't you save Robin? She has been captured by the Navy, Chopper shouted, pointing at him. I was with everyone else. I didn't see Robin, Sanji replied. Looking perplexed, understanding the unfolding situation, Liu Xuan quickly stepped forward to clarify. Hold on. I know what is happening. Chapter 176, The Resurrection of the Straw Hat Pirate's Master. Do you know what is going on? The others asked Liu Xuan eagerly. He nodded and pointed to a few unconscious individuals inside the tavern. Look at those people. Following Liu Xuan's gesture, the group was taken aback by what they saw. Zoro, Sanji, and Nami, how did you all get here? Wait, there are two Namis. Sanji and Zoro, when did you learn the technique of duplication? Impressive, Luffy exclaimed, staring at them with a foolish grin. You idiot. Bang. Nami punched Luffy on the head. Scolding, can't you see clearly? Am I that ugly? How can you confuse them with us? They are obviously imposters. I'm sorry. They look just like you. I really can't tell them apart. Luffy's remark earned him a thorough beating from the others. Are you kidding me? My beautiful face is nothing like theirs. I'll knock you out, you fool. Within moments, Luffy had transformed into a swollen mess, lying on the ground. I'm sorry. I want to do it again, Luffy mumbled, sporting a pig-like head, prompting the others to relent. So, these imposters are trying to impersonate us? It's quite strange. What could be their motive? Sanji pondered, eyeing the unconscious individuals. Liu Xuan couldn't help but interject, there's no conspiracy. These individuals merely admire you as formidable pirates. They wish to impersonate you to gather some followers and flaunt their bravado. After all, Luffy, your performance during the Marineford War was truly remarkable. With your reputation, no one dares to provoke you here. They are merely capitalizing on that by pretending to be the Straw Hat Pirates. Is that so? We have indeed become quite formidable. The members of the Straw Hat crew said, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Liu Xuan was at a loss for words. Do you really need to act like this? Now, let us hasten to find the Sunny. I suspect someone has already returned there. Liu Xuan could no longer tolerate their self-absorbed behavior. The Sunny was not far from their location, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at its docking spot. Indeed, they found that someone had already arrived. The Sunny had been prepared by Rayleigh. From a distance, they spotted Frankie and Robin chatting aboard the ship. The group called out eagerly, Robin, Frankie. Upon hearing their voices, Robin and Frankie turned and smiled brightly. Luffy, you're finally here. Now we just need Brook. Not yet. Haven't you seen this? Robin produced a poster. This is for the Soul King's concert. Brook is now so popular. It's incredible. Let us go find him. Upon seeing the poster of Luffy, his eyes gleaming with excitement, he exclaimed, now that Brook has become so formidable, shall we embark on a pirate's life together? Perhaps this is the existence he truly adores. Usopp gazed at Brook's image on the poster, expressing his concern. I don't care. Brook is our ship's musician. How can we sail without him? I must go find him, Luffy declared with unwavering resolve. Luffy, do not be reckless. If Brook is unwilling to leave with us, we cannot compel him, after all. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet, Zoro calmly advised Luffy. Indeed, Luffy, you must remain composed. I refuse. I will have Brook as my musician, Luffy insisted. Liu Xuan, aware of Brook's intentions, did not wish for such a pivotal member to be lost from the Straw Hat Pirates. He quickly reassured them, rest assured, Brook will return. However, you must hasten to find him. I suspect the Navy will set traps for him during this concert. You should rescue him without delay. Is that true, Master? Luffy exclaimed, leaping in front of Liu Xuan. Absolutely. Brook is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Hurry, Liu Xuan encouraged with a smile. All right, friends, let us save Brook. They cheered. At the concert venue, Brook stood on stage, performing his final song. This was to be his last concert, as he intended to reunite with his companions and set sail once more. Unbeknownst to him, his manager had betrayed him to the Navy, revealing his true identity. And the Navy had surrounded the venue, ready to apprehend him once the concert concluded. As the concert reached its climax, Brook addressed the audience. Thank you all for your unwavering support. However, this shall be my final performance. No, King of Souls, we do not want you to leave. The audience responded, bewildered. Brook continued, as for the reason, I am a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and my comrades have gathered. They are waiting for me. It is time for us to embark on our adventures. What? The King of Souls is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? How can that be? Regardless, we will always cherish the King of Souls. Indeed, King of Souls. King of Souls. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 177, Rear Admiral Oma, King of Souls. You are under arrest. Raise your hands. At that moment, the Navy stormed in, encircling the area. Why has the Navy arrived? Are they here to capture the King of Souls? It must be so. Did you not hear? The King of Souls is a crew member of the infamous pirate Monkey D. Luffy, do not confess, King of Souls. Upon witnessing the emotional expressions of the audience below, Brook was deeply moved, shedding tears of gratitude for their unwavering support. Nevertheless, he resolutely declared that having chosen to sail with Captain Luffy, he was fully prepared to confront the Navy. Let them come, he exclaimed. Seize Brook. The Navy colonel, enraged by Brook's words, felt utterly disrespected. Charge, he commanded. And all Navy personnel surged toward Brook, only to be swiftly obstructed by his devoted fans. You shall not take him, they shouted in unison. Indeed, Brook. Hurry and leave this place. Thank you all, farewell to my stage, Brook announced, preparing to exit. At that moment, his manager suddenly jumped out, brandishing a gun aimed at Brook. You wretched fool. You think you can simply walk away? You are my cash cow. Anything I cannot possess must be destroyed. Die. Bang. 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 A series of gunshots rang out. Just as the manager believed he had slain Brook, the latter sprang into action. Though I appreciate your past kindness, the moment you pulled the trigger, that bond was severed. Farewell, manager. Don't kill me. Help. A foul odor wafted through the air as the manager collapsed, his pants soaked. Just when he thought Brook was about to end his life, Brook deftly leaped over him, sprinting toward the exit. While you are indeed a scoundrel, I must thank you for your care during our time together. Farewell, manager. He chuckled, quickening his pace to escape. Damn it. That fellow is remarkably swift. What shall we do? A flustered officer exclaimed. You imbeciles, pursue him at once. The vice admiral is outside. The colonel scolded. Yes. The Navy, spurred by their superior's words, hastened in pursuit of Brook. At that moment, Brook had already exited the concert venue but was soon confronted by a Navy vice admiral. King of Souls, Brook. As a member of the pirate crew, we must apprehend you here. Cease your resistance and come with us. The vice admiral bellowed. Ho ho ho. So many Navy officers. You frighten me to the core, though I lack a heart to leap from. Brook jested, provoking the Navy further. Fuming, the vice admiral pointed at him, shouting, capture him. Regardless of life or death, are you attempting to kill me? But I am already dead. Brook retorted, laughing. Quickly seize him. The vice admiral was seething with rage. Though I am a musician as a pirate, I shall fight. I will show no mercy, Navy, Brook declared, unperturbed by being surrounded. Who asked for your mercy? You vile pirate. The Navy soldiers snarled, their fury palpable. Kill him. Take down that scoundrel. They charged at Brook in a blind rage. Hypnotic melody, Rond. With a swift motion of his right hand, Brook conjured musical notes, causing the surrounding Navy officers to collapse, falling into a deep slumber. What is happening? Wake up. You fools. One officer shouted in disbelief. Damn it, they've all been hypnotized. I can't wake them. Stand aside. You are no match for him. Allow me to handle this. The vice admiral shoved aside the fallen soldiers and stepped forward. Vice admiral, remember, we still have you. Brook, surrender at once. Indeed, Vice Admiral Oma holds the power of the animal fruit, polar bear. He has captured pirates with bounties of over 200 million berries. This pirate, whose bounty is yet to reach 100 million, shall be an easy catch. Vice Admiral, go for it. With an air of arrogance, Oma approached Brook, disdainfully stating, I never imagined I would have to personally deal with a pirate of such a meager bounty. However, this signifies the end of your journey. Prepare to face me, pirate. Shave. With a swift movement, Oma vanished, reappearing behind Brook and delivering a powerful punch, which Brook narrowly evaded, leaving a massive crater in the ground. You've managed to dodge me. Your speed is impressive. Yet, this is not my true strength. Now, witness my fruit's power. Oma roared, transforming into a towering, fearsome polar bear humanoid. Ho ho ho. You are enormous. You nearly frightened me to death, though I'm already dead. Brook chuckled. You insolent fool. You will soon regret underestimating my abilities. Polar bear blitz. His speed and strength surged, a testament to the might of the animal fruit. Yet, Brook remained confident, declaring, this will not be enough to capture me. Song of the wind. Snow slash. In an instant, he darted past Oma, leaving behind a sword wound that had encased itself in ice. Now, to find Luffy and the others. Just as Brook prepared to depart, a sound of cracking ice echoed from behind him. Do you think that would defeat me? I am a Navy Vice Admiral. Oma bellowed, shaking off the ice crystals that had accumulated on him, revealing no injuries at all. Is that hockey? When I struck you, did you envelop yourself in hockey to block my snow slash? Upon seeing that Oma bore no visible scars, Brook swiftly deduced the reason behind it. Ha ha ha. Indeed. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, how could he possibly lack an imposing presence? I shall hold nothing back from this point forward, you scoundrel pirate. With that, Oma enveloped his hands in a shroud of black hockey. Oh ho ho ho. Hockey, you say? I am also capable of that, despite being merely a skeleton. Oh ho ho ho. Upon finishing his words, Brook coated his cane sword with a layer of black hockey as well. How infuriating. I never anticipated that you would have mastered hockey too. It appears this will be a fierce battle. Bear of the world. After declaring this, Oma lunged towards Brook, his entire being transformed into a ferocious bear. Brook quickly evaded Oma's assault, his cane sword, imbued with the power of hockey, slashing rapidly towards Oma as he invoked the song of the true plunder, Snow Slash. Boom. The collision between man and beast unleashed a visible wave of frigid air that spread outward, encasing everything in a thick layer of frost. The surrounding Navy personnel hastily retreated to avoid being turned into ice pops. What has transpired? Has Vice Admiral Oma defeated Brook? I cannot ascertain. The situation between the two remains obscured. However, Vice Admiral Oma is a rear admiral of the Navy, and a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million should be no match for him. Indeed, with Vice Admiral Oma's formidable strength, how could he possibly lose? Just as the Navy personnel engaged in their speculation, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a massive figure standing tall, while another figure knelt on one knee. Look, that appears to be Vice Admiral Oma. Indeed, it is Vice Admiral Oma. Does this mean he has emerged victorious? Long live Vice Admiral Oma. Long live the Navy. Huzzah. Yet, as the Navy shouted in triumph, Oma suddenly collapsed to the ground, while Brook, who had been kneeling, rose to his feet. Oma has lost. The Vice Admiral has been defeated. How can this be? He is merely a pirate with a bounty of over 80 million berries. Vice Admiral Oma, do not jest. Please stand up. Oh ho ho ho, do not shout any longer. That Whitebeard has already lost consciousness. You should take him to see a doctor quickly. If this continues, he may perish. Unbeknownst to them, Brook had approached the shouting Navy soldier, patting him on the shoulder. Ah, the soldier, having not noticed how Brook had approached, stumbled backward in fright. Do not move. The other Navy personnel hurriedly aimed their guns at Brook, shouting, you are no match for me. It would be wise for you to leave this place swiftly. I must seek out my captain now. Brook waved dismissively at the retreating Navy personnel, preparing to depart. You should remain here. Detestable pirate. A cold, middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed, compelling everyone to turn their gaze in that direction. Admiral Akainu. Behold, everyone. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Brook, too, caught sight of Akainu, and a sense of dread enveloped him. He realized that his current strength was inadequate to confront a marine admiral. This was dire. Ah, I shan't intrude any longer. I shall take my leave now, Brook declared, and with that, he sprinted into the distance. However, after running merely a few dozen meters, he was abruptly halted by a descending force. No, not merely a force, but molten lava. Foolish pirate, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Such delusions are futile. Eruption. Akainu unleashed his signature move, aiming to eliminate Brook in an instant. Is this the end for me? Am I to perish here? Captain Luffy. It seems I shall not be able to journey alongside you and the others any longer. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying wave of lava, reducing trees and buildings to smoldering remains. Am I unscathed? Brook thought he was doomed. Yet, after a prolonged moment, he felt no heat from the lava. Tentatively lowering his hands from his eyes, he beheld Luffy standing defiantly before him. Ah, Brook, what a pleasant surprise. Captain Luffy, I thought I was finished. I never expected you would save me once more. Ha ha ha. Brook exclaimed, embracing Luffy's leg in tears. Enough now, Brook. Rise quickly. We must depart from this place, Zoro interjected, unable to contain his exasperation at Brook's antics. Mr. Zoro, I am here too, Brook. Sanji, you're here as well. I cannot express how delighted I am to see you all. Brook exclaimed joyfully. It's the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D, Luffy. Last time you escaped from Marineford. But this time, I shall capture you and your reckless crew. Upon the sighting of Luffy, Akainu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed. During the Marineford War, Akainu had harbored an incessant desire to eliminate Luffy, yet he was thwarted by numerous individuals. Not only did he fail to take Luffy's life, but he also endured a severe beating from Whitebeard. Akainu's animosity towards Luffy had reached a boiling point, and now, confronted with him, he could not let the opportunity slip away. Akainu, you wretched fiend. Last time, you nearly took Ace's life, and now you came perilously close to Brook's demise. I shall ensure you face a most severe reckoning. Akainu despised Luffy, but Luffy harbored a reciprocal hatred for Akainu as well. His brother and crew members had narrowly escaped death at the hands of this man, and he was resolute in avenging them. Luffy, we did not come here to engage in combat. Having located Brook, it would be prudent for us to depart from this place. As Luffy prepares to act once more, Sanji hastily interjects, expressing his desire to avoid any unnecessary complications. However, attempting to flee is no simple task. Kizaru, Akiji, have you both had your fill of watching? Aren't you going to step forward and apprehend these individuals? It is our duty as Marines. Do you intend to let them escape? As Akainu's words resonate, two imposing figures emerge from the distant forest, revealing the Marine Admirals, Akiji and Kizaru. Oh dear, what a nuisance. It's impossible to enjoy a peaceful slumber. One of them sighs. Akainu, can you not handle these few rascals, even as an admiral? The youth of today are truly formidable. Could you both please take this seriously? These are no ordinary children. We must exert every effort and leave them no opportunity to escape. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. The Marine Corps seems to be making a mountain out of a molehill regarding our Straw Hat Pirates, dispatching all three admirals. It appears we are in for a tough battle. Luffy, I'll handle Kizaru. Zoro will take on Akiji, and Akainu is yours. Upon witnessing the arrival of the three formidable adversaries, Sanji's countenance grew grave as he addressed Luffy. Very well. I too wish to ascertain the extent of my training over the past 2 years. Zoro unsheathed his three swords, a spark of excitement illuminating his gaze as he regarded Akiji. No problem, Sanji. It is high time I avenged Ace, without Sister Bulma's sins of beans. Ace has already fallen to his hands. Luffy, brimming with enthusiasm, relished the prospect of not only aiding Ace, but also testing his own capabilities, a delightful duality indeed. Brook, you should head back to the ship and await our return. It is far too perilous here. We shall return shortly. Sanji turned to Brook, recognizing that remaining in this location would hinder their efforts, thus it was prudent for him to depart. Very well, but do be swift. Do not engage them for too long. Their strength poses a substantial threat to us. Despite Brook's lingering apprehension for the trio, he resolved to leave in order to avoid becoming an impediment. If you wish to depart, you must first seek my permission. Lightspeed kick. As Brook prepared to depart, Kizaru launched a swift kick at him. Your opponent is me, Kizaru. Do not attack others indiscriminately. Sanji, known for his formidable kicking techniques, deftly intercepted Kizaru's lightspeed kick. All the while taunting, you must be Sanji, the cook of the Straw Hat Pirates. I never anticipated such strength at such a young age. It's truly frightening. It appears I must keep you here, lest the Navy gain another formidable adversary. Having exerted all his strength in that previous kick, Kizaru was astonished to find it blocked. This adversary's power and haki were now on par with his own. Fortunately, he had significantly improved over the past 2 years. Otherwise, he would have faced misfortune today. Not at all. Your strength has also seen considerable growth, Kizaru. It seems the pressure your master applied 2 years ago was quite substantial. Sanji's playful remarks elicited a frown from Kizaru, clearly striking a nerve. Sharp-tongued as ever, just like Liu Xuan's apprentice. Next, I shall show no mercy. Amaterasu. With that, Kizaru spread his arms, and a luminous sword materialized in his grasp. I have merely begun to warm up. He then enveloped his legs in a layer of black haki, and, in a flash, employed his moonwalk to charge towards Kizaru in midair. Oh. It seems I can no longer remain a mere spectator. This is quite troublesome. I suggest you surrender quickly, so I can return to my duties and get some rest. Kazan yawned nonchalantly at Zoro. If you wish for me to concede, you must come and defeat me yourself. I will not fall easily. I refuse to fail again before our captain becomes the Pirate King. After being defeated by Mihawk and East Blue, Zoro vowed never to lose again. And he had upheld that promise, consistently vanquishing his foes and becoming Luffy's staunchest ally. Indeed, it seems we must engage in battle, which is rather bothersome, Kazan shouted, gathering cold energy in his right arm to unleash an ice bird, imbued with tremendous force, freezing everything in its path, and creating a vast icy pathway. Is this the extent of the Navy Admiral's attack? It hardly seems impressive. One sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro's blade cleaved through the massive ice bird in an instant, scattering shards of ice everywhere. What a powerful sword strike, Zoro. Your strength has undoubtedly increased significantly. Truly, you are our most formidable swordsman, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, the pirate hunter, three-sword style Zoro, is exceptionally strong. I cannot afford to be lazy. Kazan, now devoid of his earlier lackadaisical demeanor, regarded Zoro with a rare seriousness. He had merely been testing Zoro's capabilities, but now considered him a worthy opponent. He exhaled sharply, conjuring an ice blade in his hand, his battle intent palpable as he faced Zoro. Meanwhile, Akainu observed the confrontation between Zoro and Sanji against Kazan and Kizaru. Astonished by the rapid growth of the Straw Hat Pirates' power within a mere 2 years, if given a few more years, they would undoubtedly evolve into a crew as formidable as the Yonko. No, I cannot allow them to continue thriving like this. Magma Fist. Akainu launched a full-force attack, a colossal fist of magma hurtling towards Luffy, intent on obliterating him and everything in the vicinity, the ambient temperature rising dramatically, transforming the surroundings into a natural steam room. I am no longer the person I was 2 years ago. This attack will not work on me. Gear 4th, Bound Man. Luffy transformed into a massive rubber form, his punch shattering the magma fist, igniting nearby trees and structures, reducing them to ash. Through 2 years of rigorous training, Luffy had mastered Gear 4th, capable of sustaining its use for extended periods and freely altering his forms, even approaching the mastery of Gear 5th, an outcome of his relentless efforts. You little brat, I must commend your significant improvement in strength. However, to defeat me in this manner is sheer folly. You must have witnessed the awakened powers of a devil fruit. Now, prepare to experience the awakened strength of my magma fruit. Akainu's words startled Luffy, who was well aware of the devastation caused by Whitebeard's quake fruit during the Marineford War. The sheer destructive capability was terrifying, and if Akainu's magma fruit awakened, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. This battle was bound to be arduous. Hey, the awakened power of Akainu is far too great. It could harm innocent people, Kazan exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he witnessed Akainu's actions from afar. This is a concert venue, with thousands in attendance. If Akainu unleashes his awakening, none shall survive. Is he truly going to do it? How terrifying, Kizaru remarked. Though his expression bore no signs of fear, as he was a Logia user, impervious to magma, merely feigning concern. Awakening? Akainu is utterly reckless, intending to use his awakened powers here without regard for human life. Sanji, engaged with Kizaru, voiced his disapproval loudly. Hey, it's not as if I wish to use my awakening. What does that have to do with me? Kizaru replied, exasperated as he regarded Sanji. I want to take the blame for this. Look, aren't those the 3 admirals of the Navy? What are they doing here? The onlookers began to recognize the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, the pirate hunter Zoro, and Sanji, the Straw Hat Pirates' main trio, who had come to confront the Soul King. Where's the Soul King? Why isn't he here? As concert-goers gradually exited, they witnessed the clash between the Straw Hat Pirates and the 3 Navy admirals. Hey, you all need to leave here quickly. It's very dangerous. Luffy shouted to the crowd, urging them to evacuate. However, no one heeded his warning. What is that Straw Hat brat talking about? Dangerous here? Haha, this guy must be joking. With 3 admirals present, who would dare cause trouble? Exactly. Is he out of his mind? The crowd dismissed Luffy's warning. There are too many people here. We should move our battle elsewhere. Seeing that those individuals were utterly disregarding his words, he turned to Akainu. However, Akainu offered no response. Instead, he transformed, his entire being morphing into molten lava as he gradually merged with the ground. The surrounding environment began to shift, resembling a volcanic landscape. Lava hell. With Akainu's thunderous proclamation, the molten lava erupted violently, akin to a volcanic explosion, spreading fervently in all directions. Those who were in close proximity were instantaneously reduced to ashes by the searing lava. What is happening? How could Admiral Akainu possibly attack us? This is inconceivable. An admiral of the Navy would never turn against us. There must be some mistake. Witnessing a person who had just moments ago been in close proximity instantaneously transform into ashes left everyone in utter despair. Is this truly a naval admiral dedicated to safeguarding the populace? This is undeniably a heartless demon, mercilessly taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 181, Infighting Among the Admirals. Akainu, have you lost your mind to assault the innocent? Upon witnessing fans being engulfed by molten lava, Luffy shouted at Akainu, declaring, as long as we eliminate you, it is worth it even if it means the demise of everyone here. This is their honor. Besides, strictly speaking, they are all casualties of your actions. Who compelled you to refuse surrender? This scoundrel. Akainu's words incited Luffy's fury. This rogue is utterly shameless. Do you expect me to allow you to kill me without resistance? Hey, did you just hear what Admiral Akainu said? He seems to be intent on wiping us out. No, Admiral Akainu must have been jesting. Yet, had he not already taken so many lives? This does not seem like a jest at all. Fools, hurry and run. Do you wish to perish here? This statement jolted everyone back to reality. Indeed, regardless of whether Akainu would continue his slaughter, the simplest solution was to escape. With this thought, they all began to flee in the opposite direction, recognizing the imminent danger. They must vacate this perilous place. As the fleeing individuals scattered, Akainu's body was engulfed in flowing magma, his fists raised toward the heavens. Enormous torrents of magma surged skyward, continuing for over a minute before finally subsiding. This was the very ultimate technique Akainu had deployed during the Battle of Marineford. It appeared that his recent assault was directed towards those enthusiastic fans. Has Akainu lost his mind? The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting utter disbelief at his actions, attacking innocent fans. Akainu, Why are you doing this? They are merely ordinary citizens, not pirates. The enmity between Aokiji and Akainu was no secret. Their discord stemmed from Akainu's actions which, to Aokiji, were utterly reprehensible. They aided the pirates in their escape. Such actions are unforgivable and must be eradicated. Akainu retorted coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. While the two conversed, the magma had already begun to descend, massive chunks crashing to the ground and transforming the area into a molten hellscape. One by one, the fans were consumed by the relentless magma, leaving them in utter despair. Is this truly the navy that has always protected the people? Help! Someone save me. I do not wish to die. My son and wife are waiting for my return. Please, save me. As more lives were claimed, Luffy and his companions could no longer contain their outrage. You monster! I will not stand idly by while you indiscriminately take the lives of innocent people. You are unworthy of the title of Marine Admiral. With that, Luffy charged toward the raining magma, determined to shatter it and pave the way for the fans to escape. Indeed, we must confront you to protect these individuals. Then let us see you try. Magma eruption. Akainu declared, preparing to unleash an attack toward Luffy soaring into the sky. Ice block. Aokiji interjected, thwarting Akainu's assault before it could fully materialize. Aokiji, what are you doing? Are you betraying the navy? Witnessing his attack thwarted by Aokiji, Akainu shouted furiously at him. Even Zoro and Sanji, who were nearby, looked on in astonishment. Were they witnessing a rift among their own ranks? I merely disapprove of your actions. These individuals are mere civilians whom we, the navy, are sworn to protect. How can you recklessly take their lives? Aokiji's words incensed Akainu, who retorted, these individuals have aided pirates and are not worthy of our protection. Furthermore, should they choose to sacrifice themselves in the battle against piracy, that would indeed be their honor. Aokiji, resolute, replied, it seems there is no room for dialogue between us. You must ensure those civilians escape this place. We shall resume our battle shortly. He stood defiantly before Akainu, addressing Zoro and the others. The sight of comrades turning against one another was truly alarming. Upon witnessing a brawl between his two colleagues, the yellow ape found himself at a loss for words. Who should he assist? Ultimately, he chose to confront Sanji, the cook of the Straw Hat Pirates, deciding to disregard the skirmish entirely. Akainu, you bastard. Step aside. Akainu was on the verge of losing his temper, exasperated by Aokiji's untimely interference during the battle against the Straw Hat Pirates. Akainu, once these innocent civilians have vacated this area, I shall gladly move aside. They have families waiting for their return. If they perish here, can you fathom the sorrow that would befall their loved ones? Will you move or not? I will not. Very well, if you wish to engage in combat, then let it be so, Magma Dog. Akainu, now infuriated, ceased any further debate and charged directly at Aokiji. I fear you not, Icebird. The clash between these two formidable Logia users unleashed a cataclysmic force, with each strike imbued with the destructive power of nature. Their colliding attacks generated a tremendous shockwave, mingling frost and magma, transforming the surrounding environment. Indeed, as expected from masters of the Logia fruits. Although their offensive power was not overwhelmingly strong, the sheer area of their attacks was terrifyingly vast, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Zoro couldn't help but marvel at their battle. Zoro, hurry and assist. Stop merely spectating. Luffy shouted, overwhelmed by the excessive magma, desperately calling for Zoro to join in the fray. Chapter 182, The Fear of the Three Admirals. I'm coming. Zoro promptly replied upon hearing Luffy's plea, rushing to aid in the eradication of the magma projectiles. At last, through the combined efforts of these two Emperor-level powerhouses, all the magma projectiles were cleared, and they finally paused to catch their breath. Thank you for saving us. We shall never forget your immense kindness. You must defeat the Marine Admirals and escape from here. Indeed, our saviors, we await the news of your victory. Rest assured, we will triumph. I am destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed joyfully. Now go. Quickly leave this place. It is far too perilous. Seeing that everyone was still engaged in idle chatter, Zoro couldn't help but remind them of the ongoing battle. Must you all be so dilatory? We should hasten our departure. Our benefactors still have their fight ahead. Our presence here only hinders their efforts. With that, the group finally recalled their priorities and bid farewell as they moved away. All right, let us return as well. The battle has only just begun. Upon their return to the battlefield, they found Aokiji and Akainu locked in combat, surrounded by the remnants of buildings and trees ravaged by their clashes. Upon spotting Luffy and Zoro's return, the fighting momentarily ceased. You scoundrel Aokiji, assisting pirates? I shall report this. Despite the two having their hands raised, Akainu continued his relentless tirade. Aokiji, however, remained unfazed by his words, responding coolly, suit yourself. Those individuals have departed. If you continue to shield them, I shall not show you mercy. Seeing that Aokiji did not obstruct him, Akainu let out a cold snort and advanced towards Luffy. Straw Hat Kid. I never expected you to choose not to flee and even dare to return. However, you shall soon regret coming back here, for this place will become your grave. I will not perish here. I am destined to become the Pirate King. I will defeat you and set sail once more to claim the title of Pirate King. In that case, you shall die? Stop. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Luffy and his companions quickly turned around to see Liu Xuan perched on a tree not far away, observing the scene. Master, what brings you here? Liu Xuan, how did you end up here? Upon seeing Liu Xuan, both Luffy and Akainu shouted simultaneously, though their emotions were entirely different. Luffy was elated at the arrival of his master, while Akainu was filled with dread, recalling the torment he suffered at Liu Xuan's hands 2 years prior, leading to a wave of fear. I noticed you all were taking too long to return, so I came to check on you. On my way, I encountered Brook, who informed me of the situation, so I hurried over. Now, you should cease hostilities and set sail quickly. I still have a tea party to attend. Liu Xuan said with a hint of impatience. Why do you guys always seem to attract trouble? I just want to enjoy some tea and snacks with the Big Mom pirates. If anyone else had heard Liu Xuan's words, they would have been utterly astonished. This fellow treated Big Mom's territory as if it were a quaint tea house. I'm sorry, Master, we will leave right away, Luffy promptly replied. Not wishing to incur Liu Xuan's wrath and face intensified training due to delaying his snack time. Liu Xuan, do you think this is your territory? You can't just leave. As Luffy and the others attempted to depart, Akainu shouted vehemently. Nearby, Akiji and Kazara nearly cursed him. You fool, if Liu Xuan is leaving, let him go. Why keep him here? Does he intend to eliminate all three of us? Just as Liu Xuan was about to turn and leave, he halted at Akainu's words. What is this, Akainu? Do you wish for me to stay for tea? However, I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here. With Liu Xuan's words came an overwhelming presence that surged forth, causing those present to feel an immense weight, nearly forcing them to their knees as they struggled to maintain their footing. Damn it, this guy has grown even stronger. He can incapacitate me merely with his aura. He's the true monster. Feeling Liu Xuan's might, Akainu was filled with regret, thinking to himself, why did I have to provoke this monster? Akiji and Kizaru, too, were on the verge of cursing Akainu. He's leaving, you idiot. Why keep him here? It seems we are destined to perish today. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions were overwhelmed with admiration for Liu Xuan. This is my master. His strength is incredible. With such a powerful master, what is there to fear? Well, Akainu, do you still wish to keep me here for tea? Seeing the three admirals standing there, drenched in sweat and brimming with pressure, Liu Xuan smiled and spoke. Just as Akainu was about to respond, he was interrupted by Akiji. Since Lord Liu Xuan has matters to attend to, we shall not impose further. We must return to the Navy headquarters to report. Indeed, you should leave promptly. Otherwise, you might miss the tea party, Kazara chimed in, his expression reminiscent of a sycophant. Well then, I shall not keep you. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, let us depart, Liu Xuan said, sensing the atmosphere shift as Akiji and Kizaru spoke. Understood, Master, came the reply from the trio. Chapter 183. Farewell. Liu Xuan cast a glance at the three admirals, refraining from further conversation as he turned towards the Thousand Sunny, with Luffy and the others following closely behind. What are you two doing, tarnishing the Navy's reputation? As Liu Xuan and his companions departed, Akainu shouted at Akiji and Kizaru. Do you wish to confront the wrath of that monstrous Liu Xuan? I certainly do not wish to be struck down by him. I am returning to the Marine headquarters. Are you coming or not? In response to Akainu's roar, Akiji remained unperturbed, merely uttering a cold remark before turning to head towards his warship. Wait for me. I too shall return, Kizaru called after Akiji, hastening to catch up, leaving Akainu alone in a fit of rage, shouting furiously, Damn it, Liu Xuan. I will surely defeat you. Disregarding Akainu's furious outburst, Liu Xuan had already returned to the Sunny. Everyone, we are back. Luffy bellowed upon spotting the rest of the crew resting aboard the Sunny. Luffy and the others have returned. Chopper, standing on the ship's railing, was the first to notice them and quickly alerted Nami and the others, who promptly stood up to look into the distance, witnessing the five figures gradually approach the Sunny. Brook, welcome back. Upon witnessing the gathering, Brook exclaimed, Thank you, everyone. I am truly delighted to see you all again. To celebrate our reunion, Miss Nami and Miss Robin, may I have a glimpse of your undergarments? Just as the crowd anticipated Brook to utter something profound, he instead blurted out a remark that left everyone speechless. Who would want to show you that, you pervert? Nami retorted, delivering a swift reprimand to Brook. I apologize. I was mistaken. Brook trembled, his head adorned with bumps. Haha, Brook is simply too amusing. Upon witnessing Brook's predicament, Luffy erupted into an unrestrained laughter, prompting those around him to join in merriment. The days spent with companions are undeniably filled with joy. All right, Luffy, since you are all assembled, let us hasten our departure. I, too, shall venture to Cake Island for some amusement. Take care, everyone. Liu Xuan approached the group, having noted their readiness. Master, are you leaving already? We just reunited. Can't you stay a few more days? Luffy interjected upon hearing Liu Xuan's intent to depart. Indeed, Liu Xuan, it seems we have barely begun to enjoy your presence. Nami chimed in, her newfound affection for Liu Xuan making her reluctant to see him go. Liu Xuan embraced Nami, offering her words of solace. Nami, once Luffy becomes the Pirate King, we shall no longer be separated. Just wait patiently for me to come and marry you. Very well, Luffy, let us hasten our departure. Our next destination is Fishman Island. Liu Xuan, you must leave quickly. We are ready to set sail. Nami's swift change in demeanor caught Liu Xuan off guard. It was astonishing how her feelings could shift so rapidly. Just moments ago, she was reluctant to see him go, yet now she urged him to leave. The intricacies of a woman's heart indeed remain elusive. Goku, Android 18, let us be on our way. As he gazed at the receding silhouette of the sunshine, Liu Xuan turned to Wukong and number 18 standing beside him and said, if you are reluctant to part with Nami, why not take her along? Observing Liu Xuan's reluctant gaze, the 18th approached gently, saying, one must inevitably endure certain disappointments. I cannot hinder her aspirations when she realizes her dreams. I shall naturally welcome her back to my side. Captain, where shall we go next? As for matters of the heart, Wukong had always been rather oblivious. Thus he paid little heed to such affairs. Wukong, you truly possess no emotional intelligence at all. Liu Xuan sighed in exasperation. Haven't you noticed that she is distressed? Captain, what is the matter? The bewildered Wukong inquired of the 18th. Nothing. We should take our leave, you fool. The 18th had no desire to expend energy explaining to Wukong. The emotional simpleton. Days later, at Cake Island, the atmosphere was festively adorned with preparations for a tea gathering. Hurry up and get everything ready. The guests this time are esteemed visitors of Mother, and we cannot afford any mishaps, lest Mother becomes enraged. Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and the Minister of Candy, was directing everyone in the arrangement of tables and utensils. His demeanor clearly indicated Mother's significant regard for this tea gathering. I've heard that Mother has invited many prominent figures to this tea party, he continued. Indeed. These individuals are among the most distinguished in the Dark Realm. The president of the World Economic News, Morgans, the deep-sea currents expert, Omid, the renowned undertaker, Dolag Piekro, the lone shark, Duffield, the queen of Happy Street, Stussy, and the storied merchant, Kyberson. Each of these individuals was a notable figure in the Dark Realm. However, they were not the most crucial guests. The true highlight of the event was the Pirate King without a crown, the captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. The formidable Liu Xuan. Even the highest rulers of the world government, the five elders, had been vanquished by him, making him arguably the most powerful individual in the world. Indeed, how splendid it would be to possess such formidable power. One mused. You might as well abandon such dreams. Given your abilities, you will never attain that kind of strength. Just focus on preparing for the tea gathering. Otherwise, if Mother loses her temper, no one will be able to save you. The fact that Liu Xuan was attending Big Mom's tea gathering had ceased to be a secret on Cake Island, transforming into the talk of the town among its residents. Chapter 184. Before the tea gathering, enough with your murmurs. Get to work on the preparations. Otherwise, brace yourselves for Mother's wrath. Seeing those individuals engaged in idle chatter, Perispero, the overseer, approached them and admonished them, causing the group to hastily resume their tasks, fearful of further reprimand. Brother, Mother summons you. Just as Perispero nodded in satisfaction, intending to inspect another area, a man approached him. This man, Owen, possessed fiery orange hair styled in a flame-like three-pronged shape, sported a beard, and appeared as a professional boxer, clad only in a cape and gloves, with orange trousers. Oh, it's you, Owen. What does Mother require of me? Perispero expressed surprise at the summons, pondering the multitude of tasks awaiting him. Perhaps she wishes to discuss the design of a building. As you know, our brother is the most skilled architect here. Owen, uncertain of the reason for the summons, merely speculated that it might pertain to construction. Never mind, I shall inquire with Mother myself. With Owen also unsure of the intent behind the summons, Perispero proceeded towards Mother's palace. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the palace and found her dining. He quietly inquired, Mother, may I ask why you called for me? Oh. Perispero, Pligia just relayed that apart from Liu Xuan of the Dragon Ball Pirates, the guests for the tea party have all arrived. I would like you to greet them. Ah, understood, Mother. I shall go at once. By the way, have we finalized the candidates for the alliance with Liu Xuan? His attendance at the tea party presents an excellent opportunity for us to forge alliances. In response, Mother, we have several candidates. Ultimately, it will depend on whom Liu Xuan favors. We cannot unilaterally decide on his potential partner, lest we provoke his ire. Indeed, Liu Xuan's power is formidable. Should he turn against us, we would stand no chance. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Perispero. I await your update. Do not disappoint me. Yes, Mother. I shall attend to it immediately. Perispero replied hastily, exiting the palace. Mother's presence is truly formidable. It is quite intimidating. Now, I shall head to the port. The waters surrounding Cake Island shimmered with vibrant fruit juices, creating a picturesque tableau reminiscent of a fairy tale. At the port, the chess soldiers crafted by Mother were stationed, resembling pieces from an international chess set, easily recognizable. Several colossal ships lay anchored, having brought guests to attend the tea party, congregating as they awaited the Charlotte family's reception. What an honor it is to receive an invitation to the tea party. The attendees are all prominent figures from various fields, remarked a pirate attending the tea party for the first time. Ha. I've heard that even the world's strongest man has been invited this time. We are merely here to make up the numbers, hardly significant, chuckled an elderly man. sipping from his wine gourd. He was none other than the king of the dark world storage industry, the elusive Gibson. Indeed, Liu Xuan is now the undisputed ruler of the world. Who would dare defy his will? The fact that he has been invited signals something monumental. I can hardly wait to report on this. Interjected an eagle-like figure, the president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans, known for publishing sensationalist news. Upon hearing that Liu Xuan would be attending the tea party, he had hastily abandoned his work to sail to Cake Island. It seems this invitation is intended to forge an alliance with Liu Xuan. The Dragon Ball pirates have become the strongest force in the world, untouchable even by the world government. If we can align ourselves with him, what is there to fear? Speculated a man dressed like a mob boss, known as the god of fortune, Duffeld. His conjecture was perilously close to the truth. Little Lingling truly knows how to strategize. If we can unite with Liu Xian's Dragon Ball pirates, who could possibly stand in her way? Mused Stussy, the queen of Sweet City, whose beauty rivaled Hancock's. Yet, her intellect was equally formidable. Publicly, she was the queen of the dark world, but secretly, she was a member of the world government's secret organization, Cipher Pole No. 0. A fact that had eluded discovery for many years. Ha ha ha, we could leverage this opportunity to befriend Liu Xuan. If we can present something that captures his interest. I cannot believe he would refuse, remarked Amit, the king of the sea trade, igniting a spark of enthusiasm among the gathered crowd. However, we know so little about Liu Xian's preferences. What could possibly entice him? Pondered the group, falling into a contemplative silence, realizing that as the world's strongest individual, he likely had access to everything he desired, leaving them at a loss. Fools, of course he has things he likes. Have you forgotten what he used to auction the Dragon Balls? Stussy remarked, shaking her head in exasperation at their ignorance. Indeed, how could we overlook that? Stussy, you are truly clever, befitting of the queen of Sweet City. I happen to have several devil fruits here. If we can align ourselves with Liu Xuan, offering a few devil fruits would be a small price to pay. In my possession, I also hold several devil fruits, and I believe many of you do as well. This time, let us not be stingy. With the patronage of the Demon King Liu Xuan, it is far more advantageous than the devil fruits themselves. I too possess some. One by one, everyone revealed their own devil fruits, and before long, a collection of over a dozen fruits was amassed. They're all rulers in various realms of the dark world, and a few devil fruits are easily within their reach. Well then, we shall designate a representative to present the devil fruits to Liu Xuan and convey our intent to foster a good relationship with him. Yes, we must select someone who will not be off-putting to him. I believe Stussy is quite suitable for this role. Her beauty is likely to be disarming, ensuring she can fulfill this important task. Indeed, we all feel reassured in trusting it to her. Now, since everyone has such confidence in me, I shall not betray that trust. Stussy, seeing that the task had been assigned to her, readily agreed, as she was already a member of the world government's Cipher Pole 0, with a mission from the 5 elders to establish rapport with Liu Xuan. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Once the arrangements were made, everyone placed the devil fruits aboard Stussy's ship and continued to await the arrival of Big Mom's people. Before long, Parasparrow arrived. Ha ha ha, welcome everyone to the tea party. On behalf of Mama, I extend my gratitude for your presence. Please follow me, he said, leading the way. Ha ha ha, every time I visit Cake Island, I am entranced by its beauty. It is truly a dreamlike paradise. Indeed, Parasparrow is the most remarkable artist and architect in the world. Under his supervision, Cake Island is bound to be magnificent. As the candy minister and the eldest son of Big Mom, Parasparrow's identity and status were of utmost importance. Flattering him would not cost them anything, and thus, the assembly was more than willing. Ha ha ha, Lord Gibson is quite the charmer. I merely strive to meet Mama's rigorous standards. The construction must be both aesthetically pleasing and grand, Parasparrow replied, though the pride in his eyes betrayed his humble words, prompting even more flattery from the crowd. By the way, I have heard that this tea party has also invited the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates, the Demon King himself. I wonder if that is true. Seeing Parasparrow in good spirits, the fortunate deity Duffeld seized the opportunity to inquire further, hoping to confirm whether Liu Xuan would indeed attend the tea party. Oh, Lord Duffeld, your information is truly impressive. You even know this. Yes, Mama has indeed invited Lord Liu Xuan to this tea party, and he has graciously accepted. However, he has yet to arrive, and I am uncertain of his arrival time, Parasparrow replied with a smile, clearly in high spirits. It is remarkable that even someone of Liu Xuan's stature could be invited. If it were me, I doubt he would even acknowledge my presence. Ha ha. You dare compare yourself to a Yonko of the New World? You are quite deluded, Gibson. Ha ha ha. Of course, I was merely making a metaphor. Do not take it so seriously. How could I ever dare to compare? Ha ha ha. Let us cease this banter. Little Lingling has likely been waiting for quite some time. We should hasten our pace. Indeed, we must not keep her waiting. Let us move swiftly. The group then hurriedly quickened their pace and soon arrived at the base of a cliff. Above them lay the venue for Mama's tea party. I shall construct an elevator for everyone. You can ascend via the candy elevator. After Parasparrow finished speaking, he waved his hands to utilize the powers of the candy fruit, manipulating candy to create a magnificent and grand elevator in mere moments. It was truly a masterpiece, so exquisite that one hesitated to step upon it. The entire structure was crafted from candy, simply astounding. As the crowd applauded, they were equally astonished. Such extraordinary control was indeed remarkable, indicating that Perospero had mastered his fruit's abilities to a profound extent. Chapter 186. The arrival of the Dragon Ball Pirates now. Everyone, please ascend quickly. This elevator will take us to the location where Mama has prepared the tea party, Perospero declared as he stepped aboard first. The others hurriedly followed him onto the elevator. As it ascended slowly, the entirety of Cake Island unfolded before their eyes. This was the heart of Cake Island, where every tea party was held. Indeed, Perospero's elevator moved with impressive speed, reaching a height of several hundred meters in less than a minute. The area spanned several kilometers, adorned with tables and chairs, and brimming with an array of desserts and beverages. In the center stood a colossal cake, a testament to Mama's adoration for sweets. As the group arrived at the venue, they spotted Mama seated in the center, indulging in desserts, surrounded by the three sweet commanders, and they quickly approached her. Mama, I have brought them here, Perospero announced. Luffy, it's a delight to accept your invitation to this tea party, Mama responded warmly. Indeed, we have prepared gifts for you. Please accept them, one of the commanders said, pointing to a nearby pile of treasure chests that resembled a small mountain. Thank you so much, everyone. I never expected to receive such an abundance of gifts. It brings me immense joy, Mama exclaimed, her demeanor reminiscent of a delighted child. This was her character, capricious and exceedingly willful. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters, Mama. We were concerned that you might not appreciate these gifts, another commander remarked. Of course I love them. The moment I open the treasure chests is when I feel the happiest. By the way, is everyone here? I am eager to commence the banquet, Mama suddenly inquired. Mama, we are only awaiting Liu Xuan from the Dragon Ball Pirates to begin, Perospero respectfully replied. Oh, Liu Xuan hasn't arrived yet? Wouldn't he dare to miss it? Would he? Mama's expression soured slightly. If Liu Xuan truly failed to show, it would be a significant embarrassment for her, and given her inability to confront him, she was left to swallow her pride. Mama, I believe Liu Xuan will come. After all, he is a true king of the seas now. Once he has promised to attend, he would not go back on his word, another one reassured her. Indeed, Mama, do not be upset. Liu Xuan will surely make an appearance, the crowd echoed, noticing Mama's displeasure. In truth, their worries were unfounded. Even if Liu Xuan did not arrive, Mama would not express discontent, for his strength was well known, and she was not his match. Thus, it would be foolish to provoke him. Enough of this, I am not angry. Please, everyone, take your seats, Mama said calmly, her demeanor almost startling the onlookers. It was exceedingly unusual for her to remain so composed. Was the sun rising from the west today? Though they thought this, they did not voice their sentiments and complied with Mama's request, settling into their respective places. Mama, shall we begin? After some time had passed without Liu Xuan's arrival, Perospero stood to speak. Let us wait a while longer. If Liu Xuan has not arrived in an hour, we shall commence the banquet. Mama replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking her head at Perospero's suggestion. Yes, Mama, Perospero acquiesced, returning to his seat. An hour slipped by swiftly. Yet Liu Xuan remained absent. Mama, her expression darkening, stood up. Mama, a pirate ship is sailing toward our island, flying the flag with 7 Dragon Balls. It appears to be the Dragon Ball Pirates. Just as Mama was about to announce the beginning of the banquet, a pawn from the chess game rushed in. The Dragon Ball Pirates have arrived, truly? Mama's complexion brightened, her spirits lifting. Indeed, it is the Dragon God ship of the Dragon Ball Pirates. Splendid. Let us go out to welcome Captain Liu Xuan, Mama declared excitedly, rising to head toward the port. Mama, allow me to greet Captain Liu Xuan. You should rest here, Perospero insisted. Seeing that Big Mom was about to personally welcome Liu Xuan, Perospero stood up and said, there's no need for that. I will accompany you. For Liu Xuan's current status surpasses that of a mere equal among the 4 emperors. My presence will convey my sincerity. Big Mom interrupted Perospero, leading the way to the candy elevator, and the others, recognizing the futility of resistance, followed suit. Upon arriving at the dock of Cake Island, Big Mom and her companions beheld Liu Xuan standing at the forefront of the Longshan ship, flanked by Goku and Android 18, with Krillin, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Gohan behind them. After sending Luffy and the others off to sea, Liu Xuan had instructed Rock to lead his pirate crew into the ocean, while he utilized instant transmission to return to his base, Longshan Island, alongside Goku and Android 18. When he informed the others of his intention to attend Big Mom's tea party, they all wished to accompany him. However, Liu Xuan could only take a few, leaving the rest to guard the base on the island. This led to a prolonged debate among Krillin and the others, culminating in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would join him, as they had faced numerous hardships to accompany Liu Xuan. Yamcha had complained about the matter for quite some time. Chapter 187. The respectful Big Mom look. It truly is the Dragon Ball Pirates. The one in the center is the newly appointed world's strongest man, the Demon King Liu Xuan, and that person seems to be Goku, the vice captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. Old Krillin has also arrived. There's the golden-haired warrior Gohan, who is said to be Goku's son. Who is that person? I don't think I've seen her before. Is she a newcomer? She is quite beautiful. The arrival of the Dragon Ball pirates sparked much discussion among the crowd, clearly establishing Liu Xuan as the main attraction of the gathering even before his arrival. As the ship docked, Liu Xuan and his companions disembarked one by one. Liu Xuan was the first to speak, asking, "I wonder what prompted your invitation to my attendance at this tea party. Are you perhaps seeking to regain face for your son, Cracker, and Katakuri?" Big Mom was momentarily taken aback by Liu Xuan's directness. Regain face? How could that be possible? Who would dare seek face from you? That would be courting death. She quickly stepped forward. No, those two brats have offended Captain Liu Xuan. They truly deserve to be punished. I apologize for their behavior. The reason I invited you here, Captain Liu Xuan, was merely to enjoy some desserts and tea together. I would never think of causing you trouble. The onlookers were astonished. Was this truly their mother? Could it be a doppelganger? Everyone knew Big Mom was notoriously headstrong and would never explain herself, let alone apologize. Mother actually apologized. This is simply unbelievable. There is nothing unbelievable about it. Mother has sensed Captain Liu Xuan's astonishing power, which is why she speaks to him in such a manner. Is he really that formidable? He appears to be an ordinary person, devoid of any aura befitting a four-emperor. Charlotte Daifuku, the third son of the Charlotte family, scoffed, "You fool. Do not judge someone's strength by their appearance. I once contemplated taking action against him, but the moment I glimpsed the future, I halted immediately." Katakuri reprimanded him. "Though I am ruthless toward outsiders, I am benevolent to my kin. I would not want my brother to underestimate an adversary and meet his demise." "Brother Katakuri, what did you see?" Daifuku pressed. Katakuri replied earnestly, "I saw myself being defeated with a single punch. No matter how I attacked, I would be vanquished in one blow. The despair of that realization was overwhelming, which is why I refrained from acting. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. It is unfathomable that such destructive power lies within that seemingly ordinary body." Gulp. Is he truly that terrifying? Even Brother Katakuri would be defeated in one strike? What manner of monster is he? Daifuku swallowed hard, relieved that Katakuri had warned him. Otherwise, he might have foolishly provoked Liu Xuan and met a grim fate. Liu Xuan remained oblivious to the murmurs below. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a shockwave in response. "I see. Then please lead the way." Upon hearing that Big Mom had merely invited him for desserts, Liu Xuan nodded, already discerning her intentions. It seemed Big Mom sought to form an alliance, which was not surprising, as his Dragon Ball pirates represented one of the world's most formidable forces, and Big Mom had a penchant for alliances, as evidenced by her attempts to ally with giants through her daughter in the original story. "Captain Liu Xuan, please." Big Mom gestured with her right hand, inviting him. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall graciously comply." Liu Xuan replied, stepping forward, with Big Mom following beside him to guide the way. The sight of Big Mom's respectful demeanor resembled that of a subordinate addressing a superior, leaving the stunned subordinates and friends in a state of disbelief. Is this truly the same headstrong Big Mom? Where has the capricious woman who would take lives at a whim gone? Unbeknownst to them, when Big Mom first laid eyes on Liu Xuan, she intended to confront him about his tardiness, but upon seeing him, her cold sweat began to flow. As a user of the soul fruit, she could perceive the immense power contained within Liu Xuan's seemingly diminutive form. She realized that a confrontation would likely result in her swift defeat, prompting her to change her tone immediately. After a few steps, noticing her children still frozen in place, Big Mom turned back and exclaimed, "What are you all doing standing there? Hurry up." "Ah, yes, Mother." The others, snapped back to reality by her call, quickly responded and followed, no longer daring to entertain any rebellious thoughts. With Mother behaving in such a manner, they could hardly afford to harbor any notions of defiance. In a short while, they arrived at the venue for the tea party. Under Big Mom's direction, everyone took their seats, with Liu Xuan assigned the main seat while Big Mom, as the host, sat beside him to introduce the attendees. "Captain Liu Xuan, my invitation to you today is not solely for the tea party. There is another matter. I believe you might have already guessed it. What are your thoughts?" Chapter 188. Liu Xuan's anger. "Oh, you mean forming an alliance?" Liu Xuan replied, having already discerned Big Mom's intentions. "Precisely. While our crew may not possess the strength of Captain Liu Xuan's Dragon Ball pirates, we are still among the top-tier forces. If we ally, ruling the world would be within our grasp. What do you think, Captain Liu Xuan?" Liu Xuan did not respond directly. Instead, he raised a cup of red tea and drank it in one gulp before looking at her. "Do you believe that my Dragon Ball pirates require assistance to dominate the world? For me, ruling the world is but a trivial endeavor. However, I have chosen not to pursue it. Do you know why?" "I am eager to learn," Big Mom replied, curiosity piqued. It was hard to fathom that someone would lack interest in world domination, and the onlookers, including Stussy, who had been invited by Big Mom, couldn't help but turn their attention toward Liu Xuan. Observing the curious gazes of the crowd, Liu Xuan scratched his head and said with a hint of resignation, "Of course. It's because that would be exceedingly dull. Just imagine, if you were to rule the world, you would be inundated with countless tasks awaiting your attention. I certainly do not wish to be overwhelmed. My current life is far more comfortable, carefree, and unencumbered." With that, Liu Xuan reclined in his chair, smiling at the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily. "You're rather lazy, aren't you? Even the prospect of world domination seems bothersome to you." Laughter erupted as they acknowledged Captain Liu Xuan's unique perspective. Indeed, this lifestyle is undeniably joyous, and Captain Liu Xuan, as the strongest in the world, possesses thoughts that diverge from the norm. For someone like Liu Xuan, the notion of ruling the world holds little meaning. Who would dare to provoke him? That would be tantamount to courting death. The words of Captain Liu Xuan are heeded without question, rendering the concept of domination moot. There is truly no need to seek out additional troubles. This, indeed, epitomizes the pinnacle of life. Let us raise a toast to Captain Liu Xuan. Although the crowd did not wholly agree with Liu Xuan's words, they nonetheless began to shower him with compliments, as if he had shared profound wisdom. While Liu Xuan did not overtly dismiss the elder, his implication was clear. I can rule the world myself. Why should I ally with you? The elder, rejected by Liu Xuan, appeared slightly displeased. Normally, her words were not met with refusal. She would see her desires fulfilled. Liu Xuan had directly challenged her, and one could only imagine her simmering anger, though she dared not express it, settling instead into a sullen silence. However, the elder's silence did not extend to her offspring. One of her sons suddenly stood and shouted at Liu Xuan, Liu Xuan, my mother has shown you respect by proposing an alliance, yet you dare to refuse her? Do you think we thieves are merely idle? The speaker was none other than the elder's fourth son, Charlotte Owen, a man with a fiery temperament, unwavering loyalty to his family, and a fierce dedication to his duties, even fighting on the front lines despite injuries. In the original narrative, Owen held steadfast faith in Katakuri and was incensed by Katakuri's defeat. He was protective of his sisters, yet he drew clear lines regarding right and wrong. While he adored his sisters, he could not forgive the betrayal of his brother. Owen's character led him to confront Liu Xuan directly, a reckless provocation. Oh no, this fool is challenging Liu Xuan. Upon hearing Owen's words, the crowd sensed impending disaster. Especially Katakuri, who could hardly believe his brother would audaciously scold Liu Xuan. Was this not a death wish? As anticipated, Liu Xuan's ire was ignited. It seems your son holds you in high regard. However, his boisterousness toward me may not bode well for him. Liu Xuan's words resonated with authority, his presence swelling with intensity, causing all present to collapse to the ground, rendered immobile by his overwhelming aura. Remarkably, despite the palpable pressure, the surrounding environment remained intact, showcasing Liu Xuan's extraordinary control over his own might. How can this be? I am utterly immobilized. Is this truly an aura? Merely a presence can constrict us to the point of breathlessness. If he were to strike, would we not be annihilated in an instant? The finesse required to exert such influence without damaging our surroundings is unparalleled. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? Truly terrifying. Everyone was affected. Even the elders stood frozen, barely able to move, let alone her son Owen, who had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Captain Liu Xuan, please do not take offense. Owen has a rather volatile temperament. He did not intend to insult you. As for the alliance, I merely offered a suggestion. If Captain Liu Xuan is unwilling, so be it. The elder, witnessing Liu Xuan's anger, quickly apologized, harboring resentment toward her son for his foolish provocation. Since it's come to this, I shall let it slide this time, but only this once. Should he err again, he must not blame me for my wrath. The tea gathering resumed. Observing the elder's plea for mercy, Liu Xuan snorted dismissively, retracting his imposing presence and returning to his chair to sip tea. Chapter 189, Charlotte Brule. Thank you, Captain Liu Xuan. Someone, take Owen away. Upon seeing Liu Xuan take a seat, the elderly lady let out a long sigh and remarked to the person beside her, indeed. Mother. Two guards approached and escorted Charlotte Owen away. Well, the matter has been resolved. Let us all resume our meal. Upon witnessing her subordinates escorting Irving away, the matron promptly resumed her announcement, instantly rekindling the lively chatter of the tea gathering. I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that Irving would audaciously confront you, esteemed sir. Rest assured, I shall administer a fitting reprimand shortly. After taking her seat, the matron, anxious to appease Liu Xuan, leaned in to express her desire to earn his favor. Liu Xuan merely nodded, dismissing the matter. It's nothing of great consequence, really. Since that is the case, I feel reassured. Truly, you exhibit remarkable magnanimity, Liu Xuan. In fact, I invited you here for another reason, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to broach. Noticing Liu Xuan's lack of irritation, the matron felt emboldened to continue. Upon hearing her words, Liu Xuan paused, intrigued. What is it? Please, speak plainly. Well, the matter is this. I have a daughter who has reached the age of marriage. She holds you, Liu Xuan, in high esteem and wonders if there might be an opportunity for a union. Upon her declaration, Liu Xuan chuckled. So, you wish for me to become your son-in-law? That would diminish your standing, would it not? Are you suggesting that Charlotte Lingling should regard me as her elder? Ah, I would never presume that. How could I dare consider myself your elder? If you are unwilling, then let it be. Fear not, I am not upset. However, the prospect of marrying your daughter is off the table. By the way, I have heard that among your daughters, there is one of the three-eyed clan. Is that true? To Liu Xuan's surprise, the matron confirmed, indeed, she is named Bulin, and she is over there. She gestured towards a distant table where a girl with 3 eyes was indulging in sweet treats. Remarkable. We have a member of the 3-eyed clan aboard our ship as well. His name is Tianjin Fan. Surely, you have heard of him? Perhaps your daughter would be well suited to marry him. Suddenly, Liu Xuan recalled that Tianjin had always been single, and it seemed fortuitous that he might find companionship with a fellow 3-eyed girl. Is that so? I do not believe I have seen him here. Upon hearing Liu Xuan mention Tianjin Fan, the matron began to scan the vicinity, hoping to spot him. No need to search. Tianjin Fan is with us. But I can fetch him right now. Liu Xuan then turned to the ever-hungry Wukong. Wukong, would you kindly bring Tianjin Fan over? Huh. Wukong, momentarily distracted from his feast, turned to Liu Xuan. Captain, what did you say? Upon observing Goku's demeanor, Liu Xuan shook his head in resignation. Please go to the base and bring Tianjin on over. Big Mom wishes to introduce her daughter to him as a potential wife. Is that true? That is wonderful news. Tian has been single for so many years. It's high time he found a partner. I shall go at once. After uttering these words, Goku vanished from sight using instant transmission. How did he just disappear? Is he perhaps a user of a devil fruit? Could it be a spatial fruit? Fool. The user of the spatial fruit is clearly the celestial dragon known as the empty star among the Gorosei. He hasn't perished yet. How could anyone else acquire such power? Could it be a branch of the fruit's ability? That is indeed a possibility. During the battle at Marineford, Goku had not utilized instant transmission, leaving those present unaware of his capabilities, prompting a flurry of speculation. In a flash, Goku reappeared, this time accompanied by Tien Shinhan, the very individual Liu Xuan had sent him to retrieve. Tien appeared bewildered as he surveyed the crowd. He has returned, and with another individual. He must truly be a user of spatial abilities. If he were to engage in assassination, who could possibly defend against such a threat? Indeed, it is quite terrifying. Is this the extent of the Dragon Ball Pirates' vice-captain's strength? Let us not be foolish. With such formidable power, he wouldn't even need to resort to assassination. One punch from him would be unbearable for anyone. And I have heard that Son Goku is a man of integrity, preferring direct confrontations over deceitful tactics. You need not worry. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Do not be naive. You are not worth the Dragon Ball Pirates' attention. Spare us your daydreams. While the crowd debated fervently, Tien had spotted Liu Xuan seated nearby and hurried over, saying, "Ah, Captain, you summoned me? That rascal Goku brought me here without uttering a word. It was quite infuriating. By the way, Captain, what do you need me for?" After a lengthy pause, Tien finally noticed Liu Xuan and the other's grim expressions, prompting him to inquire about his summons. Well, it's like this. A young lady from the Big Mom Pirates has reached the marrying age and wishes to ally with our Dragon Ball Pirates. However, she belongs to the 3-Eyed tribe, and I believe you are the most suitable match, so I asked Goku to bring you here to gauge your thoughts. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Tien's face turned crimson as he stammered, Captain, I haven't even considered marriage yet. Chapter 190, Tien's spring. Witnessing Tien's reaction, Liu Xuan found himself at a loss for words. With that expression, do you truly seem like someone who hasn't contemplated marriage? All right, Tien, perhaps you should first meet this young lady before making any decisions, Liu Xuan suggested, glancing toward Big Mom, who signaled to Broly in the distance. Engaged in conversation with others, Broly failed to hear Big Mom's call until Katakuri nudged her, saying, "Mother is beckoning you." "Oh, are you saying Mother is calling for me, Katakuri?" Broly asked, rising to her feet. "Yes, hurry over. It seems they are discussing your marriage. Mother has long desired an alliance with the Dragon Ball Pirates, and this opportunity is too good to pass up. Just be cautious. Even if you're not fond of the suitor, do not provoke them, for if you do, we too will meet our doom." "I understand, Katakuri. I want to anger them," Broly replied, making her way towards Liu Xuan and the others. "Lord Liu Xuan, Broly is approaching now," Big Mom remarked, her gaze fixed on Liu Xuan with an inquiring expression. Liu Xuan observed Broly as she approached, taking in her appearance. She resembled her depiction in the original work, with 3 round, ruby-colored eyes and wavy, light brown hair. Her petite frame was complemented by full lips that would often pout in displeasure, occasionally blushing and revealing a charming demeanor. In the original narrative, Sanji was utterly captivated by her imitative performances. "Mother, did you call for me?" Broly sweetly inquired as she reached Liu Xuan and Big Mom. Observing her demeanor, Liu Xuan discerned that it was merely a fade, although Brin was not inherently malevolent. Her childhood experiences of bullying compelled her to feign strength, using the tactic of tormenting others to shield herself from harm. In truth, she harbored profound insecurities. Viewing herself as nothing more than an unsightly monstrosity, she was also adept in the art of performance and imitation. In the original narrative, Brin managed to convince Luffy, Sanji, and others of her benevolence through her acting, successfully capturing Sanji's attention. However, Liu Xuan, well aware of her true nature, was not easily deceived. Nonetheless, he paid little heed to the matter and turned to the side to address Tenshinhan, saying, "Tenshinhan, this is Miss Brin. Do have a pleasant conversation with her." Tenshinhan, a genuine novice in matters of emotion, had already demonstrated this trait in the original Dragon Ball series. Despite Lan Chi's numerous declarations of affection towards him, He had never reciprocated, choosing instead to dedicate himself entirely to training in pursuit of Goku's prowess. Although Tenshinhan was reluctant to partake in an arranged meeting, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Liu Xuan's request. Is your name Tenshinhan? What an intriguing moniker, Brin remarked, initiating dialogue with him. Upon hearing someone speak to him, Tenshinhan turned, only to be met with the sight of a beautiful young woman. Are you addressing me? He inquired, bewildered. Ah, you are the one with 3 eyes, Tenshinhan. Brin exclaimed as she caught sight of his unique feature. In truth, Brin had been familiar with Tenshinhan for some time. When Liu Xuan had first set sail to establish the Dragon Ball Pirates and Tenshinhan had just received his bounty, Brin had taken notice of him, as it was the first time she had encountered another human with 3 eyes. Over the course of time, her admiration for him had grown in secret, and thus, she felt elated to finally meet him, especially in the context of their arranged encounter. Ah, you too have 3 eyes. Are there others like us? Tenshinhan asked, perplexed by her words. Indeed, it is I, Brin replied, lifting her bangs to reveal her own 3rd eye, leaving Tenshinhan momentarily speechless. I never imagined there would be another like me. I thought I was a mere aberration. Ever since I laid eyes on your bounty, I have followed your story closely. I cannot believe I am finally meeting you today, and that it is in the context of our arranged meeting. I am utterly overjoyed. Upon noticing Tianjin-fan's silence, Bulin continued, expressing her immense joy at unexpectedly encountering someone she admires. Oh, how swiftly the narrative has shifted. Tianjin-fan, why do you remain there in a daze? Shouldn't you hasten to respond? A girl has expressed her feelings so openly. What is there to hesitate about? Upon seeing Tianjin-fan remain frozen in place, Liu Xuan, unable to bear the sight, shouted at him loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. I. Tianjin-fan stammered, rendered speechless. However, a glance at his expression revealed that he bore no ill will towards the other party. Very well, I understand. Since it is so, I shall consent to their union. With so many witnesses present today, we shall conveniently hold their engagement ceremony. Is there any objection? Upon observing Tianjin-fan's demeanor, Liu Xuan readily acquiesced to his request, then turned to the nearby matron and said, of course, it is absolutely no trouble at all. To have the opportunity to unite with Lord Liu Xuan's Dragon Ball Pirates is indeed a tremendous honor. The matron joyfully responded, relieved that Liu Xuan had broached the subject of an alliance with the Dragon Ball Pirates, a matter she had been contemplating. Chapter 191, Untitled Haha. It seems Tianjin-fan is finally off the market. Who would have thought he would reach the day of matrimony? I wonder how Lan Chi will react upon hearing this. Indeed, it is quite amusing to recall how Tianjin-fan repeatedly declined her advances under the pretense of training, one remarked. Hey, you all should refrain from teasing Tianjin-fan. We ought to extend our congratulations on his engagement, Bulma interjected, addressing Krillin and Gohan. Yes, indeed. Bulma's words prompted immediate agreement from the two, who nodded fervently like sycophants in a wartime drama. Since their engagement is already decided, why not hold the ceremony today? Let us prepare for the engagement festivities. With the matter settled, Liu Xuan rose to speak to the matron. Is it wise to commence preparations now? It seems rather late. The afternoon has already progressed. Perhaps it would be more prudent to hold the engagement ceremony tomorrow instead. As the sun begins its descent, the evening sky takes on a deep hue, and Andy, feeling somewhat troubled, addresses Liu Xuan. It seems we are already late to prepare. Very well, Liu Xuan muses, tomorrow promises to be an extraordinary day. Tianjin-fan, you must prepare diligently tonight. Yukong, as seasoned individuals, it is your duty to impart your knowledge to Tianjin-fan. Otherwise, he may find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Upon hearing Annie's words, Liu Xuan contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to her suggestion. He then turned to Yukong and the others, stating, yes, Captain. We shall ensure that Tianjin-fan receives thorough guidance. You need not worry, Yukong affirmed, though it was Krillin who eagerly interjected, indeed, Captain. Rest assured. We shall handle this matter with utmost seriousness. My time has not been wasted. Master Roshi chimed in, adding, it's true, I have lived for countless years and, although I have never married, I have attended my fair share of weddings. I possess considerable experience in these matters, and I assure you, I will manage it well. Liu Xuan considered this and agreed. Then I entrust this task to you. Tomorrow, we must not bring shame upon the Dragon Ball Pirates. Captain, you may rest easy. Tomorrow you shall witness a transformed Tianjin-fan, Krillin proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. Indeed, with my experience at your service, you have nothing to fear, Captain. The matter of Tianjin-fan shall be entrusted to me. Seeing the crowd's unwavering confidence, I felt reassured and sat down to speak to Big Mom. The venue for tomorrow's engagement is entrusted to you. Please do not let me down. Captain Liu Xuan replied with a sense of trust, rest assured. The arrangements are in my capable hands. With my son Pelos involved, the engagement ceremony will undoubtedly be splendid. Let us eagerly await tomorrow's arrival, Captain Liu Xuan. After speaking, Big Mom rose and raised her glass towards Liu Xuan. Very well, I believe tomorrow will be filled with joy. Cheers. Liu Xuan lifted his glass and clinked it with Big Mom's. The alliance between the Dragon Ball Pirates and the thieves is a momentous event in the pirate world. Everyone gathered at the tea party was rendered speechless. Charlotte Lin Lin is one of the 4 emperors, formidable in both strength and influence. While Liu Xuan's Dragon Ball Pirates stand as the mightiest force in the world today, unparalleled. With two superpowers uniting, who could possibly stand against them? Everyone. Since such a joyous occasion awaits us tomorrow, let us raise our glasses to celebrate the union of Lin Lin's daughter Bryn and Dragon Ball Pirate member Chanjin Fan. Just as everyone was in awe, a voice shattered the silence, bringing them back to reality as they lifted their glasses to toast the couple. Oh, is that the Queen of Happy Street, Stussy? It is said that her beauty rivals that of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and today, her reputation proves true. Moreover, her cunning intellect is unparalleled, as evidenced by her swift response to join in our celebration. Upon hearing this voice, Liu Xuan turned to see its owner, the Queen of Happy Street, Stussy. Officially, she is known as the Queen, but in reality, she serves as an intelligence operative for the underworld. Liu Xuan could not help but admire her abilities. Thank you, Stussy, for your congratulations. I am delighted. I hope you will all attend my daughter's engagement ceremony tomorrow, Liu Xuan remarked. Big Mom, pleased with Stussy's blessing, responded, no problem, little Lin Lin. We will certainly be there. Time swiftly passed as everyone enjoyed the refreshments, and before long, the tea party concluded. The guests, guided by the pirates, proceeded to the rooms arranged by Big Mom for rest, leaving a few small-time pirates behind to clean up and prepare for the engagement ceremony. Who would have thought we thieves would truly ally with the Dragon Ball pirates? Today's events feel like a dream. Indeed. Witnessing Lord Owen being overwhelmed by Lord Liu Xuan's presence felt like a nightmare. I can hardly believe it was real. Absolutely, Lord Liu Xuan's power is truly terrifying. If only I possessed such strength. You should stop dreaming. Let us finish cleaning quickly. We still have to set up for the engagement ceremony. Hearing this, everyone promptly fell silent and began their work. Chapter 192. The following morning, Liu Xuan was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. It's quite noisy. Are they not sleeping? Unable to rest, Liu Xuan donned his clothes and stepped outside, where he encountered busy pirates everywhere. Hey, have you all risen already? Liu Xuan called out to a pawn who was sweeping the floor. The pawn, upon recognizing Liu Xuan, quickly greeted him. Good day, Lord Liu Xuan. The ladies are awake and having breakfast. How may I assist you? Liu Xuan thought for a moment and replied, it's nothing. Continue with your duties. After tidying himself up, Liu Xuan followed the pawn to the reception hall, where nearly all the pirates had gathered, including Goku, who appeared to have been there for quite some time, nearly finishing his breakfast. Captain, come over. The breakfast here is delightful. We ordered a portion for you. And it's just the right time to eat. Goku, with food in his mouth, spotted Liu Xuan and called out loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Liu Xuan felt embarrassed as the focus shifted to him. Goku, must you shout while eating? It's quite shameful. Can't you see everyone staring? Oops, sorry. The food is just too delicious. Captain, come sit with us. It's really good. Goku gulped down his food and urged Liu Xuan, displaying his carefree nature, unconcerned about others' opinions. Seeing his expression, Liu Xuan could only shake his head helplessly and sat beside him, picking up his chopsticks to indulge in breakfast. After finishing their meal, the group gathered at the beautifully arranged square, which had been meticulously decorated overnight, now transformed into a stunning sight. Exquisite delicacies and decorations adorned the area, with a towering cake several meters high standing majestically at the center, surrounded by countless pastries, creating an appearance akin to a sea of desserts. It was evident how much the elder lady cherished her sweets. Hey, is it only desserts you have here? Consuming solely these will become tiresome, Liu Xuan remarked. Upon hearing his words, everyone except for the Dragon Thief members stared at Liu Xuan in disbelief, as if he had committed an extraordinary act. Captain, why do they look so astonished? Wukong inquired, puzzled by the reactions of the crowd. How should I know? Liu Xuan replied, equally bewildered. Did I do something astonishing? It seems I merely inquired if there were other food options available. Is that really worthy of such a reaction? Hey, it appears the elder lady is about to erupt. Should we perhaps find a hiding place? Observing the elderly woman with wild hair, Charlotte Dafu nervously nudged Kakatali beside her. It was a well-known fact that the elderly lady had an insatiable fondness for desserts, a passion that surpassed ordinary expectations. Even a mere comment suggesting that a dessert was unpalatable could result in a severe consequence for the speaker. Liu Xuan not only dared to voice such criticism in front of her, but also requested alternatives. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely faced dire repercussions. Hey, this is madness. We should leave. One voiced in panic. What are you afraid of? Liu Xuan is here. Everything will be fine. Did you forget how she behaved in his presence yesterday? Another retorted. You fool. If she loses her composure, she won't take care that Liu Xuan is around. In her frenzy, she might cause havoc. While the Dragon Ball pirates would likely remain unharmed, we might not be so fortunate. We could easily get caught in the crossfire. Yes, let us make a swift exit. With that, the crowd began to disperse, but just then, well, since Captain Liu Xuan dislikes desserts, Kakatali, instruct the kitchen to prepare a different breakfast for him. Ah, yes, mother. Kakatali was initially taken aback but quickly dashed to the kitchen to relay the order. The fact that mother was not angry was astonishing. Last time, someone merely remarked that a dessert was unappetizing, and they were zapped by her Zeus-like fury. Today, however, she displayed no irritation whatsoever, truly remarkable. There's nothing strange about it. This only indicates Liu Xuan's overwhelming power. Even mother is reluctant to offend him. You all must exercise caution not to provoke Liu Xuan, or else Mother may be the first to take you down. Understood. Following this incident, everyone grasped Liu Xuan's esteemed position in the elderly woman's eyes and the formidable influence of the world's strongest power. Captain, now that Tianjin Fan is engaged, where shall we go? Krillin asked, wiping his mouth after finishing his meal, lowering his voice to Liu Xuan. After contemplating, Liu Xuan realized there were no preferable destinations. Absorbing devil fruit energy was now insufficient. Gathering some prestige seemed more beneficial. The Dragon Balls were likely available for use again. Perhaps it would be wise to collect them and host a martial arts tournament, with the prize being a wish upon the Dragon Balls, thus significantly enhancing our prestige. Chapter 193, The Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin, what do you think of the idea of hosting a world martial arts tournament? Liu Xuan quietly proposed. A martial arts tournament? Really? Krillin exclaimed, his voice rising in surprise, drawing the attention of those around them. Krillin, why are you shouting? Seriously? Someone reprimanded. My apologies. I got a bit too excited. But Captain, are you truly going to host a martial arts tournament? Of course. Liu Xuan's declaration thrilled not only Krillin but everyone from the Dragon Ball Pirates, as they were frequent participants in such events. However, others were puzzled by Krillin's outburst. What is this martial arts tournament? Did you hear what bald old Krillin just said? Yes, it seems to be about some kind of martial arts tournament. What are they talking about? I'm not quite sure, but if it piques the interest of the Dragon Ball Pirate Captain, it must be significant. It appears that the world is about to get lively again. Listening to the discussions, even the pirates were intrigued, including the elderly lady, Captain Liu Xuan. What exactly is this martial arts tournament you mentioned? Is it a gathering for martial artists to showcase their skills? Upon hearing her inquiry, Liu Xuan had a sudden inspiration. The martial arts tournament is a gathering where martial artists compete fairly to determine the strongest. I wish to organize a world-class event, named the Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament, to summon the finest fighters from around the globe. Would you be interested? Hosting such a tournament is no simple task. If it were solely organized by the Dragon Ball Pirates, it would consume too much time. However, with assistance from other pirate crews, the process could be expedited. Oh, I see. But isn't the strongest man you, Captain? There wouldn't be a need for a competition. I shall not compete. I am merely an organizer. My crew members, however, will participate. That would be acceptable. If Captain Xian were to compete, it would likely deter others from joining. That would be a waste of effort. Even so, my crew wouldn't join, as it is merely a title, Liu Xuan remarked. Do you have any other ideas? At that moment, Sparrow, seated beside the elderly lady, spoke up. As her advisor, he often provided counsel. Certainly, it is not merely a title. We plan to offer lavish prizes for this tournament, ensuring that they will come. Oh. What kind of trophies does Captain Liu Xuan have in mind? May we know? The elderly lady was curious about Liu Xuan's prizes. As the world's strongest, combined with his confident demeanor, it was clear that the rewards would be extraordinary. Of course, I have already dispatched Vegeta and the others to gather the Dragon Balls. The first to third place prizes will be wishes upon the Dragon Balls. As for the prizes for the top 8, I have prepared devil fruits, exquisite swords, and bountiful treasures. What do you think? Are these prizes sufficient to entice participants? Setting aside the wish opportunity from the Dragon Balls, the devil fruits and exquisite swords were coveted treasures. Of course, that sounds fantastic. Captain Liu Xuan's generosity is truly commendable. Even I cannot resist the urge to participate. Liu Xuan smiled subtly, expressing his intention to join, and in addition to inviting you, I plan to extend invitations to Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, along with the Navy. I envision that the Grand Assembly will be nothing short of spectacular, and I eagerly anticipate its arrival. This is, after all, the largest event in history, and no one would dare miss such a spectacle. I wonder how Captain Liu Xuan intends to organize this. First, there's the venue, and then it is imperative to notify the powerful individuals across the globe about this event. The dissemination of information should be relatively straightforward. With our chief inventor, Bulma, at hand, it is merely a matter of a few gestures. However, the challenge lies in finding a suitable location. If it were to be within my territory, I fear others might perceive it as a trap I have set, resulting in no attendance, rendering the event meaningless. Thus, I intend to select a neutral site, one devoid of any power influence. I hope there exists such a place. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Big Mom pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, I have thought of a location. It is free of any power dominance and is situated at the center of the world, making it easily accessible for people from all corners. Oh, such a place exists? How have I never heard of it? Most individuals are aware of it, but perhaps deem it insignificant, hence their reluctance to mention it. Nevertheless, it is teeming with formidable beasts, some of which could rival the vice admirals of the Navy. Rumor has it that a beast of admiral-level strength resides at the island's core, though I can only vouch for the hearsay. As for the beast of admiral strength, I'm not overly concerned. After all, she herself is a figure of the 4 emperors. Had it been of any consequence, she would have long since claimed the island for herself. Now, upon learning of Liu Xuan's desire to find a venue for the martial arts tournament, she considered it highly suitable and decided to inform him. Is that truly the case? If so, it is indeed a perfect choice. The beasts on the island could effectively eliminate the weaker participants, which would save me considerable effort. By the way, what is the name of this island and its location? Liu Xuan expressed great interest in the island Big Mom spoke of. If it were to serve as the venue for the tournament, the surrounding beasts could filter out those unworthy, making it a tremendous advantage. Additionally, its central location would allow swift access for people from all over the world, a true win-win situation. Of course it is true. How could I dare deceive Captain Liu Xuan? You may rest assured, the island is called Beast Island, and it is quite easy to inquire about. Very well. Then we shall designate that island as the venue for the martial arts tournament. After Tianjin Fan and Brin's engagement ceremony concludes, I will announce this to the world. Indeed. I wish Captain Liu Xuan great success. Big Mom exclaimed, raising her glass in a toast to Liu Xuan. Cheers. They both said in unison, downing their cups of red tea. The engagement ceremony of Tianjin Fan and Brin concluded swiftly, amidst the revelry of the crowd, marking the end of a delightful day. The following morning, Liu Xuan arrived at the location prepared by Big Mom, which was arranged to announce the upcoming martial arts tournament. Quite impressive. I never anticipated that my eldest son would possess such remarkable skills. Perhaps the world's most talented architects can only aspire to this level. Observing the exquisite arrangement around him, Liu Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the architectural prowess of Pelos, truly deserving of the title of the world's most formidable artist. The vibrant atmosphere was undoubtedly a source of joy for Pelos, especially receiving praise from Captain Liu Xuan. By the way, how does Captain Liu Xuan intend to announce the event? Naturally, he had a plan in mind. Upon finishing his thought, Liu Xuan produced a compact telephone bug from his pocket and placed it upon the table, its eyes fixated on both Liu Xuan and Big Mom. Isn't this a telephone bug? What makes it so special? We thieves have those too, Big Mom remarked. Liu Xuan glanced at her and explained. This is no ordinary telephone bug. It has been modified by our esteemed inventor, Bulma, from the Dragon Ball Pirates. Not only can it control the image bugs to directly broadcast the visuals from our location, but it is also impervious to any forced interruptions. This means that when I press this button, our activities will be forcibly transmitted across the globe. Impressive, isn't it? Oh, this device is truly remarkable. Capable of such extraordinary feats. Miss Bulma is indeed exceptional, Big Mom exclaimed. Ha, of course. As a scientist whose technological advancements are 500 years ahead of the world, Bulma's innovations are unparalleled. With the invention of this telephone bug by Miss Bulma, organizing the martial arts tournament has become significantly more effortless. Now, I shall connect to the image bugs around the world. Are you ready? Liu Xuan inquired. Absolutely ready. Captain Liu Xuan, you may proceed, Big Mom affirmed. Upon hearing her words, Liu Xuan pressed the green button on the telephone bug. Suddenly, its eyes emitted a radiant light, enveloping the two of them as it commenced its function. Concurrently, the image bugs worldwide sprang to life, displaying scenes from various corners of the globe, all focusing on Liu Xuan and Big Mom seated at the table. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was in the midst of a meeting, attended by all the admirals and vice-admirals. The image bugs showcased nations liberated by revolutionaries. And just as Sengoku passionately articulated the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army to the Navy's operations, the scene abruptly shifted to reveal Liu Xuan and Big Mom before the audience. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, who continued his fervent discourse on the urgent need to suppress the Revolutionary Army, the focus had shifted dramatically. What are your thoughts on this matter? He asked, unaware of the unfolding spectacle. As Sengoku observed, he did not notice that the image transmitted by the snail had already changed. Kapu could not help but remind him, Sengoku, are we really going to engage in battle with Liu Xuan? Upon hearing Kapu's words, Sengoku, who had just sipped his red tea, spat it out in surprise. What kind of joke is that, Kapu? Who said we were going to war with them? Then why are you displaying the image of Liu Xuan? Sengoku retorted, turning his head only to have his eyes nearly pop out in shock. Who did this? He bellowed at the crowd. We didn't do anything. It switched on its own. However, Akainu might have some insight into this, given his past conflicts with the Dragon Ball Pirates. Kapu shifted the focus onto Akainu, and everyone turned to look at him. Why are you all staring at me? I did not do that. Akainu shouted back, though he secretly desired to eliminate Liu Xuan. He was well aware that he was no match for him. Do you all have any sense? What on earth is happening? Hearing Akainu's words, the crowd began to feel puzzled. Akainu would never joke about such matters, which left them with little reason to doubt him. Just as their confusion deepened, Liu Xuan's voice emanated from the screen. Chapter 195, announcing the martial arts tournament. Good morning, everyone. I am Liu Xuan, captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. You must recognize the person next to me. Let us all say hello. After greeting the crowd, Liu Xuan turned to Big Mom and said, Mama, hello everyone. I am Charlotte Lin. How did those two end up together? The intelligence department is utterly useless. What are they doing? It seemed that the Navy snail had once again fallen under Liu Xuan's control, which was infuriating. Fool, is this really the time to discuss that? The fact that they have joined forces is what truly matters. While the Navy headquarters was busy speculating about Liu Xuan's motives for this alliance, elsewhere, the footage was also being received. At the Whitebeard Pirates banquet, someone exclaimed, Old man, look, The image snail has suddenly transmitted a scene of Liu Xuan with someone. They don't seem to know why they're together. The Whitebeard pirates were in the midst of a celebration, with the image snail placed beside Whitebeard. And Liu Xuan's appearance astonished the crew. Marco quickly reacted and said to Whitebeard, "There is no need to panic. We'll find out what they want soon enough. Just keep watching." It seems Liu Xuan is about to make a significant move. Meanwhile, on the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks welcomed Mihawk. "You arrived just in time. Our banquet has just begun. Come join us for a drink." Shanks considered Mihawk a good friend, as they had often sparred together in the past. However, after Shanks lost an arm, Mihawk ceased their duels, as he felt it would be taking advantage of a friend's misfortune. This made Shanks appreciate him even more. And he always invited Mihawk to join the festivities. "Mihawk, are you here for another banquet?" "I didn't come this time to drink," Mihawk replied. "Oh, then what brings you here? Are you here to challenge me to a duel?" Shanks inquired, intrigued. "Indeed. Ever since the Marineford War, I have felt my own insignificance. I do not wish to experience that sense of helplessness again. So upon returning, I trained rigorously to enhance my swordsmanship, but I have now hit a bottleneck. I came here to spar with you to break through this barrier." "Haha, very well. If that is the case, then let us battle," Shanks exclaimed heartily. Just as the two were about to depart for the seaside to duel, the image snail suddenly broadcast Liu Xuan's scene again. "Boss, it's Liu Xuan. Come look. We can discuss the battle later." Beckman, upon seeing the scene, called out to Shanks, saying, "Hawkeye, what do you think?" "Well, there's no need to rush. Let's first observe what Liu Xuan is up to." Meanwhile, powerful individuals from around the globe received a transmission of Liu Xuan's image. And a singular thought echoed in their minds. "It's this guy again. Greetings, everyone." The sole purpose of this connection via the image worms is to convey a message. Once I finish speaking, feel free to raise any queries you may have. This time, Bulma has upgraded my image worm, allowing all connected individuals to engage in dialogue. After introducing himself, Liu Xuan revealed his intentions. What does Liu Xuan intend to do? A rough voice interrupted, which Liu Xuan recognized as belonging to Sengoku. "Sengoku, there's no need to be so impatient. I am about to announce it," Liu Xuan began, but was cut off by another voice. "Cool. Sengoku is here too. It has truly been a while. Whitebeard, you are here as well. What on earth are you all planning?" "Ha ha ha, all of your esteemed elders. Are you hosting a banquet?" "Red-haired Shanks, you are present too." "Of course. Did you not hear? Captain Liu Xuan has already stated that he has connected everyone who has seen his image, which means anything said can be heard by all." "Hey, boss. Have you become smarter today? Is this a fake version of you?" Shanks' just was met with mocking laughter from Lucky Liu. "Brat, can you not show me some respect? Is this truly the red-haired Shanks, or does he seem rather unimpressive?" "Hey, don't speak nonsense. Do you wish to court disaster? He is one of the 4 emperors." Amidst the cacophony of voices, Liu Xuan felt a headache coming on. "Can you all wait until I finish before asking questions?" His shout finally silenced the chatter. "Ah, finally some peace. The purpose of my gathering you all is singular. In 2 months, on Beast Island, I will host an unprecedented martial arts tournament. Named the world's greatest martial arts tournament. You are all welcome to attend and compete. There are no age restrictions, nor limits on the number of participants. As long as you can reach the center of Beast Island from the outskirts, you qualify to join this tournament and vie for the title of the world's strongest. Is there even a need to compete? With Captain Liu Xuan in the running, how could anyone else claim the title of the world's strongest? Besides, it's merely a title. What is there to fight over?" Chapter 196, The Dread of Liu Xuan. "Indeed, it is just a hollow name. We wouldn't participate." They chimed in. However, Liu Xuan's words had just been spoken, and a tumult erupted among the lesser figures present. Those of stature, like Whitebeard, were well aware that Liu Xuan would not trivialize such a title. Predictably, Liu Xuan's next words confirmed their suspicions. "Everyone, please settle down. The ultimate victor will undoubtedly receive more than just a hollow title. This tournament is co-hosted by me, and the rewards will be substantial. Not only the first-place winner will receive a prize, we will also establish 8 reward slots for the top 8 participants, ensuring that no one is left disappointed. Here's the list of prizes. Please take a moment to review it." Upon finishing, Liu Xuan produced a prize list for all to see. First to third place, 1 wish opportunity from the Dragon Balls. Top 8, a supreme great knife, a natural type devil fruit, or 1 billion berries, choose one. Top 16, a great knife, a superhuman type devil fruit, or 500 million berries, choose one. Top 32, a swift knife, an animal type devil fruit, or 200 million berries, choose one. Have you all understood? This is the prize lineup for the tournament, and I hope everyone will eagerly participate. Upon witnessing the array of prizes, a fervent excitement surged across the globe. The rewards of this grand assembly are truly bountiful, not to mention the accolades bestowed upon the top 3 contenders. Even those ranked in the 30s are in possession of animal-type devil fruits. How could one possibly remain indifferent? In the original narrative, Don Quixote da Flamingo merely presented a single Logia-type flame fruit, yet it incited a frenzy among the masses. Now, with an abundance of devil fruits as prizes, coupled with the wish-granting opportunities of the Dragon Balls, whichever faction seizes these treasures will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in their power. It is inconceivable that any faction would willingly forsake such a momentous opportunity for growth. Liu Xuan, you rascal, how could you unveil such a plethora of prizes? What are your true intentions? Upon witnessing such enticing prizes, Sengoku felt a stir of excitement. However, a thought crossed his mind regarding Liu Xuan's potentially ulterior motives, prompting him to suppress his avarice and inquire. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Indeed, who would so generously offer such bountiful rewards merely for the sake of hosting an event? It seemed implausible. Liu Xuan, what is your true intention? Speak up. Otherwise, we shall not participate in this so-called Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed. With someone leading the charge, chaos erupted globally. Liu Xuan could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Silence. His commanding shout restored order among the crowd. It dawned upon the assembled individuals that they were not merely facing anyone. They stood before the mightiest being on the planet. No one dared to defy his words. And the realization that they might have offended him, risking retribution from his formidable crew, filled them with trepidation. Contemplating this, the assembly was gripped by a wave of apprehension. Ha ha ha. Captain Liu Xuan, please do not take offense. We were merely jesting, were we not, everyone? With someone offering an olive branch. Apologies began to flood in from every corner of the world. Indeed, Captain Liu Xuan, we were only joking. Who would dare to shun a martial arts tournament organized by you? If anyone were to do so, they need not worry you. For I shall immediately take care of them. Absolutely. It was Sengoku who suggested that as long as you, Captain Liu Xuan, give the command, we shall promptly obey your orders to assault the Navy headquarters. Let us storm the Navy headquarters and take down Sengoku. As one voice echoed the sentiment. A chorus of agreement followed, and in mere moments, a formidable force of hundreds of thousands rallied to confront Sengoku. Haha. Sengoku. It seems you have incited the wrath of the masses. As individuals from across the globe voiced their condemnation of Sengoku, Garp erupted into laughter, seemingly oblivious to Sengoku's evident irritation. Garp, you scoundrel. How can you find amusement at a time like this? Sengoku berated Garp before turning to the image snail. Addressing Captain Liu Xuan. Please, Captain Liu Xuan, do not take my curiosity amiss. If you prefer not to answer, I shall respect your wishes. Sengoku conceded. Realizing there was no point in further conflict, he was simply outmatched. Very well, since you are so eager to know my intentions, allow me to enlighten you. It is, after all, nothing of great consequence. Liu Xuan paused before continuing, this world is rather dull, and I merely wish to inject a modicum of enjoyment into it. Enriching people's lives. Is that not a worthy endeavor? Indeed, Captain Liu Xuan is absolutely correct. This world is excruciatingly mundane. Hosting this martial arts tournament not only provides a goal for the people to strive towards, but also fosters a greater understanding of martial arts. Captain Liu Xuan's vision is commendable, and our Whitebeard pirates shall certainly partake. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Whitebeard was the first to express his agreement. Haha, quite so. Such an entertaining affair would be incomplete without our red-haired pirates. We shall also participate. Following Whitebeard, Shanks voiced his support for Liu Xuan's martial arts tournament. Our 8 treasure navy will join as well, and our navy will certainly take part. Garp interjected before Sengoku could respond. Chapter 197, Departure from Cake Island. With the Navy's involvement, people worldwide ceased their hesitations and began to declare their intent to join the martial arts tournament. Observing the unanimous agreement, Liu Xuan nodded, stating, excellent. You shall not regret this decision. Now, I must outline the tournament rules, so please pay close attention. Rules of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. 1. To qualify, participants must traverse the outer perimeter of Beast Island alone and reach the central area. Note, no assistance is permitted, otherwise, the qualification is rendered void. 2. Killing is strictly prohibited. Violators will lose their qualification. 3. Attacks on an opponent's eyes or vital points are forbidden. 4. Falling outside the arena, surrendering, or being knocked down constitutes failure. The latter means being unable to rise within 10 seconds of falling. 5. Losing sight or being knocked away also results in disqualification. 6. Injured contestants will be transported to a nearby hospital for treatment. 7. Attacking spectators will result in disqualification. Those are the rules for this martial arts tournament. Please remember them. The tournament will commence in 50 days. Anyone who does not arrive by the day before will forfeit their qualification. Therefore, I urge all intending participants to arrive early to avoid any last-minute issues. That is all. Prepare yourselves, and I look forward to seeing you at the tournament. As Liu Xuan concluded, all the image snails went dark, cutting off the broadcast. So, will your pirate crew be participating? After announcing the martial arts tournament, Liu Xuan inquired of Big Mom, who stood nearby. Of course, if I can obtain a wish from the Dragon Balls, I could have an endless supply of sweets. She exclaimed. Indeed. With that settled, prepare yourselves. We must take our leave. Oh, Captain Liu Xuan, you're not coming with us? Naturally. I must first arrange matters on Beast Island. If everyone arrives before the venue is prepared, it would be quite the disaster for my Dragon Ball pirates. Then I shall not keep you, Captain Liu Xuan. Safe travels, and we shall meet again in a month. All right, Goku, number 18, let us depart. Liu Xuan called as he rose and headed towards the Dragon God ship by the sea. Coming, Captain. The crew responded. Captain, Must we leave right after Tianjin's engagement? Bulma asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. We need to prepare on Beast Island, and it will take over 10 days to get there. We must leave now to ensure we arrive on time. Besides, Bulma can join us. No one is separating them. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Bulma smiled brightly. That's splendid. I've always needed a third player for Mahjong, and with Brin joining, we have enough. After sharing the news with Brin, who was overjoyed at the prospect of joining the Dragon Ball Pirates, she rushed to hug Tianjin's arm, asking, Mom, can I really go with the Dragon Ball Pirates to Beast Island? Yes, you may, Big Mom confirmed, prompting Brin to express her delight. Now that everyone is present, let us set forth. As Liu Xuan and his party made their way to Beast Island, individuals across the world began preparing in response to the recent announcement. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sat at the head of the table, observing the lively discussions among his subordinates. What are your thoughts on the recent announcement? The only response came from Garp, who continued munching on snacks. Garp, you scoundrel. We are in a meeting. Cease your eating. Haha. Sengoku, do not be so irate. It is merely a martial arts tournament. We should participate. If we win, the spoils will only strengthen the Navy's influence. What is there to deliberate? Let us prepare to journey to Beast Island. With that, Garp popped another rice cracker into his mouth. Captain Garp is correct. Participation in the tournament would be advantageous for the Navy, Akiji supported, having been a disciple of Garp. Humph. I disagree. Liu Xuan is undoubtedly laying a trap, waiting for us to walk into it. The Navy would surely sustain heavy losses, and I oppose this venture. Akainu interjected. Having suffered greatly at the hands of the Dragon Ball Pirates, Akainu speaks wisely. Why should we follow Liu Xuan's whims? What dignity would remain for the Navy in enforcing justice at sea? A comrade of Akainu's echoed his sentiments. Akiji, if you are afraid, then go alone. Do not frighten the rest of us, Akainu retorted. Oh dear, are you two about to fight? How frightening. We are supposed to be allies. Can't you converse civilly? Kizaru interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. Chapter 198, Preparations of the Various Factions. Enough. I called for your suggestions. Not for you to bicker and tarnish the Navy's reputation. Sit down. Sengoku's authoritative tone proved effective, and the two adversaries fell silent, resuming their seats. As the two individuals took their seats, Sengoku cleared his throat and addressed Admiral Tsuru beside him. Tsuru, please share your thoughts. I believe we should indeed participate. Tsuru began, but before she could finish, Akainu abruptly stood and shouted, Admiral Tsuru, how can we, the Navy, bow to pirates? Akainu. Sit down and listen to Admiral Tsuru's perspective. Sengoku commanded. Do not interrupt her. Garp chimed in, both scolding Akainu in unison. Reluctantly, Akainu sat back down, frustrated. I believe we ought to attend. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to enhance our strength. If we refrain from participating, the pirates will have an increased chance of claiming the rewards, thereby strengthening their ranks while we remain stagnant. That would be troublesome, Tsuru articulated, elucidating the stakes to the assembly, dispelling their doubts. Admiral Tsuru is correct. We must participate in this gathering and secure greater rewards. With these prizes, our Navy's strength will significantly increase, greatly benefiting our future progress. Sengoku concurred, rising to express his agreement. I concur. I too concur. We all agree with Tsuru's analysis. The Navy personnel unanimously supported the decision. Even Akainu, who had previously opposed it, fell silent. Thus, it is decided. All vice admirals and above from the Navy headquarters shall participate in this convention. Understood, Marshal. Meanwhile, at the Whitebeard Pirates headquarters, the old man inquired. How many of us will participate in this martial arts tournament? Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, was the first to respond. This tournament will surely be unprecedentedly fierce. For those generous rewards, every faction will give their utmost. We cannot be the exception. I want all captain-level members to compete. Indeed, Father, we must secure a place in the top 3, so we can resurrect Sachi, who was killed by that scoundrel Teach. Ace had been haunted by Sachi's death and could not afford to miss this opportunity for resurrection. Rest assured, Ace, with Father here, we will surely obtain the chance to wish upon the Dragon Balls and bring Sachi back. Do not blame yourself any longer, Marco comforted Ace, who had always been under Marco's care, strengthening their bond. Seeing Ace's sorrow, Marco felt a deep concern, since Sachi's demise at the hands of Teach. Ace had been engulfed in guilt. This chance to alleviate Ace's burden brought Marco great joy. Precisely, Ace, do not worry. The first place is certainly ours. We only need to contend for the other positions. With so many rewards at stake, the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates will increase, and who will stand against us then? Diamond Jozu of the 3rd Division stepped forward to declare, Thank you all, I understand. However, I too wish to strive for a better position. Brothers, let us rally together. Shout out who we are. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain Shanks of the Red-Haired Pirates, we too shall participate in this martial arts tournament. If we secure a top 3 finish, your arm will surely be restored, and your strength will undoubtedly increase. Lucky Lu took a bite of meat and remarked to Shanks, Indeed. We will do everything in our power to clear the obstacles for you. All you need to do is confront those old monsters. Jesus Burgess brandished his gun and added, Do you think this tournament will be so simple? Let us not even mention Whitebeard and Garp. Sengoku and Big Mom are not easily dealt with. And the 5 elders are equally formidable. Securing a top 3 position will not be a walk in the park. Shanks, hearing their banter, replied with a hint of resignation. You are correct. These are merely the visible strong. Additionally, there are those who prefer to remain in the shadows. Just consider the likes of Dragon and the Red Count. Who knows how many more powerful individuals are concealed? Achieving a top 3 finish in this tournament will be exceedingly challenging. What of it? They are but a few outdated old men. We are not weaklings. We are the red-haired pirates. Exactly, Jesus Burgess. Regardless of who our adversaries may be, we shall not retreat, for we are the red-haired pirates. At the Revolutionary Army base, Dr. Vegapunk stated, are we, the Revolutionary Army, also going to participate in this martial arts tournament? Surely, it is unnecessary. Ivan, by participating and claiming victory in the martial arts tournament, we can obtain substantial rewards, allowing us to bolster our forces, which is beneficial for the growth of our Revolutionary Army. Uncle Dragon is considering this aspect, which is why he wishes to partake in this Dragon Ball Pirates Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Sabo interjected, standing beside Dragon to address Ivankov's concerns. Indeed, Sabo, even if we only retrieve a Logia-type devil fruit, it will be worthwhile. Moreover, we could gain even more. Mr. Dragon is right. Why concern ourselves with the details? As long as it benefits our Revolutionary Army, it is worth pursuing. My newly invented weapon can finally come into play. A diminutive man stepped forward, revealing himself as the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army Commander, Bello Betty, whose abilities remained a mystery. Judging by the contraption on his back, he appeared to be an inventor. Then it is decided. All cadres of the Revolutionary Army shall participate in this martial arts tournament. I agree. I concur. With Dragon's endorsement, the Revolutionary Army members all committed to participating in the martial arts tournament. Simultaneously, preparations for the tournament were underway across the globe, indicating that Liu Xuan's upcoming martial arts tournament would herald an unprecedented era in the pirate world. Days later, Liu Xuan and his companions arrived at Beast Island. Here we are at Beast Island. I can sense a plethora of formidable energies. While the strongest may only match a Navy Admiral, that is still remarkably powerful in this world. Captain, is this the location where we will host the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Feeling the fierce presence of beasts scattered across the island, Wukong expressed his awe. Indeed, this is quite suitable. I will first handle the Beast King residing in the center of the island. Shortly, we shall construct a venue for the martial arts tournament at the island's heart. Captain, allow me to take care of this minor task. Krillin interjected upon hearing Liu Xuan's intent to confront the Beast King. No need, Krillin. Please wait here for a moment. I will return shortly, Liu Xuan replied, exuding a white aura as he ascended into the air, soaring toward the island's center. Although the island was vast, Liu Xuan's speed enabled him to reach his destination in no time. It should be around here. I can already sense its presence. Here it is. Liu Xuan, upon finishing his words, abruptly turned around and was confronted by a colossal beast towering over 100 meters, its eyes larger than a table, fixated upon him. Astonished, he thought, I have never heard of the existence of a giant dragon from the world of One Piece. The only one I knew of was artificial and not particularly powerful. To encounter a genuine dragon here is indeed a stroke of luck. Perhaps I should tame it as my mount. It would surely be quite impressive. Let me check its attributes. Race: giant dragon type. Fire dragon name. Abilities: dragon breath, innate dragon might. A unique intimidation inherent to dragon's steel body. Dragons possess an exceptionally robust physique, harder than steel magic. Dragons have the innate ability to manipulate magical forces. Combat power: 799, 999 battle level. Peak Admiral affiliated force: none remarkable. It possesses the combat power of a Peak Admiral, just a step away from advancing to the 4 Emperors level. Indeed, such a mount would befit my current status. It is decided. You shall be mine. Hey, human, what are you babbling about? This is my territory, so be gone. The fire dragon could no longer contain itself and interrupted Liu Xuan. Wow, you can talk. That is simply astonishing. Although it was common knowledge that dragons could speak in his original world, witnessing it firsthand was still incredibly surprising. Roar. You insignificant creature, you have never seen the world. I am the king of fire dragons. How could the mere language of a human daunt me? Who are you to intrude upon my domain? The fire dragon retorted with disdain upon hearing Liu Xuan's astonished exclamation. I am Liu Xuan. As for my presence here, I initially found this island appealing for hosting a martial arts tournament and intended to claim it as my new territory. However, I did not expect to encounter you here. I happen to be in need of a mount, so I have decided you shall be it. No need to thank me for taking you in. It is merely a reflection of my benevolence. Roar. Do you seek death? How dare you suggest that I, the Dragon King, become your mount? Cease your grandiose claims. The Fire Dragon King opened its massive jaws and roared, releasing a foul stench that wafted into Liu Xuan's nostrils. Ugh, you wretched creature. Do not direct your mouth toward me. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Scoundrel, you dare to mock me. Prepare to meet your demise. The Fire Dragon, unable to endure Liu Xuan's taunts any longer, unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, the searing flames threatening to incinerate the entire forest. Oh. This clumsy dragon-s flames are quite intense. They must surpass the temperature of a Kainu-s magma. However, such flames are no match for me. Here I go. As he beheld the dragon's flame hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, Liu Xuan did not flinch. Instead, he gradually extended his right hand and forcefully waved it, sending the fiery breath back with a single motion. How is this possible? To repel my dragon's breath with bare hands, who exactly are you? Upon witnessing Liu Xuan effortlessly return his dragon breath, one could hardly believe their eyes. Was this fellow truly human? The flames, rather than being evaded, struck him directly. Yet he remained unharmed, for they were of his own making. How infuriating. It seems you possess some strength. I wonder if you can withstand my forthcoming assault, he declared, exuding confidence. Show me all your tricks. Let me ascertain whether you qualify to be my steed. You arrogant human. You shall come to regret this. I will squash you like the insect you are. With that, the creature extended its enormous claw, intending to crush Liu Xuan into a pulp. However, it grossly underestimated Liu Xuan's might. With a mere lift of his hand, he thwarted the dragoness advance, halting it in its tracks. Is this truly the extent of your strength? If so, defeat is inevitable for you. With a sudden surge of power, Liu Xuan sent the colossal claw flying. The overwhelming force emanating from the claw left the creature aghast, pondering if this human was a transformation of some ancient monstrosity. Who are you? A human cannot possess such strength. You must be an ancient sea king who has consumed the human fruit. How astute I am to have discerned your disguise so swiftly. The creature rambled on, oblivious to Liu Xuan's growing irritation. You insolent fiend. Who are you calling inhuman? Prepare to meet your demise. Liu Xuan's fury was no jest. He struck the towering beast with a single punch, sending it hurtling away, a spectacle both shocking and awe-inspiring. Am I truly devoid of any means to retaliate? Who among us is the true dragon here? Yet the conflict was far from over. Come back, Liu Xuan commanded, seizing the creature's tail and executing a shoulder throw, slamming it into the ground. Trees were shattered into splinters, and the earth trembled as if struck by an earthquake, creating a scene of sheer brutality. I surrender. Enough. I concede. I shall be your steed. Just as Liu Xuan prepared to continue his assault, the creature screamed in desperation, capitulating to Liu Xuan's demands. It felt utterly wronged, having merely sought sustenance within its territory, only to fall prey to such a formidable human. Initially hoping to intimidate Liu Xuan, it found itself thoroughly overpowered. Have humans truly become this fearsome? My heart is heavy with sorrow. To Liu Xuan's surprise, the creature yielded so swiftly. He had barely begun to enjoy the skirmish. How disappointing. Let us engage once more, he muttered, releasing the dragon's tail. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's intent for another round, the creature prostrated before him, pleading, Please, master. My body cannot withstand such torment. Spare me. Before Liu Xuan stood a creature, weeping like a young girl. His expression was one of exasperation as he implored, Please, speak to me properly. Could you possibly shrink a bit? It's quite a strain to look at you like this. Of course, my master, the creature replied, transforming into a charming, 1-meter-tall crimson dragon, exuding an adorable aura. Is this size satisfactory? Quite so, let it remain as such. By the way, as the mightiest beast king of Beast Island, are you capable of commanding the other ferocious beasts inhabiting this island? If I must deal with all of them myself, it would consume an inordinate amount of time. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's inquiry, the dragon immediately donned a smug expression. Absolutely. My master, I assure you, the entire island is filled with my subordinates. They would not dare disobey my commands. Excellent. In that case, notify them that whenever outsiders arrive, they are to treat them with utmost hospitality, but do not take any lives. If they cannot handle them, simply allow them to enter. Why is that, my master? Please refrain from calling me master. It sounds rather peculiar. Just address me as boss. The reason is that I, your boss, wish to host a world-class martial arts tournament. All those who come here shall be participants, but inevitably, there will be some imposters among them. Utilize your subordinates to eliminate those charlatans. Oh, boss, you are truly brilliant. How could I have doubted your intellect? Are you praising me or yourself? Liu Xuan chuckled. Ha ha ha, boss, don't sweat the small details. Complimenting me is tantamount to complimenting yourself. Enough with the flattery. Get to work, and while you're at it, bring back my crew, the pirates aboard that ship adorned with 7 jewels. Right away, boss. With that, the dragon soared into the sky, reverting to its original form. It let out a thunderous roar, and an air of majesty enveloped the surroundings. Liu Xuan realized this was the dragon's might, likely meant to communicate its orders to its subordinates. After a series of incomprehensible roars, the dragon flew towards the shore, soon vanishing from Liu Xuan's sight. When it returned, several individuals accompanied it, Ryukong and others who had been guarding the ship. With a resounding crash, it landed gracefully on the ground. Captain, did you tame this colossal dragon? Riding it looks incredibly impressive. Foolish bald head, you are the real big oaf. I am the esteemed Fire Dragon King. Remember that. Kellen's words incited dissatisfaction, prompting the dragon to roar fiercely, tossing everyone aside. In astonishment, they watched as it shrank to a mere 1 meter in size. Chapter 201. Constructing the venue well. It can shrink to such a size. How remarkable. What is so surprising about it? Truly a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, he proudly declared, Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hasten to construct the venue. The participants of the martial arts tournament shall soon arrive. Goku, you are to fetch the remaining members of the Dragon Ball Pirates, while the others commence the construction of the arena. It should resemble the grand martial arts tournaments from your world, albeit on a larger scale. For this realm cannot withstand any trivialities. Observing the crowd engaging in their antics, Liu Xuan could not help but urge everyone to get to work. With Goku's instantaneous movement, it took but a fleeting moment to transport Vegeta and the others from Dragon God Island. "Captain, I have brought them all here. Please assign any tasks you deem necessary," Goku said as he approached Liu Xuan, gesturing towards the group behind him. "Captain, it has been quite some time." Upon seeing Liu Xuan, everyone hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. The purpose of gathering everyone this time was to undertake a significant task. The venue for the martial arts tournament had been determined, located at the central part of this island. Your mission is to construct a venue identical to that of the Dragon Ball world, albeit on a much larger scale, with significantly enhanced structural integrity to prevent potential destruction. Now, let us commence our work. Captain, this is quite simple. My fruit ability allows me to manipulate the earth. I shall take charge of the construction, Peter declared. As the possessor of the Earth Bull Devil Fruit, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for erecting the buildings. Liu Xuan nodded, entrusting the task to him. "Once Peter has completed the venue, I will enhance its durability, ensuring it cannot be easily damaged," said Tian Tian. As a magical Namekian, he possessed various extraordinary spells that could amplify the hardness of structures manyfold, guaranteeing their resilience. Indeed, Tian Tian's magic is remarkable. The items we used in our home were all enchanted by him, otherwise they would have been utterly useless. Thanks to Tian Tian, we saved a substantial amount of money. Otherwise, we would surely have faced our mother's wrath. Gohan's words caused Goku to feel a bit sheepish. Recalling the times he had been harshly reprimanded by Chi-Chi, it was indeed a source of trepidation upon reflection. "All right, Bulma. Please deliver the construction blueprints to Peter so he can complete the various buildings. Then, let Tian Tian employ his magic. The rest of you assist those two and commence the construction." "Understood." Everyone chorused in unison. "By the way, Bulma, once the venue is ready, ensure that surveillance bugs are installed throughout the site. I intend to broadcast this tournament's proceedings worldwide, which will undoubtedly garner immense prestige." "How clever of me, ha ha ha. I understand, Captain. You can count on me. This tournament will surely astonish the entire world." That puts my mind at ease. Android 18. Let us head back to the ship for a moment, and we'll return once the venue is completed. Liu Xuan organized his tasks and announced the commencement of work, while he himself embraced Android 18 and returned to the Dragon God ship. "The captain is truly infuriating, leaving us here to toil while he goes off to have fun," someone grumbled. As Liu Xuan's figure receded into the distance, Klin lamented. "All right, Klin, let us get to work." With Peter and Tian Tian around, "It won't be long before we complete this," Yamcha said, wrapping an arm around Klin and pulling him away from the spot. With Peter's devil fruit abilities lending assistance, and supplemented by Tiantian's magic, magnificent edifices rose swiftly. "How astonishing. Peter, your devil fruit ability is truly remarkable. A building can be completed in just over a minute. Combined with Tiantian's magic, it is nothing short of seamless. If you two were to establish a construction team on Earth, you would undoubtedly amass a fortune." Clint expressed his admiration for Peter's abilities, pondering the lucrative prospects they afforded. "Wouldn't you fancy having a devil fruit power as well? Perhaps the captain could procure one for you. So you need not envy me," Peter suggested. Clint vehemently shook his head at the notion. "What a jest. Consuming a devil fruit means forfeiting the ability to swim. How then could I relish the sight of those lovely ladies at the beach? Such robust and aesthetically pleasing structures are bound to become immensely popular, and the best part is that they require no capital investment. It's essentially a risk-free venture." Yamcha chimed in with praise. "Enough flattery, you two. You are making me blush. The venue is complete, and I shall report to the captain now. You may continue your conversation here." Amidst the lively chatter, Bulma addressed the gathering before seeking out Liu Xuan. "Captain, the venue has been completed. Would you care to take a look?" Upon arriving at the Dragon God ship, she found Liu Xuan regaling number 18 with jokes, eliciting delightful laughter from her. Only upon noticing Bulma's arrival did number 18 hastily compose herself. Have they truly finished constructing the venue so swiftly? I must admit, I underestimated Peter and Tiantian's capabilities. Have I interrupted your revelry, Captain? Indeed, you have. Your timing is rather unfortunate. Just moments ago, number 18 had consented to a kiss, and then you appeared to spoil the moment. Liu Xuan's candid remarks caused number 18 to blush furiously, while Bulma shook her head in exasperation. "Please, don't be so blunt. How am I supposed to respond to that? Just a jest, Bulma. Please don't take it to heart. Now, do enlighten me about the newly constructed venue." Upon noticing the expressions of Bulma and the others, Liu Xuan chuckled and remarked, "Honestly, Captain, could you not be so frivolous? Look at number 18. She's almost too shy to lift her head. Number 18, there's no need to be embarrassed. After all, we're practically an old married couple. What do you have to be shy about? Who are you calling an old married couple? How shameless." Number 18 retorted, pinching Liu Xuan's waist, causing him to wince in pain. "You two have such a good rapport. If only Vegeta could be more like you. He lacks any sense of romance and is solely focused on training, which is utterly boring. Ha ha ha, Vegeta is simply that kind of person. You shouldn't hold it against him. Deep down, he cares for you. He just struggles to articulate it. All right, let's not dwell on that. This is the venue we've constructed. Captain, Take a look. After finishing her sentence, Bulma produced an imaging bug and pressed a button, projecting a three-dimensional layout of the venue before Liu Xuan. Oh, it looks splendid. Your technology is quite impressive. If you were in the previous world, your construction team would surely strike it rich. Of course, with my design. And the assistance of Peter and Tion, how could it not be extraordinary? Let me explain the functions of each building. Bulma proudly detailed the architectural styles and functions she had designed, which were indeed comprehensive. To accommodate the upcoming conference, she had constructed 4 activity zones. The central area featured a competition stage, approximately the size of a football field, crafted entirely from the hardest granite, enhanced by Tion's magic, making it as hard as diamond, thus impervious to damage. 500 meters from the stage lay the audience seating, capable of accommodating over 50,000 individuals. The second area was designed with numerous dining facilities, strategically placed near the competition venue, sufficient to serve hundreds of thousands, with food sourced from the Dragon Ball pirates, ensuring an ample supply. The third area boasted various entertainment facilities, including playgrounds for children, taverns, and casinos, creating a well-rounded experience. Lastly, the fourth area encircled the entire conference site with accommodations for tens of thousands. Well, Captain, what do you think of my design? Bulma concluded her presentation with pride. Haha. Splendid. Now, as for the attendees, Bulma, please distribute your imaging bugs throughout the forest. This way, we can observe the events from here, Liu Xuan instructed. The imaging bugs, enhanced by Bulma with various functions, could fly, become invisible, and follow competitors, ensuring no cheating occurred. Yes, Captain, I will do so immediately. With that, Bulma exited the room, leaving Liu Xuan and number 18 to continue their affectionate conversation. Time flew by, and soon over 10 days had passed, leaving Liu Xuan feeling quite bored. However, today marked the arrival of the first contestant, allowing him to endure the monotony. At that moment, Liu Xuan sat beside the imaging bug, watching as the contestant entered the forest. To qualify for the competition, they must traverse from the forest outskirts to the conference venue, a rule Liu Xuan had established. The contestant, named Boskov, was a Zoan-type user with the ability to transform into an ant, boasting immense strength and mastery of armament and observation hockey, rivaling that of an elite vice-admiral. He was currently engaged in battle with a giant bear of similar strength, gaining the upper hand and likely to defeat his opponent soon to secure his qualification. It seems this world harbors many hidden strong individuals. This is merely a frontliner with the power of an elite vice-admiral. I can only imagine the combat prowess of those at the Admiral or Yonko level. Hosting this conference was indeed a wise decision. Indeed, Captain, if you hadn't barred us from participating, I would have eagerly joined the competition, Goku remarked, unable to contain his desire for battle as he watched Boskov struggle against the giant bear. Goku, your strength surpasses theirs. If you all join the competition, what chance would the participants stand? So, exercise some restraint. Just then, Boskov defeated the giant bear and arrived at the registration point. Excuse me, sir. Could you please register me? Boskov, having expended considerable energy in his battle, spoke with a hint of fatigue. Ah, young man, you are the first to register. Not bad at all. What is your name? The registrar, a member of the Dragon Ball pirate subsidiary crew, noted Boskov's age and assigned him a more relaxed role. I am Boskov, 25 years old. Although the registrar appeared weak, Boskov did not underestimate him, recognizing his affiliation with the Dragon Ball pirates. Here is your identification tag. You may proceed to the service room over there to arrange your accommodation. Thank you, sir. Gratefully accepting the tag, Boskov hurried toward the indicated service room. Chapter 203, Summoning the Host. Hello, I am here to participate in the martial arts tournament. Here is my identification tag. Upon entering the service room, Boskov handed his tag to the staff member and politely announced his arrival. Oh, your identification tag is in order. Please follow me. After glancing at the number tag, the staff member escorted him to the dormitory building. This is your residence. Should you feel hungry, please proceed to the dining area in Zone 2. There is also an entertainment area for you to explore if boredom strikes. The competition is still 11 days away, so kindly be patient here. This is a map of the venue. If you wish to go anywhere, please follow the map. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Thank you. I am fine, Boskov replied politely as he accepted the map. I wish you a pleasant stay here. Farewell. With that, the staff member exited. This place is astonishingly luxurious. It feels like paradise. The accommodations of the venue were decorated in the style of opulent suites from the Dragon Ball universe. After all, it didn't cost him anything. Many items were conjured through magic daily, while some were things that even the pirate world had never seen. Boskov felt as though he were a country bumpkin wandering through a grand estate, touching this and that, completely in awe. The Dragon Ball pirates were indeed affluent. It would be wonderful to join their ranks. As this thought crossed his mind, Boskov became resolute to perform admirably in the martial arts tournament, confident that it would lead him to the Dragon Ball pirates. As time passed, more than 20 days flew by, and the participants for the martial arts tournament had nearly all arrived. A total of 128 contenders had qualified, with the majority being from the Navy, while other factions had only a handful of representatives, including the Whitebeard pirates, which had merely 5 members. Captain, here is the list of participants. There are individuals from all over the world. Do you see any issues? In a lavish hall, Liu Xuan sat on a sofa sipping tea as Bulma presented the list to him. Liu Xuan perused the document and, finding no discrepancies, returned it to Bulma. Since there are no issues, the competition shall commence tomorrow. By the way, have Luffy and the others arrived yet? Liu Xuan took great care of his disciples, especially considering the bountiful prizes at stake. You mean Luffy and his crew? They arrived yesterday and are currently enjoying themselves in the entertainment area. Captain, you know their personalities well. Indeed, given Luffy's nature, they would not miss out on any fun. Let them be. How many spectators have arrived for the competition? Oh, there are already over 100,000 visitors from across the globe. They are spending vast sums of berries daily. In just these few days, we have accumulated profits in the billions of berries. I estimate that during the competition days, this number will multiply several times over. It's almost akin to a heist. Who among those attending the competition isn't fabulously wealthy? If not them, who else shall we profit from? Very well, Bulma, please make the necessary preparations. The competition begins tomorrow, and we must not overlook anything. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Captain. Bulma bid her farewell and exited, leaving Liu Xuan alone to enjoy his tea. After such a long wait, it is finally about to commence. Yet, something seems amiss. We seem to lack a host. System, how much energy is required to summon the host from Dragon Ball? A successful martial arts tournament necessitates an excellent host to elevate the atmosphere. The host from the Dragon Ball series has woven through the narrative of the entire universe, making him a fitting choice. The Dragon Ball host is classified as a 1-star character. Summoning him requires 1,000 energy points, but as this is a designated summoning, it will need 2,000 energy points. Would the host like to summon this character? Summon. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Dragon Ball host card. Please accept it. As the system's voice faded, Liu Xuan found a 1-star character card in his hand. Race, human name, Pulley's ability, professional host combat power, 2 combat level, ordinary person affiliated faction, Dragon Ball Pirates commence the summoning of the host. After reviewing the attributes, Liu Xuan tossed the card in his hand onto the ground. A flash of light enveloped the space, and before him stood a host clad in a black suit, adorned with dark sunglasses and holding a black microphone. Greetings, Captain. I am capable of managing any hosting task you require. Hello. I entrust you with the responsibility of tomorrow's martial arts tournament. I hope you can deliver a satisfactory outcome. Rest assured, Captain, I will ensure your satisfaction at tomorrow's event. As an exceptional host, he possessed this confidence without a doubt. Excellent. From now on, you shall serve as the dedicated host for our martial arts tournament. Please prepare yourself, as the event is imminent, and I too must make my preparations. Understood, Captain. I shall take my leave. Go ahead. With Liu Xuan's affirmation, Pulleys opened the door and departed. With all matters attended to, what remained was the anticipation of the arrival of tomorrow. Observing him depart, Liu Xuan uttered a reflective remark. Chapter 204, Choosing Opponents. As the sun rose anew, the long-awaited day had finally arrived. Boom, boom, boom. With the resounding blast of fireworks, the entire competition area was filled with spectators eager to witness the event. The host ascended the arena, welcoming everyone who had traveled from afar to partake in the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, organized by our illustrious Dragon Pearl Pirate Captain Liu Xuan. The competition is about to commence. Now, let us invite our participants to take the stage. As the host's words echoed, all contestants stepped forward, over 100 competitors surrounding him. Well, look, isn't that Whitebeard? I never imagined he would also join the martial arts tournament. It's truly astonishing. And there's Shanks, the red-haired, and the Fleet Admiral Sengoku as well. Is that the Red Count, Redfield? What a spectacle. It seems the world's prominent figures have gathered here. Needless to say, under the auspices of the world's strongest man, the Demon King Liu Xuan, they would certainly pay their respects, especially with such extraordinary prizes at stake. Who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed, if my own strength weren't so lacking, I would undoubtedly participate as well. Well, isn't that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? Even the revolutionaries can't resist the allure of this event. And Blackbeard Teach is here too. Isn't he afraid of being struck down by Whitebeard? How could that be? Here, Captain Liu Xuan has issued a strict decree against private duels. Any grievances must be resolved off the island. Who would dare to defy that? Oh, I see. No wonder they haven't clashed yet. Captain Liu Xuan's deterrent power is indeed formidable, managing to keep such formidable foes at bay. As soon as the contestants appeared, the audience buzzed with excitement. The caliber of this martial arts tournament was exceptionally high, with each participant being a top-tier master capable of dominating any region on their own. Now, let us welcome our host, the captain of the Dragon Pearl Pirates, Liu Xuan, and of course, all the esteemed members. As the time drew near, Prillies waved his right hand, and Liu Xuan emerged from a special passageway, accompanied by the main members of the Dragon Ball Pirates. It was the Demon King Liu Xuan. The excitement was palpable. No one expected to see Liu Xuan in person. Indeed, Liu Xuan had always been a figure of legend, and to witness him at the Grand Assembly was truly astonishing. Why are you all so excited? This martial arts is organized by Liu, so his appearance is nothing out of the ordinary, someone remarked. Enough chatter, let us focus on the competition, for this is the most captivating event in the world. And missing it would be a grave error. Indeed, observing the upcoming matches was of utmost importance. The arrival of Liu Xuan and his companions elevated the event to new heights. Liu Xuan approached the podium, grasped the microphone, and began his address. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for participating in this grand martial arts. This event has gathered formidable warriors from across the globe. It can be said that the strongest individuals in the world are assembled here. The battles that will unfold are bound to be extraordinary, so please stay tuned. Now, I invite our host, Prillies, to announce the next segment. As Liu Xuan concluded his speech, thunderous applause erupted, for few dared to disregard Liu Xuan's presence. Please, everyone, settle down, Prillies urged as he stepped onto the stage. With a gesture, he gradually silenced the clamor. Thank you for your cooperation. We will now proceed to the draw. In the box to my left, there are a total of 128 balls, each representing one of the 128 contestants. Contestants, please come forward in order to draw your opponents. The chosen contestants will not draw again. Now, let us welcome our first contestant, Boskov. As Prillies finished speaking, Boskov approached the stage. Hello, host. Greetings. Please select a ball from the box. It will determine your first opponent. Very well. Upon hearing Prillies' instruction, Boskov extracted a ball marked with the number 28. Boskov's opponent has been revealed, the notorious pirate from the North Sea, with a bounty of 300 million berries, known as the Night Phantom, Blah. Next, a towering figure of 4 to 5 meters in height stepped forward. Oh, this contestant hails from the New World, a bounty hunter named Legas, who once captured a pirate with a bounty of 280 million berries. His strength is formidable. Legas approached the box and drew a ball marked 73. His opponent is none other than Diamond George, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. It seems Legas may be in peril. As more contestants took the stage, everyone found their opponents. The most entertaining moment arose when several contestants drew familiar adversaries, notably Akainu, who drew Carp, seemingly doomed from the start. Now that all contestants have their opponents, let us commence the first match. Please welcome our fighters, Boskov and Bois. Chapter 205, Boskov vs. Bois. With the sound of a gong, the first match officially began as Boskov and Bois ascended the ring. Both contestants are now in the arena. A reminder, no attacks to vital areas and no killing. Violations will result in disqualification. Let the match commence. Prillies hastily exited the ring, aware that he was merely an ordinary human unable to withstand the aftermath of their battle. Hello, I am Boskov, a Zoan-type user of the ant fruit. No matter who you are, I shall prevail over you. As the battle commenced, Boskov revealed his abilities to his opponent. Oh, I didn't expect you to disclose your powers so readily. Are you surrendering? Or do you simply underestimate me? This is quite astonishing, Bois retorted. Enough boasting. The outcome is yet to be determined. And do not presume you are the only one with abilities. Bois responded indignantly. Very well, let us await the outcome. Both fighters fell silent, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. It appears the duel is about to commence. Who shall emerge victorious? Let us keep our eyes wide open in anticipation. As the host's words faded, both fighters charged at one another, their fists colliding with a thunderous crash, forcing them both back several meters to the ground. Remarkably, the strength of Boskov and Bois is evenly matched. In such a contest, it will come down to their combat techniques to see who prevails, the commentator noted. Your strength is commendable. It seems this battle will require effort. However, I must disagree with the host. I was merely using 80 of my strength. This is hardly a fair match, Bois remarked coldly, scrutinizing his opponent. Oh, is that so? I used only 70 of my strength. If your claim holds true, then victory shall be mine. Boskov shot back icily. Wow. It seems neither has yet unleashed their full potential. The suspense of this match thickens, and we shall see who shall triumph. The audience erupted in cheers and encouragement. Humph. Enough of your bravado. Feel the might of my conqueror's haki. Bois roared, his anger igniting. He enveloped his fist in haki and charged at Boskov. Come at me. I fear not. Haki is nothing to me. I possess it as well. With that, Boskov too shrouded his fist in haki and met Bois' advance with a powerful strike. The sound of clashing metal echoed, and both fighters staggered back, gazes locked in mutual respect. I cannot believe you possess haki as well. This battle will be all the more challenging. In that case, let us unleash our devil fruit powers and settle this swiftly, Bois declared, shaking off the numbness in his right hand. I did not anticipate encountering an opponent of such caliber in the first match. It seems hiding my true abilities is no longer an option. Behold the true power of my devil fruit. Shadow Leopard. With that, Bois' body began to transform, morphing into a massive black leopard humanoid, his muscles rippling with explosive power. This is the ability of my devil fruit, Shadow Leopard. It not only doubles my strength, but also increases my speed 5-fold. Now, let us see how you can possibly defeat me, Bois boasted, brimming with confidence as he prepared to advance toward Boskov, who now faced a formidable challenge. In terms of devil fruit abilities, I shall not be outdone. And human form. Boskov, too, harnessed the power of his devil fruit ability, transforming into a towering ant-man standing 4 to 5 meters tall, his body adorned with a glossy black steel armor. Two antennae protruded from his head, and his massive mandibles exuded an aura of lethality. This was the manifestation of his devil fruit power, the ant fruit's insect-human form. Wow, what a gigantic ant. And that gleaming black armor is simply magnificent. Luffy, stationed in the contestant area, gazed with sparkling eyes at Boscoff's imposing black armor, already envisioning himself donning such a splendid suit. You fool, Luffy. Can you not be such a clown? Zoro and Sanji simultaneously admonished him. But that armor is truly striking. I desire it, Luffy exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Haha, Luffy, you are indeed amusing. However, let us focus on the match. Your antics are rather distracting. Ace chimed in with a smile. Humph, pirates, always so rude wherever they go. What did you say? This is not the Navy's territory, so mind your manners, barked Admiral Akainu. His words resonated with the surrounding pirates, while the three emperors of the sea nearby glared at him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Akainu's brow. Haha, Akainu, cease your chatter. This is Liu Xuan's domain. Chapter 206, Boscoff's victory. Just as Akainu stood drenched in sweat, Carp's voice rang out nearby. Although he reprimanded Akainu, his words were meant for all to hear. This was Liu Xuan's territory, and those who dared to engage in private battles here would face dire consequences. Grandpa, this is a match. I will not go easy on you, Luffy interjected. You little brat, I do not require your leniency. And you, Dorag, during the match, I shall ensure you understand what the iron fist of love truly entails. Dorag, taken aback, thought to himself, is this absurd? It's your grandson provoking you. Why must I face retribution? Ignoring the unjustly caught Dorag, Boscoff had already completed his transformation. Well, what do you think? My devil fruit ability is no less formidable. After transforming, my strength has increased tenfold. Although my speed has only tripled, it is more than sufficient to defeat you. Once I conquer you, I shall ascend to the next round, and Captain Liu Xuan will surely commend me, enhancing my chances of joining the Dragon Ball Pirates. So you wish to join the Dragon Ball Pirates? However, I will not concede. No matter how much your power increases, if you cannot land a hit on me, it is futile. Prepare yourself. Shadow Dash. With that, Puwu transformed into a black shadow, flickering at an astonishing speed that left spectators in awe. Wow, such speed. I can barely discern his movements. Indeed, he is indeed a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. His strength is formidable. As they speculated on the outcome of the match, Puwu's terrifying speed rendered Boscoff utterly unable to catch him. Puwu darted around Boscoff like a streak of black lightning, seeking an opening to attack. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Puwu struck from behind, his shadowy form delivering a kick that sent Boscoff hurtling through the air. Oh, Puwu struck Boscoff with lightning speed. This is incredible. Boscoff didn't even have a moment to react. Has the victor already been decided? Outside the ring, please. Fulfilling his role as the commentator, described the unfolding battle. Just as Boscoff seemed on the brink of flying out of the ring, he suddenly exerted force, executing a somersault to stabilize himself at the edge of the platform. Wow, he has halted. It seems the outcome is still uncertain. Boscoff did not sustain any injuries. Evidently, his black armor played a crucial role, its formidable defense withstanding even Puwu's powerful attack. Truly terrifying. Humph. To think you could kick me out and eliminate me. How naive. Your feeble attack cannot even breach my armor. You should concede. Returning to the center of the stage, Boscoff proudly patted his armor and proclaimed to Puwu, "This black armor is my greatest pride. Not even the swordsman's strikes leave a mark upon it. You think a single kick could defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. Stop dreaming. You cannot even touch me, yet you expect me to concede. As long as you cannot catch me, I shall continue to attack relentlessly until I inevitably triumph over you." Puwu gazed at Boscoff with a sinister glint, his words dripping with audacity, clearly indicating his intent to wear down his opponent. Such shameless declarations provoked a chorus of jeers from the audience. Do you have no shame, Puwu? Just get down. Puwu, go to hell. Despite the audience's disdain, Puwu remained unfazed, retorting, "I shall not descend. If you have the courage, come up here. I shall make you call me daddy." Wow, this Puwu is unabashedly arrogant. How can he say such things? The competitors backstage could no longer watch in silence. This is the disgrace of a warrior. Luffy shouted, urging Boscoff, "Go, Boscoff. Do not let that guy win." With Luffy leading the charge, the audience rallied in support of Boscoff, the atmosphere growing fervent. Humph, Puwu. It seems you have become the object of public disdain. Will you not concede? So what? They are merely a cacophony of insignificant voices. I shall silence them by defeating you. Puwu resorted to his previous tactics, intending to secure victory through his lightning speed, darting around to draw Boscoff's focus before suddenly launching an attack to his back, mirroring the earlier scene. Yet this strike was magnitude stronger, clearly aimed at delivering a decisive blow. Be careful. Witnessing the ferocity of Boyce's strike, the crowd erupted in a chorus of shouts. Die, Boscoff. With maniacal laughter, Boyce approached Boscoff from behind, delivering a vicious blow to his neck, evidently having discerned his weakness. Have you forgotten that I possess the observation haki? I have long since seen through your attack. Just when the spectators believed Boscoff was destined for defeat, he suddenly pivoted, landing a powerful punch to Boyce's head. With a gasp, Boyce was sent flying off the stage, crashing to the ground. Thus, Boskov emerged victorious in the first match. Chapter 207, Katakuri vs. Molo. Boyce has fallen from the arena. Congratulations to Boskov for his triumph in this initial contest. The crowd roared in excitement. Marvelous. Brother Armor has won. I thought it would require a fierce struggle, yet that fellow was utterly inept, defeated in an instant. What a useless wretch. As Prillies announced the outcome, the atmosphere outside the ring buzzed with fervor. Boyce, having been cast out, rose and retreated in disgrace. Clearly, Boskov had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, Boyce would have met a dire fate. Now, please be seated. The first match has concluded. Let us proceed to the next battle, welcoming the esteemed Katakuri, one of the 4 emperors, alongside his opponent, Vice Admiral Mole from the Navy. Oh, I did not expect the foremost of the 3 sweet commanders to appear so swiftly. I wonder if the elite Vice Admiral can match him? In my estimation, Mole cannot possibly triumph over Katakuri, for Katakuri is undoubtedly an admiral-level figure, rumored to have perfected his observation hockey to the extent that he can foresee the future. So formidable, Mole appears to be in peril. As the audience engaged in idle chatter, both competitors approached the ring, sizing each other up. Vice Admiral Mole, it has been quite some time. How fare your injuries from our last encounter? Katakuri inquired with a smile, as if conversing with an old friend. Humph. My injuries have long since healed. There is no need for your concern. Mole replied with a dismissive snort. Is that so? Then I am relieved. Otherwise, should I emerge victorious, others might accuse me of bullying an injured opponent. Now, I can rest easy. Katakuri, undeterred by Mole's words, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Do not be so arrogant. This time, I shall repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon me tenfold. Justice shall prevail. You pirates will surely meet your end at the hands of the Navy. Vice Admiral Mole. This is the territory of the Dragon Ball pirates. Do your words not invite trouble with Captain Liu Xuan? Scoundrel. When did I ever say I sought to trouble Captain Liu Xuan? Captain Liu Xuan is also a pirate. If you claim that the Navy will eradicate all pirates, does that not imply that Captain Liu Xuan is also destined for your Navy's destruction? Mole found himself at a loss for words. Fearing the implications of being labeled as a cowardly Navy that cowers before pirates, thereby tarnishing their honor. Mole, do not engage in banter with him. He seeks to distract you. Do not allow him to succeed. Just as Mole felt overwhelmed, Sengoku's voice resonated from the contestant area, urging him to regain his composure. Indeed, he is attempting to divert my attention. I must not allow him to prevail. Gentlemen, may the duel commence? We have other competitors awaiting their turns. As the 2 individuals seemed to engage in an endless discourse, Please, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself and urged them to commence their competition. My apologies. I got carried away chatting with an old friend. We shall begin right away. Kakatali responded with a cheerful demeanor. Hearing this, the mole suddenly shouted. Who is your old friend? Stop spouting nonsense. All right, please, both of you, hasten to begin. Please exclaimed, exasperated. Are you not aware that time is precious? The audience appears to be growing impatient. Let us proceed swiftly. No need for your prompting. With that, the mole drew his twin blades and assumed a combat stance. Kakatali, too, unsheathed his trident, sweeping it back as he readied himself, declaring, Come forth, let me see if your prowess has improved over the years. Prepare to meet your demise. Death slash. The mole suddenly yelled, charging forward, wildly wielding his dual blades, unleashing a flurry of slashes aimed at Kakatali, as if intent on dismembering him. Well executed. It seems your strength has indeed surged in the past 2 years, yet you remain no match for me. I have seen through all your techniques. Kakatali deftly evaded the relentless onslaught, not a single strike landing upon him. This was the remarkable power of his mastery over observation hockey, enabling him to foresee the mole's every attack. How infuriating. Not a single blow struck. Truly a monster. Seeing that his slashing attack proved utterly ineffective, the mole's countenance darkened, for it was a strike executed with all his might. Oh, what an exhilarating competition this is. The contestant Kakatali is truly formidable. He has effortlessly evaded all of the mole's strikes. One wonders what impressive techniques the mole might still possess. Let us await the unfolding of events with bated breath. Amidst the fierce contest, Prillies continues to provide commentary, greatly enhancing the atmosphere of the tournament. It appears that the mole is not quite a match for Kakatali, whose prowess has indeed forced the mole into a corner. He is indeed a creature of immense repute, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berry. Indeed, I have faced the mole myself, and his strength is quite intimidating. It is surprising to witness him being so thoroughly suppressed. Kakatali is truly a fearsome opponent. In the competitors area, many who have battled the mole understand just how terrifying Kakatali's ability to dominate the mole is. Chapter 208, Dorego vs. Akiji. What is the matter, General Mole? Is this truly all the strength you possess? If so, victory shall surely be mine. As he gazed down upon the mole he had subdued, Katakuri incessantly taunted him. Do not underestimate others. To conquer you, I have endured arduous training. How could I be vanquished so easily? With a fierce exclamation, the mole exuded a crimson gas, and his twin blades became enveloped in a shroud of black hockey. However, His demeanor suggested he was in considerable discomfort, likely having employed a forbidden technique that granted him immense power for a fleeting moment. Katakuri, meet your demise. The mole halted his exertions and suddenly lifted his head, his eyes aflame with a wild fury reminiscent of a frenzied sea creature. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Katakuri, his blades, imbued with haki, poised to strike at Katakuri's back. Clang, clang. The sound of metal meeting metal resonated as the mole's blades were intercepted by a black trident. It seems your strength is limited, Katakuri remarked. Rice cake. This was Katakuri's signature move, wherein the upper portion of his arm transformed into a rice cake, compressing and enveloping itself in heated energy to launch an assault akin to a rocket launcher, further augmented by haki. It served as both a close-range and long-range attack, boasting an extensive range and superior speed compared to the Sulong gun, with destructive power rivaling that of the same. Following this technique, he could recover from any severed limbs. Katakuri's maneuver was formidable, even from a distance. One could sense the immense pressure approaching, let alone the mole standing directly before him. Damn it, I must evade this attack. Otherwise, it could be my end. As the fist charged towards him, the mole activated his observation haki with all his might, attempting to evade the impending blow. Futile. For my observation haki surpasses yours. Evasion is impossible. Resign yourself, Admiral Mole. I shall not remain passive. Activate my observation haki. Faced with the threat of death, the mole astonishingly transcended his own observation haki, yet even so, he was injured, merely avoiding a fatal blow. Ah, I did not anticipate your breakthrough in observation haki. You possess quite the talent. Nevertheless, even so, you remain no match for me. Katakuri's face displayed surprise. He had intended to incapacitate the mole, yet he had merely sustained minor injuries. However, he dismissed this setback, for he had not anticipated the mole's breakthrough during combat, and now he was prepared, firmly believing that the mole could not evade again. I concede. Just as Katakuri was about to strike again, the mole raised his right hand and shouted loudly. Oh, I did not expect Admiral Mole to concede. This match is won by competitor Katakuri. Let us congratulate him. Upon Pyrrhus's announcement of the result, the audience erupted in cheers. Katakuri is incredible. Katakuri is the best. In the stands, Katakuri's siblings were fervently cheering for him. Yet, one spectator scoffed. It was merely a victory over a lucky draw. What is there to be proud of? His words ignited discontent among Katakuri's supporters. What did you say? Do you wish to perish? Who do you think you are, daring to speak ill of my brother Katakuri? Exactly. Let us take him down. The barrage of insults silenced the man, who promptly retreated into silence. Now, let us welcome our next pair of contestants, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, and the Navy Admiral Akiji. Let us welcome them to the stage. Pyrrhus's announcement astonished the audience. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, had arrived. And so early, it was almost unbelievable. Not only that, but did you hear who his opponent is? Navy Admiral Akiji. The Navy and the Revolutionary Army are bitter rivals. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. One wonders if they might kill their opponent. After all, they are sworn enemies. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the territory of the Dragon Ball pirates. Would they dare defy Captain Liu Xuan's rules? That would mean going against Liu Xuan himself. Indeed. Let us watch the match intently. Such a rare event should not be missed. The two ascended the stage amidst the audience's cheers. I cannot believe I have encountered you in the first match. This is quite troublesome. As Kizaru, a disciple of Garp, Dorag was all too familiar with him. Having spent some time in the Navy himself, during which their relationship had been quite amicable. Dorag, I did not expect to see you here. It seems I must exert my full strength from the outset. I had hoped to return to the contestant area for a nap. I am truly sorry. It appears your slumber will have to wait. Oh, it seems the two of you are old acquaintances. However, could you refrain from engaging in endless chatter like the previous two? We have several matches to get through today. Upon witnessing the two individuals' acquaintance, Pris, concerned that they might engage in a lengthy conversation akin to that of Kakata and his companions, promptly approached them. Luffy, that person is your father, isn't he? He appears quite formidable, he remarked. In the competitors' area, Zoro addressed Dorigo, who stood beside Luffy. I have no idea. I have never seen him before. Grandfather. Is he truly my father? Chapter 209. The Awakening of the Ice Fruit. Hahaha. Indeed, he is, your father, Monkey D. Larego. I never anticipated he would participate in the martial arts tournament. As he gazed at Luffy, who wore a naive expression while questioning him, Garp burst into hearty laughter. Garp, how can you still find humor in this? It is your failure in guidance that has led Dorag to join the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing such turmoil. Sengoku, upon hearing Garp's boisterous laughter, was immediately filled with ire and began to reprimand him. Let us not speak so lightly. Dorag's involvement with the Revolutionary Army was instigated by those Celestial Dragons. Now that the Celestial Dragons are no longer esteemed nobles, it seems we have little reason to continue this conflict. Garp, reflecting on Sengoku's words, replied, You have a point. Is it possible for Dorag to disband the Revolutionary Army? If that were to succeed, it would be a tremendous boon for our navy. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. All right, Sengoku, the match has commenced. Let us not indulge in fanciful thoughts, but rather focus on watching the contest attentively. Observing the two combatants on stage as they commenced their duel, Carp patted Sengoku on the shoulder and spoke to him. At that moment, Aokiji was employing the powers of his ice fruit, gathering frigid air in his right arm to unleash a formidable ice bird, a technique he had previously utilized against Ace in the original narrative, only to have it incinerated by Ace's fiery punch. A commendable technique, yet it seems rather naive to employ it against me. Dragon Claw Fist. With that, Dolag's right hand transformed into a claw-like appendage, seizing the massive ice bird, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds as the ice shattered into countless fragments. How astonishing. Such a colossal ice bird, obliterated with a single blow. What immense strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Truly, he is the most notorious criminal in the world. His power is terrifyingly formidable. Aokiji, renowned as the strongest admiral of the Navy, finds himself unable to gain the upper hand against him. It is utterly daunting. The previous maneuver was merely a test. Might you refrain from further speculation? The battle on stage raged on. Aokiji's attacks proving ineffective as he exhaled a gust of cold air, transforming it into an ice blade, which he wielded in continued assault against Dolag. Are we to engage in swordsmanship? I am ever ready to oblige. Upon witnessing Aokiji approaching with his ice blade, Dorag extended his right hand, conjuring a tempest that gradually morphed into a sword of storm, successfully intercepting Aokiji's icy assault. Dorag, you remain as formidable as ever, and I shall not be defeated by you. Although this feels somewhat unfair to you, Master Carp, I have no alternative. Having exhausted his attempts at probing, Aokiji resolved to deploy his newly acquired abilities against the powerful Dorag. Oh, your confidence is palpable. This move must be exceptionally potent. However, I too have yet to unleash my full strength, and the outcome remains uncertain. It would be prudent not to speak too soon. This is truly terrifying. The intensity of the previous battle has left us exhilarated, and they have yet to unleash their full potential. Are they truly human? To what heights will the forthcoming clash escalate? Let us widen our eyes and observe the contest with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Pris's commentary, the audience was captivated, fixated on the unfolding spectacle, lest they miss a moment of such riveting action. Wow, look! Aokiji is emanating an incessant chill, resembling a colossal ice block, causing the temperature around him to plummet. As Pris elaborated, the icy aura surrounding Aokiji intensified, enshrouding the entire arena in a thick layer of frost. Ice Fruit Awakening. Ice Domain. With his declaration, the ice on the stage appeared to come alive, autonomously launching assaults against Dorag, manifesting spikes of ice that compelled him to evade continuously. I did not anticipate Aokiji's fruit ability to have reached awakening. Below, Akaino's expression darkened upon witnessing Aokiji's awakened powers. He had presumed that he alone had awakened his fruit ability, leading him to believe the position of Admiral was rightfully his. Now, with Aokiji awakened, he would have to contend with him for the rank. What an impressive technique. Not only does it render attacks impenetrable, but it also elevates defensive capabilities to their zenith. Truly, the Marine Admiral, renowned for his might, is not to be underestimated. Luffy, do you possess the confidence to defeat him? The three brothers of Luffy gathered together, observed the ongoing duel with keen interest. Of course, I am quite powerful, and I even have a secret technique, Luffy proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest. Do not boast too much, Luffy. While your strength has indeed reached the level of the four emperors, everyone here is a paragon of strength. Do not let your guard down. Upon observing Luffy's demeanor, Ace could not resist chastising him. Indeed, Ace was correct. Luffy, you persistently fall prey to this tendency of underestimating your opponents. It is imperative that you rectify this flaw. Ace and Sabo took turns admonishing Luffy, much to the agreement of Zoro and Sanji, who were listening nearby. As they conversed, the situation on the stage underwent a significant transformation. In Chapter 210, the Dragon Fruit, a resounding roar echoed. Darago transformed into a colossal azure dragon, stretching several dozen meters in length. However, unlike the Western dragons akin to Liu Xuan's steed, he assumed the form of a divine Eastern dragon, exuding an aura of sacredness. What manner of dragon is this? Darago has morphed into a dragon, and astonishingly, his appearance resembles that of the dragon summoned from Dragon Ball. Could he also grant wishes? Foolishness. Darago's transformation into a dragon is attributable to his being a Zoan-type mythical creature fruit user. Do not conflate him with the dragon summoned from Dragon Ball. The mythical beast category is that exceedingly rare fruit type, even scarcer than the natural types. How extraordinary. Marco, his devil fruit is of the same category as yours, a mythical beast type. I had presumed such fruits to be scarce, yet it appears there are several. The Buddha fruit of Sengoku, the Earth Bull fruit of the Bull Demon King from Dragon Ball, and that nine-tailed fox. Not to mention Darago's dragon fruit. There are at least 4 that I am aware of. Rare, indeed, but only in comparison to other types of devil fruits. It does not imply their absence. For instance, Kaido's former subordinates and their vice-captains are all users of mythical beast-type devil fruits. I wonder whose abilities are superior. Darago's dragon fruit or your phoenix fruit, Marco? What is your opinion? I cannot say, as I have yet to witness Dorego harnessing his fruit's powers. Will you not observe? He is about to unleash them. On the arena, Aokiji gazed in awe at the dragon Dorego had become. Dorego? I did not anticipate you to possess a mythical beast-type devil fruit. However, by transforming into such a grand form, have you not rendered yourself an enormous target? With such a massive physique, how do you intend to evade my attacks? With a swift motion of his hands, Aokiji summoned countless ice spikes that hurtled toward the dragon form of Dorego. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Dorego did not evade. He allowed the ice spikes to pierce his body. Has he conceded the match? Why does he not even attempt to dodge? Fool! With such a vast body, how could he possibly evade? These ice spikes have densely filled all escape routes. It appears Dorego is destined to lose this bout. However, matters did not unfold as they anticipated. Upon the ice spike striking Dorego, they produced a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, ringing incessantly. Such a formidable physique. It seems he lacks haki. Why are my ice spikes ineffective against him? Could it be? What is it, Aokiji? Is it that your ice spikes cannot harm me? This is the first ability of my dragon fruit, the diamond body. When I transform into a dragon, my body becomes harder than steel. Your ice spikes hold no efficacy against me. Observing the perplexed expression on Aokiji's face, Dora remarked, I anticipated that you would not easily succumb to my prowess. However, is the extent of your mythical dragon fruit merely this? If so, victory is assured for me. In truth, while ensnaring Aokiji within his icy spikes, Dora had already surmised the nature of his abilities, as the legend of the dragon is widely known. Yet, he harbored a hope that the dragon's other powers were mere fabrications, otherwise, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage. I believe you are aware that the legendary dragon governs the whims of weather. Naturally, my dragon fruit possesses this capability as well. Allow me to showcase another facet of my powers. First, behold the tempest. Upon uttering these words, the arena was suddenly engulfed by a swarm of miniature tornadoes, shattering the surrounding ice and rendering Aokiji's awakened abilities ineffective. What a fierce wind. I hope these tornadoes do not reach us. I have no desire to perish here. As the audience's anxiety mounted regarding the potential for the tornadoes to sweep them away, the referee, Prilles, stepped forward and proclaimed, please do not fret. Our organization has implemented precautionary measures. The competitors on the stage pose no threat to the spectators. Rest assured. Now I understand. The audience, reassured by Prilles' words, settled down, ceasing their commotion to resume watching the match. Let us continue the contest. The tornadoes conjured by the dragon competitor have encircled Aokiji. How will he counteract this onslaught? Ice Age! Aokiji shouted, and the arena transformed into a realm of frost. This technique was Aokiji's most formidable move. He had previously frozen the ocean for miles around, showcasing its immense power. Indeed, Aokiji has adeptly neutralized my tornadoes. However, I wonder if you can withstand my next maneuver, Warm Front. Just as Dora finished speaking, a powerful warm wind swept through the entire venue, leaving the audience feeling as though summer had suddenly arrived, the oppressive heat banishing the previous chill. It's so warm. Just moments ago, the weather felt wintry, and now it has abruptly shifted to summer. This is tormenting. Indeed, the constant fluctuation between cold and hot is unbearable. Chapter 211, Luffy takes the stage. Such an ability exists. This power is practically the nemesis of the ice fruit. It seems I may be in peril this time. As he observed the sudden transition of the climate on stage from winter to the peak of summer, Green Pheasant was abruptly engulfed by an ominous premonition of impending defeat. Will you concede, Green Pheasant? Observing that he had gained the upper hand, Dorag chuckled amiably at Kazan. Enough of the grandstanding. I shall not concede. If you wish to triumph over me, then unleash your full strength, Dorag. Surrender is not an option. Do I not have my dignity as a Marine Admiral? In that case, I shall not hold back. Prepare to be defeated by this technique. Mixed climate. Noticing Kazan's stubbornness, Dorag refrained from further persuasion and immediately executed his ultimate move. This technique, a fusion of various climatic phenomena, lightning, thermal currents, and tornadoes, was capable of inflicting significant harm upon Kazan, and its combination was devastating. Goodness, was it necessary to employ such a formidable attack just for the sake of my pride? Is it too late for me to concede? Though these thoughts raced through Kazan's mind, he dared not voice them, lest he undermine his own resolve. Instead, he summoned his full power to unleash his freezing abilities in an effort to counter Dorag's tremendous assault. Boom, boom, boom. The three ice walls conjured by Kazan were obliterated into shards by Dorag's mixed climate. Oh no, I cannot withstand it. Before Kazan could react, he was swept off the stage by the tornado, tumbling down to the ground below. Oh, Kazan has exited the arena. Dorag is the victor of this match and has advanced successfully. Let us extend our congratulations. Following the announcement from Purus, a chorus of cheers erupted from the audience, particularly from the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, who had come to support their leader. Conversely, the atmosphere among the Marines was considerably subdued, with their general defeated. It was hardly a cause for celebration. Uncle Dorag is indeed formidable. Kazan stood no chance at all. Luffy, your father has triumphed. Why do you not cheer for him? Sabo exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Dorag's victory, turning to the serene Luffy with a puzzled expression. Who is my father? Luffy responded, his face a picture of bewilderment. My heavens. I cannot believe that after all this time, you remain unaware that the victorious figure on stage is your father. Luffy, your reaction is rather slow-witted. Zoro, covering his face, pondered, how did I end up following such a dim-witted captain? What? That person up there is my father? Luffy exclaimed, finally coming to the realization. Fool. Did you not hear your grandfather just now? Oh, really? I must have missed that. Of course. You dolt. Zoro, cease your remarks. There is no remedy for a fool. Observing the dialogue between Zoro and Luffy, Ace gently patted Zoro on the shoulder and said, all right, let us now welcome the next contestants to the stage, the Iron Manus. Saibo's from the West Sea, and the Bloodblade, Parker from the South Sea. Please give them a warm welcome. As time passed, the competition swiftly approached its midpoint, with many unfamiliar names being eliminated. Finally, Pris took the stage to announce, next up is the 31st match. Please welcome the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, and the Marine Rear Admiral, Demon Spider. Upon the referee's declaration, Demon Spider ascended the arena from the left. Where is Luffy? Upon witnessing the Ghost Spider ascend to the arena, Pris was about to declare the commencement of the match when he suddenly realized that Luffy was absent from the stage. Perplexed, he called out, Luffy, Luffy, hurry over, the match is about to begin. If you do not arrive within 5 minutes, I shall have no choice but to declare Ghost Spider the victor. It is your turn to shine, so hasten. Despite the imminent competition, Luffy was still indulging himself on the sidelines. Zoro, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, delivered a swift punch to Luffy's head, exclaiming, Hey, is it my turn already? That was rather quick. Luffy, lifting his head in confusion, replied, Really? Is it my turn? Indeed. Now hurry, or the referee will declare your forfeiture, and you will not have the chance to compete. That is unacceptable. I still desire to obtain the Dragon Balls and make my wish. Luffy exclaimed in alarm upon hearing the referee's warning of a potential disqualification. Then hurry to the stage. Urged Zoro. I'm on my way. Luffy replied as he dashed towards the arena, shouting, I'm coming. Wait for me. Oh, Luffy has finally arrived. Both competitors, please take your positions. The match is about to commence. At last, Luffy stepped onto the stage and approached Pris. Are both of you ready? Ready. Good. Let the battle begin. Pris proclaimed as he exited the stage, deeming it safer below. Hello, sir. The match is about to start. I hope for your kind guidance. Luffy greeted Ghost Spider, extending his right hand. I shall not offer any assistance. As a pirate, cease your prattling and commence fighting. I aim to defeat you. A notorious pirate, swiftly. Ghost Spider disregarded Luffy's words, asserting, Do not assume that because you are Liu Xuan's disciple, you can act with impunity. That straw hat-wearing individual is Monkey D. Luffy, Liu Xuan's apprentice? He does not appear particularly formidable. I cannot fathom why Liu Xuan would take such a small fry as his disciple. Only someone of my caliber deserves to be his student. Chapter 212. Luffy's strength, have you no shame? How could someone like you be worthy of being his disciple? You should return home and get some rest. What did you say? What of it? I implore you both to cease your bickering. Others wish to watch the match. A gruff voice interrupted, causing the two to turn and see a towering man, several meters tall, glaring at them, which rendered them momentarily speechless. Do you two wish to fight me? And no, we merely wanted to apologize for disturbing your viewing of the match. Enough of your chatter. Sit down and do not obstruct my view of the competition. The burly man commanded, leading the two to hastily comply and refrain from further conversation. At last, Luffy was set to enter the arena. Let me see if your strength has increased since my departure. Upon witnessing Luffy ascend the arena, Ace's face broke into a smile. Although he had trained alongside Luffy under Goku's tutelage for over a year, Ace had returned to the Whitebeard pirates midway through their training. In the remaining 6 months, he was uncertain whether Luffy's strength had further escalated. Ace, you must be quite familiar with Luffy's prowess, wouldn't you agree? His strength should surpass that of an admiral by now, considering he had already reached admiral-level power 2 years ago. Surely, after 2 years, he has made some progress. Sabo remarked, his curiosity piqued regarding Luffy's current capabilities. Knowing that Ace and Luffy had trained together during these 2 years, Sabo approached Ace with his inquiry. Ace regarded the inquisitive Sabo and replied, Luffy's strength is at least at the beginner level of the 4 emperors. That was his power when I left. I cannot ascertain if he has had any breakthroughs in these past 6 months. If he has, Luffy should now be at the intermediate level of the 4 emperors. Intermediate level of the 4 emperors? What does that entail? Sabo inquired, somewhat perplexed by Ace's classification. The 4 emperors are indeed categorized into different tiers. The beginner level equates to the quasi-4 emperors, while the intermediate level signifies the true 4 emperors. As for the advanced level, that represents the renowned 4 emperors. And the ultimate pinnacle is what people refer to as the super 4 emperors. Well, Luffy has truly accomplished remarkable feats, reaching heights that others may never attain in their lifetimes. He is indeed my brother, Sabo exclaimed in admiration. Upon hearing about Luffy's current strength, others were momentarily taken aback, including Garp and Dolarge. Everyone was aware that Luffy was still under 20 years of age. A representative of the 4 emperors at such a young age implied the potential to reach Liu Xuan's level in the future, a notion that was utterly astonishing. Well, should we still compete? Perhaps we should just head home, one suggested. Fool. We might not even encounter him. It's not a contest for first place. As long as we make it to the top 32, there are rewards to be had, another replied. Ah, I almost forgot. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and the demon spider had already commenced, disregarding the competitors who were stunned by Luffy's strength. Straw Hat Kid. Despite being the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, I shall show you no mercy. A pirate is a pirate, and I will undoubtedly defeat you. 8-blade spider slash. The demon spider declared, extending 8 slender legs resembling those of a spider from his back, each wielding a renowned sword, and launched a frenzied assault on Luffy. However, Luffy did not evade the onslaught. The clash of swords echoed as all of the demon spider's strikes were effortlessly blocked by Luffy's armament haki. Not bad, Uncle, Luffy remarked. Stop trying to be friendly, I will show you no mercy. That's not what I meant. I merely suggest you give it your all, otherwise I might lose interest in this fight. Initially, the demon spider believed Luffy was pleading for leniency, responding with a haughty refusal. However, upon hearing Luffy's words, his expression shifted to one of fury. Brat, don't overestimate yourself. You are not worthy of my full strength. Is that so? I apologize. But I must defeat you now. After all, a weak opponent like you is simply uninteresting. I think I shall return to the sidelines and continue eating. The demon spider's rage reached a boiling point at Luffy's words. As a dignified Navy Vice Admiral, he had never been spoken to in such a manner. Today, he vowed to impart a profound lesson. You insufferable brat, since you are seeking your own demise, do not regret it after I take you down. Demon spider's devouring slash. Simultaneously, the 8 renowned swords glimmered with the power of haki, lunging towards Luffy from 8 directions. A technique that had felled pirates with bounties reaching 300 to 400 million berries. The demon spider was exceedingly confident in this move, declaring, Brat, you are doomed. Is this truly your strongest move? How utterly uninspiring, Luffy retorted. As the ominous spider approached, Luffy, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, You little brat, what did you say? If you have the guts, stand there and don't move. I will surely slice you into pieces. Very well, I shall remain here. Come at me if you can. With that, Luffy enveloped himself in a layer of armament haki, transforming his entire being into a shade of black. Chapter 123, The Unfortunate Akainu Wow. He has managed to cover his entire body with armament haki. His mastery of this technique has reached such an extraordinary level. He truly lives up to being that person's disciple. As the spectators beheld Luffy's advanced haki, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. While many are capable of wielding haki, few can master it to the extent of enveloping their entire body, and Luffy's proficiency is notably exceptional. It appears that victory is assured for Luffy. The formidable Kumo spider stands no chance against him. Indeed, if he cannot triumph over a mere vice admiral, how can he claim the mantle of captain among us? Zoro and Sanji exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts aligned on this matter. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed once more as Kumo Spider's renowned sword was thwarted by Luffy's skin. Impossible. Your haki is approaching the level of Vice Admiral Garp. How can this be? Kumo Spider bellowed, his 8 famed blades relentlessly assaulting Luffy. As a dignified Vice Admiral, he could not afford to lose in his very first match. Hey, old man, have you had enough? Isn't it about time for me to strike? Luffy stated, slightly irritated by the incessant attacks. Although they posed no pain, the monotony was tiresome, prompting Luffy to decide to conclude the match. You insolent brat. Do not underestimate me. I am not one of those defeated weaklings. As a Vice Admiral, I shall never be bested by a wretched pirate like you. Kumo Spider's fury flared at Luffy's words, almost driving him to the brink of madness. Do you think I am merely an underling? I will finish this. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Activate Gear Second, Luffy declared. A pink steam enveloping him as he vanished from Kumo Spider's side in an instant. Curse it. He's too fast. Even my eyes cannot keep up. Just as Kumo Spider strained to locate Luffy, a voice rang out from behind him. Old man, still searching for me? Jet pistol. Oh no. Iron block. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Kumo Spider hurriedly turned, only to find Luffy's fist, clad in black haki, hurtling toward him. He swiftly employed the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles, reinforcing his chest with haki. Boom. Luffy's fist collided with Kumo Spider's chest, producing a resounding crack as the haki shield shattered. Kumo Spider was sent flying, plummeting beneath the arena. Coughing up blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Out of bounds. Kumo Spider has fallen. Luffy is the victor. Let us extend our congratulations. Upon witnessing the ghostly spider tumble out of the arena, Hurley's promptly declared the conclusion. How impressive. Go, Luffy. Upon witnessing Luffy's triumph, Usopp and the others erupted in jubilant cheers. Thank you all. I shall continue to strive with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing the crowd rallying in support, Luffy joyfully leapt away from the arena. Yet another thrilling match had unfolded, and now it was time for the next bout. Please welcome the Navy Vice Admiral, Garp. Oh. The other contestant is unexpectedly also from the Navy. Let us welcome the Navy Admiral, Akainu. Upon hearing Pris's announcement, the audience was momentarily taken aback. What a surprise for these two formidable individuals to face off against each other. How splendid. Sengoku, your Navy seems to be quite unfortunate. As two of your mainstays are set to clash, this is indeed most entertaining. In the competitors' area, Whitebeard couldn't contain his laughter upon learning about this matchup. And he teasingly taunted Sengoku. Enough of your gloating, Whitebeard. Even if our navy is down a key player, we shall not succumb to your Whitebeard pirates. The championship will undoubtedly belong to us. Sengoku retorted angrily upon hearing Whitebeard's words. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Whitebeard dismissed Sengoku's claims with a scoff. This is a one-on-one match. Did you think I earned the title of the world's strongest by mere chance? Although that title has now shifted to Liu Xuan. He is not participating in this contest, thus victory is assured for me. Wow, Grandpa's opponent is Akainu. How splendid. Go, Grandpa. Teach that Akainu a lesson. Avenge Ace. Upon witnessing Carp and Akainu on stage, Luffy, just having descended from it, erupted in cheers. This rascal. Observing the fervent shouts of Luffy from the audience, Akainu nearly succumbed to frustration. His misfortune seemed insurmountable. He had barely made his entrance when he encountered a comrade, none other than Garp, unable to best him in battle. Was surrender his only option? As Akainu wrestled with these thoughts, the voice of Sengoku resonated from the crowd. Akainu, surrender quickly, do not waste your energy. How infuriating. To think he would concede in the very first match was nothing short of disastrous. Although he loathed the idea of admitting defeat, Sengoku's words were final. And facing Garp was futile. With a heavy heart, Akainu raised his right hand in submission. Oh, Akainu has conceded. Thus, the victor of this match is Rear Admiral Garp. What is happening? How could Akainu have surrendered? Isn't his opponent a Rear Admiral? Shouldn't that individual be the one yielding? Are you truly unaware of Rear Admiral Garp? He is extraordinarily formidable. Why should I know him? Fool. That man is the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp, with terrifying prowess. He remains a Rear Admiral solely because he declined the promotion to Admiral. Otherwise, he would have ascended to that rank long ago. Chapter 224. The Navy's first victory, how astonishing. Who would have thought that in just the first match, our Navy Admiral would eliminate two Rear Admirals? I hope I do not face a similar fate. As Akainu walked back, Kizaru leered with a smirk. How infuriating. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Akainu was engulfed in rage. Yet he felt helpless. After all, it was his misfortune to encounter that monstrous Carp. Now, let us welcome the next contestants to the stage, the Marine Admiral Kizaru and the pirate Iron Crocodile, Bruce, hailing from the North Sea. Please take the stage. Is it my turn already? I didn't expect it to come around so swiftly. My opponent is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. What incredible fortune. It appears this match will be rather effortless. I shall not interrupt your conversation any longer. You may continue while I ascend to the arena. With that, Kizaru transformed into light and soared onto the platform, leaving Akainu and Akiji fuming in their discontent. That bastard. It's merely luck. What is there to be so smug about? Very well, both contestants have arrived. The match commences. As the two participants gathered, Pris declared the commencement of the contest. Alas, what misfortune. I never anticipated that my first match would be against a Vice Admiral of the Navy. It appears that defeat is inevitable. However, I shall not surrender easily. Though victory is beyond my grasp, I am determined to put on a commendable performance. Thus, Bruce summoned all his strength, transforming into a colossal crocodile, spanning several meters in length, a sight both formidable and fearsome. How terrifying. He has morphed into such a gigantic crocodile. It seems I will need to exert considerable effort, mused Kizaru, his words laced with an air of mockery, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed, devoid of any trepidation. Stop deceiving yourself. I refuse to believe you are frightened, Bruce declared, unleashing a ferocious bite towards Kizaru, his formidable teeth enveloped in the aura of armament haki, as if intent on severing Kizaru in two. Armament haki, you say? Yet, it seems your mastery of it is still lacking. There is no need for us to remain in a stalemate any longer. By the way, have you ever been struck by light? As Bruce gazed at the enormous mouth lunging towards him, the yellow ape exhibited no signs of alarm. Instead, he merely scoffed, uttering a mocking remark. What? Bruce was taken aback, pondering if the light could indeed strike a blow. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the yellow ape had vanished from Bruce's sight. Where did he go? How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Yellow ape, show yourself at once. As the yellow ape vanished, Bruce hurriedly sensed a deadly intent behind him. He quickly turned around and beheld the yellow ape, who was floating, his right foot glowing as he focused on Bruce. By the time Bruce turned, the yellow ape had already launched a kick, accompanied by the phrase lightspeed kick. Bruce's massive figure was sent flying like a cannonball, only to be halted by the barrier beneath the arena. This barrier was set up by Liu Xuan, with the intent to protect the audience below from harm. Wow, to kick such a colossal body away with a single strike. The prowess of the yellow ape is truly formidable. Since Bruce has fallen outside the ring, I declare this match a victory for the yellow ape. Long live the yellow ape. Upon hearing the announcement of the yellow ape's victory, the naval audience erupted in cheers. Finally, we have a win. They had been in an embarrassing position, with two vice admirals and two admirals failing to secure a single victory. Now that they finally had a champion, how could they not celebrate? Ha ha ha, what luck to face a weaker opponent. Returning to the contestants' area, the yellow ape remarked to Aokiji and Akainu, eliciting their ire. Are you mocking us? Next, I call upon the contestants Sengoku and Wallace to take the stage. The competition continued as Prillies announced the next match. I give up. Suddenly, Wallace shouted from the audience. Another surrender? Coward. Get off the stage. The audience erupted in condemnation upon hearing Wallace's concession. Bastard. If you have the guts, step up and fight him. He is Sengoku. How could I possibly defeat him? I have no desire to be humiliated and then lose. Alright. Since Wallace has surrendered, Sengoku is declared the victor of this match. Next up, we have Red Count Redfield against Blanc. Referee, I also concede. Before even stepping onto the stage, Blanc raised his right hand to the referee. Next, we have Whitebeard versus Chalu. I concede. Next, we have Charlotte Lingling against Simi. I concede. In a continuous chain of 4 matches, opponents surrendered one after another, leaving Prilly speechless. What is this? A collective surrender? What do you need me for as the referee? You can't blame us. Our opponents are just too strong. We're simply unfortunate to face such monsters right from the start. The surrendering quartet lamented from below. Next up, we have Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates facing off against the pirate Owen. Let us welcome them to the stage. Prillies announced, and Marco and Owen stepped onto the arena. I wonder if these 2 contestants will concede this time. Who wants to surrender? Both Marco and Owen shouted in unison, startling Prillies. Phew. It's great that no one is conceding. Hearing their words, Prillies breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there would be no more surrenders after those 4. Alright, dear audience. The exhilarating moment is about to arrive. Let us leave the stage to these 2. With that, Prillies exited the arena. Marco, it's been a while. I didn't expect my first match to be against you. After losing to you last time, I have been striving to enhance my abilities just to defeat you. This time, I will secure victory for my mother. As members of the 4 Emperors pirate crew, they had undoubtedly crossed paths before. Owen, who had previously lost to Marco, was now excited to finally have the chance to defeat him. Charlotte Owen, it has indeed been a long time. Around 8 or 9 years, I believe. This time, I will also defeat you. The Whitebeard Pirates will emerge as the ultimate victors. Who can't engage in verbal sparring? It doesn't cost anything, Marco retorted sharply. Stop boasting. The outcome is still uncertain. I think the same. Enough chatter, come at me already. Humph. Don't think I won't take you down with one blow, Marco. Witness my scorching fist. Owen's right hand glowed red and became searing hot as he struck at Marco. So hot. Owen, your strength has indeed improved significantly. But this move won't work on me. Marco did not evade or dodge. He allowed Owen's attack to land on his chest. However, the scene of Marco being sent flying did not occur. Instead, his chest was enveloped in blue flames, rendering Owen's heat completely ineffective against him. Humph. It seems that this attack cannot harm you, Marco. But I refuse to believe you can withstand my next move. This technique integrates my Busashoka Haki with my Devil Fruit abilities, significantly increasing its temperature and posing a threat even to natural-type users. Prepare to meet your end. As Owen spoke, the temperature of his hand soared, and even the audience below began to sweat from the rising heat. Goodness, it's happening again. Just moments ago, Aokiji's fruit ability turned this place into winter, and now it's summer. It's unbearably hot. Indeed, the entire venue feels like an oven. The audience could no longer contain their complaints. Alternating between extremes of cold and heat was truly bewildering. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Xuan turned to Tian beside him and inquired, "Can you use your magic to cool this place down a bit?" "No problem, Captain," Tian replied. After uttering a series of incomprehensible words, the temperature of the entire venue began to drop. The temperature has decreased. It feels so refreshing now. What is happening? Owen hasn't retracted his Devil Fruit ability, someone remarked. Look over there. It seems to be the work of the Dragon Ball Pirates. And it's a child doing it. How could they possess such power? The Dragon Ball Pirates truly harbor hidden talents. At that moment, Owen on stage had completed his charge. His hands appeared to be enveloped in a layer of magma. The terrifying heat emanating from them was palpable. This move could rival that of a Kainu wielding the magma fruit. It was clear that he warranted caution. Feeling the potency of Owen's attack, Marco's expression turned grave. He sensed that if he were careless, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. He activated his haki, and the blue flames surrounding him blazed even more fiercely. Although Owen's strength still fell short in comparison, he could not afford to be complacent. Prepare to meet your doom, Marco. This technique I have tested can evaporate an entire sea in an instant. No one could survive its wrath. The sheer force had inflated Owen's ego. Not to mention Liu Xuan, even figures like Whitebeard and Sengoku could easily overpower him. At the very least, Akainu's magma fruit would completely outclass him. Such bravado is unfounded. The victors will undoubtedly be the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco had transformed entirely into his phoenix form, the blue flames enveloping his magnificent avian figure, bestowing an aura of sanctity. Then let us see, he declared. High-pressure heat fist. Owen ceased his chatter with Marco and charged forward. His fist radiating heat as if it could incinerate everything in its path, aimed directly at Marco. Boom. The two collided, sending a wave of orange flames mixed with Marco's blue flames cascading outward. Fortunately, thanks to the barrier set by Tion Tion, the spectators on stage were spared from harm. Who won? We can't see them. One exclaimed. I bet Owen emerged victorious. That last move was utterly terrifying. Not necessarily. Marco is the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. His power surpasses even that of Katakuri. How could Owen possibly be his match? Enough bickering. The results will be revealed shortly. We will soon know who the true victor is. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their argument and quieted down to await the outcome. As the smoke cleared, the figures of the two combatants gradually came into view. Marco stood tall while Owen lay defeated. The result was evident. Oh, I announced that the victor of this match is Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 226. Ace Black Flame Marco. Well done. Upon witnessing Marco's victory, Ace erupted with joy, his exuberance echoed by Luffy, who joined in the raucous celebration. I interjected, urging them to quiet down, as their antics were rather embarrassing. Sabo, observing the two boisterous individuals, sighed in exasperation while rubbing his forehead, unable to endure the bemused stares from those around them. Don't pay too much attention to their gazes, Sabo. When one is happy, they ought to cheer aloud. Luffy exclaimed, playfully slapping Sabo on the shoulder with a grin. I have no intention of being lectured by a fool, Luffy. Sabo retorted. Who are you calling a fool, you scoundrel? I challenge you to a duel. Luffy shouted back. Incensed by Sabo's words, Ace quickly intervened, grasping Luffy's arm. Enough, Luffy. Let us focus on the upcoming matches. I wonder who will take the stage next. At Ace's prompting, Luffy subdued his excitement, turning his attention to the arena, watching intently as the competition continued. Now, let us commence the next match. Featuring Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates against the member of the Blackbeard Pirates, Shiraisu Biseisu. The crowd murmured in surprise at the mention of the Blackbeard Pirates, questioning their audacity to participate in the martial arts tournament without fear of provoking the Whitebeard Pirates. This is a tournament hosted by Captain Liu Xuan. Who would dare to engage in a private brawl here? Surely, Blackbeard understands the risks of being here, one spectator remarked. Indeed, with the bountiful prizes offered by Captain Liu Xuan, it would be impossible not to be tempted. If they were to secure these rewards, the Blackbeard Pirates would no longer dread the Whitebeard, another mused. As the announcer, Prillies, concluded the introductions, Ace and Shiraisu Biseisu ascended the stage. Haha, who would have thought we would meet again, Fire Fist Ace? Shiraisu jeered. Spare me your chatter. I will settle scores with that scoundrel Teach eventually, but for now, I shall begin with you. Very well, the contestants are ready. Let the match begin. As two individuals ascended the stage, Prillies proclaimed the commencement of the match. Fire Fist. Ace did not engage in conversation. Instead, he launched directly into his ultimate move, a powerful fire fist that soared forth, showcasing a significant enhancement in its potency compared to previous instances, with the flames themselves multiplying several-fold. Upon seeing Ace approach, he unleashed a ferocious fire fist, leaving Basha speechless. Was it necessary to commence with such a powerful move? In others' matches, they usually begin with physical techniques and reserve their ultimate abilities for victory. What a show of might right from the start. Haha, Ace, you truly bear a grudge, launching such a formidable attack at the onset. It seems I too must reveal my prowess. Elbow strike. No longer modest, Basha's retaliated with his strongest technique, a visible wave of air colliding with Ace's fire fist. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the two forces canceled each other out. Wow. Both competitors displayed their signature moves immediately, leaving me in awe. They certainly seemed to harbor a rivalry. Yet I am grateful they provided us with such a thrilling spectacle. Haha. Ace, do you think I am still the Bashas who could be easily vanquished by your fire fist 2 years ago? Over the past 2 years, I have trained under Captain Teach, and I am determined to defeat you, Ace. It was merely a single fire punch that I blocked. Is there truly a need for such excitement? Do you believe my strength has not improved? I too have undergone rigorous training, and my power has grown significantly. Black Flame. Ace declared, extending his right hand to reveal a black flame, a manifestation of his haki integrated into his devil fruit ability. The temperature was terrifying. During training with Luffy, he had shared this method with Ace. After a period of practice, Ace succeeded in conjuring this black flame. Wow, black flames. How extraordinary that Ace's fire has transformed into this dark hue. This hidden technique of his is remarkable. I was utterly unaware of it. Marco observed the black flame in Ace's hand, astonished yet slightly reproachful. Oh dear, Ace has truly grown. Whitebeard looked on with pride, stating that witnessing his son's growth was the greatest joy for a father. Ha ha ha, I never imagined Ace would unleash it right from the start. I thought he would save it for the finals. Luffy was aware of Ace's new technique, as it was developed upon his suggestion. However, he was surprised that Ace utilized it in the very first match. Such a powerful flame. The heat emanating here surpasses that of his previous flames by several folds. It seems I will not emerge victorious in this match. Basha's, closest to Ace, felt the chilling terror of the black flames, leaving him devoid of hope for victory. Thus, he raised his right hand. Haha, I did not expect you to be this formidable. I concede. Basha's has surrendered. Ace wins this match. Chapter 227. Zoro advances. Oh, Ace, you're amazing. Upon hearing Pris announce Ace's victory, Luffy leapt up, shouting with glee, prompting laughter from those nearby. The next match features Revolutionary Army member Sabo against Salas. Please step onto the stage. As Pris announced, Sabo ascended the platform, facing a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries, whose strength was only at the rear admiral level, not particularly formidable. Ha ha ha, my luck is incredible to face such an unknown rookie. This match is as good as won. Salas, upon seeing Sabo standing there, burst into laughter, convinced of his good fortune. Hey, you over there, big guy, what are you laughing at? Why don't you come attack me already? Sabo, slightly displeased with Salas's merriment, called out. Since you're seeking death, allow me to oblige. Perish, pretty boy. Hearing Sabo's taunts, Salas swung his massive fist toward Sabo's head. What? Have you given up struggling? This way, you'll suffer less. Die? Approaching Sabo. Believing he had terrified him into inaction, Salas shouted as he struck down. I have been waiting for you for a long time, big guy. At that moment, Sabo suddenly countered with a punch to Salas's gut. Ugh. Salas was sent flying, nearly losing his lunch as he crashed outside the ring. Out of bounds. Sabo wins. Ha ha. What a fool, thinking Sabo's small stature meant he was weak. Did he not hear that one cannot judge a book by its cover? Ace laughed heartily at Salas's defeat. Now, for the next match, the pirate hunter Zoro faces Dracula. Zoro's opponent is also a pirate, with a bounty of 300 million berries. While his strength is commendable, Liu Xuan found his name rather amusing. Although he is called Dracula, he is merely a common bat fruit user with no ties to vampires. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, I shall defeat you. Once I do, I will be remembered by all. So become my stepping stone to fame. Dracula sneered at Zoro, convinced of his impending victory. Who are you? I don't seem to recognize you. Zoro replied, bewildered by Dracula, which infuriated him. I am a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. How can you not know me? Are you an idiot? There are countless pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. I have no time to remember such trivial matters. Trivial matters. You scoundrel. I will show you the wrath of a so-called trivial person. Furious, Dracula ceased talking and transformed into his bat-human form, swiftly appearing behind Zoro. Such speed. This Dracula truly lives up to his 300 million berry bounty. It seems that Zoro is bound to lose. Indeed, Roronoa Zoro, swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, has a bounty of 230 million berries, whereas Dracula's bounty is 300 million. It appears that Dracula is destined to win. What nonsense are you spouting? Zoro is incredibly strong. That guy is no match for him. Hearing the crowd claim Zoro would lose to Dracula, Nami and others sitting nearby objected. Who are you to say that Dracula will defeat Zoro? Do you dare to wager on this match? If Zoro wins, you owe me 100 million berries. If he loses, I will pay you the same amount. I accept the bet. I will wager too. Fine, the wager is set. Do not blame me for being rude if you try to back out later. At this point, Nami couldn't resist her greedy instincts. On the stage, Dracula reached Zoro's back and extended his sharp claws toward him. Ding ding. It seemed as if Zoro had eyes on the back of his head, drawing his sword to block Dracula's claws. How is that possible? Your observation hockey surpasses mine. How did you cultivate your skills, my friend? As a user of the bat fruit, Dracula possesses the ability of echolocation, granting him a remarkably high level of observation hockey. To my astonishment, Zoro's observation hockey surpasses his, leaving him momentarily in disbelief. Humph, did you not just declare your intent to showcase your anger? Is this truly all you can muster? Then prepare for my counterattack. One sword style, lion's song. Upon uttering these words, Zoro's figure flickered as he swiftly glided past Dracula, sheathing his blade, the autumn water, while Dracula collapsed. Yet, he was not dead. Zoro had spared him a breath. Oh, it appears that contestant Dracula has fainted. The victor of this match is contestant Zoro. Haha. You two have lost. Quickly hand over the wager. Upon witnessing Zoro's victory, Nami, seated in the audience, laughed heartily at the two individuals with whom she had just wagered. How infuriating. That scoundrel Dracula was so swiftly defeated. What a worthless fool. You two, stop your prattling and hand over the money at once. Money? What money? The two replied, feigning ignorance, seemingly attempting to evade their obligation. Are you two trying to cheat me? We clearly agreed on 10 million berries each. Hurry up and pay me. What are you babbling about? I don't recall making any bets with you. Don't go throwing false accusations my way. Nami's face flushed with anger at their shameless retorts. You had better give me the money promptly, or I shall make you regret it, Nami warned them sternly. Not a chance. What are you going to do about it? I'll have you know this is the territory of the Dragon Pearl Pirates. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Nami was on the verge of striking him, but his subsequent remarks sparked a realization within her. She stood up and shouted, Liu Xuan, I'm being bullied. Come here quickly. You've lost your mind. How dare you call Lord Liu Xuan's name? You're finished. The opponents were nearly paralyzed with fear. This was Liu Xuan's domain, and disrespecting him here was tantamount to courting death. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, speculating that this young girl was doomed. At that moment, Liu Xuan and his companions, seated in the main area, also caught wind of Nami's cry. Captain, that voice sounds like Miss Nami. I heard it. I shall go take a look. You all manage the event here. Rest assured, Captain, we will handle it flawlessly. Liu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Back in the audience, Nami pressed, "You better apologize quickly, or when the Dragon Pearl pirates arrive, you'll be in serious trouble. You're the one who's in trouble. I advise you to pay me now, or I will ensure Liu Xuan gives you a severe beating. You truly are courting disaster, daring to call Lord Liu Xuan's name." Suddenly, amidst their quarrel, a commotion erupted in the distance, drawing their attention. They turned to see Liu Xuan approaching. "Haha, you're finished. Lord Liu Xuan must have heard you disrespecting him and is coming over to teach you a lesson." Upon witnessing Liu Xuan's arrival, the individual erupted into laughter, seemingly envisioning the moment when Nami would face Liu Xuan's reprimand. "Nami, what is the matter?" Suddenly, Liu Xuan's remark interrupted the man's amusement. In his astonished gaze, Nami leapt into Liu Xuan's embrace. "Brother Liu Xuan, someone just bullied me. You must teach him a lesson, or else I shall ignore you." "Haha, who would dare to bully you?" Liu Xuan chuckled, bemused. "It's quite remarkable that she doesn't play pranks on others." "It's him." With that, Nami pointed accusingly at the terrified man. "Lord Liu Xuan, please spare me. I did not realize she was your woman. I shall pay this Miss Nami immediately." Upon seeing Nami point at him, the man hastily fell to his knees before Liu Xuan, weeping profusely. "What money, Nami? What have you all just done?" he exclaimed. "You see, we were cheering for Zoro earlier, and upon hearing someone say that Zoro would lose, we made a wager. We ended up winning, but he is trying to renege on the deal. That's the crux of the matter." Before Nami could respond, Usopp interjected to clarify the situation. "Haha, I knew Nami must have summoned me for this reason. You simply cannot shake off that little penchant for money, can you?" Liu Xuan chuckled as he playfully pinched Nami's small nose. "Oh dear, what are you doing? There are so many people here. Please stop. And hurry up and bring back my money." Nami tugged at Liu Xuan's arm, feigning a pout. "There's no need for that. He will return the money, won't you?" Liu Xuan turned to the man and said, Yes, I will bring the money to you. Please do accept it." The man replied hastily, pulling out a check to hand over to Liu Xuan. "And what about him?" Upon witnessing him produce a check, Nami gestured towards the individual beside her and addressed Liu Xuan, saying, I shall present it to you immediately." The other person who had wagered with Nami promptly retrieved a check and handed it to her. Only then did Nami nod in satisfaction, tucking the check into her bosom. Observing Nami's avaricious demeanor, Liu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of the circumstances, Nami was always this endearing. "All right, Nami, I shall take my leave for now. You all enjoy yourselves here, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me." "Understood." Watching Nami revel in her check, Liu Xuan could only shake his head in resignation as he returned to his seat. At that moment, the match had commenced, featuring Sanji against Vinsmoke Judge. In the original narrative, Sanji had already proven capable of defeating Judge, and now, having grown significantly stronger, it took less than a minute for him to claim victory. Who would have thought the North Blue's overlord would fall in the very first match? Truly pathetic. My homeland was destroyed by him. His defeat is most gratifying. The unexpected loss of the Germa chief in the opening round astonished many, considering the renowned technological prowess of the North Blue's Germa. The next match saw one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, face off against Casey, who soon succumbed to Doflamingo's formidable strength. Following that, Mihawk triumphed over a pirate from the South Blue, Blackbeard defeated a bounty hunter, and Shiryu bested a Navy Vice Admiral. Fujitora and Green Bull also emerged victorious, while Beckman claimed victory over Green Pepper. With the conclusion of the first day's contests, 64 competitors advanced. Chapter 229. The gathering at the restaurant. The initial round had drawn to a close, and the participants were instructed to return for rest, as the second round would commence the following day. Upon this announcement by Bliss, contestants and spectators alike departed the arena, while the staff began repairing the stage. "Hey Ace, Sabo, the first match has wrapped up, let us dine together." With that, Luffy embraced Ace and Sabo, leading them towards the dining hall, where Sanji and Zoro quickly followed suit. "Wow, is this the dining hall? It's absolutely opulent." Upon entering, the group was left in awe, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. This dining establishment had been personally designed by Bulma, boasting architectural styles and furnishings of unparalleled luxury, unlike anything the world had ever seen, let alone experienced firsthand. "Hey, come over here. There's an abundance of delectable food." Where are the delicious treats?" Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy dashed over, eliciting amused smiles from his companions, a true testament to Luffy's character. "Luffy, your performance today was spectacular." Suddenly, a hand rested on Luffy's shoulder, and he turned to see Shanks beaming at him. "Shanks, I'm so thrilled to see you here." "I'm equally delighted. Luffy, you've grown remarkably. Even I am taken aback. I believe you will soon realize your dreams." "You rascal, Shanks, tempting my grandson again." Just as their conversation flourished, a gruff voice interrupted, startling everyone. Turning around, they found Garp and Sengoku leading the Navy, accompanied by Dorag and the Revolutionary Army. "Grandpa, this is troublesome. I dread encountering Garp, as he never ceases to pester me." "Luffy, you are still gallivanting with Shanks. He's the one leading you astray." "Hey now, Admiral Garp, let us not speak recklessly. Luffy is merely pursuing his dreams at sea. How can you say I'm leading him astray? Enough with the nonsense. If it weren't for you, How could Luffy ever dream of becoming a pirate? Garp paid no mind to Shanks' retorts, grabbing him by the collar and scolding him. All right, father, this is Captain Liu Xuan's territory. It would be wise not to cause a commotion here. Dorag interjected suddenly. Dorag, I haven't settled the score with you yet, so keep your mouth shut. Hoo-ha-ha. It seems you all are having a family reunion. Congratulations. At that moment, Whitebeard and his crew approached. Whitebeard, don't get too cocky. I shall defeat you in the finals. Garp exclaimed, turning to face Whitebeard, flanked by Dorag and Luffy. Hoo-ha-ha. I await your challenge. Last time at Navy headquarters, we left things unresolved. This time, I intend to settle the score. Whitebeard, dissatisfied with their previous encounter, relished the prospect of a fair fight this time around. The evolving camaraderie between Whitebeard and Garp was indeed a revelation to behold. Red Count, upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "You are Riderfield. How have you become so youthful?" The Dragon Balls should not have been utilized yet. Upon witnessing the stark transformation in Raidfield's appearance since their last encounter, Capucci inquired with curiosity. I have consumed the Devil Fruit, a Zoan-type mythical beast that grants me the form of a vampire. By siphoning the blood of others, I can restore myself to a youthful state. Impressive, isn't it? Raidfield retorted. However, this merely utilizes the power of the Devil Fruit for a temporary resurgence of youth, which is fundamentally different from our genuine rejuvenation. It appears you have fallen from grace. Curse you, Capucci. What did you say? Do you wish to fight? Raidfield challenged. If a battle is what you seek, then let us engage. I fear you not. Upon witnessing a dispute between two individuals, the crowd hastened to intervene. Ha ha ha. Arriving here, I am greeted by such a captivating spectacle. How delightful. Blackbeard entered, ordering the quarrel to cease, drawing the attention of all present. Blackbeard, how dare you return here? I shall hold you accountable for the murder of your comrade. Ha ha ha. Old man, you ought to comprehend that this is Liu Xuan's domain. No private duels are permitted before the competition. Of course, I am aware. I shall defeat you on the arena. You had best pray to avoid crossing paths with me. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it. Then let us meet on the battlefield, old man. Ha ha ha. With that, Blackbeard strode towards the dining table. Come now, old man, let us dine together. When the time comes for the competition, we shall certainly make Blackbeard rue his choices. Ace assisted Whitebeard towards another table. Let us join as well. Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, followed Ace and took a seat at the table. Who would have thought that the Navy and pirates would share a meal under the same roof? This historic moment must be captured. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, reporters quickly seized their cameras to document the scene. As footsteps echoed, Liu Xuan entered with members of the Dragon Ball Pirates. It's Liu Xuan. What brings them here? Fool. What else would they be doing in a restaurant but dining? I can hardly believe I am sharing a meal with such a prominent figure. What an honor. It seems I shall indulge in the casino for a spell. Chapter 230. The 16-strong competition begins. Master, hurry over here. This dish is absolutely delectable. Upon catching sight of Liu Xuan, Luffy promptly rose to his feet and called out to him. Hearing Luffy's exclamation, Liu Xuan gradually approached. I didn't expect you all to gather quite so well. Are you hosting a banquet? How delightful. I never imagined Captain Liu Xuan would come here for a meal. Would you care to join us? Upon receiving the invitation from the venerable Liu Xuan, the mirthful atmosphere was palpable. Ha ha. I am not a deity. Of course I feel hunger. Is it not entirely natural to dine here? Liu Xuan shrugged in resignation at Whitebeard's remark. Do you think I can survive without sustenance? Ha ha. Well then, let us sit down and enjoy a meal together, as if it were a grand banquet. Kapu, laughing heartily, engaged with Liu Xuan, recognizing the importance of fostering a good rapport on his territory. In that case, Goku, you and your companions should find a place to settle as well. We shall occupy this side. Number 18, Liu Xuan declared, taking number 18 by the hand and joining Nami at her side. Ha ha. Captain Liu Xuan truly inspires envy. With two such exquisite companions by his side, it makes us single gentlemen yearn for partners, one remarked. Indeed, Captain, your actions are rather excessive. You continually dampen our spirits. I, too, wish to find a girlfriend. Krillin lamented, feeling the weight of his solitary status. Could you refrain from flaunting your affection before me? Ha ha. Krillin, would you like me to assist you in finding a girlfriend? With your talents, I am certain many young ladies would be eager to be your partner, another chimed in. Absolutely. We can introduce you to some lovely ladies. I know many beautiful women who would surely meet your expectations. As the conversation shifted towards matchmaking for Krillin, Liu Xuan felt a twinge of exasperation. Aren't you all pirates? Why have you transformed into matchmakers? Meanwhile, Krillin, undeterred, clutched the arm of the speaker. Can you truly introduce me to someone? Where are they? Are they beautiful? Do refrain from such exuberance. There is no rush in matters of introductions. They are not present at the moment, and we must await the conclusion of the martial arts tournament before I can take you to meet them. Please, exercise a bit of patience, came the response. How desperate must one be to exhibit such excitement? Another interjected. Krillin, do be sensible. The competition is ongoing, and now is hardly the time to seek companionship. Surely, after the tournament concludes, you may pursue that. You cannot possibly fathom my plight. Surrounding you are countless admirers, while I have yet to even experience a romantic relationship. Krillin exclaimed, gripping Yamcha's shoulder in exasperation. Krillin, do spare us the embarrassment. The captain will surely be displeased. Vegeta interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. Krillin, who had always held a slight fear of Vegeta, fell silent at his words. Haha, enough of this, everyone. Let us eat. We must prepare for tomorrow's continued competition. After our meal, let us rest early. Upon hearing a remark from Vegeta that rendered the crowd momentarily silent, Liu Xuan promptly intervened to ease the tension, and the audience quickly rallied in agreement. Shortly thereafter, after a brief interlude, everyone finished their meal and returned to rest. As night swiftly passed, the following morning saw everyone rising early, with the spectator stands already brimming with attendees. Good morning, everyone. After a full day yesterday, 64 contestants have advanced in the competition. Today, they will vie for the prestigious title of 32 formidable champions. Let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding of events. I hereby declare the competition officially open. May I invite the first group of contestants to take the stage. Priest had arrived at the competition venue well in advance, and as the appointed time drew near, he ascended the platform to announce the commencement of the match. With a resounding clang of the gong, 2 competitors stepped onto the arena. The inaugural match featured the ant fruit user, Boskov, against the boar fruit user, Krus. The prowess of both combatants appeared closely matched, suggesting a prolonged battle ahead. Ha ha ha, to think I would be called upon for the very first match without any preparation. What terrible luck. Krus muttered as he ascended the platform. Upon spotting Boskov, he scoffed. Is this really my opponent? You don't seem particularly formidable. Victory seems all but assured. As Cruz observed the Boskov, whose height barely reached his waist, a sense of disdain crept into his heart. Being a wielder of the wild boar fruit, Cruz was a towering figure, standing an impressive 6 to 7 meters tall. Although Boskov boasted a height exceeding 3 meters, he appeared almost childlike in comparison to Cruz. However, strength is not merely determined by stature. Take Captain Liu Xuan, for instance. Despite his modest height of merely 1 meter 80, who would dare to underestimate his prowess? I am resolute in my intention to defeat you and achieve victory, demonstrating my strength to Captain Liu Xuan. This would pave my way to join the Dragon Pearl pirate crew. Ha ha ha, what a laughable jest. You aspire to join the Dragon Pearl pirates? Dream on. For in this contest, you shall taste defeat at my hands. Let us see, shall we? I believe it is unnecessary to test each other's limits any further. After yesterday's bout, we have gained a fair understanding of each other's capabilities. It would be prudent to unleash our full strength immediately, thus saving time for the competitors who follow. Chapter 231, Luffy vs. Kakutali. Let the battle commence. Wild boar transformation. Even before his metamorphosis, Cruz appeared quite imposing. But upon transforming into the wild boar form, his stature doubled, soaring to a height reminiscent of a giant. Now that is more like it. Ant-Man transformation. Observing that Cruz had exerted his full power, Boskov transformed into an Ant-Man clad in black armor, though his height still only reached half of Cruz's. Haha, still so short. Little one, you might as well concede. Wild boar charge. As Cruz's massive, corpulent form surged forward, the entire arena quaked beneath him. He charged at Boskov like a frenzied wild boar, intent on knocking him out of the ring. How cunning. Cruz seeks to leverage his enormous physique to thrust Boskov out of the arena, thereby claiming victory. While one might wish to thwart such a strategy, it appears the rules of the competition permit this tactic. I wonder how Boskov will navigate this precarious situation. Prepare to fall from the ring. For this victory shall be mine. Observing the immobile Boskov, Cruz assumed he was merely intimidated and, with a boisterous laugh, charged forward. Huh, do you think this will defeat me? Cruz, you are exceedingly naive. I am destined to join the Dragon Ball Pirates. There is no way I could be vanquished here by you. Upon finishing his declaration, Boskov spread his arms wide in an attempt to halt Cruz's reckless advance, resembling a child trying to stop a burly man. Oh my, what does contestant Boskov intend to do? Is he attempting to obstruct contestant Cruz? This is an utterly impossible feat. Die? At that moment, Cruz had reached Boskov, extending his muscular arms to push him away. I shall not be defeated by you. Huh. Boskov roared, successfully blocking Cruz, who, despite his immense effort, could not budge him even an inch. How is this possible? How can such a small frame possess such strength? I refuse to believe it. Cruz exerted every ounce of his power, yet it proved futile. Wow, I can hardly believe my own eyes. Contestant Boskov possesses such incredible strength that contestant Cruz cannot move him even a fraction. Truly remarkable, let us cheer for him. A user of the ant fruit ability. It appears this power can rival Jack's merely through sheer force. Upon witnessing the prowess of Boskov, there were praises bestowed. Indeed, the strength of an ant can exceed several hundred times its own weight. He is fortunate to have consumed such a fruit. I just heard him express a desire to join our Dragon Pearl crew. Captain, will you not accept him? Beside them, Bulma chuckled and remarked to Liu Xuan. Well, that ultimately hinges on whether he can triumph in the next match. Should he advance to the top 16, he could indeed become a member of our Dragon Pearl Pirates. Ha ha ha, that presents quite the challenge. Most of the contenders in the top 16 are at the Admiral level, while he stands at the peak of the Commodore rank. Defeating those at the Admiral level will be exceptionally arduous, I dare say. Such matters are notoriously unpredictable. Watching the fierce competition on the arena, Liu Xuan murmured softly. As Liu Xuan conversed with Buma, Boskov had already triumphed over Cruz and descended from the stage. Bravo! This match was won by the esteemed Boskov. Let us express our heartfelt gratitude with resounding applause for the thrilling performance he delivered. Now, let us welcome the formidable contenders, Luffy and Kakatali, to the stage. Oh, Luffy, give it your all. Winning this match will reward you with a prize. It was evident that this enthusiastic cheer came from Nami, whose penchant for wealth was unwavering. Go, Luffy. From the contestant seating area, Sabo and Ace joined in, encouraging Luffy. Kakatali, do not let him best you. The spectators rallied behind Kakatali as well. All right, gentlemen. Please commence the match, pre-announced, glancing at the time, before hastily exiting the arena. Captain, who do you think will emerge victorious, Luffy or that fellow? Upon witnessing Luffy's entrance, Nami and the others eagerly approached Liu Xuan, for Luffy is indeed Liu Xian's disciple. Should he falter in the second match, Liu Xian's reputation would suffer significantly. Liu Xuan smiled and replied, guess. Captain, you're being overly coy. Why not just tell us? What is there to guess? Indeed, Captain. What else with the suspense? Simply stating it wouldn't lead to your demise. Are you worried about making a mistake and losing face? Rest assured, this matter shall remain confidential. Stop your rambling. How could I possibly err? Luffy's current strength should be evident to Goku. Liu Xuan rolled his eyes at Krillin's remark. Indeed, when I departed, Luffy and the others were at the initial level of the four emperors. However, I am uncertain whether they have progressed during this time. Goku interjected, nodding. Liu Xuan continued, Luffy currently possesses strength at the initial level of the four emperors, whereas Katakuri stands at the pinnacle of the admiral level. Who do you think will prevail? It should be Luffy, right? Absolutely. Luffy is bound to win, so fret not. On the battlefield, Katakuri scrutinized Luffy before him. He was aware that Luffy was Liu Xian's disciple, yet gazing upon the youthful figure of Luffy, barely 20, he felt an air of overconfidence. At his age, he believed he had only achieved the rank of a captain, having heard that Luffy had attained admiral-level strength 2 years prior. He remained skeptical that Luffy could have ascended to the four-emperor level within such a brief span. After all, he himself had reached the pinnacle of admiral level a decade ago, and had been unable to break through to the four emperors in all that time, highlighting the formidable challenge of achieving such a rank. Hey, you're Liu Xian's disciple, aren't you? I may not understand what Liu Xuan saw in you to take you as his pupil, but your strength ought to be commendable. Unfortunately for you, you've encountered me. Your journey in this competition ends here. Do you know my master? Then you must be his friend. In that case, rest assured, I will restrain my strength during our battle. Luffy's excitement was palpable as he responded, I must honor my master's reputation. However, his words only served to infuriate Katakuri. Don't get ahead of yourself. Do you think your strength alone can defeat me? Just because you are Liu Xian's disciple doesn't make you invincible. I will demonstrate to you that victory is not determined by connections. Roar! Katakuri bellowed, transforming his hand into a sticky form, enveloping it with armament haki, and swiftly spinning it towards Luffy in attack. Wow, that move resembles my Gum Gum rocket. If that is the case, I shall employ the same technique, Gum Gum spiral. Luffy countered with a punch of his own. Boom. The clash of their attacks was immensely powerful, akin to the explosion of missiles. Fortunately, the arena had been reinforced by magic, or it would have been reduced to fragments. These two are incredibly strong. Had that punch landed on me, I would have been obliterated. Don't compare yourself to them. Even Sea Kings would be reduced to rubble by a single blow. These two are monsters. With a series of steps, both warriors retreated, stabilizing themselves. The exchange of their techniques was indeed a close match, nearly equal in strength. I didn't anticipate your prowess to be so formidable. It seems I underestimated you. I shall not take you lightly any longer. As he watched Luffy force him back, Kaku's expression shifted between shadows and uncertainty, indicating that he was ready to unleash his full power. You won't back down either, but I refuse to lose to you. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy's spirited declaration elicited a chuckle from Shanks, who was watching from below the arena. Observing Luffy now, Shanks felt as though he had been transported back to over a decade ago, when he first met Luffy, who was always proclaiming his ambition to become the Pirate King. It brought a wave of nostalgia. Luffy has always possessed a unique charm that draws us, his companions, together, even if he can be quite foolish at times. Zoro reminisced about their first encounter, when Luffy introduced himself with the same ambition. Back then, Zoro had mocked him for dreaming too grandly, but now he realized his error. Indeed, Luffy is just that kind of person. Ace and Sabo chimed in, sharing a laugh. The battle on the stage reached a fever pitch as Kaku unleashed his signature move. The upper part of his hand transformed into machi, compressing and swirling with heat, launching an attack akin to a rocket launcher, enhanced with armament haki directed at Luffy. This technique served both as a close-range and long-range assault, boasting impressive distance and speed, surpassing even Luffy's King Kong gun in the original narrative, while its power was comparable. Following this attack, he could recover from a severed limb. What an impressive technique. It seems I stand no chance against you, Bounce Man. Luffy, witnessing the might of Kaku's move, immediately transformed into his fourth gear, the Bounce Man, and retaliated with his own King Kong gun directed towards Kaku's fist. Every one of his techniques resembles my own. It all comes down to whose strength prevails. I refuse to believe I can lose to you. Boom. The force of their exchanges escalated significantly, shattering the previously unscathed floor beneath them into fragments. Wow. That floor survived countless blows yesterday without a scratch, yet merely the residual force from their clash has obliterated it. Their strength is truly terrifying. Indeed. I heard that floor was reinforced by the Dragon Ball pirates, its hardness exceeding that of steel by several folds. Just how formidable are these two monsters? And this isn't even their strongest power. It's utterly frightening. Although their techniques were on par, Luffy's superior strength began to overwhelm Kaku. I never anticipated your strength to be this formidable. It appears I have underestimated you. From now on, I shall give it my all. If you can still suppress me, I shall concede. Chapter 233. Serpent Man form. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. This battle is truly exhilarating. However, you cannot defeat me. I have discerned your level of strength, likely at the peak of a vice admiral, but I have surpassed to the level of an emperor. It would be wise for you to surrender. Enough with the chatter. Only through battle will we determine the victor. Do not presume that being Liu Xuan's disciple makes you invincible. Despite his words, Kaku's mind raced with thoughts of the consequences of conceding as a subordinate of an emperor. I cannot afford to lose. My mother would be furious. Then let us continue. Fourth gear, Serpent Man form. This form emerged from Luffy's mastery of observation haki at an advanced level, greatly enhancing his speed and rendering his physique more toned than before. Oh, such a form exists? You truly are Liu Xuan's disciple. Yet, I shall not easily concede. Behold the awakened power of the Machi fruit. Wall of Machi. Kaku extended his hands, transforming the ground into Machi and manipulating it to ensnare Luffy, threatening to suffocate him if he could not escape. The awakening of abilities came as a surprise, revealing that Kaku's devil fruit powers had also awakened, sharing a similarity with Luffy's, both capable of assimilating their surroundings. Could it be that the awakening of Paramecia-type devil fruits follows this pattern? In the contestant area, Doflamingo observed Kaku's awakening and believed he had discerned the direction of Paramecia awakenings. Wow, Ace, I never imagined your brother could become this powerful. The last time I saw him, he was merely at the initial stage of a vice admiral. It's astonishing how much he has improved in just 2 years. Marco laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Ace. Of course, just look at who his brother is. Under Goku's training, it would be impossible not to grow stronger. This form was mastered by Luffy over a year ago, and back then, I nearly struggled to withstand it myself, Ace replied with pride, resembling a parent boasting about their child, causing Marco to feel an inexplicable urge to tease him. Must you be so self-satisfied? Meanwhile, on the other side, Garp was laughing heartily. Ha! What do you think, Sengoku? Impressive, right? Aren't you envious of my grandson? Garp, you rascal. What is there to boast about just because your grandson is impressive? As I observed Garp's triumphant laughter, I felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. This scoundrel revels in showcasing his grandson, who happens to be a pirate. Ha ha ha, there's no need to deny it. I know you are undoubtedly envious of me. Fear not. Even if you voice your jealousy, I shall not mock you. Garp, with a knowing grin, cast a glance towards Sengoku, his demeanor provoking Sengoku's ire to the point where he wished to eliminate him on the spot. Garp, you old rascal. Cease your nonsensical prattling, and simply watch the match. Leader Dorag, your son is truly remarkable. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. On the side of the Revolutionary Army, several commanders engaged in a discussion regarding the prowess of their leader's son. Indeed, during the Marineford War, Luffy already displayed his formidable strength at that time. He was on par with an admiral. After 2 years of arduous training, his abilities have surely escalated to the pinnacle of admiral-level strength. As a comrade who fought alongside Luffy, Ivankov was well aware of his capabilities and animatedly recounted Luffy's exploits during the Marineford War to the others. Enough, Ivankov. No need to speak on Luffy's behalf. Although he is my son, I have not fulfilled my duties as a father. Truth be told, I am astounded by his current strength. I never anticipated he would grow to such heights. Despite not having taken on the responsibilities of a father, Dorag's concern for Luffy was evident, as seen during their farewell in Lobetown. Ha ha ha, Leader Dorag actually uttered the words I never expected today. It appears Luffy's prowess has genuinely astonished him. He is indeed worthy of being my brother. Sabo, who often stood by Dorag, rarely witnessed such surprise from him. Thus he could not resist teasing Dorag a bit. Alright, Sabo, enough with the jesting. Luffy's match is far from over. Let us focus on the battle. At that moment, Luffy's confrontation with Katakuri had reached a fever pitch, as the Machi created by the floor relentlessly assaulted Luffy. Yet, he adeptly evaded each attack. The speed of the Snake Man was no idle boast. Rain Machi. This was one of Katakuri's most formidable techniques, transforming the Machi-laden environment into numerous tendrils that swiftly struck at his opponent. Luffy had no choice but to continuously dodge the incoming onslaught. Ha ha ha. What a marvelous technique. It resembles my own. However, it shall have no effect on me. Gum Gum King Cobra. Luffy's hands extended with remarkable agility, changing directions at will, and Katakuri, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying. Boom. The ground shattered beneath the impact, leaving Katakuri sprawled on the floor in a state of disarray. Chapter 234. Luffy's victory. Brother Katakuri, how could it be that the Straw Hat Brat defeated you? This cannot be. Get up quickly. You are the foremost among our pirate trio. Upon witnessing Kakatali sprawled on the ground, the onlookers were incredulous. They were all too familiar with Kakatali's formidable prowess, akin to that of a monstrous being. How could such a powerful opponent have been defeated, and not by any of the four emperors, no less? This was a reality they struggled to accept. Coughing, he spat out blood, then erupted into laughter. I can't believe I lost so swiftly. Straw Hat, you truly are remarkable. Let us conclude our battle here. Today, victory belongs to you. Perhaps we shall meet again for another duel. Kakatali, despite his defeat, rose with determination, elated at having discovered a worthy adversary. You are impressive as well. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, replied Luffy, giving a thumbs up with a grin. With that, Kakatali concedes, and Luffy emerges victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to him, and express our gratitude to both fighters for their splendid performance. Next, we shall have the staff repair the arena before the subsequent match, announced Prillies. Following his words, several crew members ascended the ring to mend the floor, reciting incomprehensible incantations, and miraculously restoring it to its original state. The Dragon Ball pirates indeed possess hidden talents. However, one might ponder whether employing such abilities for floor repairs is somewhat excessive. Do not be so astonished. For the Dragon Ball pirates, this is merely a trivial display of skill. Their capabilities are truly formidable. Upon witnessing the restoration of the arena, Pris stepped back onto the stage. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the staff, our platform has been repaired. It is time for the next match. The forthcoming bout features the skilled fighter, Dora, against Marco. Let us welcome them to the stage. As Pris announced the competitors, Marco exclaimed in despair. My opponent is that perverse Dora. I am truly unfortunate. Ace, am I doomed to lose? Come now, Marco, do not be so pessimistic, Ace replied cheerfully. While you may not triumph over Luffy's father, consider this match as an opportunity for sparring. Perhaps your skills will improve as a result. This is a tremendous opportunity that I would covet. Do not wallow in despair. Ace patted Marco on the shoulder, a smile adorning his face, which seemed to convey a sense of schadenfreude. Get lost. You dare to mock me. Why don't you step into the ring with him? I certainly do not wish to be subjected to his unilateral torment, Marco retorted, still wearing a long face. Marco, please make your way to the stage promptly, or I shall have no choice but to declare your forfeiture. As Marco hesitated to ascend the stage, Plis could not restrain himself from taunting. Marco, have you succumbed to fear? Hurry back, haha. It seems the Whitebeard pirates are just like ordinary folk. I had thought they were fearless. Being the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco had many adversaries, and witnessing his reluctance to take the stage incited their ridicule. Marco, step up. Don't tarnish the name of Whitebeard. Our crew has never cowered before anyone. George, upon hearing their jeers, felt an urge to confront those ruffians. Marco, fret not. Dolag is Luffy's father. Since you have aided Luffy, he shall not unleash his full wrath upon you. Simply feign a loss when the time comes. Ace wrapped his arm around Marco's neck, bringing a spark of realization to Marco's eyes, and then strode onto the stage. Greetings, Chief Dolag. It is an honor to finally meet you. What unfortunate timing to encounter you in the second round. Please, show some mercy later. As Marco approached Dolag, he extended his right hand, his demeanor reminiscent of a sycophant. No need for formality, Captain Marco. You assisted Luffy during the Summit War, so we are, in a sense, allies, Dolag replied, shaking Marco's hand, harboring a degree of admiration for the Whitebeard pirate's ethos. Haha, Luffy is Ace's brother, and Ace is my dear friend. Aiding him is only natural. Contestants, please commence the match without further delay. There are many more battles awaiting. Seeing two individuals engrossed in conversation, Please could not contain his frustration. This is the venue for the world's foremost martial arts tournament, not a chat room. Why do these people insist on chatting here? Apologies. Esteemed referee, we shall commence now. The two quickly offered their apologies. Very well, let us begin. You possess the mythical phoenix fruit, do you not? The legendary phoenix is revered alongside the divine dragon. I am eager to discern which is superior. Today, I shall finally have the opportunity to witness it. I, too, wish to experience the power of the divine dragon. Today, my desire shall be fulfilled. The two assumed their stances, poised for battle. Chapter 235, Rebirth from Flames, Dragon Claw Technique. Dalaga was the first to strike, launching a claw towards Marco. Should this claw connect, it would surely inflict severe wounds. Marco swiftly evaded, attempting to dodge Dalaga's dragon claw technique. With a flourish, he transformed his arms into wings enveloped in azure flames and propelled himself several meters away, narrowly escaping the attack. Phew, that was close. I almost took a hit. Dalaga's claw technique is indeed formidable. After evading Dalaga's strike, Marco suddenly transformed into a magnificent bird wreathed in blue flames, showcasing his devil fruit ability, the phoenix fruit. He soared into the sky, circling Dalaga in search of an opportunity to strike. Wow, Is this the power of Marco's devil fruit, the phoenix fruit? It is truly a splendid ability. He appears to be scouting for an opening to launch a decisive blow. However, Dalaga shows no signs of yielding. His defensive posture is impeccable. What will you do now? Marco, go for it. The honor of the Whitebeard pirates rests upon you. The raucous crowd from the Whitebeard pirates roared in encouragement. These rascals just know how to stir up trouble. If you have the skill, come up here and fight. Marco, soaring in the sky, felt a surge of anger at the hecklers. Just wait until I return. I'll deal with you then. But for now, I must focus on the match. Dare to distract me during our battle? Marco, you've underestimated him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Dalaga launched an attack from behind, landing a punch squarely on Marco's back. Boom. Marco was sent crashing onto the arena floor, leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. Cough. I was careless. I didn't expect Dalaga to be so swift, reaching my back before I could react. Rising from the ground, Marco brushed off the dirt. Although he had sustained an injury, the regeneration granted by the blue flames rendered him seemingly unscathed. Dalaga's strength is truly impressive. It appears Marco is destined to lose this match. After all, Dalaga has yet to unleash his fruit's power. Haha, of course. Dalaga's dragon fruit is terrifyingly powerful. Not only can it control the weather, but his physical strength is immense, leaving Marco with little chance of victory. That may not be the case. Perhaps Dalaga might falter against him. Haha, indeed. There is a possibility. So Marco, you must not concede. Upon hearing the crowd's jests, Marco felt a twitch in his eye. What a grudge. Is it necessary to be this way? He then fixed a serious gaze upon Dalaga. Dalaga's strength was already overwhelming. He would have to give it his all to avoid tarnishing his father's name. Standing tall, Marco dusted himself off and addressed Dalaga. Haha, Dalaga, you truly are formidable. I find myself without any means to retaliate. However, I possess one final technique. If I cannot inflict any damage with it, I shall concede. Oh, I did not expect you to have a hidden trump card. In that case, unleash it. Dalaga's interest peaked at the mention of Marco's secret move. This technique is one I comprehended after awakening my fruit's abilities. I am still not quite adept at it, and it requires a 10-second preparation time, which is why I have yet to utilize it. Today marks my first attempt. You must be cautious. Haha, rest assured. I shall not underestimate you. Let me witness the hidden technique of the esteemed First Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Very well. I shall commence. Rebirth from flames. Boom. A swirl of azure flames enveloped Marco, ultimately transforming into a colossal egg. With a crack, the egg shattered, revealing a magnificent bird cloaked in crimson flames. Caw. A resounding bird call echoed, snapping the spectators back to reality. What just transpired? Marco has such a transformation? How have I never seen this before? Ace, do you know? George, familiar with Marco, turned to Ace in astonishment. How would I know? Marco has been so secretive. I never imagined he had such a technique. When he returns, I'll have to give him a piece of my mind for keeping this from us. Ace replied with a puzzled expression. Wow, Marco has suddenly transformed. However, he doesn't seem to have changed much, just a different color. Could he truly be growing stronger? Referee, no need to speculate. I believe he is merely putting on a show. Indeed. Marco, just concede already. There's no point in this charade. Marco, soaring above, paid no heed to the hecklers. They were but insignificant jesters, unworthy of his anger. With a powerful flap of his wings, his massive form vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Dalaga. What astonishing speed. Even I could barely catch a glimpse of his movement. It appears he is not merely posturing. Chapter 236. Marco's downfall. How do you fare, Dalaga? After my rebirth from flames, my strength has multiplied several times over. Can you keep up with my speed? Marco felt a surge of pride in his newfound power, believing he could contend with even his father now. Haha, impressive. I did not anticipate such a significant enhancement in your abilities. It seems I must no longer hold back. With a mighty roar, Dalaga transformed into his dragon form, soaring towards Marco in the skies. Caw. As Dora engaged in a fierce aerial battle, Marco soared towards him with a resounding clash. The audience below erupted in gasps of astonishment, mesmerized by the spectacle that resembled a duel between mythical creatures. Marco unleashed flames towards Dora, which was peculiar since his flames were typically known for their healing properties. As Marco flapped his wings, waves of fire surged towards Dora, only to be extinguished by a blizzard. With another intense impact, the two warriors separated to catch their breath. Finally a moment to rest, they paused, likely fatigued from the vigorous encounter. Haha, the leader of Dora is indeed formidable. I find myself merely matching you in strength. Unbeknownst to Marco, Dora had yet to exert his full power. Had he done so, Marco would have already faced defeat. You are impressive as well, but continuing this way is not practical. Let us settle this with a decisive blow. Out of respect, Dora refrained from revealing that he had not yet tapped into his true potential. Otherwise, Marco would surely feel humiliated. Very well, then I shall unleash my ultimate move in this form. Blazing Phoenix. Marco shouted, as flames surged around him, his form expanding into a majestic figure, resembling a miniature sun, charging towards Dora. Since you wield fire, I shall invoke water. Dora roared, summoning a vivid water dragon that mirrored his own physique. With a swift motion of his claws, the water dragon hurtled towards the approaching Marco. The collision resulted in a thunderous roar, followed by a tremendous explosion, as fire and water clashed, sending sparks and droplets scattering in a mesmerizing display. Remarkable. These two are incredibly powerful. An ordinary person would have vanished without a trace from such an impact. As the battle continued, Marco began to falter, and Doris seized the opportunity, sending him crashing down from the arena, thus concluding the match with Dora's victory. Outside the ring, as Marco fell beyond the boundaries, the announcement of Dora's triumph echoed, prompting applause. The next contest would feature the naval hero, Carp, against Shiryu, a cadre of the Blackbeard pirates. After the judges declared the results, Marco returned to the contestant area, where he bowed to his father, saying, "I'm sorry. Father, I lost." "Ah, Marco. Winning or losing is a common occurrence. Do not dwell on it too much. Besides, the one who bested you is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. So it is not a disgrace," Whitebeard reassured, prioritizing his son's well-being over victory. For him, the only wish that mattered was to revive Sachi, who had been slain by Teach. "Father, thank you for allowing me to be your son. I feel incredibly fortunate," Marco wept, touched by Whitebeard's words. "Haha, Marco, you sly one, hiding such a powerful technique. How shall we punish you?" Ace interjected, playfully wrapping his arm around Marco's neck. "Indeed, I propose a month of sock-washing duties." George chimed in, provoking Marco to chase him in jest. "Enough of this banter. The upcoming matches are bound to be thrilling. Let us focus on the spectacle ahead." Observing the playful antics of the trio, the captain of the 5th team, Huajin Bista, remarked that, if possible, he would truly wish to declare to everyone that he was unacquainted with them, as it was utterly embarrassing. On the arena, Carp had ascended to the stage, and the opposing Yuji Shilio had also approached. "Haha, I never anticipated encountering you. You rascal. Shilio, your actions in Impel Down and your grudge against Magellan will be settled shortly." Carp, as a vice admiral of the Navy, maintained a cordial relationship with the warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Shilio, having betrayed the Navy and allied with Blackbeard Teach to injure Magellan, had long been a source of deep animosity for Carp. Naturally, encountering him in battle would prompt Carp to deliver a severe lesson. Chapter 237, Carp's instantaneous defeat of Shilio. "Ha. Do not be so enraged. I merely sought an opportunity. I merely eliminated a few scoundrel pirates. Thus, you confined me to that dark and dismal 6th level of the prison. Of course, I had to devise an escape." Shilio dismissed Carp's words with indifference, merely seeking the thrill of murder. What was wrong with that? "Today, I shall avenge Magellan and teach you a proper lesson. Behold my might. Iron Fist." From Carp's perspective, Shilio's actions of killing prisoners within the jail were inherently wrong. Not only did he show no remorse after being imprisoned, but upon being released by Magellan, he exacerbated his betrayal of the Navy by joining the Blackbeard pirates and severely injuring Magellan. His crimes were indeed heinous. Therefore, Carp did not waste words and directly delivered a powerful iron fist. Clang. Carp's punch did not connect with Shilio, as it was blocked by his 2nd-generation sword, the Ghostly Blade. However, with a surge of strength, Carp's force proved too great for Shilio to withstand, sending him flying. Shilio, possessing only the strength of a general, could not possibly withstand Carp's full-powered punch, especially considering Carp's formidable advancement to the peak of the 4 emperors after regaining his youth. Cough cough. Vice Admiral Carp's power is truly terrifying. It seems I am no match for him. Referee, I concede. Despite Shilio's penchant for killing, he was not a fool. Recognizing that he could not best his opponent, he wisely chose to surrender rather than risk being beaten to a pulp and tossed off the arena. Such a fate would be too humiliating. Shilio has conceded. Therefore, Carp is declared the victor. Let us congratulate him on advancing to the top 32. Upon witnessing Shiryu's concession, Please promptly declared Carp the victor. Carp, well done. Long live Admiral Carp. Admiral Carp truly embodies the heroism of our Navy, having dispatched the notorious Shiryu of the Rain with but a single punch. Indeed, with the Pirate King already apprehended by Admiral Carp, what is Shiryu but a mere trifle? Police announcement of the results ignited jubilant cheers among the Navy. Surely, Luffy's grandfather is formidable. I faced Shiryu 2 years ago, and his prowess was comparable to mine at that time, yet he was defeated in an instant. Truly remarkable. Haha. Of course, my grandfather is to be credited. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy responded with a matter-of-fact expression. Luffy, I'm not praising you, so why do you react that way? Zoro remarked, slapping Luffy's back. Not only the Navy and competitors were discussing Carp, but even the audience joined in. Is that Admiral Carp, the hero of the Navy? His strength is unparalleled. With him protecting us from pirates, we feel incredibly secure. Undoubtedly, he is now the most formidable figure in the Navy. As the discussions unfolded, Please ascended to the arena. Next, we shall witness the ensuing match between the renowned Hawkeye and the formidable Green Pepper. May the contestants take the stage. Wow, the world's greatest swordsman is here. I wonder if he will annihilate his opponent this time? Fool. Last match, Hawkeye faced merely a mid-ranking pirate. Green Pepper, however, has had a bounty of 500 million berries for decades. His strength is undoubtedly that of a true admiral. I doubt Hawkeye will secure victory as easily as before. Not necessarily. Green Pepper has aged, while Hawkeye is in his prime. I believe Hawkeye will defeat Green Pepper swiftly. What is the use of your discussions now? The outcome will soon be revealed. At that moment, Green Pepper and Hawkeye stepped onto the arena. Ha ha ha, so you are Hawkeye. Though you may be the world's greatest swordsman, to me, you are merely a junior. You stand no chance against me. Upon hearing Green Pepper's words, the corner of Hawkeye's eye twitched slightly. How overconfident this individual is. You are merely of admiral caliber. While I stand at the level of the 4 emperors, what gives you such assurance? Though he thought this internally, Hawkeye refrained from voicing it. After all, given the opponent's advanced age, it was best not to discourage him. Instead, he said, Leader Green Pepper, I am not so easily vanquished, so I ask for your guidance. Very well, since you refuse to concede, I shall defeat you. After all, I need to stretch my limbs as well. 8-punch fist. Green Pepper unleashed his full power, his white beard and eyebrows billowing as if stirred by anger. He leapt into the sky, his head crowned with the manifestation of Haki, charging towards Hawkeye. Oh, is this the 8-punch fist employed by the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy? Quite impressive, yet with such strength, you remain no match for me. As the Green Pepper charged towards him, Hawkeye exhibited not a trace of panic. He deftly drew his black sword from behind and, gathering his strength, swung it with precision, unleashing a stream of verdant sword energy that cleaved towards his opponent. Boom. The formidable strike erupted upon impact with the Green Pepper, propelling it backwards. Such an overwhelming attack. I cannot shatter it. It seems I can only force it away. With a desperate maneuver, the Green Pepper, sensing the precariousness of its situation as it neared the edge of the arena, thrust its head upward with all its might, redirecting Hawkeye's sword energy skyward, where it soared for several hundred meters before gradually dissipating. Chapter 238. Hawkeye's advancement puffing heavily. The Green Pepper inhaled the fresh air after sending the sword energy aloft. It had exerted every ounce of its strength to withstand that last assault. And now fatigue began to set in. Observing the composed Hawkeye, the Green Pepper felt a foreboding sense of defeat. Woe is me. This is all that scoundrel Carp's fault. If he hadn't flattened my spearhead, how could I possibly be at such a disadvantage? Carp, you wretched fiend. I shall have my vengeance upon you. Suddenly, the Green Pepper burst into tears, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, especially Carp, who now found himself in a rather awkward predicament. This fellow certainly holds grudges. It was merely a matter of flattening his spearhead. Carp, picking his nose, scoffed dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. Pray, that is no trivial matter, Admiral Carp. Observing Carp's nonchalance, the crowd thought to themselves, hey, Green Pepper leader, do you still intend to continue fighting? I would prefer to retire early for some rest. Perhaps you should concede swiftly. Witnessing the Green Pepper weep profusely, Eagle Eye found himself in an awkward predicament, realizing that he had inadvertently brought tears to the eyes of an elderly man. Should word of this incident spread, it would tarnish his reputation irreparably. Little brat, cease your grandiloquence. I am the esteemed leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army. How could I possibly concede without a fight? Do you think I would sacrifice my dignity so easily? I tell you, unless you manage to cast me from the arena or slay me, I shall not surrender. The words of Green Pepper left Eagle Eye with no alternative. It seemed that only by rendering him immobile would he find resolution. In that case, be wary. Chief Green Pepper, I assure you, I shall not show mercy. A moment's lapse could lead to your demise. Night slash. As Eagle Eye proclaimed this, his figure suddenly vanished. A flurry of shadows darted past, and when he reappeared, he stood behind Green Pepper. Thank you for the instruction, Eagle Eye declared, sheathing his black blade, Night, upon his back, before descending from the arena. Alas, Eagle Eye, why do you depart? The contest is not yet concluded. As Hawkeye descended from the ring, Pliss found himself perplexed and promptly called out to him, the match is over. I have emerged victorious. Turning back, Hawkeye gazed at Pliss and uttered a brief remark before making his way towards the competitor's area. Meanwhile, on the stage, Green Pepper had collapsed to the ground, prompting Pliss to rush forward to assess the situation. Ah, the contestant Green Pepper has fainted. The victory belongs to Hawkeye. Approaching the unconscious Green Pepper, Pliss confirmed his breathing and subsequently announced the outcome of the match. Truly, the world's foremost swordsman lived up to his reputation. Such a formidable opponent was vanquished with but a single strike. It seems I must strive even harder. In the audience, Zoro felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Hawkeye's recent maneuver. This was the adversary he had been seeking. Defeating him would affirm his status as the world's strongest swordsman. Wait for me, Kuina. Our aspirations are on the verge of realization. Ladies and gentlemen, this match has been nothing short of spectacular, and I believe everyone has thoroughly enjoyed it. Now, let us welcome the next pair of competitors, the 5th Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vista, and the Straw Hat Pirate Zoro. Please make your way to the stage. Hey Zoro, it's your turn. The opponent appears to be Ace's comrade, so do be cautious not to inflict too much harm. Upon seeing that his opponent was Bista, the flowery swordsman of the Whitebeard Pirates, Zoro promptly addressed Luffy, declaring, I am aware, after all, we have fought together before, and I know precisely what to do. Zoro held a deep admiration for an adversary like Bista, recognizing him as a long-established swordsman. Defeating him would bring Zoro one step closer to realizing his dreams. Haha, you must be Ace's brother's companion. I recall our last encounter. at which point your prowess was already formidable. After more than 2 years of training, your strength must have surged immensely. It appears this match will not be a walk in the park, Bista remarked as he took the stage. Having previously witnessed Zoro's capabilities and harboring great respect for his strength. Please take good care of me. Zoro, succinct in his words, immediately engaged in combat. Very well. Allow me to see how much you have progressed over these 2 years. Flower sword, dance of the rose. With that, Bista brandished his twin swords, unleashing a flurry of rose petals that sliced toward Zoro. Come at me. Three-sword style, Azure Dragon Slash. Zoro exclaimed, wielding his blades in a manner that conjured a vivid blue dragon surging toward Bista, instantly dispersing the torrent of rose petals. Observing this, Bista swiftly retreated to evade the attack. Your strength has indeed grown remarkably. This is truly astonishing. It seems winning this match is beyond my reach. However, I cannot concede so swiftly. I am the 5th Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. After a moment's contemplation, Bista proposed. Let us proceed this way. I shall unleash my strongest technique, and if you can withstand it, I will admit defeat. What say you? Upon hearing his words, Zoro nodded. Ready for the challenge. All right, let me experience your ultimate technique. Flower sword, dance of the blossoms. Suddenly, an array of petals of various kinds encircled Bista, each petal sharp as a blade. As he danced with his swords, the petals surged forth toward Zoro. Wow, what a stunning technique. So beautiful. If someone were to propose in such a lovely setting, I would undoubtedly accept. Indeed, it is exceedingly romantic. Upon witnessing Bista's remarkable move, the female spectators in the audience erupted in exclamations of admiration, for Bista's technique was indeed breathtaking. Ah, how enviable. If only I could perform such a feat, I would undoubtedly attract numerous lovely ladies. Sanji gazed at Bista with a look of envy, for this fellow's greatest delight was none other than flirting with beautiful women. Bista's maneuver held an astonishing allure for the fairer sex, making it impossible for Sanji not to feel envious. At that moment, Zoro on stage was concocting a formidable technique, intent on vanquishing Bista in one decisive strike. 9 mountains and 8 seas, forming a singular world. Gathering 1,000 realms creates a small 1,000 worlds. In this realm, multiplied by 3, those who are relentless become one with the infinite. Three-sword style ultimate secret. Great 1,000 worlds. With that declaration, Zoro dashed forward at an incredible speed, leaping into the air like an arrow released from its bow. He then enveloped his 3 swords in the armament haki, transferring hardened power to their blades, causing them to blacken instantaneously, transforming into indomitable blades of destruction aimed at Bista. Boom. Zoro's great 1,000 worlds collided with Bista's dance of blades, shattering the latter's technique. Yet, the momentum of the great 1,000 worlds did not dissipate. It continued its relentless advance towards Bista. Such a powerful technique, it seems a direct confrontation would be unwise. Upon witnessing the relentless advance of Zoro, Bista could only raise his hand in surrender. Zoro promptly retracted his stance and struck the floor beside him. A resounding crack echoed as the colossal arena was cleaved in two. If such a blow were to strike me, I would surely meet my demise, Bista gasped. Shaken by Ace's formidable display, it seems only Mihawk could rival his swordsmanship. What an extraordinary display of power Zoro possesses. He has effortlessly bisected the entire arena. Constructed from the world's hardest stone, procured by Captain Liu Xuan, and further enchanted by Lord Tintin, rendering it as resilient as diamond. One can only fathom the sheer might of Zoro's strike. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Zoro, Bista had no choice but to concede defeat. Thus, I hereby announce the victor of this match. Next, let us welcome the following contestants. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy and Charlotte, one of the 3 sweet commanders from the Don Quixote pirates. With the referee, Pulleys, making the announcement, Korea ascended the stage. He was taken aback to encounter one of Big Mom's subordinates. It seemed he would have to exert considerable effort. Sengoku approached Korea and remarked, "How unfortunate to face such a formidable opponent." Referee, I concede. Korea, upon seeing Sengoku before him, raised his right hand and addressed Pulleys. Although Sengoku was immensely powerful, Korea was terrified of pain. Engaging in combat with Sengoku would undoubtedly result in injury, and considering he was not Sengoku's match, it was prudent to surrender early. With Korea's concession, Sengoku was declared the victor of this bout. What nonsense is this? Conceding already? Are you kidding? We did not come to witness your surrender. We came for a fight, shouted some dissatisfied spectators. Indeed, we bought tickets for this. Get on with the match. Hearing Korea's concession, the audience erupted in discontent. Liu Xuan, witnessing the commotion, declared through a loudspeaker, silence. It is the contestant's prerogative to concede. If anyone continues to incite unrest, do not blame me for being unsparing. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's voice, the unruly crowd immediately quieted down. In this world, who would dare to offend Liu Xuan? That would be tantamount to courting death. Haha, Captain Liu Xuan, please do not be angered. We were merely overly excited. We shall be mindful, they replied. Yes, we will certainly watch our words. Rest assured, Captain Liu Xuan. Right? Anyone who dares to make a racket will face severe consequences, and you need not lift a finger, Captain Liu Xuan. Haha, Master is truly impressive. With just a word, he rendered those ruffians mute. How splendid. In the audience, Usopp gazed at Liu Xuan with envy, as if he himself had just spoken. Of course, Liu Xuan now commands the world. No one dares to defy his word. Such a situation is entirely normal, Robin remarked, prompting nods of agreement and swelling pride within the crowd, knowing such a remarkable individual was their master, ensuring a promising future ahead. While the earlier commotion unfolded, the next match commenced. Ace versus Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ahaha. I never expected my opponent to be you, Fire Fist Ace. This could be troublesome, Doflamingo mused. His string powers were weak against fire. Although he could enhance his fire resistance with Haki, he was still at a disadvantage against Ace's fire abilities. Ace, I never imagined you would be my opponent. However, your fire attack seemed to counter my abilities quite effectively. I advise you to concede, Ace observed, aware of Doflamingo's admiral-level strength. Despite being a Yonko rookie, Ace felt confident that neither Doflamingo's prowess nor his devil fruit abilities could best him, prompting him to suggest Doflamingo withdraw. Ahaha, we haven't even fought yet. How can you be so certain I won't win? Though I may not match your strength, I am still a renowned figure. I cannot simply concede without a fight, Doflamingo declared. If that is the case, let us begin. Fire Fist. Ignoring Doflamingo's banter, Ace launched a fiery assault. Hey, is it really necessary to be so direct? No words exchanged. This is hardly fitting for the Whitebeard pirates, Doflamingo chided, deftly conjuring a web of strings infused with Haki to counter Ace's fire attack. Enough with the idle chatter. The Whitebeard pirates don't need your lessons. Cross, fire. Ace unleashed another fiery onslaught, yet Doflamingo's string barrier held firm. It seems ordinary flames are ineffective against your strings. They must be reinforced with Haki. Very well. Witness my black flames. Black Fire Fist. This time, Ace's flames pierced through Doflamingo's web, continuing to surge toward him. Such formidable black flames. Is this the result of your Haki infusion? You and your brothers are truly monstrous, Doflamingo exclaimed. But I, too, must reveal my true powers. You are aware that devil fruit users can awaken their abilities, correct? Just a year ago, I attained that level with my string fruit. With that, Doflamingo waved his hands, transforming the ground beneath into a labyrinth of strings that surged toward Ace. These strings are, no matter how many come, they cannot match my strength. Black Flame Pillar, Ace declared, spinning his hands and launching a massive fire pillar that incinerated Doflamingo's awakened strings into ash. Curse you. 5 color strings, Doflamingo shouted, summoning 5 nearly transparent strings from his fingers, poised to ensnare Ace. A single mistake could lead to Ace being sliced asunder by the razor-like strings. However, this maneuver had its limitations. It required close proximity to be effective. Ace discerned this weakness and evaded. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Doflamingo drew back his hand, mimicking Luffy's pre-attack stance, and unleashed a torrent of transparent strings that coiled together, forming a massive, hair-like pillar. With a swift motion, he propelled the column forward, capable of slicing through anything in its path, even severing a tall building in two. This technique had a vast range, able to reach targets several kilometers away. Yet once executed, it was challenging to retract. Sensing the gravity of this move, Ace enveloped his right arm in black flames and retaliated with a black fire fist. The clash of their powerful techniques resulted in a tremendous explosion, scattering black flames and creating numerous small craters in the ground. Thanks to the protective barrier, the audience remained unharmed. Otherwise, the shockwave could have sent them flying. They are unbelievably strong. Had it not been for that protective shield, we might have been in grave danger, murmured a spectator. Is this truly the strength a human should possess? Yes, just these individuals alone could obliterate an island. What kind of power does Liu Xuan possess, who suppresses the world government and commands the seas? Do not speak of it. Merely contemplating is terrifying. These individuals are indeed monsters. The competition on stage astonished the audience while simultaneously igniting a yearning within their hearts. How delightful it would be to possess such formidable strength. Esteemed spectators, the duel between Ace and Don Quixote Doflamingo has been nothing short of spectacular. It stands as the most intense match in the past 2 days. So let us all rally to support and cheer for them. After Pris's words, the crowd snapped back to reality, and the sounds of encouragement and applause erupted. Ha ha ha. As expected of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, your power is truly terrifying. It seems I must resort to my most potent technique. If you can withstand it, I shall concede. 16 Holy Bullets, Divine Execution. This technique, a manifestation of Doflamingo's awakened devil fruit abilities, summons 16 swirling, high-density waves of white lines, piercing towards the enemy at astonishing speed, thoroughly penetrating them. It is the ultimate move of Doflamingo in his awakened state. Doflamingo was brimming with confidence in his technique, convinced that Ace could not withstand it, and victory was assured. Indeed, formidable. No wonder you are so confident in this move. However, do you think I cannot endure it? Allow me to try. Chapter 241, Ace's Victory. Black Flame, Great Flame Sphere. Black Flame Emperor. Upon uttering these words, Ace waved his hands, creating concentric rings of flames that gradually coalesced into a massive black fireball. Even from a distance, one could sense the immense power contained within. This was Ace's most formidable technique. Ace's ultimate move is truly astounding. Thankfully, I had already stepped down from the ring. Otherwise, I might have found myself in peril. Chris observed the colossal fire fist hovering above Ace, feeling a chill of dread as his back became damp. Had he remained on the stage, such a technique would surely have turned him to ash. What an enormous fireball. Fire Fist Ace harbors such a potent technique. The temperature of that black flame can be felt even from here. It's terrifying. Indeed, it appears that Doflamingo is destined to lose this match. Had I known, I would have bet on Ace's victory. Fool. Who told you to disregard my advice and bet on Doflamingo? Ace is the second division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could his strength be lacking? How was I to know that Doflamingo would prove so ineffectual after all those years as a Shichibukai? Bah. The contest on stage continued. Now, let me show you the might of my Black Flame Emperor, Doflamingo. As Ace's words fell, he hurled the black flame towards Doflamingo's ultimate move. Observing the colossal fireball hurtling towards him, Don Quixote Doflamingo swiftly commanded the yellow and white threads, entwined with high-density armed color hockey, to meet the impending threat. However, upon contact with the black flames, those threads ignited as if doused in gasoline, and within mere moments, they were reduced to mere ashes. As he beheld the fireball of his ultimate technique reduced to ashes, hurtling towards him, how could this be? I had infused it with a high density of armament hockey. In such a brief moment, it was reduced to nothingness. How could one possibly fight like this? After uttering these words, Don Quixote Doflamingo raised his right hand and declared, "Referee, I concede." Oh, Don Quixote Doflamingo has conceded. I now declare that Ace is the victor. The referee proclaimed the result, and the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in joyous cheers from the audience. Hey Ace, hurry up and finish your move. I have already surrendered. Doflamingo shouted at Ace, who was still observing the ominous fireball approaching him. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Ace suddenly leaped into the air, soaring towards the Black Flame Emperor. He reached out, and to his astonishment, he saw the enormous black fireball swiftly enveloping him. In mere moments, the fireball vanished without a trace. Phew! Upon witnessing Ace retract the Flame Emperor, Doflamingo exhaled a sigh of relief, having just felt the ominous specter of death. Ace's recent maneuver was undeniably formidable, leaving him bereft of any viable countermeasure. As he observed the throngs around him cheering for Ace, Doflamingo descended from the arena. Ace, you truly are remarkable, living up to your reputation as my brother. Once Ace stepped down, Luffy rushed forward, exuberantly wrapping his arms around Ace's neck, exclaiming in delight, as if Ace's victory were his own. Luffy, kindly release me. Do not grip so tightly, lest you wish to strangle me. Observing the exuberant Luffy before him, Ace chuckled with a hint of reprimand. At that moment, Whitebeard approached. Cool. Ace, splendid work. You truly are my son. Of course, Dad. Just as Whitebeard and others congratulated Ace on his victory, the next match commenced, featuring the Red Count, Raidfield, against a pirate of admiral-level strength. Look, isn't that the person who escaped with us from Impel Down? I believe his name is Raidfield, Zoro remarked, as he recalled the Red Count, a formidable swordsman in his own right. Really? I don't recall seeing him before, Luffy responded, gazing at the rejuvenated Raidfield. At this moment, Raidfield had consumed the vampire fruit, restoring his youth, making it understandable that Luffy failed to recognize him. You fool. That man was the one who battled the fleet admiral. He simply found a way to regain his youth. Sanji exclaimed, casting a disbelieving glance at Luffy, utterly astounded by his captain's obliviousness. But that man in the red coat looked ancient. How could he possibly be that young? Luffy protested. Idiot. He must have consumed some devil fruit to achieve this transformation. How did I end up with such a dim-witted captain? The crew was left speechless by Luffy's ignorance. As they debated, Raidfield had already claimed victory. Despite being of admiral caliber, his opponent was thoroughly overpowered. Being a figure of Yonko level, Raidfield not only regained his youth with the vampire fruit, but also significantly enhanced his strength, leaving the other no chance to retaliate. The overwhelming display of power secured Raidfield's victory. The next match was announced. Admiral Fujitora versus Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Wow, it's the new Admiral, Fujitora. I've heard his strength is quite monstrous. Well, every participant here is a powerhouse in their own right, someone interjected. But you're making too much of a fuss. His opponent is Beckman, one of the formidable vice-captains of the Yonko. Hey, can you all keep it down and focus on the match? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to the source of the voice, instantly silencing themselves as they recognized the presence of Lucky Roo from the red-haired pirates. They dared not provoke anyone from that crew. Now, the match was set to begin. Competitors, please take your positions, announced Prillies, swiftly exiting the stage due to the inherent danger. You must be Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. It's an honor to engage in a spar with you today. I look forward to our bout, Fujitora stated, despite being unable to see. His observation haki allowed him to navigate with remarkable acuity as he approached Beckman. Ha ha ha. In front of Admiral Fujitora, I hardly consider myself a significant figure. I too hope to gain much from this match, Beckman replied courteously, adhering to the red-haired pirate's principle of respect, even when facing an adversary like an admiral. Ha ha ha, likewise. Shall we commence? Fujitora responded with a hearty laugh. Absolutely. I too wish to gauge the strength of an admiral. All right, then allow me to demonstrate first, gravitational light. Fujitora suddenly drew his sword, unleashing a surge of purple gravitational waves that shot skyward, vanishing from the spectator's sight in an instant. What is Fujitora doing? Did he just release a purple light wave? Who knows? Is he here to perform? Was that a joke? Upon witnessing Fujitora's movements, the crowd began to speculate about his intentions. To their surprise, Fujitora immediately employed such a technique, indicating that he was under considerable pressure from Beckman. One wonders how Beckman will respond to this maneuver. Sengoku, aware of Fujitora's devil fruit abilities, understood the significance of the action and was merely curious about the expression Beckman would wear. Sengoku, are you familiar with that fellow Fujitora? Observing Sengoku's stealthy actions, Garp realized that Sengoku was already aware of the technique that Fujitora intended to employ. He discreetly approached Sengoku and inquired, "You know about the meteorite, right?" In response to Garp's question, Sengoku, in a hushed tone, asked, "Isn't that obvious? Could it be that the move just now was?" Garp pondered, his gaze fixed on Sengoku, a look of inquiry crossing his face. Indeed, it was the meteorite, Sengoku confirmed. Fujitora possesses the power of the gravity fruit, allowing him to manipulate gravity at will. The technique he just executed involved harnessing his fruit's ability to pull down a meteorite from the heavens, unleashing it upon his adversaries with tremendous force. Witnessing the moment of realization on Garp's face, Sengoku continued, this move is truly formidable. If a meteorite the size of an island were to be dropped, wouldn't T-Beast Island be reduced to mere fragments? Liu Xuan would surely be infuriated by that. He paused, contemplating. However, with Fujitora's current strength, he cannot summon such a colossal meteorite. Even if he could, Liu Xuan possesses the means to obliterate it. Suddenly, Sengoku glanced skyward, exclaiming, "Look above. What is that?" A spectator in the audience had spotted an unusual phenomenon in the sky, pointing and shouting. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd collectively directed their gaze upward, a small bright that was expanding rapidly, and soon they heard the ominous sound of a heavy object descending. When the entirety of the object was revealed, the audience realized its true identity, a meteorite. That is a meteorite. Fujitora has actually pulled it down. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How is it possible for a fruit to be so overpowered that it can even drag down a meteorite from tens of thousands of meters above ground? The audience marveled at the overwhelming prowess of the newly appointed Admiral, Fujitora. I wonder how Uncle Beckman will deal with this meteorite. Honestly, that blind uncle's techniques are simply spectacular. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, although he had a closer bond with Beckman. He couldn't help but cheer for the impressive display. Nearby, Zoro and Sanji exchanged exasperated glances. "What side are you on, really?" Luffy exclaimed, "Wow, is it really necessary to be this serious? You're gifting me such a massive surprise right from the start. You might actually end up killing me." Beckman, unfazed by the meteorite hurtling towards him, maintained a sense of humor, indicating his confidence. Explosive shot. Beckman swiftly flicked his wrist, and with a loud bang, a bullet enveloped in haki shot toward the meteorite. This technique, a unique invention of Beckman, concentrated a significant amount of haki within the bullet. Upon impact, the haki erupted, resulting in a devastating explosion. The meteorite, measuring over 100 meters in diameter, posed a considerable threat to Beckman, prompting him to infuse the bullet with ample haki. As the bullet struck the meteorite, a violent explosion ensued, shattering the meteorite into dozens of fragments that ignited and scattered in all directions, sending the audience into a frenzy of screams. "Help! I don't want to die!" Panic ensued as people scrambled to escape. At that moment, a figure appeared, instantly obliterating the falling fragments into dust. "We're saved. It's Son Goku, the vice captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates," shouted a spectator, and Goku's name echoed throughout the venue. "My apologies. I forgot we were at a martial arts tournament." Beckman sighed in relief as he witnessed Goku intercepting the meteorite debris, feeling guilty for almost endangering innocent lives with his earlier shot. "It's not entirely your fault. I too neglected the fact that such techniques shouldn't be used here. Let us proceed with caution, considering the audience comprises ordinary people." Fujitora, known for his deep concern for the common folk, felt remorseful for nearly harming the spectators. In light of this, let us refrain from employing overly destructive techniques. It's my turn to attack now. Prepare yourself, Admiral Fujitora, for my absolute barrage, Beckman declared, focusing his observation haki to lock onto Fujitora, then enveloping his bullet in a formidable layer of haki, aiming directly at him. What a clever attack. Truly befitting the vice captain of the Yonko. However, I shall not be defeated easily. Gravity rebound. Fujitora countered, unleashing his ability and forming a gravity field that repelled Beckman's bullet with tremendous force. Your technique is commendable, Beckman replied, honored to receive praise from the vice captain of the red-haired pirates. But I will show no mercy. Gravity slash, fierce tiger. Fujitora summoned gravitational energy to his blade, swinging it toward Beckman while releasing a massive lateral gravity wave, threatening to obliterate everything in its wake. This technique, Fujitora's signature move, possessed terrifying destructive power, capable of sending objects flying even if they weren't directly destroyed. Faced with such overwhelming strength, Beckman's expression turned serious. Gripping his guns, he activated his haki, not to fire, but to swing the gun itself, unleashing a powerful wind pressure that clashed with Fujitora's attack. Boom. The collision of the two formidable forces resulted in a deafening explosion, a small mushroom cloud rising into the sky, enveloping the arena in dust, obscuring the view of the ongoing battle. What happened? Who emerged victorious? I have no idea. It's too clouded to see the outcome. The spectators speculated, uncertain of the result. Those versed in observation haki understood that neither combatant had decisively triumphed. The attack had resulted in a stalemate. Beckman and that blind uncle are both incredible. I wonder who will emerge victorious, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Beckman will surely win. He is my ship's vice captain. How could he possibly lose to a marine admiral? Red-haired Shanks approached, confident in Beckman's abilities, knowing his true strength rivaled that of a Yonko. As the dust gradually settled, the silhouettes of the two combatants reappeared, their attire now tattered and worn. Haha, your technique is truly impressive. I almost couldn't counter it. It seems I must exert myself fully in the upcoming rounds. Are you prepared, Fujitora? Beckman chuckled, while Fujitora responded, indeed, Beckman. It's been a long time since I felt such exhilarating combat. I'm genuinely thrilled to fight you today. Hearing Fujitora's words, Beckman enveloped himself in haki, transforming his spear into a deep black hue. Here I come, Beckman shouted as he charged toward Fujitora. Haha, your haki is formidable, but I too shall not hold back. Gravity swordsmanship. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw infused his sword with gravity, skillfully engaging Beckman. This technique enabled him to exert immense gravitational force upon contact with his weapon. And the moment Beckman clashed with Trafalgar's blade, he felt as though his body had suddenly multiplied in weight by several times, significantly slowing his movements. Is this the power of your fruit? The ability to manipulate gravity at will is indeed a terrifying force. However, if that is all you have, I refuse to be defeated. Chapter 244, Beckman's narrow victory. Oh, how do you plan to cope with my gravity fruit? Beckman smirked. Though I cannot nullify your fruit's ability, I can endure this enhanced gravity. With that, Beckman exerted himself fiercely, launching a relentless series of strikes with his spear at Trafalgar, moving with remarkable speed as if the gravitational force had no bearing on him at all. Impressive. To maintain such velocity under these conditions is remarkable. But what if I increase it further? No sooner had Trafalgar spoken than Beckman felt the gravitational pressure intensify several-fold, prompting him to leap backward to evade the oppressive force. Continuing this way is not sustainable. Let us unleash our full powers and settle this in one decisive move. Agreed. I am of the same mind. Then let us commence. The two warriors, having resolved to determine the victor with a single stroke, began to gather their most formidable techniques. Conqueror's shot. Beckman's technique involved channeling all his armed haki into his spear, gradually condensing it into a bullet-like projectile, which he then unleashed upon his opponent. Its power exponentially greater than the explosive projectile that had earlier shattered the meteor. Maximum gravitational tiger strike. Trafalgar's move was an upgraded version of his earlier gravity blade technique, pushing his gravity fruit to its utmost limit while infusing his weapon with armed haki, amplifying its might many times over, capable of obliterating anything in its path, distorting the very atmosphere around them. Now, both combatants unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously, creating a tremendous shockwave upon collision. The arena floor, though fortified by magic, was shattered into fragments, propelled outward to strike the barrier, creating ripples across its surface. What a formidable display! Were it not for the barrier, we would surely have met our demise. Indeed, this contest is exhilarating. I am grateful to have witnessed it. Absolutely, such a thrilling battle is worth every moment spent here. Had I missed it, I would have surely regretted it. I wonder who will emerge victorious. Could it be Trafalgar? His last attack exhibited overwhelming power, as if it could annihilate everything. The audience, captivated and spellbound by the spectacle, was predominantly composed of affluent individuals, yet such a confrontation was a rarity, leaving them in awed silence. Shanks, who do you think will win, Beckman or that Trafalgar? In the contestant area, the ever-enthusiastic Lucky Roo gnawed on a chicken leg and posed the question to Shanks. Ha ha ha, Lucky Roo, can you not see? Luffy, who do you believe will triumph? Rather than directly responding, Shanks turned to Luffy, who was observing the mist-shrouded arena, and declared, this battle belongs to Beckman. That blind old man has already lost. Really? Luffy, are you not jesting? Shanks queried, eliciting disbelief from Lucky Roo. Ha ha ha, Luffy speaks the truth. Beckman has indeed claimed victory, though it was by a slender margin. This is a contest, not a life-or-death struggle, hence Beckman is the victor. Shanks chuckled, his words bringing joy to Lucky Roo. At that moment, the referee, Prillies, announced the outcome of the match. The victor of this contest is contestant Beckman. Trafalgar, you were so close to triumphing. What a pity. However, it is the nature of the competition. As the smoke cleared, the two fighters emerged before the audience, Trafalgar standing below the stage while Beckman teetered on the edge, perilously close to falling, which was the reason for Prilly's lamentation. Ah, Trafalgar, you fool. You were so close to victory. Carp exclaimed, lamenting Trafalgar's misfortune. Enough, Carp. Trafalgar's loss was merely due to bad luck. It is no one's fault. I understand, but but I still find it regrettable. Carp replied, popping a rice cracker into his mouth. On the other side, Lucky Roo shouted with glee, wow, Luffy, you were right. Beckman truly won. Fool. That was merely the application of observation hockey. I've always told you to train diligently. Now you find yourself embarrassed. Shanks, observing Lucky Roo's exuberance, couldn't resist teasing him. You scoundrel, Shanks. You are no different, spending your days indulging in drink, yet you dare criticize me. Yet I am superior. My observation hockey allows me to sense events from afar, unlike you, who requires rigorous training. Lucky Roo nearly exploded with frustration at Shanks' remark. The audacity of such teasing was infuriating. All right, let us proceed to the next match. The competitors for this duel are Whitebeard and Kyrie. Please, both contestants, step forward. Prillies announced, as Whitebeard and a middle-aged man ascended the stage. Very well, both participants are ready. Let the battle commence. As the two competitors took their positions, Pris shouted and prepared to step down from the ring. I concede. Suddenly, before he could leave the arena, Pris slipped and fell to the ground. Rising anew, he returned to the center of the ring to announce that, due to the concession of contestant Carey, the match was won by the Whitebeard contestant. Chapter 245. Hancock versus Smuggy. In the next match, the formidable Gold Lion Shiki would face off against contestant Julie. Please, may the two competitors step forward. I concede. No sooner had Pris uttered these words than a man in his 20s rose to his feet. Pris's expression darkened, and he had no choice but to declare Shiki the victor. Moving on to the next match, we have the Pirate Empress Hancock pitted against Charlotte Smuggy. Contestants, please take the stage. Wow, two stunning beauties, exclaimed the onlookers. How lovely. Fool, that is the woman famed as the most beautiful in the world, Empress Boa Hancock. And you dare not recognize her? The other, though her stature is quite imposing, is still a beauty in her own right. She is one of the three sweet commanders of the Don Quixote pirates, Charlotte Smuggy. Both of these women possess extraordinary strength. You should be mindful of that.